When this young man opened his eyes, he found himself in a classroom, and immediately his mind was shocked. Where was this place? At that moment, memories began to stir in his head. The name of this planet is Lamtime, which is basically not much different from Earth, but 100 years ago, Lamtime experienced a catastrophic disaster that changed everything. Millions of demons began to attack, causing countless human casualties. However, the people here were born with a unique power. As long as they train and switch to a different profession, humans can deal with demon attacks. Somehow, all this feels familiar to Trine Kiam, so I have actually traveled to another world. While he was lost in thought, a hand from reality suddenly slapped him on the back. La Heng could not help but scold him. You still have time to be so clueless. Then he suddenly burst into tears, and I was so stressed out. The awakening test only comes once in a lifetime, and if I fail, my dad will beat me to death. In the end, he had to calm him down, telling him not to rush, that he would check out the secret realm first and figure out a plan later. Soon after, Trine Kiam arrived at the training ground, where a portal was opening at the end of the wall. In an instant, Trine Kiam barely smiled at the corner of his mouth, because he was quite excited to go and see what interesting things this new world had to offer. Just as his thoughts were interrupted, Trine Kiam stepped through the space gate and entered. Before him was a blank white scene, but only 2 seconds later, the sun began to shine. The scenery gradually became more vivid with various trees and houses, and in Trine Kiam's mind, he was even more certain this was none other than the beginner village from Thien Thuong. A beep interrupted his thoughts as the system detected the host was connecting and switching systems. Progress at 50%, 70%, 100%. Before he could understand, another message appeared. Switch successful. System transition level 1. It is possible to reasonably convert 2 active skills into new passive skills, and the power of the passive skills will be fully enhanced by the character's attributes. As Trine Kiam grew more excited, converting active skills into passive ones, if it really is just like Thien Thuong, then this system is incredibly powerful. In Thien Thu, most skills are active and require cooldowns, so they can't be activated infinitely, which can create openings in battle and lead to counterattacks. But passive skills last forever. No cooldown needed, only activation conditions. And with leveling up, the activation rate also increases, which is why they are very rare. My right hand is even stricter, and because of those limitations in my past life, I could not become a god. This time, with the passive skill conversion system, it might help me regain the feeling and fill the regret. Then, the system popped up asking to choose the skill to convert, listing a few options like slipping and weapon switching. After some hesitation, Trine Kiam chose Liat Phaitan. The system immediately created a green sword for him and confirmed that he had acquired the Liat Baicham skill, which at level 1 allows him to perform a powerful overhead slash followed by a series of shockwaves that deal damage within a 3-meter radius and launch enemies into the air. Passive skill successfully converted. Each attack has a 30% chance to trigger the Liat Baicham skill. When activated, it transforms into a sword, dealing damage and granting immortality for 0.2 seconds. Trine Kiam could not hold back and swung his sword a few times, yet he improved his attack method and increased the damage. Truly a golden touch. Before he could celebrate, a strange foot slammed hard on the ground. The muscular man was exhaling heavy breaths, his whole body covered in muscles, wielding a silver blade as he advanced fiercely. From past experience, he already knew that a level 3A in the training area was considered a tough monster. Then, the shining blade swung up towards the midsection. The beast roared fiercely with every step it took, and Trine Kiam was startled by it. However, he quickly changed his emotions just in time to test it in real combat. Then, Trine Kiam swung his sword towards it. The sources of spiritual power immediately sent the beast flying. Its heavy body slammed hard against the stone tablet behind. A muffled explosion sounded from afar, but Kiam did not expect it to have no injuries at all. Next, its spear stomped the ground and leaped up. The blade once again hovered right above his head. The massive silhouette of the monster cast a shadow over him. As it swung down, he leapt up just in time, creating a back-and-forth duel. Although he kept dodging it, Trine Kiam gradually felt something was wrong. He was only level 1 and completely unable to fight back in this state. As his blade slowly came down, he had only one thought: I am done for. Then, Trine Kiam reflexively raised his sword again. His sword was shattered by that strike, but the system appeared just in time, activating a passive skill that made him invincible for 0.2 seconds. Kiam could not help but shiver. The passive counterattack activation was effective. The system window also displayed a notification, forcibly activating the triple strike, increasing damage by 1.5 times. The giant kite of the ogre finally only cut through his illusion. For Kiam, he managed to crouch down just in time. Then, he unleashed a deadly intent, triggering the passive triple strike. Its giant stingray was completely knocked away. Trine Kiam unleashed all his damage to attack it. The ox-headed demon's jaw stiffened, teeth and blood flying everywhere. All of his energy gradually began to fade. Finally, the body of the bull-headed creature exploded into pieces. Trine Kiam quickly went over to check the monster's body. Now I understand clearly that after turning into a passive skill, not only did it solve the problem from earlier, but it also added a new damage system. The issues from my past life are no longer difficult. This life, I will definitely make up for past regrets, succeed in climbing to the top, and become a god in one step. The exploration story is still unfolding in the beginner's area. After a moment of observation, he stabbed the bug monster in the neck with a very dominant stance. After Matt drew his sword, collapsed backward lifelessly. The clattering sounds of the insect army gradually filled the space. Everywhere was piled high with monster corpses. But Matt still felt worried. It had been a few hours, and he finally found the fighting spirit from his past life. He just needed to know which secret realm the trial would be in tomorrow to help Lihon. Meanwhile, his system appeared again, asking him to choose the second passive skill. Faced with countless options suggested by the system, he hesitated a bit, knowing that beginners usually get killed by monsters because their power is insufficient and their cooldowns are too long. If the first skill is attack, then just choose cooldown reduction for the second skill. As soon as he pressed the button, the system analyzed that when activating weapon switch level 1, for 30 seconds, weapon switch cooldown is reduced by 30%, and spiritual power and strength quickly flowed into him. Mac also saw another notification: passive switch successful. Cooldown time for all weapons permanently reduced by 30%. Then, Mac calculated that with many basic weapons for beginners in the inventory plus the passive weapon switch, he could quickly switch between types to fight. Currently, Mac's status board is quite simple, only at level 1, matching human speed, with all strength stats at 20, but he is not upset at all, since the weapon switch cooldown issue has been resolved, so the battles can be considered manageable. Now everything is ready, just waiting for the exam day. Finally, the timeline has reached the day of the test. The training ground was already crowded with students and supporters. On this side, the students were reminding each other to bring medicine before the exam. Meanwhile, Lihon also ran over and said, "Old man, I told my dad to use money to buy the exam map for today." After hearing that, he became a bit quiet and whispered, "Be careful. Do not let others know your dad got it through connections." Then he immediately took out the map. It is said that Lich Diam Liat Feng is an area chosen by Professor Liu, who is very strict, so the difficulty is probably increased. On the contrary, he found it quite interesting. So this is the map. I remember it distributes monsters from level 3 to 10, which is not too difficult. Then, Mac turned to ask, "In the secret realm, what level of monster can you fight alone?" He hesitated and replied that even with all his effort, he could only reach level 5. That level made Mac headache. He did not expect the strength to be so weak. Just then, someone approached from behind. "Lihon, does your family have so little money that you have to learn from others to get in? Just give up already. Do not end up last and embarrass your old man." Hearing that, he snapped back. "Get lost. What nonsense are you talking about?" Even though Mac advised him, Lihon was still very upset. Determined to go down with him today, Ma Feng took the chance to provoke him again, saying it was Mac who was sensible, knowing you are useless and can't beat me, so he stopped you. No sooner had he spoken than his foot was swept away. In front of everyone, Ma Feng lost his balance and fell down. Mac looked at him with a sly grin and said, "No need for such a big apology." Immediately, he shouted, "Do you want to die?" This time, Ma Feng wanted to use force to take revenge, but his punch was easily caught. No matter how hard he tried, Jun could not move a muscle. How could this guy be so strong? Meanwhile, Mac spoke calmly, almost forgetting something important. Do you dare to bet with me? I bet Lihon will perform better than you." The whole group held back their laughter until Jun was fuming. Finally, Ma Feng burst out laughing, making sure he heard it right. "I have no reason not to accept this bet, but I am the one who decides what the bet is. The loser will run naked for 10 laps, then call the opponent dad 3 times. Enthusiastically agreed. No problem. The prophecy quickly sparked everyone's gossip. What? The lowest ranking student wants to compete with the top student. The gap is too obvious. It is like giving them a free win. Lihon himself also felt scared, thinking there was no way he could do it. At that moment, Lian Tranan trusted him, but he did not have the courage to stand firm. What trust is there? I just wanted to use the exam to ask my dad for more pocket money. Why would you betray me like that? Once again, Mac had to rely on Tranan, standing up and telling him to just follow his lead. Then he whispered a few words to him, explaining what to do next and what to do after that. Fortunately, Lihon immediately asked for confirmation. Are all those words true? After receiving a nod, he was very happy. Everyone was amazed when Lihon declared that today Mao Fong would be running while calling for his dad. Half an hour later, the headmaster also quietly cleared his throat. As the academy supervisor, the headmaster began to speak, announcing the official start of the assessment. Students were invited to enter the teleportation point one by one, and Mac also began to step forward. Lihon went ahead and did not forget to say, "Wait and see how I perform." Then he eagerly stepped into the portal. The teleportation began to tear open a red hole inside. The blazing fiery battlefield appeared before their eyes. Old memories came flooding back. This was a vast area with a massive volcano constantly flowing with molten lava filled with evil spirits and beasts. And at the mountain peak was the boss Chatlin. It really felt strangely familiar. It had been a long time since I fought a dungeon for beginners. At that moment, a noise from behind startled him. Two massive, muscular figures emerged. They were low-level green-skinned monsters. The moment they saw humans, their combat mode was triggered. The green-skinned monsters even had a long, sharp spike attached to their hands. That strike made Mac's footing waver. However, With his combat experience, he quickly retreated backward. The difficulties kept coming as 3 more approached from behind. The situation grew increasingly dire. With the 3 monsters closing in on Kamak, he was completely surrounded from both sides. The system quickly assisted him, using the Novice Pain skill. No difficulty level. This was basic equipment carried by beginners. Even with equipment, Kamak still looks dangerous. Unlike the monsters weakened in the refining zone, here 1.5 caddies is a bit too much. Suddenly the system appeared again. Detecting the player had a lot of operational experience and was now fully switching to bodily instinct. His expression froze immediately after reading this. Meanwhile, the system had already moved on to a new notification. Operational experience had been converted into instinct. Immediately, the entire skeletal frame of a skeleton was surrounded by a blue aura, unfamiliar sensation in the body. Meanwhile, the blue-skinned monsters were leaping toward him. Their quick movements were unexpectedly noticed by him, so Kamak swiftly stomped his foot down. He perfectly balanced on the cave floor. Next, Kamak gently tilted his head to observe them. With a swift move, he jumped off the cave wall again, his foot forcefully pressing against its monstrous face. As Kamak landed on the ground, the green-skinned monster limped and was thrown far away. Everything made Kamak very satisfied. This ability is incredible. I can even control every muscle in my body. Now my instincts are just like when I was playing the game in the previous episode. The more Kamak fights, the more confident he becomes, refusing to give up. Then let us go together. They turned red-eyed just because of one thing I said. A whole pack charged fiercely like a pack of wild beasts hunting prey. But no matter what they did, Kamak remained agile and coordinated in his movements. After a while, he decided to lure them into a straight line and then take them out all at once. Immediately after, Kamak began weaving through the green-skinned monsters. He lowered himself and landed on a patch of ground not far away. They slowly turned their fierce heads back. The plan was complete. Kamak struck decisively. This was the chance. All 5 green-skinned monsters were blasted high into the air. He pierced through their ranks, sliding with a smooth move. His hand pressed lightly on the ground, creating a perfect break. The sword was once again firmly held in his hand. The passive skill triple slash was activated, and the giant body was cut in half. Everything happened quite unexpectedly for him. The passive skill activated so quickly. He did not expect the passive skill could also cancel the cooldown time after an attack. Once again, the group of green-skinned male monsters launched their attacks simultaneously. Kamak's overwhelming aura surged as he slid beneath them. After a few heavy thuds behind him, the monster defeat notification appeared. Moreover, the main system showed up, announcing a special move that increased experience gained by 50%, awarding 250 experience points. Congratulations on reaching level 2, and congratulations on leveling up to 3. Kamak's new status was increasingly promising, as killing monsters in a special way granted extra experience, allowing him to level up 2 stars at once just by killing male monsters. Things were gradually going in the right direction, and he quickly moved forward. Anyway, during the journey, Kamak thought that having so many basic skills and weapons in hand was much more interesting than the game theme Thuong from his previous life. Outside in the space, the students' rankings were constantly jumping. Everyone watched in amazement and shouted, "There is a name leveling up extremely fast on the board. Our Kamak is holding the top spot with level 3. Everyone is not surprised that is the one facing Ma Fong. Only 5 minutes and already leveling up. Turns out our school has a genius." Even the school principal could not hide his curiosity about Kamak. Interesting. I wonder what other surprises you have in store. Inside the secret realm, Kamak is still jumping back and forth between the leaf platforms. After a while, he seemed to have discovered something. Hiding in a corner, Kamak was stunned. Could this be the dark mage he had encountered in his past life? The system also added that these level 2 dark mages are connected to hunting dogs. However, he did not feel scared at all. It seemed like there was a bug in the game that, if exploited, meant you did not have to fight each one individually to level up. You could finish them all at once. Actions speak louder than words, and this might just make leveling up easier. Then, Kamak quickly reloaded his gun, which was also one of his basic weapons. A grappling hook shot out from the barrel and latched onto the rock face. He used the rope to pull himself up higher. After gaining a wider view, the novice's small darts were also taken out. The poison needle spun around before gradually lowering toward the dark mage. With a sudden jab, they saw their comrade hit by the poison gas. Immediately, their setup switched to combat mode. Sharp observation allowed the mages to pinpoint the position of Kamak. The magical runes on the central cloth began to glow. Their dark arrows are gradually charging up, and Long already knows these spells. The dark mages only know how to use dark arrows and endure the cooldown. From the mage's perspective, Kamak has disappeared. Seeing no threat, they immediately began to return to their normal state. In the shadows, Long also felt relieved. The viewing mode effect worked very well. In this spot, the dark mage won't be able to attack me. As expected, spells with casting time can reach beyond their range. Step 1 is a success. Step 2, take advantage of the moment they are casting spells, and kill all the hunting dogs right then. One by one, each dart pierces the necks of the hunting dogs. Although a bit out of breath, Kamak still felt excited. Now comes the interesting part. The priority level for the skill that revives the hounds will be higher, so they will revive the hounds first. Just as he predicted, The hounds gradually appeared from the magic circle. Light of the magic clarified his joy, truly able to capitalize on the successful step. Since the dark mage cannot choose attack targets and has to switch between two skills, it will confuse the logic, so they will not endure the hunter's recovery. This step can create a large number of hunters, and in the end, as long as the mage is defeated, the hunters will die too. That way I can gain a huge amount of experience from hundreds of hunting dogs. Then, the humble player just lies back and takes a nap while waiting for them to multiply. 8 hours have passed, but there are still many spectators outside. The leaderboard has changed, and now Tunko is in first place. In 18th place is Mafong at level 7, while Leihon is still at rank 498. Just when the outcome seemed decided, the viewers noticed the difference. Look over there. The senior sister was just a babbler but has become the first gun expert. You were second earlier, but now you are in first place. On the battle map, hundreds of monsters are being defeated by her. What is more, viewers are still discussing that senior Tunko has become a swordsman now, wondering if he can defeat the boss. The more monsters Tunko defeated, the faster his job change notifications appeared. The homeroom teacher remained quiet, only silently observing. The top students are starting to emerge. So where is that quiet guy ranked? When Lai glanced at the leaderboard, his name was a 659th place. He was made to feel uneasy by those small lines of text, ranking last on the board. The others almost burst out laughing right after. This guy was probably just lucky to be number one at first. I mean, how could a genius only show up now? As for the homeroom teacher, he also felt a bit cold-hearted since the secret realm only lasts for 12 hours. Based on his speed, he has not even reached level 6, let alone awakened his talent, and there are only 4 hours left. But just minutes later, everyone had to shout out there is a change in first place. The ranking suddenly jolted as he looked up, seeing Trine Kimak jump from the bottom to 252 then 121. Such speed made the supervisor very suspicious. How was that even possible? Let us go back a minute to see what happened then. Trine Kimak had just sat up, feeling refreshed after sleeping. When he looked at the cliff gun, it seemed like the area below was completely overwhelmed. A patch of land full of chu sand that startled him. There were too many. Probably over 400. Next, Trine Kimak immediately pulled out a Greenear machine gun, thinking about the experience points. His eyes lit up to see how many levels he would gain. Crackling gunfire began. Time to kill the sand dogs. His gun barrel quickly fired out extreme heat, but the flames began to pierce through the wizards and burn them. Trine Kimak thoroughly enjoyed the thrill of smashing the monsters. Only the poor dark wizards were struggling to break free. The blazing red flame spread faster and faster, dizzying in speed. The system kept flashing the same message repeatedly. The dark sorcerers had been eliminated. Below, the ground was sealed tight with hot smoke and dust. Trine Kimak stood up there very satisfied, resting his weapon. Then, a few sounds rang in his ear, congratulating him on leveling up. The steady notifications made him very pleased. This was much better than fighting each one individually. Then, the main system appeared, showing that 3 passive skills had reached level 2 with a 35% activation rate. Gained 16 times strength and immortality for 3 seconds. Congratulations on upgrading the weapon to level 2. Cooldown reduced by 40%. Trine Kimak read the lines and said, so skills can also level up based on upgrades. This passive development potential is quite strong. I wonder if it can reach 100% activation at higher levels. Back to the present. His name has reclaimed the top spot. Now at level 13, spectator stammered in disbelief, reaching the top 10 in just 1 minute. Since when did our academy have someone like this? Others were also scared, saying this is truly a monster. Even at my age I have never seen anything like this. In the teacher's observation area, Truna Long started bragging. This is my student. Impressive, right? But then the stern look from the homeroom teacher silenced him. As soon as he stepped up to scold, he shouted, are you usually blind? Such a good seed and you did not report it earlier. Then he muttered, I am old now, yet I still misjudged. Trine Kimak's talent has been the strongest since the academy was founded. Returning inside the secret realm, where everything had long been cleared, as he was about to move, the system window popped up for him. You have reached level 13. Upon surpassing level 10, you can choose to change your class. What is your choice? Trine Kimak immediately felt overwhelmed facing a momentous decision. Seeing so many names, he felt quite emotional. In his past life, he had stood at the pinnacle of the game, claiming all the divine level career titles. But there was one he had never obtained. That is the Renegade, a special class that does not change professions. Solo players can use any equipment without class restrictions, allowing for diverse gear combinations, unrestricted use, and the ability to customize a perfect set of gear attributes based on playstyle. But the weakness is significant too. Damage is insufficient. Many skills but none specialized. Mostly basic, only enough for the early stages but easily defeated later on. However, now I have a powerful passive system. All solo player points are resolved, and I can fully unleash the strength of this profession to the peak. Just now when selecting, the system warned that you have never allocated free attributes, automatically linking you to a unique hidden class for solo players, the magic controller. Then the system started running. Binding 50, 80, 100%. Success. Suddenly, a surge of blue light flooded his body. The unexpected situation startled him and hidden profession as a magic controller. From the outside, everyone was confused too. The elder's mind must have been clouded. If you do not need the armor, Just give it to me, so why choose this cleansing profession? The headmaster was also angrily questioning, saying, you are usually so easy to persuade. This is not some joke, Nilong stammered, saying I was wrong. His previous will was still that of a warrior. The whole situation gave the supervisor a headache. Choosing this useless profession was basically self-destruction, a truly reckless mistake. In the stands, the young men were a bit doubtful, could the trickster really be that weak? Maybe the elder had his own way of thinking. But his friend brushed it off, saying you do not understand. The trickster's biggest advantage is being able to use all the equipment and skills from every profession, allowing for continuous attacks early on with a high degree of freedom. However, he quickly added that during and after that time, because he could not change classes, all skills remained at a basic level, damage was insufficient, and he could only be tormented by others. Perhaps by now, they had imagined a truly miserable Mak. Next, he blocked the comment, a good match turning into a mess of sadness. What is there to say about a profession with no future? On the other hand, in the secret realm, there was no noise at all. Mak enjoyed the moment alone. The adventurer suited him perfectly. I have a passive system that perfectly compensates for the lack of damage, plus experience from my previous life that I can fully utilize to the fullest. But there is one thing I am curious about, what exactly is this shining person? Mak had no choice but to click on the test option. In an instant, his mind seemed to freeze. The system information is as follows. You cannot actively learn skills at other academies. Only skills dropped by bosses can be learned, making all dungeons the hardest. Instinctively, he hesitated, unable to actively learn and forced to rely on dungeons. This is truly perfect. I already know the situation of every dungeon. This is an advantage no one else has. The chosen one really is not bad. Now the most important thing is to increase passive damage. Starting with attack speed. A few seconds later, the green-skinned monsters heard a rustling sound above. Then, a gust of wind as fast as a snap swept across the monster's skin. Mak suddenly appeared. Already swinging his sword, he could not help but be impressed. His attribute points increased, not only changing the numbers but also enhancing his body's functions overall. It was fascinating. Meanwhile, special item called the Evil Mission scroll flew by. As soon as it fell, it caught his attention. It seemed to be the item to unlock the hidden mission. If I forget this mission for a moment, then there is no need to rush to fight the boss. Just collect all the items to unlock the hidden mission first. Outside in the observation area, only 60 minutes remain. Actually, all the students are gradually arriving in the boss area, so facing them is the final challenge this time. The fierce boss Jilin must be killed, and only by touching the awakening stone behind it will the test be considered passed. The thing emitting a radiant glow from the furnace is the awakening stone. A player is kicking a stone forward. He cautiously looked around. Is this really Jilin? If he could just defeat it, he could successfully awaken. His will pushed him to the limit. All in. But on this side, the blood sacrifice skill is also spreading, causing continuous damage to enemies while releasing a random weakening effect that reduces the attacker's base attributes. Being countered by Jilin means certain failure. But I am very confident in my speed. Those were the only two thoughts he had. But perhaps the truth was not what people expected. A powerful counterattack quickly struck his chest. Then his body collapsed to the ground. The blow just now made the young man convulse in pain. Despair had already crushed his initial will. It is over. On this side, Jillin's sharp blades seemed to be mocking him. A giant blue demon was sent. Once again, he could only despair silently. His basic attributes weakened. There was no escape. Besides the major exam, many students were already injured. Like everyone else, he was also knocked back. Everyone was very shocked. This person is ranked in the top 50. Why did he quit already? This year a secret realm requires at least a team of 5 to win. This is just bad luck. There are 2 beast guards standing beside the boss to support him. How are we supposed to fight like this? This secret realm is so difficult that it has not been opened for 10 years. Why did the professor keep it and open it now? Returning to the location of boss Jilin in the secret realm, the challenger this time is trying Map. Even so, his condition is quite unstable, having spent an hour just gathering lost clues. Fortunately, no one has defeated Jilin yet. Then he fixed his gaze intently on the opponent before him. Gata also subtly unleashed his pressure as a form of retaliation. Then, Jilin was hit by a strange barrage of demon spells. The 2 beast guards seemed to be triggered and charged wildly. Guy just swung an axe down, making him impressed. He looked big but moved fast. At the same time, another beast guard attacked simultaneously. Map still arrogantly declared, but that means he is not faster than me. Then, Map leaned down close to the ground. The 2 beast guards only turned around when they heard the sound of friction. But Map had already leapt high into the air long before that. From the blind spot of the 2 guards, he began to swing out 2 punches. The space froze in an instant, and behind him only 2 explosions remained. Next, he dashed to another spot. As long as no blue-skinned beast guarded Jilin, he could not move while chanting the spell. Despite many magic seals surrounding Jilin, Gata remained completely still. Against the high sky, everyone clearly saw the image of boss Jilin suddenly flying up. It turned out that Map had used a flying kick on Gata. My living target, time is running out. We have to strike fast and win quickly. In just a few seconds, the massive figure will fall. Below, the chubby soldier also started pulling out his gun and shooting. The hot bullets drilled deep into the enemy's skin, making Gata grimace. But then Map ran out of ammo. All 10 shots hit their mark. The vehicle did not lose its previous generation mobile targeting system accuracy. At that moment, his enemy suddenly plunged headfirst into the ground. When Gata rose again, the brutal state had been activated, so the clumsy Trine had to fight a more ferocious Jalen. But an expert like him was not afraid. He just calmly switched weapons. Leveling up this skill is indeed convenient, leaving no openings. Meanwhile, King Galen is growling as he charges forward, ready to crush him. Still, the sharp spear tip kept twisting relentlessly, forcing Gata to halt. Several cracking sounds echoed as the demon frost was no longer intact. Triumphant smile spread across his face. Normally a sweep would only have a brief effect, but this time, my strike hit the small calf muscle, breaking it outright. The challenge of this dungeon lies in the coordination of the three monsters. Jalen's combat power is not strong, but he is protected by the other two. Once it drags on until Jalen uses the sacrifice, there is no way to win. Right now, Jalen has fallen, and he is thrusting the spear toward Gata when you lightly lower your gaze to the defeated. Now without protection, you are nothing but a weak mind, unable to withstand even one move. A spear thrust straight down completely knocked the demon down. Back outside the training ground, even more people were being knocked away. Lo Tintin stepped out looking very confident. Tunko thought, "It seems like first place is definitely mine this time." Tunko modestly replied, "Congratulations, I still lost this exam in the end. Losing is never easy." But when he checked, he was shocked to shout. The name at the top of the list was not her. How is that possible? Only those who reach level 10 can change their class. Lo Tintin was so angry she was trembling. How could she lose to Li Hon, the eternal last place? Meanwhile, the other classmates were comforting her, telling her not to rush. The top rank is definitely hers. How could a useless level 7 priest beat 3 monsters? Li Hon definitely cheated. The homeroom teacher has already taken him to the academic affairs office. Tunko also hurriedly said, Tintin's little sister, those class troublemakers can do anything. In the administration office, the situation is very tense. Li Hon, did you cheat on the exam? He is so scared he stammers. I am just a little better than usual. Luandan raises his voice even more, still refusing to tell the truth. You did not even know your boss's appearance skills earlier, yet you claimed to have passed the exam on your own. Do you want to be the first student to get expelled? The person who helped you cheat will also be investigated by the academy. Beads of sweat were already forming on his face. In the end, Li Hon knelt down. My classmate Trine Ki Mak had helped me. It is all my fault. Do not punish him. So this is how it is. Near the end at the fork, you have to go around all the monsters and head straight to the final boss. Trine Ki Mak analyzed seriously that because their line of sight is blocked, they won't attack you. So you just need to quickly touch the awakening stone. Lugan Dan listened and became thoughtful, wondering if our academy really has such a genius. What about the school's performance this term? He also respectfully reports that this player just made history by reaching level 13 without leaving the secret realm. This is the entire video recording of his trial process. Just a few seconds of watching, Lugan Dan could hardly believe it. He could not help but shout out, "This is truly infinite potential." The scene and situation at the training ground still hold many interesting things. Some others just came out and praised, saying that Lak Tin Tin and Tunko have already come out, truly worthy of being the rocket class. People in the stands were already talking about Trine Kiamak, wondering why the level 13 guy still had not come out yet. The 15-minute test was almost over, and no matter how high the level, he would still fail. But little did they know, the awakening stone was already within his reach. Looking at it, he had different thoughts. Touching it would awaken it and get him kicked out. So he decided to wait a bit before touching it, and went to complete the hidden mission first. In a short time, he gathered everything from the scroll to the fiery stone. Dry wood, clear crystal, and broken sword. As if recalling something, Trine Kiamak checked again and found the skull of the evil spirit. Collecting these 6 items would allow him to recover in one step, but before he could finish speaking, chains of shadow were stabbing out from the ground. A gloomy atmosphere gradually echoed with a voice. Who dares disturb my sleep? Trine Kiamak immediately became more alert. Indeed, a hidden boss appeared, powerful figure clad in demonic armor. The system quietly displayed the information. The other hungry one. That man, a level 12 boss. He then gritted his teeth, saying Kanket is human. The sword of that man was plunged into the ground with a declaration of no mercy. In an instant, the ground was shattered by the blade's challenge. The shockwave was about to reach Trine Kiamak's position. The lava below was fiercely pushing the rock into the air. The source of the intense heat was quickly released. All around was smoke and dust, and the ground had been burned into a large crater. But Trine Kiamak remained calm in his assessment. Truly a hidden boss, with strength greater than Galen. The power of the man tower is immense, but he lacks agility. As long as I can pull off the skill control combo, I can take him down. So I started provoking him, acting like a fool who should just turn back. Immediately, the demon of the Mong Kingdom rose. Each of his steps made a terrifying squelching sound. Then, that man released his demonic pressure, crackling and crackling, as he launched himself into the air. The ground beneath him cracked apart. A whole body full of oppressive energy was trying to suck in Trine Kiamak. At that moment, he simply reached into his pocket to find something. His hand gently swung forward. Basic combat skill. Hitting from a distance. Instantly, that man was blinded by the sand. Actually, this move is quite simple. Throwing sand at the opponent reduces their attack accuracy and vision range for 3 seconds. Trying Mac calculated it carefully. Although this move deals no damage, it can still restrain his actions. Then, that man suddenly let out a loud roar, activating his passive skill for 1 second, breaking free from the restricted state. Trying Mac was a bit surprised but quickly regained his composure. Truly formidable. But now it is my turn, activating the self-destruct robot. First, use the sliding skill to get close to the opponent. That man is very heavy, so he can be kicked into the air, so next he will use the charging skill. As soon as he thought that, he immediately punched him right in the chin. Next, Trying Mac continued, falling into a dizzy state. Very good, he did not stop but moved on to grab that man's horn. He took out the spear for the next move, stabbing from behind, then added another attack, basic skill, a front kick, his head tilted toward the self-destructing robot. Trying Mac quietly rejoiced inside. Falling. In the blink of an eye, the firepower engulfed the entire space. That man's demonic body twitched a few times. Trying quickly realized his intention. No way he would get up. His hand immediately shot towards the 2 stakes. That man was still stubbornly focused on getting up, but then he had to scream in pain as a sharp pain stabbed into his thigh. Trying Mac calmly told him that no matter how strong he was, being controlled the entire time would not cause any damage. He even cheekily said goodbye to the demon. The ranking of the assessment immediately changed, with Trying Mac at the top at level 14. His level up sparked controversy since he had not awakened yet, definitely cheating. He is stalling and refusing to come out, definitely feeling guilty. Anyway, once the trial ends, the secret realm will forcibly eject everyone, and then we will expose his lies. Luang and Dan spoke softly. The foolish ones could not understand that there are always higher mountains. Trung Loi stood behind, thinking quietly that it had been a long time since he saw such excitement, as if they truly believed this was Chen Mac's real strength. At that moment, the countdown clock showed less than a minute remaining. While inside the secret realm, the system loudly congratulated the successful defeat of all bosses and announced a 50% increase in reward plans, because the tower was controlled throughout the process. Experience doubled, gaining over 30,000 experience points. After it announced reaching level 14, Trying Mac gently wiped his sweat, not regretting the effort spent on the hidden mission. But I have already switched roles to a magic controller. Does this awakening stone still work? No matter what, Trying Mac placed his hand on it to check. After a brief contact, countless inscriptions appeared on the surface of the stone, not to mention the system's mechanical voice announcing congratulations on passing the test. The talent you awakened is. Trying Mac was anxiously waiting for the answer. Then, the characters suddenly entered the core of his mind. The system machinery announced again. The conversion system has leveled up to level 2, allowing the magic controller to increase passive conversions. The reward for passing is a pair of long-distance boots, and the hidden boss reward is a primary critical damage glove. Trying Mac quickly checked. 2-star conversions, so no more holding back. Trying Mac continuously received notifications. Gatling gun conversion successful. When using any weapon, there is a 25% chance to fire 10 bullets that definitely hit the target. The more he looked, the happier he felt. In future battles, he could simplify his actions and maybe even defeat higher-level monsters. When facing stronger monsters, all attributes are suppressed. And usually, you get killed before winning. But with this skill, as long as you stay alive, you can slowly take down high-level bosses. Next, Trying Mac calculated once more. Knowing he had to choose the most effective skill to maximize his power, he reached out to a slot in the bottom row and decided to select it. The system immediately confirmed the successful transfer. When attacking, there is a 10% chance to unleash a fan-shaped sweep within a 2-meter radius. Trying Mac was very satisfied, brushing off the dust compared to skills that require a large amount of strength to knock opponents away. The sweep only needs a small amount of power, making it much more suitable. The system displayed the status bar. Trying Mac's information now included many new skills, especially 4 extremely powerful passive skills. After finishing the upgrade, Trying Mac quietly said his combat power was about to exceed 10,000. So he would have the strength to fight even on the day of the apocalypse, and stepped outside. Then he gently raised his hand to salute the rising black energy. Outside, the instructor was also announcing the end of the test and sealing the secret realm. Suddenly, everyone was blinded. What is this light? A hand gently touched the edge of the space door. Trying Mac stepped out with a calm demeanor. He had successfully awakened. Luang and Dan was also very excited. He never expected it to really succeed. This child truly has boundless potential. On the other hand, there was a fierce wave of rejection from the stands, shouting that he was a cheater and telling him to get out of the academy along with Leihon. Under the weight of public opinion, his mood darkened immediately. Luang Ning and Dan directly unleashed the pressure of a great elder on him. His solemn voice rang out, "Quiet down for me." Those who were just talking suddenly fell silent all at once. Then he went to Chen Qiamo and asked, "Are you really approved for that?" Chen Kamo coldly replied with a few words, "Yes." Approved. He did not scold him for being rude but praised him, saying, "Well done, truly a genius, top rank well deserved, with a bright future ahead." Then, Tunko and La Tintin ran over again, claiming there was a problem with Trying Mac's results. How can someone who ranked last pass and still be first? We need an explanation. The crowd grew bolder, presenting evidence and demanding the cheater be expelled. Luang Dan had to shout, "A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well." So foolish. During the allotted time, classmate Trine Kim Mak defeated more level 12 hidden bosses than anyone else. If he is not first, then who else could it be? The top 2 students were stunned for a long time, while the crowd grew even more suspicious, never having heard how Trine Kim Mak knew about the hidden boss. In the stands, the homeroom teacher secretly signaled. A weaker student suddenly ranking first. This was a slap in the face to the fire class, and the hidden boss was surely a cheat. So she immediately jumped down to the training ground and, with the most determined attitude, said, "Then please share how you discovered the hidden boss, Trine Kim Mak. If you can't explain, then it is cheating and you do not deserve to be in the academy." Over here, Trine Kim Mak bluntly refused to answer. "Why should I explain to you?" T. Kim instantly twisted in anger. What? The other male students, hearing this, immediately rushed over. This is the youngest homeroom teacher of the fire class. Trine Kim Mak dared to insult her. He is finished. She won. T. Let this go. Then the atmosphere in the training ground grew heavier than ever. Tunko was the first to break the silence, saying, "Who do you think you are to be so rude to our homeroom teacher?" Finally, he drew out a precious sword and said, "I want to fight you." Everyone around started whispering again, "Senior, teach him a lesson and see if he still dares to pretend." Then everyone heard his deep voice, challenging to a duel. "Are you worthy?" As Trine Kim Mak asked that, he clenched his teeth tightly. The anger from the crowd grew heavier. "The man took the initiative to invite because he respected you, but you only showed off and spoke arrogantly." Then Tin suddenly tapped Tunko on the shoulder and said, "If I join forces, are we worthy enough to fight you?" Trine Kim Mak just threw a glance at the opponent and said, "Who do you think you are?" She was so embarrassed she did not know how to react. "And yet I did not even know. I am the beauty queen of Jiangdan Academy." Tunko immediately shouted, "When someone goes too far, ignoring our rocket class, today I have to teach you a lesson. I want to fight on the arena, no matter life or death." Unfortunately, Cam is very strict about that. The arena is a mandatory duel for those who have awakened, and refusing counts as a loss if you agree. Even if Trine Kim Mak cheated to get first place, he still is not a match for Tunko. Then he coldly replied, "If you are determined to die, I will see it through to the end." Luang Dan felt very interested again. This kid was even more aggressive than he was back then, so he took this chance to test his strength. Then he summoned, saying if both sides agreed, he would build a fighting arena for them. With just one strike of his power, a fighting arena taller than a person rose up. Before stepping in, Luang Dan reminded him to stay in control so he would not regret it. Tunko was not afraid at all. "I want to see what skills you have." Trine Kim Mak replied coldly, "Stop wasting words. Do not waste my time." Then he jumped onto the platform before him. From above, he spoke as if mocking, "Let us get started." Tunko did not back down either. "That arrogant kid. Do not regret it." He climbed up swiftly, moving at full speed. That is an 11 talent, capable of increasing movement and attack speed by 50%. The boys over there all cheered for him. This is the swordsman's signature skill. I did not expect the senior's talent to be so perfect. While running around, he did not forget to taunt, saying, "I am only good at fighting with a stick." When he reached my blind spot, he quickly drew his sword. My whole body surged with energy as I shouted "die" and lunged forward. But one powerful strike of his was parried with a single leap. He even taunted him while doing it. Just like that, the audience could not help but doubt how could he possibly dodge that move. "Did you see clearly? Isn't he just an ranked talent?" On this side, Tunko concluded it was just a coincidence to avoid one strike. He still could not dodge my strongest combo skill. In a second, his eyes quickly scanned his opponent's moves. Then, Tunko executed a sweeping slash with his blade. In an instant, Trine Kim Mak was blown backward by a strong gust of wind. Seeing the opportunity, he launched a sudden attack. Trine Kim Mak quickly raised his sword to deflect his opponent's strike, while Tunko used a move to knock him away as their swords clashed. In midair, Trine Kim Mak was surprised he did not lose his balance. For a moment, he seemed to witness something unexpected. Tunko below suddenly began to blur as he used shadow displacement. No one noticed he had leapt higher than me. I won. Attacking from above, because he was so surprised, Trine Kim Mak hesitated for a moment. Then all the actions in the air were obscured by an explosion. Cheers erupted everywhere. No doubt about it, Tunko's flawless combo dealt devastating damage. Then, Tunko safely brought his opponent down from the ring. No one could escape his speed. Before he could finish speaking, his face was struck by a kick. Trine Kim Mak was surprised to find his whole body unharmed. He directly stomped on the famous senior of the academy. The head teacher was completely terrified, while Lugandan was extremely excited, proving they had not misjudged this kid. On the arena floor, Trine Kim Mak had met the conditions to activate his passive. Moments later, everyone saw his figure move at incredible speed. Trine Kim Mak seemed to merge with the air, preparing for the triple strike. In the end, only the sound of Tunko's body hitting the floor remained. Trine Kim Mak did not look at him but only checked the sword. His maximum speed was still slower than my agility. However, the opponent was already in so much pain that they lay sprawled far away, unable to fight back. The public opinion gradually shifted, and before I knew it, it was over. Despite everything, Tunko is still a top genius, yet he was defeated in less than 30 seconds. Just then, Trinky Mat remembered she still wanted to fight. He stood on the high platform looking down at La Tin Tin like a small creature. The arrogance on her face had completely vanished. Finally, La Tin Tin whispered back, "I really am not worthy to duel you." The cheers from the stands echoed to Trinky Mat. "Elder, I just accidentally praised you. From now on you are my god." Professionals always prioritize strength, and someone as strong as him deserves to be the #1 genius. Suddenly, Lo Tintin's heart was filled with a rosy glow, never expecting him to be so powerful. "I strangely feel this way. Yet I want to have some kind of relationship with him." From a professional perspective, Luang Ingadan is very impressive, with extremely fast reaction speed and perfect skill execution. Far beyond my former self, he might become one of the legendary 5 divine transmitters. This is a true genius. Such a valuable seed must be kept here in our Jiang city. Then, Tang Yantrang spoke up, representing the academy. "I hereby announce that Trine Kim Mak has achieved outstanding results. The school has decided to award you 1 million Lamtine currency, and along with the special title, Heavenly Talent Student." The crowd seemed to hear an explosion in their heads. The 3 head teachers also froze for a moment at the new title, Heavenly Talent Student. On the other hand, Trine Kim Mak remained quite calm, sensing that they found the title impressive, wondering if it could be exchanged for money. The next chapter explained that in Jiang City, there has not been a Thean Q student for over 20 years, and the only one who had it is already a level 4 career changer. Normally, a person only advances to level 3 in their lifetime, and there are only a few level 3s like Jiao Wai Lu in the whole city. So this title for Trine Kim Mak speaks for itself. Tayat Kam could already guess that it means his future is at least a level 4 transcendent. With a student this capable, I have to recruit him to the rocket class. If I can become the homeroom teacher of a future level 4, I can achieve great success. So she started to coax him, calling out, "Classmate Trine, I wonder if you are interested in becoming the class president of the rocket class. A month before each exam I can be your personal tutor." The guys over there could not help but feel jealous, saying Miss Tiat Kam is my goddess. If she personally tutored me, I would be willing to die for it. But unexpectedly, when Trang took his hand back firmly from her, he said she could not teach him. Not only her, but no teacher in this academy can teach him. They must all be solo players. Before we clarify what happens next, let us review his attributes. The most notable being his SSS-Rank transformation with a combat power of 9,972. Moreover, he also owns level 18 distant travel shoes that can double his speed for 5 seconds. Back to the story, the zither player was furious, saying, "You are only level 14. How can you say I can teach you?" But Luang Ningandan interrupted her. "No one here has the expertise to teach him. After changing professions, we will abandon the initial skills and have no experience with combos or solo techniques. Looking around the whole country, there is no one who can teach him. The future of Trine Kim Mak is destined to face challenges alone." Classmate Trine, the path of a solo player is full of trials. I hope you won't regret it later. He was very determined in his choice. Once decided, I naturally would not regret it. And besides, there was the passive system as assistance. Then, he immediately announced, "I will approve your self-study, hoping you can shine in the national exam in a month." It was a national exam to find the best student, with each person receiving a reward based on their rank. However, many other students were still too shocked, as no one had ever had the privilege to self-study before, except for Trine Kim Mak Hua-den. After a moment, he politely spoke up, "I have one more question." "Sir." Everyone was stunned halfway through his sentence. How could a school possibly take a 1 million cash bond? The matter ended there, but the press made a big deal out of it. The school was very busy with reporters asking which university Trine Kim Mak planned to attend. "May I ask why Trine Kim Mak chose to play solo?" But no matter what was asked, he replied that he was not in the school. At the same time, at the Heavenly Awakening Management Association, Trine Kim Mak was standing by the door scanning while commenting that the login process to the system was quite complete. "Advanced machinery has identified you, Trine Kim Mak, from Hakwok. Level 14. Solo player, top of the class." Then, a machine narrator began. 100 years ago, a demon beast appeared and landed on Lamtin. After slaughtering humanity, they retreated on their own, and the screen quickly showed several short clips of monsters. Then the story continued, revealing that humanity discovered the world of Chianki within the traces left by the demonic beasts and found a way to enter and exit it to fight the great disaster. Then, marking the start of the training era, the entire population entered the Tianki continent, which gradually became a battlefield for the professions of various nations. A special warning appeared in large letters, stating that only those awakened with strong talents could secure a place here. Trine Kim Mak could not help but sigh. Compared to the dream study area in school, the Tianki continent can do so much more. The most important thing is that I need to quickly reach level 20 to pass the midterm exam. A few minutes later, the ruined archipelago reserved for those level 13 to 18 also appeared. The layout and surrounding architecture felt familiar to him, just like in his previous life, truly making him feel enchanted. He remembered clearly that as soon as he entered the main continent, everyone tried every way to hunt monsters and level up, but since he already had past memories, he naturally had to start with a special hidden mission. After moving for a long time, he stopped at a remote place. Then Trine Kiem cautiously entered the desolate village to search around, spotting a white piece of paper amid the ruins. He felt a surge of joy. He had found it. On the paper was a request to prove the existence of a dangerous shadow to the fisherman. The system notification sounded. You have accepted the hidden mission. The shadow disappeared. It was a special mission, rated 3.5 stars in difficulty, requiring the defeat of a mysterious monster. Trine Kiem gripped the paper tightly, feeling extremely proud. No one except him could find this location. This mission not only grants a lot of experience but also rewards a highly useful divine weapon in the end. On the beach, the mutated sea turtle disaster is attracting a large crowd. The other players all focused on fighting the small monsters on the shore. They used everything from swords to magic to gain as much experience as possible. Meanwhile, someone launched an attack with a lava fireball, dealing damage to even those players who could not defend in time. A guy got so angry he shouted out that fighting was against the rules. Not only did you steal monsters, but you also injured other players. Den Hong shamelessly argued back. I am just hitting monsters. Magic does not have eyes. All the monsters in the sea belong to us. Get out of here now. He angrily took action. This is a public area, not just your Demon Academy's territory. Harsh, but then a sharp slash cut across his face. Den Hong bluntly challenged. If you are not convinced, come here. I promise I want to kill any more monsters. The friend beside him quickly advised. We can take it back. Don't waste any more time. The students of the Demon Spirit Academy are not people we can mess with, he replied angrily. But they come every day to take the monsters, keeping us stuck at level 3. Meanwhile, the banquet has ended. Senior, there is a player fighting monsters. They immediately acted like they owned the place. Another one with no eyes, and yet he is playing solo. He is the one who actively charges forward. Today I will make it easy for you. You won't even get to touch a single monster. The old technique. I will lead the monsters. The two of them used a storm of blades to kill them all, leaving none for the other guy. Over here, even Trine Kiem has recognized them. You want to use area damage to claim all the monsters. Right, but in Thien Koi, there is also an ownership system. Only the first person to hit a monster and cause a certain amount of damage gains ownership of it. Other players who kill the monster under that ownership will not receive any rewards. Perhaps this method is not for ordinary people, but unfortunately for you, you have run into me. Next, his entire body was covered by the decisive skill. Swift step. Trine Kiem had already calculated everything. As long as he dealt triple their damage, the assassin's right would transfer to him. You have to keep the same target without switching, reduce their health, and save the monsters. Because if you change targets, you will be destroyed immediately. Instantly being killed is the melee class's job. I can't fight against the projectiles of flying monsters. It will require precise control of the mage's skills. While he acts, the other players start to whisper. There is a solo player charging into the monsters. Does he want to steal the monsters from the mage? Den Hong heard it and sneered with disdain. Putting on a show. Did they really think a solo player's damage could claim ownership? It just so happens that a mass attack can be used to kill people. Immediately after, the clouds in the sky began to shift. This is the violent snowstorm skill combined with freezing. At this moment, a red warning also appears. In the world of Thien Koi, if a player dies, they will lose levels. If they die too many times, they will not be able to resurrect. The Ding Hong group is feeling very smug. Don't blame us. This is the consequence of daring to defy the Spirit Demon Academy. The weaker ones could only lower their voices and whisper. Sure enough, relying solely on player damage not only fails to win but also causes self-harm. Then, the Ding Hong group panicked as they realized something. The violent snowstorm could not kill him. The other players were also shocked. How did he survive? That combination was strong enough to instantly kill players of the same level. On this side, Den Hong is urging his comrades. Quickly, unleash another violent snowstorm. Kill the monsters first, inside the formation. You have to switch to another snow skill. The attack speed just triggered the triple burn effect. Then use freezing to slow down the violent snowstorm. The machine gun is used to increase output damage. The chance to activate the machine gun's passive is 25%. But right after that, the surrounding conditions also help the machine gun skill activate. Inside the smoky haze, the black-clad berserker relentlessly attacked the turtle monsters. The team that was bullied earlier looked very pleased. All the monsters have been stolen. Such high damage. The gun's cooldown is 8 seconds, but he keeps firing continuously, impressive for a solo player. On Din Hon's side, they also suffered a shock as the solo player stole ownership. The next second, their violent frost strike was complete, and Trine Kiem felt the timing was perfect. Their violent snowstorm attack quickly unleashed icy blasts on the turtle monsters, aiding Trine Kiem. Just as he jumped out of the battlefield, all the monsters flipped onto their backs, so he did not forget to show gratitude. I acknowledge this rescue. Den Hong was so provoked by him, losing all the monsters. I will make you pay for this. Those players got their revenge and were very satisfied. These three got snatched from under their noses, daring to act arrogantly on the continent, truly stepping on a hornet's nest. So Den Hong wanted to lash out, but Yenai had to grab his sleeve, saying, "Class President, do not get worked up. His damage output is even higher than the three of us combined." He turned away in shame. I remember your name now, Trine Kiem. Let us go. Unexpectedly, Trine Kiem spoke in a deep voice. I even warned you all, and the steps of the three froze like stone. Den Hong stammered. Dude, you already stole it. We have already given way. What more do you want? Trine Kiem arrogantly spread his hands. giving you 1 minute to return everything you just took. If not, go back and level up again. Tundai Quan and his group rushed out, saying it was too much to bully people. So what if the damage was high? Even if they lost one today, they would not get anything from him. Then, his wooden fist began to unleash a ball of energy. Those familiar with this move immediately recognized it as the violent fireball technique. Even as a first year, he already mastered it. Although Try and Keep Matt was impressive earlier, he would not be able to withstand this attack. Tunda Kwon was still channeling all his energy to sustain the fireball. His condition has worsened, so they are very worried about him. The Great Master has not made a move yet, but once the spell is finished, it will be very deceptive. He thought he was scared and felt very pleased. But is he really too scared to move? I thought you were really good, but it turns out you are just an empty barrel making noise. Then, he pointed the stick straight ahead. The farther the fireball flew, the fiercer it burned. At that moment, Try and Keep Matt quickly switched his weapon to boxing gloves. Next, he used the fighter's ultimate skill, reinforcement. His whole body leaned to one side to match the stance of the brute force. Just like that, his punch pierced through the blazing fire and struck him. Before he could land, Try and Keep Matt tilted his body and shifted behind Tundai Quan. A single flying kick from him was enough to keep his body suspended for a few more seconds. This strike from Try and Keep Matt was ruthless without any mercy. Finally, Tundai Quan plunged into the ground like a comet. The other players were terrified. Is my vision blurring? If I am not mistaken, the solo player used 3 combo skills in an instant. This skill is a level 14 secondary ability. On his side, the terrifying level has reached Din Hone. I take back what I just said. Now I not only want the materials in your hands but also all the heavenly sparks on your bodies. Only 20 seconds left when your terrifying presence took effect. I surrendered, giving everything to you. Chuatain and Qin raised the small bag, then knelt down on the ground like lowly slaves. Behind them, the patrol officer still dared to curse and insult me. You and I are not done yet. Dunhone immediately got angry. You fool, are not you embarrassed enough already? Next, he directly took the bag from his comrade. The impressive guy was treated with utmost respect. The corrections are because we were careless. Please accept these as a token of apology. He was already thrilled inside. 120 taels. I have to thank those fools for saving me a few hours. After that, I let them off. Watching this scene, the other players were all amazed. Is this really a solo player? Yet they managed to defeat a student from Malign University. After that, they got into a dispute. Great one. Form a team with us. Another person just leveled up. Form a team for what? The great god is gathering materials. Get out of the way quickly. Right now, the cowardly thief is thinking, just like before, in this continent, power is the most important thing. But that is fine too. No one disturbs me while I am on a mission. The university is updating right now. I need 400 turtle tails and a high-quality enchanted fishing rod. That is when the ultimate face-off begins. Still need 239 more tails. Looks like I will have to stay up all night. These turtle monsters probably have no idea what fate awaits them. On the second day, another turtle shell flew up. On the ground lay all the defeated monsters. Try and Keep, exhausted, sat down heavily and sighed. That is 400 of them. No wonder it is a hidden quest. I am about to level up. My agility has reached level 15, but with just 1000 experience left, I will level up again soon. Besides, I am quite satisfied. After allocating 6 free attribute points into agility, my agility score reached 1000, a combat power of 10,000. Perhaps most freshmen find it hard to reach that level. If everything is ready, then let us go complete the hidden mission and get the rookie divine weapon at Malin University. Suspicion was mounting. Dun Hong angrily retorted, that guy may be the top male student like us, but he is extremely mysterious. If we want to eliminate him, we must not be careless. How far along are you with the task? He asked. No one knows that Trine Ki Mak is actually still in high school. Over here, Tri Yen Nai excitedly recounts, I have found the person. Trine Ki Mak definitely won't get away. Tun Dai Quan also added, I have contacted the top male students within the top 30. They all agreed to help. So now, there is just one person left. Tri Yen Nai asked fearfully, are you talking about the top student in the emotional level? He confirmed smugly, that is right. They say he not only has his level talent but also incredible strength, and within a year, he rose to level 21. Becoming the strongest freshman. Tun Dai Quan hesitated to ask him but heard that he was very arrogant. You really just got it. Dun Hong replied without hesitation. Who in this world does not like money? If he is not interested, it means he needs more. They had just stepped out the door when they witnessed something extraordinary. Pillar of fire exploded for no apparent reason. Only Din Hong could withstand its force. Then, he spoke politely. No wonder you are the most talented student at Malin University. To be able to unleash such a powerful fireball, you are like a god standing at the top of the academy. Hearing him, Phi Thien was a bit surprised. The martial arts hall had been abandoned for months. He said it straight. I want to invite you to join the battle. Before she could speak, the refusal cut her off. Not interested. Saw him about to leave. Din Hong quickly said, please listen to me. I won't let you waste your time. Aren't you about to reach level 2 anyway? I gave you all the materials for the job change. But Phi Thien once again brushed it off. No need. Just seeing it is enough. He hurriedly ran after him. Don't go. The Yenlai market also shouted after him. Yesterday, we were bullied by him too much. Seeing him stop, Denhong quickly grabbed him. He is just a 14th grade student, but his abilities are profound. The three of us joined forces but still lost. No matter what we say, Fi Thien also quietly moved. In the end, Denhong mentioned a special point. That name belonged to a solo player. His terrified scream seemed to have an effect. Next, he also turned around, a solo player. Interesting. I thought all my classmates were just useless. Finally, I have met someone who piques my interest. This time, the new setting of the story is Chu the S fishing tackle shop. Just as I fitted and asked around, the owner brought out all the best gear in the shop for me. I am just recalling a bit. Gathering tails is only the first step. The next step is to prepare the fishing scale. Luckily, I have 100 gold coins from those three fools. It also saved me from having to exchange 1 million ordinary lamb spirit coins. Only then did old Chu look at me. Everything in my shop is listed on the price board. You tell me what you want and I will get it for you. In his mind, he looked down on you completely, seeing you as nothing more than a rich fool. Truly understand fishing gear. The most important thing is compatibility. Look at the price list first, then talk to him. Everything he sells is not of very high quality. He only managed to pick up a few items, and then take the finely crafted bamboo fishing scale and 10 top-grade mud eels. Old Chu jumped up from his chair after hearing that. In fact, he had already guessed the man's intentions. Actually, boss, you misunderstood. In the previous life, this pair of equipment was the best gear for beginners. Almost everyone has one. Lo Chu straightforwardly offered a weapon. Thank you. With you, young man, I feel a special connection. Whatever you want, I will give you a discount and only charge 10 gold coins. He had a clear plan all along. This guy's background is no ordinary matter. If there is a chance to build connections, why not take it? He also added that if you catch something good later, you can sell it to me. I will never let you suffer any loss. After the deal was done, he moved on to another place. Because he did not dress like a newbie, he did not bother fighting the low-level monsters. Gazing out to the distant sea, just one last thing is missing. I remember in my past life, on the island across the way, a new rare boss appears every 72 hours. Although that place is not far from the newbie village, no one can defeat that boss, so few people go there. All I want is the item that drops from the boss. The item can be equipped permanently. A crucial piece to ensure the success of the CI Shadow mission. A splash and the sound of something falling startled the players. Normally, on the Tianqi continent, you can only stay underwater for 2 minutes, exceed the time limit, and you will drown in blood, falling unconscious after just 10 seconds. Underwater, you also have to face strange beasts. On top of that, the penalty for dying here is very harsh, so no one goes into the water. When it comes to that, everyone relies on themselves. This person is amazing. The underwater world is much more complicated than on land. I have never seen a rookie swim alone into the sea. Could it be that he is not afraid of encountering unknown monsters? In a bush behind them, 2 masked young men were discussing. They said going underwater was very dangerous. Should I follow him? The other quickly replied, if you want to invest, you have to take risks. The amount Trom Yen I promised to pay is enough for me to live well for a few years. Besides, I have already checked around. There have not been any dangerous monsters lately. Let us find a quiet spot and then head down to the sea. A few hours later, somewhere in the archipelago of destruction, the leader whispered to his comrades, let us choose this spot. This island is very small. The accomplice obediently agreed. Yes, boss. I will hide behind this coral. As long as he wants to come back, he definitely won't escape my sight. Near a cliff on the island, a symbol suddenly appeared. The underground water veins created a strange, faint gas. Trinkeem showed no fear and moved closer. This is the place. Then, he used all his strength to stomp on a water vein nearby. A full black mass suddenly sprang up. Thick slime dripped everywhere. Trinkeem simply accepted the weapon recovery calmly. His choice of weapon is not bad. After a while, condensed into a giant monster. The system also displayed its information. Dust bursts out. Level 18 creature. Trinkeem raised his staff and greeted it. Long time no see. Flames from the tip of the staff shot up onto its body. When the heat touched it, part of the slime immediately melted away. Then, the wriggling mass on its body started to move. The dust burst out, hitting the arm and releasing countless green slime. They immediately flew off with the force of the impact. Seeing a hole shot through the area, Trinkeem's face showed a hint of interest. Corrosive mud. Using a special move right after hitting the floor, his brain is starting to recall. When attacked by corrosive dust, speed decreases by 30% and damage is reduced by 50%. With my current attack power, just one hit and the information is lost. With each slice that falls, the health of the corrosive dust decreases. After a while, the situation stabilizes and the image remains steady. After being hit, the situation automatically worsens. The corrosive dust sticks. Avoid falling. Avoid falling. Just need to save this part. I got it. Riz. Do not drop it. Get the body water. Perfect. Riz. Do not fall. Take the water. It is super long. Riz. Do not fall. Riz. Do not fall. After a moment, Trinkeem stretched out his sword blade. Its face. once covered in mud, gradually twisted like melting clay. Next, it released a large amount of blue gas. All the toxic fumes greedily escaped from beneath its feet. Trinkeem is very familiar with this move, the radioactive swarm. If poisoned, will cause continuous blood loss. Although this boss is skilled at using O skills, it can be attacked up close. On the other hand, it moves very slowly. These are also critical points. The system quickly followed your movements and notified you to activate the passive sharp gun. The bullet stretched like laser beams instantly scorched its surface. While it was still dazed, a rock slab appeared above its head. Next, the damp sound of the rocky mountain pressed heavily on the radioactive dust. Trinkeem landed perfectly not far away. Done. From where the radioactive dust vanished, an item rose into the air. The system immediately displayed information. Water magic support. Perfect quality, allowing the user to breathe freely underwater. Trinkeem Matt was very pleased to try it out. The effect was exactly the same as before. Now everything is ready. Next is the time to catch the disappearing shadow ball. Next will be a fierce battle. After all, that is the strongest boss in the rookie village. Everything I do is just to increase the success of this mission. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a sound. Trinkeem only smiled slightly, saying that since yesterday he had already noticed the two sneaky followers. So if they have the patience, they can just keep waiting. He stopped paying attention to them and jumped splash into the sea. The system also activated the underwater breathing skill for him, triggering the effect of the water magic support. At this moment, the two followers panicked, saying they could not take it anymore after being submerged for 4 hours. The big boss gritted his teeth and replied, "No way, the other side is the open sea. If he wants to get back to land, he has to pass through our spot." Next, the underling suggested, "Let us go up there and take a look. Could it be that a monster up there already took him out?" In the end, the island was left echoing with their curses as they searched everywhere, but could not find him. How did he escape? Feeling helpless, the commander immediately called, "Miss, that guy Trinkeem Matt has somehow escaped as if the gods were unaware." His subordinate also trembled and said, "Have we offended some god? This plan is basically over." Returning to an S spot, now a fishing point in the ruined archipelago, Trinkeem Matt carried his gear while thinking over everything. Everything was ready, and the next plan had to catch a fish to trigger the next mission. I remember the spot where the dark shadow disappeared is probably here. But hey, someone's already taken the place. When I glanced over, the system did not show any information at all. An invisible fear rose in Trinkeem's heart. Why could not he see this man's attributes? Here, unless the gap was too large, a lower level could not fail to see a higher level. Before he could react, the man called out, "Are you here to fish? Come over, I will give you my spot." Young man, being cautious is good, but right now if I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. If you want to fish, just sit down. Despite his worries, Trinkeem also approached, deciding to fish for a while first and wait for him to leave before doing his mission. Then he stopped paying attention to the other person and cast his fishing line. Old Tan started scrutinizing him again, and since he did not show any fear in front of him, it seemed this kid was quite brave. Just about 2 minutes later, joy came to Trinkeem Matt. The power system also switched to the fishing system. "Congratulating you on catching a 4 kilograms grass carp." Joy made Trinkeem mutter to himself. His luck was not bad, and he was very proud of himself. In his past life, his fishing skills were always at the highest level. Then, Morai and the kid joined him in fishing together. Another minute passed, and the system happily appeared. "Congratulating you on catching a 4.75 kilograms red carp." Old Tan looked at the plump fish in awe. It did not stop there. Another notification appeared. "Congratulating you on catching a 4.1 kilograms grass-eating fish." At this point, he could not take it anymore. He had been sitting for half a day without catching anything. So how could this guy do it? Even more surprising, the system tirelessly appeared, from red snapper to peel a fish. He caught them all. After a while, Old Tan had no choice but to start a conversation with him. "Few has dominated the fishing world for years but has met a prodigy here. I wonder if you could give me some pointers." Just as he hurriedly swallowed his sarcastic thoughts, his skill level was less than a novice, yet he dared to call himself a seasoned veteran. Outwardly, he showed great respect to the elder, saying, "You flatter me too much." Then he humbly offered some suggestions on how to coordinate the elder's fishing line. After just a short lecture, he immediately burst out laughing, saying, "You really are a rare talent, to have so much fishing experience at your age. I truly admire you. But from what I observed, you are not just an excellent angler. It seems he has decided to let me try to figure you out." His knowing look also made me cautious. Next, Old Tan's face flushed red as he reached out to grab him. Then, he directly exposed why he wanted to take the path of a solo player. Sensing danger, Trinkeem stepped back and steadied himself on the machine. Then, he stood up confidently and slung the gun over his shoulder. Trinkeem did not forget to ask in return, "Why can't I take the solo player path?" Surprisingly, Lo Tan suggested that with such talent, even if you choose to go solo, it is fine, and one day you will reach the peak. Would you be willing to take me as your mentor? Still firm in his stance, Trinkeem seriously declined it, thanking the senior for his kindness, but saying he wanted to continue on his own. Old Tan did not insist, saying if that was the case, he would not force it, and if he suddenly changed his mind, Always welcome. Keep this ring. Contact me or come to the management association if you need anything. Trying Mac looked at the gold ring on his hand with a heavy heart. What era is this that people still give tokens? Scene change. In the group chat with Quet Trying Mac, after reporting his location, the followers were ordered to gather at the Tainhai City Management Association. Then, the scene shifts back to the Marlin University Management Association. Voices echoed down both hallways wondering why the top students of the university were here today. The one leading was the young master Dun Hone, but the best was Ko-Fi Thean at the end of the line. Walking amidst admiration only made Din Hone more arrogant. Today was definitely Trine Mac's last day. Then he did not forget to hint that he would be counting on you later, but he also had his own plan, letting them go first, and if that guy really was strong, he would give him a proper fight. Then the group began to enter the space gate. Xiaojing nearby immediately made a call, saying that Ding Heng had just led 20 people into the Tainqi continent. Could something be happening? On the other end of the line, Nugo Trungloi hurriedly ordered, "Follow quickly and report to me immediately if anything happens." When the call ended, his face was full of exhaustion. In the end, he just sighed. That kid from the Din family causes trouble every day. What could possibly happen today? Meanwhile, as Trine Mac was fishing, the system notified him that 39 tail segments remained. Immediately, Trine Mac felt a bit discouraged. 400 tail segments caught by the shadow was the largest number recorded in his previous life. Could someone as lucky as him turn unlucky? Suddenly, Dunhone appeared beside him and said, "Trine Mac, I bet you won't catch anything today." He listened and calmly replied, "This is a group of losers. If you can't win, just go call for backup." I did not expect Malin University to have such a unique way of studying. Among the crowd, Ko-Fi quietly observed it. He was a solo player. Interesting. Dunhong is getting louder now. Good at talking big. Insulting us. Do you think you can easily escape? Today you will be sent back to level 1. Just as the tension peaked, luck came to him. An unidentified object bit the bait. Trine Mac joyfully shouted, "It is finally here." Beneath the water, a giant figure was stirring up the vast sea. The dark shadow emitted 2 red beams that sent chills down the spines of the Malign University group. They were all frozen in fear. What kind of monster is this? Could it be a hidden boss? Next, the entire appearance of the hidden boss was revealed. The system confirmed the information. Prince of the Naga tribe, level 22 leader, with 6,000 beep. After reading the stats, Ko-Fi Thean fell silent. Even he would struggle to face it alone. Could it be connected to that solo player? Meanwhile, Tun Quan had an idea. This is a rare boss, and since we have many people today, killing it will get us treasure. Just as he finished speaking, he replied, "If a treasure drops then that is right, but you all have to stay alive to get it." Then, he threw all the tail pieces used as bait to them. The surface of the sea was being struck into waves by his tail. The crowd knew the prince of the Nap Tujia clan was running toward them. The boss's satisfied growl echoed each time it swallowed one of them. Ko-Fi Thean remained calm and still cast the ice wind spell. Then his sharp teeth got stuck. He tried to break free and gave the order. But it was time to attack. Then his 8 bar also started to decrease. Taking advantage of the moment, Dun Hone whispered that only relying on you could hold the boss back. That bastard dared to harm us. I will take someone to kill him and then come back to help you. So the students quickly passed the prince's guards and reached your side. Trine Mac could not help but feel uneasy as 3 magic swordsmen came to corner him. The 3 mages behind waited silently. This guy was quite clever, but all tactics were useless. The thief wielded the spear. Then, he swung his arm to unleash a skill that swept through the enemies. Next, Trine Mac switched his weapon to throwing stars, the basic skill of the assassin shuriken. His 3 throwing stars were incredibly precise, taking down the 3 mages in the backline. Not stopping there, he switched his weapon to a single-handed sword. Crescent touch. Now the enemies truly saw how formidable he was. How could he change weapons so quickly? Even solo players could not do it that smoothly. I have met solo players before, but they switch weapons half as fast as Trine Mac. On this side, the roar of the Princess summoned beast echoed. Humanity is detestable. The system also notified the players that the boss, due to low health, had entered a berserk phase. As soon as his 3rd stage healed, countless streams of water surged together. He directly cursed them, sinking them into endless bondage. Live shattered the ground and then hurled people around at the boss's command. Next, the prince of the Nap Tujia clan submerged the area. The members of the Din Hone faction were drowned in deep water. Kimpi Mac also fell but found it very interesting. Finally entering phase 2, underwater is truly my playground. The system then appeared again, the prince of the Nap Tujia entering phase 2. Invincible. Immobile. With 30 seconds remaining. Even underwater, they all tried to communicate. What should we do now? The terrain is not suitable for mages. Everyone has to surface for air every 2 minutes. Should we just leave it to the hidden boss? He could not help but feel frustrated inside. It was not easy to gather so many people. Only to face such a twisted boss. Could it be that fate was on Trine Mac's side? Unexpectedly, his chance had come. Go on. You all go ahead. I have to face that solo guy. So Dunhone signaled once again. now that we are uncomfortable. So is he. If we ignore attacking the boss, the demon fairy will attack Trine Kiamak, and as long as he dies, I will double the rewards everyone gets. Money is always what drives them to do anything. Then the swordsmen and mages formed up again. The frontline swordsmen, following Din Hon's orders, began to swim up. Even Kiamak among them could not help but look down on them standing in my own territory and still wanting to kill me. Next, the mages behind started casting spells at him. However, he was able to swim and dodge all the attacks at the same time. There were only 30 seconds left. He could not afford to stall with them, or he would get trapped too. Then he began to lead their attacks deeper. Den Hon gritted his teeth. Thinking it was reckless hatred, he could only hold his breath underwater for 2 minutes, yet dared to swim so deep. Meanwhile, the system notification popped up. The Prince's summoned beast was immobilized and the battle was over. He realized too late that the scariest thing was not the armor but something else entirely. Before he could finish his thought, the sea dragon tentacles began to coil around his comrades. In an instant, screams and choking sounds echoed everywhere. Everyone panicked and broadcasted to each other. I can't control my body anymore. If I get dragged to the bottom of the sea, I won't be able to swim back up. Someone save me. I do not want to die. Over by Boston, a sudden fierce fireball attack nearly drenched the guy in blood. However, that only stunned Kofathian, who could not even unleash half his full power after a full force strike. Seeing this, Den Hon informed his comrades that fire-based powers underwater would weaken. The others quickly fell into despair, saying we have no way to fight him. Let us go quickly. Then, Den Hon suggested that Trine Kiam, who was underwater, must die, so we should retreat first. He also nodded in agreement. The group of students began to swim vigorously against the current to go upstream, but the prince's personal guards chased them fiercely. Do you think you can anger me and still run away? Suddenly, a sharp beam of light engulfed them. From his mouth, the icy flow condensed even more widely. Several students had already been frozen solid. Den Hon trembled violently as he realized the danger approaching him. Finally, the system announced that your oxygen was running out, counting down to death in 10 seconds. He only had time to curse before I come back to life and tear you into 100 pieces. Trine Kiamat. Even in the final moments, his observation was incredibly sharp. Finally, the human-shaped ice block shouted, "Why are you still alive?" Even as he fell deeper and deeper, Den Hon still cursed him. You won't die peacefully. This time, it was the prince's turn to detect the movement instantly. Trine Kiamat also straightforwardly transmitted a message to him, saying now the stage is ours. He took the initiative to attack by shooting out a stream of freezing cold. Trine Kiamat also activated his Keymaster skill, Nimla Kia, to block the attack once. The boss twisted its monstrous body to fully adjust its direction. Trine Kiamat's golden energy was also ready to protect its master. Then he checked his equipment again. The next step was to close the distance with the boss. The effect triggered, he immediately swam like a rocket. While moving, he kept calculating though only level 15. Wearing shoes made it equivalent to level 17, plus the attribute effect of the magic controller. He effectively reached level 25. The prince possessed enhanced crushing damage, and before he could finish thinking, he had already plunged his sword into the man's head. Trine Kiam then pulled out the sword, fueling the man's rage. These damned humans. I must destroy them. Seeing the sword shatter, Trine Kiamat immediately switched to the Garling machine gun. Even underwater, the gun's firepower was incredibly strong, combined with the gun's passive skill. Each burst of bullets caused him pain. In an instant, the prince's health was nearly depleted. Trine Kiamat seized this rare opportunity. With only 110 health left, it was time to end it. But suddenly he opened his mouth wide like a black hole, saying, "Do not dream of taking anything from me. I will perish with you into the endless void." A shuriken was plunged right under the lower eyelid. Fresh blood instantly burst out like fireworks, ending Trine Kiamat's mission. The system immediately flashed a mimic, congratulating you on completing the Shadow Eye mission. You gained 97,588 experience and reached level 17. Seeing the golden class enemy drifting closer, Trine Kiamat eagerly launched himself, finally getting it in hand. Then he returned to land, prioritizing the opening of the Yang immediately. Inside, the system reported it as an epic level accessory. This item is called the Evening Charm and can emit shock waves that stun the target for 4 seconds. But this system notes that the item does not require a level to equip. Instead, it uses a value to assess the quality of the equipment, and for items without a level requirement, there are no restrictions when equipping. A thought immediately arose in his mind. With this, he had another deadly trump card to kill. This skill could bypass level restrictions, monsters, and many other things. It means that even when facing experts, I cannot be defeated. And I can even confront those who are more than 10 levels higher. Cut to the education office in Jiang City where an argument is taking place. I do not agree to let Trine Kiam participate in this year's direct selection. Lythean angrily asked. He broke the record, reached level 14. If not him then who else? The old man immediately argued. I admit he is a genius, but he has no class change. He chose the path of a solo player. We only have one direct admission spot. How can we give it to someone with no future like that? I do not agree, Wang Changfeng shouted, slamming the table. Who does not know you have a grudge against Jiao Yuliu? Why do you have to take it out here? Meanwhile, the third person in the room clapped once. He spoke slyly. saying that actually it was very simple before discussing the results. It had already been decided to give the direct qualification to lay down Nugok. This student not only reached level 12 in the exam but also awakened the talent for mind magic with an SSS-Rank burst, his profession being a curse master. Such a combination is considered the best for the first job change. But then Mak appeared, causing everyone to tense up. The best way is to let them fight a match, and whoever wins gets direct admission. But they have no idea that Mak is no ordinary opponent. He already has a combat power over 23,000. Next, there were 2 permanent items and an epic accessory. Back at the fishing gear shop, the shop owner stepped out and said, "Sir, you have been waiting for a long time. My staff just tallied the fish you caught, 637 kilograms in total. Sir, could you be a reincarnated fishing god? Here's what I will do. I will increase the purchase price by 30%. You count the money." Mak was also a bit surprised, selling for 48 gold coins. This continent really is a treasure trove. Just then, the TV was broadcasting a news report. "Good morning, we are currently live at Jiangdan Academy." Seeing Mak interested, Old Chu immediately explained that it had been on the front page lately. He heard that Jiangdan Academy and Feng Ho were holding a match to compete for direct recruitment. Mak found it strange and a bit resentful, wondering why no one had informed him about such an important matter. "No wonder I did not get any notifications. Because of the previous exam results, I blocked all calls to avoid being disturbed. Let us just see what has been going on all this time." Led seriously by the host. This time there were 2 parts, a 10-point team match and a 20-point elimination battle, with the side scoring higher overall winning. The team match has 5 players per side, decided in a single round, while the elimination battle has each side sending 20 players one by one until one side runs out. Now, please join me in giving the players the warmest round of applause. The camera quickly pans to Jiang City Academy, with the fighters and mages on the right. The other 3 are a lancer mage, a priest, and a berserker, all level 10. On the Feng Ho side, there are swordsmen and chess players, with a summoner in the middle, assassins below, and finally brawlers. Cheers erupted from above. "Come on, Chilak." Everyone looked at the opponent Lei Daoangok. "He is already level 12. Another person shouted, "Even if he is strong, he is no match for our Trine Mat. But now that I think about it, where is he?" Vom Thi and Fong quickly joined in, clearly scared to step onto the field, while Lugan Dan briefly replied that he would definitely come. Lei Daoangok below acted very arrogant, saying he was not that great and asked if a few people like them really wanted to fight him. Lo Tin Tin was furious but could only hold back, whereas Trine Mat, "This concerns you. How can you just stand by and watch?" Lei Daoangok started giving orders. "The mage in the back should protect the priest. Do not get ambushed. Their team has no healer, so the first to be ambushed will definitely be my priest." On this side, La Tin Tin also instructed, "I will unleash fire support soon. Warriors and fighters attack Lei Daoangok together. Do not let him cast spells." Then, Lythine adjusted the microphone and said, "As the tournament supervisor, I declare the match officially started." La Tin Tin immediately powered up. "Let us go." Her martial artist and warrior quickly rushed forward. In that situation, 2 on the other side blocked them, one casting a spell, the other wielding a sword. The murmurs of the audience echoed, saying it was not just about control but purely relying on talent to manage firepower. Having suppressed the opponent, the fighter can now seize the chance to strike Li Daoangok. Just as the rumors said, the warrior struck a punch right behind him. But unexpectedly, he was thrown aside by the cavalry support. That was possible thanks to holding the stance and jumping to protect his teammate. Then, the assassin immediately used the stealth skill on him. La Tin Tin was signaling her teammates to form up when she was warned about an enemy behind her. Before they could react, the assassin stabbed her in the back. His movements were so fast she could not dodge in time. Despite the pain, La Tin Tin still tried to turn her body. She quickly kicked the assassin away. However, she herself was puzzled. Why was she the target? At this moment, Lei Daoangok suddenly appeared, saying, "You misunderstood. In your team, the spear mage is the real key to survival." La Tin Tin's spells were all on cooldown, and did not they need 5 seconds for that? If casting was that fast, what else would anyone else even do? On the contrary, Wang Chanfeng spoke gracefully. "Let me explain. Classmate Lei Daoangok awakened S-level talent and violent corpse breaking, which can reduce spell casting time by 30%. Under the arena, the thunder bullet shot straight out of the staff like a shooting star. Its clear target was to take down La Tin Tin. Immediately her teammate ran over, casting a protective spell, and the system explained to the viewers. This creates a magic immune shield and helps allies teleport a short distance. But very quickly the purple magic light chased after her. Lo Tin Tin heard the opponent taunt, "Do not run anymore. My thunder orb can lock onto the target." Next, she felt the light head like a button pressing down on her, every cell in her body going numb. Then La Tin Tin could no longer move and collapsed to the ground. Regret immediately felt a sharp pain in her heart. She hurried over to stop them, saying, "Do not fight anymore, or else sister might lose her life. We admit defeat." Lei Daoangok laughed with delight. The commander has been defeated but Trine Max still has not shown up. Today the leader of Jiangdan will be trampled under our feet. Accordingly, the announcement also appeared, stating that the final team match was lost due to La Tin Tin's defeat. Next, the score was Jiangdan 4, Feng Ho 18. Those students immediately felt very anxious. "We have already lost 18 rounds, and if we lose 2 more matches, it will be a complete defeat. The reason is that Lei Daogok is too strong, winning 8 matches in a row before stepping down, so it seems even if Trine Kim Mak shows up, he won't be able to save the situation. In the observation area, Vong Thian Fong turned to me and Mei and Lo Lu, saying if they surrender early, they can still keep some dignity, but Lu Gandan calmly replied, not in a hurry. Wang Xinfeng was teased once again, never expecting he would have to concede one day. Let us continue to enjoy Fengyi's performance. Meanwhile, the school is in chaos. Why can't we get through to Cheng Qianmo's phone? Could it be that the school is in trouble, and you do not want to show up either? Below, Wang Daloi aggressively shoves another female student, telling her to get off the stage. She was weak and being thrown aside. But suddenly someone wrapped their arms around her waist to catch her. Everyone from Jiangqing Academy was frozen in place. They all recognized him, classmate Trine So. Then Trine Qimak spoke coldly. Leave the next part to me. The noise from the stands returned. It is senior Trine Qimak. He is finally back. We still have hope. On the contrary, Vong Daloi still had no idea he was the solo player being praised to the skies. Today I will trample him underfoot. Then he heard the opponent shout fiercely, die. He gripped the greatsword tightly and charged at him desperately, while Trine Qimak remained imposing, directly taking the fierce gunfire head-on. His entire face quickly stiffened as a barrage of bullets scraped across his stomach. Then, his whole body tensed up and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Trine Qimak issued a cold command. Who is next? A young man watching the fight looked very confused. Then what happened? Even though he was 4 levels higher than his opponent, he was taken down in one hit. Everyone quickly look at Trine Qimak's information. Brief system panel appeared showing a level 17 solo player. Did everyone hear that right away? Has he really leveled up that fast in just 3 days? Only 3 days in such rapid progress. Senja really has a chance to turn defeat into victory. Then, the entire arena erupted in cheers, praising senior Trine Kim's incredible skills. Vong Thianfeng was so excited he shouted. What? But how can you level up so fast just by playing solo? Lo Lu. Could it be that everything was part of your plan? He smiled deeply as if to provoke. But his thoughts were different. I did receive notice that he would return on time, but I never expected him to reach level 17. Lythine beside him also had to admit it. He knew how to hold back, already holding the trump card, just sitting back and watching the opponent get eliminated. As the crowd cheered his name, someone jumped into the ring. Chulak could not help but feel uneasy inside. It was not fair after all. His teammates had faced weak opponents and fought so easily before, and I have to fight the monster Trine Qimak. Now, he coldly orders. Hurry up. So Chulak had no choice but to decide to place his hopes on those few tricks. Then he used stealth, making his figure appear blurry to others. To counter that, Trine Qimak used the wrestler Seagull Stomp skill. The recoil from before had thrown him off balance, forcing him to reveal himself. Everyone watched with interest and commented. How could someone use an EO skill to catch a hidden person? Why do not our teachers teach this? I definitely need to learn more from him in the future. Even the school agrees that is the right approach. This is why the academy wholeheartedly nurtures him, creating an idol who can inspire others to study. Just then, a male student ran over to report that something bad had happened. Lai Daodok lazily asked, what is going on? Do not you see I am resting? He quickly reported, Trine Qimak has appeared. He caught up to your record of 8 consecutive wins in just a few minutes, and now our student is really crushed. Hearing this, he could not help but be shocked. This can't be true. Outside, everyone was happily commenting this was the first time they had seen such an amazing 15-match winning streak. Now the pressure was on Feng Ho, and as long as Trine Qimak fought the last opponent, a comeback would be successful. On the battlefield, Lai felt both scared and angry. Why was he the last one? Soon that guy would step on his head and win, so why did he have to bear this? Just then, Lai Daongok appeared. What is the point of a level 17 bullying a level 10? Do you dare to have a proper match with me? Immediately the referee raised his hand. The rule is clear. Once you leave the arena, you have no right to return. Hanta stared at him. I am only level 12. Are you scared? In the end, do you dare to fight me or not? Trine Qimak could not help but comment. This is truly interesting. Just now I noticed something off about those guys at Feng Ho, so I will take this chance to test my theory. Then Trine Qimak spoke up. Fine. Then the two of you fight together. His schoolmates immediately mocked. You guys are really pathetic. Senior, you better be careful. Lai Dao Magok's talent has put senior sister Tin Tin at a disadvantage. At the same time, Lythine also asked cautiously. Old Li, I think you will definitely agree. Right, then Lu Dan shouted for everyone to hear. Permission granted. Immediately, Truong Loi announced that both sides agreed, so the final match would be Lai Jiaimok and Lai Daongok facing off against Trine Qimak together. At the signal, Han immediately jumped onto the stone floor, saying you just need to fight head-on. I will handle the rest. Zhang Lei below also shouted. The final match begins. Lai Daongok stayed behind those guys while above, Lai Jiaimok aggressively threw a straight punch. No matter how fast the punch was, Trine Qimak switched weapons even faster. Then, he used his glove to punch Lai Jiaimok high into the air. That was the hook punch technique in his own field. Not stopping there, Mak even jumped up to chase the enemy at falling speed. He decisively delivered a powerful dragon punch. The golden dragon immediately followed his hand, piercing through the enemy's body. Mak fell to the arena floor like a giant boulder. The performance was met with cheers. Instantly defeated Mak lives up to his reputation. Only Mak can fully exploit the advantages of a solo player. Meanwhile, Gok's bullet technique has also completed the spider step. Mak immediately realized within a second that something was wrong. On the contrary, he thought he had scared him, but now it was too late to react. Next, Gok immediately fired a shot. The thunderous bullet flew straight to him. Mak is quite thoughtful right now. I remember the chant takes 5 seconds. With talent it should be at least 3.5 seconds. But just now it was only 3 seconds, so he was faster. Not by 5 seconds. Then, a thick layer of black smoke appeared before him. Mak emerged from it and spoke. Even if you awaken your talent, you still can't reduce the chanting time to 3 seconds. You might fool others, but do not try to fool me. If that is the case, you definitely violated the rules by entering the second level of the primary baptism secret realm. Am I right? Mak made him panic, but his chosen technique was unharmed. Then he hurriedly charged forward, blood dripping from his mouth. At that moment, a spectator who did not understand the conversation got an explanation. The so-called baptism secret realm is a special buff from the school's secret realm, like the fiery blaze strike of our academy. It is divided into 2 modes. From level 1 to 10 you can change your class upon awakening after passing, and from level 10 to 20 you can receive blessings and gain a special buff. Based on the ranks of those people, they clearly could not pass the medium difficulty stage, so they must have found experts to help them out. This behavior is strictly prohibited by the academies. Wave of criticism quickly arose. I wondered why they were so strong. It turned out to be cheating, intending to restore fairness to Jianqing Academy. All in favor of Fenghua Academy. After hearing that, Lithian asked, "Did you notice anything earlier?" Luangan Dan reluctantly admitted, without Mak's repeated warnings, it would have been hard to detect, but on second thought, the speed of spellcasting really seems off. Maybe we should go to the management guild to check the data. Right? Chief Wang Qianfeng then clenched his fists and shouted, "If you can't beat us, are you trying to slander us?" Mak said there was something wrong with the Jade logic. If we did not notice it, how could you? Some students agreed with the old man, saying none of the elders noticed anything unusual. So how could Mak know? A student like him does not quite fit. And now thinking back, his strength even surpasses 5'3", which does not make sense. Mak could not help but feel annoyed. Guilty people often accuse others first. Vong Thianfeng gradually regained his confidence. A 5'3" student reaching level 17 so quickly. He is probably not innocent either. Unexpectedly, Mak spoke up boldly, saying that he was too familiar with first-level job transfer skills. Such a big issue, he could recognize it at a glance. Although he was far from him, he still shouted, "Talking nonsense. How dare a kid who has not graduated brag like that?" Truly clueless, doubt was cast upon him. They believed that no matter how advanced, he only knew a few common professions. There are too many professions in the world to remember them all. He used public opinion to add a few more words, saying, "If you claim that, I will test you. If you are wrong, do not blame me for being rude." What specific attribute does the mind control skill of the Blue Fist Saint Master have? Everyone was immediately confused upon hearing it. They all knew it was one of the top 3 legendary waterway assassins. Hard to master without training. He was also certain of one thing. The kid was bluffing. If it were not for having once met someone formidable with that skill in his youth, he would not even have the reference, let alone the person. But then, his deep voice rang out, revealing the basic skill of the Blue Fist Saint Master. It can crush heavy troops to the ground, freezing enemies within range for about 0.8 seconds. Movement speed increases by 20%, attack speed increases by 10%, jump power increases by half, lasting for 10 seconds. Wang Qianfeng's smug face immediately stiffened. He even knows this. Everyone gradually grew excited. Judging by the priest's expression, it is clear he answered correctly. His innate talent is truly enviable. Next, Dog Lian stepped forward, ready to pounce, saying, "You just said you understand the summoner's profession well, so does the basic skill of a sorcerer have any hidden perks? Can you explain?" The audience immediately challenged him, saying hidden perks are meant to confuse others. How would outsiders know about that kind of thing? As usual, calmly answering, "Is not the hidden advantage that after learning the talisman you can add magic? Talismans are divided into metal, water, fire, and earth, each with its own natural properties, and different talismans can enhance different effects. Your Thunderbolt is so powerful because it uses a metal-type talisman combination, and after becoming a level 2 talisman spirit, it can even absorb the power of living beings. What is so difficult about that? The 2 principles of the Jade Path are slowly retreating. Impossible. I do not believe it." In the end, he fell from the arena by his own hand. Watching from the sidelines, Lithian also said, "His talent is not bad, but he chose the wrong path. Maybe today's farce is finally over. What do you think?" "Vong Jiao," he replied dejectedly. "I accept, only hoping that Fenghua Academy sentence can be reduced. It is all because I was blinded by hatred." Then, everyone heard the announcement. On behalf of the Education Department, I Fangua Academy's results and will impose strict penalties after investigation, blocking the pass between the two schools this time. Jiangqing claimed victory. Cheng Clamo stood amidst the lights and cheers. We are the champions now. Cheng Qianmo is the champion. After that, the crowd also moved over to him, and Jiangqing Academy announced that the scholarship would be awarded to Cheng Qianmo. Then it was his turn to speak to the old man, saying besides this, he also wanted to know what secret realms the top 10 universities in Korea currently hold. After that, he was invited to the principal's office. The more he searched, the more frustrated he became. The high-level dungeons he wanted were not available at these schools. Wait, what is this school? Is this Thendu University? Then, Trine Ki Mak raised his head and asked, with so many secret realms at Thendu University, why is not it in the top 10 schools? Lythean replied with some feeling, it is a long story. 50 years ago, Thendu had many secret realms and very talented students, ranking first nationwide, but over time, many other schools developed more challenging secret realms, giving their students better experiences and making them stronger. But the secret realms of Thendu University are more challenging than those of other schools, making it very difficult for their students to overcome them, and over time many gave up, weakening their strength. Trine Ki Mak thought to himself that the dungeons this school has are exactly what he needs, so their difficulties do not really matter. In the end, he decided to return the scholarship to the school. He wants to take the graduation exam and choose the school he likes himself. He immediately reminded him to think carefully, since there is only one chance and missing it would leave no regrets. On the other hand, Lungin Dan spoke up, saying the school respects his decision and of course will not let him suffer any loss, so he should just say what he needs. Then Trine Ki Mak immediately asked if the school could provide these materials, and the old man agreed, but after seeing the entire list, Lungin Dan felt crushed. Are you sourcing from me? Cut to Tu Trung recounting. We downloaded data from the area near the beginner beach, which might contain information about Trine Ki Mak. Nugo Trung Loi browsed through the device, curious about which university could produce such a genius. Jiangqing Academy, top third-year student. How is that possible? And the power rating even exceeds 12,000 points. Xiao Zeng could not help but be impressed. No wonder a level 15 defeated a level 22 boss. Truly a demon. Nugo Trung Loi grew even more intrigued. This child is destined to reach the pinnacle, and with the current situation, such a talent must not be destroyed. Then he misread again, noting that an unidentified power had appeared here. Could this be an unparalleled powerhouse? Why is there an alliance between the Elder and Trine Ki Mak? Just then, Tu Trung received a call. Malin Academy had come to the door, and as soon as he opened the living room, a crowd was already waiting. Then the women started to panic. Commissioner Ingo, the day has finally come. Today marks 10 days of demanding justice for us. Our child used to be at the top, now mysteriously dropped 4 ranks. That villain Trine Ki Mak acted too cruelly. Please give us Han's information. Then, Trung Hong Sun appeared as well. It has been a long time. I believe you have heard everyone's request. This is the voice of the people. Please give us the information on Trine Ki Mak. Nugo Trung Loi firmly replied to him. I think we need to discuss this further. As far as I know, Trine Ki Mak is not at fault. The cause of this is that your school started first. I cannot give you someone else's personal information. Immediately, Trung Hong Sun showed his resolve, gritting his teeth and asking what would happen if Malign University was determined to pursue this to the end. He had already made up his mind. Trine Ki Mak's potential was immense, possibly the hope of a Quoque, and he could not let him fall into their hands. Finally, in the room filled with the smell of gunpowder, he suddenly burst out laughing and said, I knew you were stubborn. I already prepared a plan before you arrived. I used the name of Malign University to seek approval from the Bureau, and I guess it is almost time to receive their orders. Nugo Chung Loi immediately felt his head heat up. This guy actually went to the General Bureau to demand the person, Trine Ki Mak. I can only help you this far, now you have to pray for yourself. Right after that, a notice appeared causing the crowd to gasp. No wonder he is the vice principal. Even the General Bureau had to show respect if he is involved. This will definitely succeed. But then, immediately after, everyone looked at the red screen in confusion. Why was it rejected? He was also very shocked that such a request was rejected. There must be backing behind this guy. Nugo Chunglo then quietly speculated. Could it be related to the information about that powerful figure? Could this elder be a senior member within our management association? That kid, the background behind him is really deep, yet I struggled to help him like this. The enforcers are also starting to waver. I respect the decision from above. This is also my kid's fault. I am leaving now. Then it was Zhong Hongshan's turn to speak, saying that today was truly a misunderstanding and that he was just loyal to his work. He asked me to pass on his regards to my classmate Cheng Xianmo. In the end, he quickly withdrew before any more trouble arose, leaving behind a gold-plated card and a black card. The man held them with a sense of irony. How extravagant. The black card from the Tanky Continental Auction House even came with a top-tier armor set. The kid's starting point has already surpassed 90% of the population. So do not ever let those who care about you down. Cut to the scene back in Principal Jiang Dan's office. Luong Nandan began to speak, closing the files he wanted, saying that even if he mobilized all forces, he could only gather a third. Lichin had to remind him that his demands were a bit too much, and that to collect the full list, he would need the cooperation of all the academies in the entire city. Just as I unconsciously repeated his words, all the academies. Headmaster Lai, thank you for the reminder. I just remembered something important. I will go ahead now. He hesitated and asked, wait a minute. Why do I suddenly feel like you have a dangerous intention? On the other hand, Long Nandan said calmly, just do it as you like, as long as it does not involve anyone's life. Our academy will arrange it for you. But can you tell me why you need so many materials? He did not hide anything and revealed that he was preparing to forge a weapon ahead of its time. Scene change. The classroom at Fengho feels very tense. The announcement from the Ministry of Education just arrived. Let me read it. The ministry has decided that within 3 years, the academy will face resource cuts and all honor evaluations will be cancelled. Students caught cheating will be expelled and banned from university entrance exams for 5 years. The teachers directly involved in this case will be dismissed and never rehired. While Vom Thien Fong has been forcibly taken in for investigation by the disciplinary committee, others immediately fell into despair, believing that Fengho Academy was effectively damaged. Especially as they received news that students were continuously transferring out. Kang Dong spoke coldly, preparing for the tough days ahead without 7 or 8 years. I am afraid our academy won't return to normal. Just then, someone broke down the door. It is not good. Trine Ki Mak is at the door. The other teachers immediately slammed the table. Are you talking about that name from Jianqing Academy? Are not we already suffering enough that he has to come too? Then someone suggested, let us go meet him. I want to see what he is here for. Outside, whispers were held back behind him. He is a solo monster who defeated our academy. And he looks pretty young too, already strong and unstoppable. I want to transfer to Jiangxing Academy. A few minutes later, Kang Dong led the group and said, I am the principal here. You must be Trine Kiem Mak. Right, are you here today just to be a joke? Trine Kiem Mak replied directly, I am not here to watch. I came to propose a fight to claim the secret realm. Everyone froze on the spot, a student actually making such a proposal. Then someone explained to those who did not understand that it was about claiming ownership of the secret realm. For example, all the secret realms managed by the school are owned by the school, and outsiders who enter without permission won to receive any rewards unless they set a new record to claim ownership. The teachers were harsh once again, saying a level 17 student wants to compete for the secret realm. If you know what is good for you, just leave. Trine Ki Mak boldly replied, if you want to let me in. Are you scared? Dare to fight? Just as someone objected, Kang Dong stepped forward and said he would accept any bet I wanted. So, Trine Ki Mak handed over a piece of paper listing 20 materials, and if I claimed the secret realm, I had to be given at least 5 of them. He could not help but keep a few questions in mind. Such precious materials. Could he really be a talent in forging? But then he asked, what if he fails? Trine Ki Mak laughed heartily and said, if I lose, I agree to any condition. Kang Dong immediately accepted, saying I take the bet, then gestured to invite him this way. Very soon they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, the training ground of Feng Ho, which was even larger than Jiangdan. Then Kang Duong introduced, our academy controls 4 secret realms, and if you can surpass any one of them and set a record within 3 attempts, you win this bet. The first secret realm on the screen is the Deadly Mine, with the fastest record just over 2 hours. Next is the Screaming Cave, with the best record close to 3 hours. The third one is the Shadow Fortress, with the fastest record being nearly 3 hours and 21 minutes. The final secret realm is the Dark Trial, where even the best need over 4 hours to pass. The other teachers thought Trine Kiem Mak would choose the easiest dungeon, but they still believed he would not make it through. Then he directly chose the Dark Abyss, leaving them stunned. Why pick the hardest one? Kang Dong kindly spoke up, saying do not say our academy is bullying you. The terrain of the Dark Trial is extremely complex, and you still can set a record now. Trine Kiem Mak once again insisted, choose this one. I am sure I will succeed. He also seriously ordered all classrooms to turn on their screens, saying he would broadcast images of Trine Kiem Mak. Other students were tense and suspicious of him, thinking he was using this to boost the academy's prestige and undermine Trine Kiem Mak's reputation. Just a few minutes later, Trine Kiem Mak was teleported into the Dark Abyss. The sky above was pitch black, but he walked on without fear. Then he could not help but search his memories. This was an underground labyrinth lake, an uncommon dungeon, where the monsters were mainly mermaids. Nearby, several level 16 cunning mermaids were chatting, and as soon as they saw him, they quickly let out piercing cries. Trine Kiem Mak directly recalled his weapon, and before he could finish the thought, it was already in his hand. Then, he swung the staff hard at the merman. In the next moment, a series of words appeared, overwhelming the attack. Meanwhile, Trine Kiem Mak kept swinging his stick relentlessly. His steps were swift without hesitation, each swing of the stick using only a little strength, yet it was enough to knock down the small monsters. Meanwhile, the other students were terrified, amazed that he made them scream in panic. Inside the secret realm, his path was cleared, but ahead was blocked by a pond. Trine Kiem Mak recognized this as the first challenge. Swimming underwater would be difficult. But luckily, as a solo player, it was easy to overcome. Next, the system confirmed the actions, common skills of all classes. Chasing the wall, the monsters below only felt the surface of the lake ripple above. Then, bubbles in the lake moved a few steps. Just like that, Trine Key Mac crossed by walking on the lake. Landing smoothly. That display alone was enough to make viewers doubt what kind of background does this guy have, using a common skill like it is some kind of martial art. I have been tormented by fish for half a day before. In the meeting room, King Dong hurriedly asked how much time had passed. Master Lac Dung had spent a full 25 minutes, but the answer was surprisingly only 12 minutes. Immediately, the usually calm principal showed a look of panic and rushed back to the secret area where he had issued the challenge. At that moment, a sleeping monster appeared before Trine Key Mac, but it woke up very quietly at the sound he made. Its information also appeared. Giant shrimp Beliathan, P3000. Trine Key Mac felt utterly contemptuous. This boss was even weaker than radioactive dust. Not scary at all. Then, he unleashed a burst of firepower that reduced its HP by 632. The crab angrily raised its 2 claws to threaten. Its trait is quite special. It only attacks when someone attacks it or comes close. The other teachers felt very satisfied after watching, believing that being attacked meant certain doom. Moreover, they judged that his combat experience was too limited and that he failed to observe or analyze the situation. Then he even brought up old stories, saying that teacher Lac Dung had gone through hundreds of battles before discovering the secret of this fish. You have to swim through the carnivorous fish to reach the shore, which takes time and effort but is the most effective way. If the 3 claws get angry, its blood will drive the piranha crazy, and he won't be able to escape them. They laughed with delight, ready to watch it get torn apart. Back inside, the 2 crab claws were clearly clawing everywhere. Trine Key Mac ran towards them without a trace of fear. He used his sliding kicks to speed up movement, followed by his familiar flying kick skill. This time, even while lying down, Trine Key Mac's kick was still powerful enough to send Bailey flying into the water. Before it could take shape, Trine Key Mac had already planted himself right there. Its sinister sound echoed underwater is my home turf. As long as I dive down, how can you fight me? Trine Key Mac replied without hesitation. So let us see if you dare to dive or not. He pierced it with one hand. Fresh lobster blood spurted out. The delicious fresh scent triggered the fish's frenzy. They will tear apart any target. Trine Key Mac felt secretly pleased. Very good. When the piranhas go wild, they won't spare the boss. Beliathan was immediately bitten and torn apart. It was so painful. While the shrimp tail struggled, Trine Key Mac took action. He cast out a bit of meat and said, "Do not come ashore." Bani, feeling torn apart, grew even more furious and vowed to perish together with them. Then it struggled, trying to swim away. Trine Key Mac quickly switched his weapon to a grappling hook gun. Below him, Beliathan had already stabbed them into the cliff. Every time he hits, lobster meat flies out. Trine Key Mac plays with it comfortably, relying on his eke. But it is still not enough. In the end, he moved on, leaving behind a scattered pile of lobster meat. The teachers outside were amazed, and even the principal could not help but marvel, as the moves seemed unbelievable, but in reality, they were the result of battlefield judgment combined with spiritual thinking. Is this guy really a high school student? I just hope the maze challenge will slow him down. No, the kid's route seems flawless. Other teachers were also doubtful. How could it be? Lac Dung had tried over 20 times to memorize the path, and another teacher spoke up. It seemed his route was even better than theirs. Could it be that he had been here before? Then they heard Kang Duong's angry voice. Stop deceiving yourself. This secret realm has always been in my hands. Is not it obvious whether he has been here before or not? Admit that you are just not good enough. It seems our school has been defeated by a high school student. In the classroom, the other students watched with great interest, eagerly guessing that he might really break the record, and that it would be hard to surpass in the future. Back inside, Trine Key Mac was holding onto the door handle. This was the final stage. If he was not mistaken, lighting one charcoal pot would summon 4 level 18 hexa. When all 4 braziers are lit and all the shadow serpents are defeated, the final boss will appear. With my current strength, lighting all 4 at once is no problem. Then, Trine Key Mac immediately grabbed the staff. He told himself to finish this quickly. According to his magic, all 4 pots of charcoal ignited simultaneously. The students of Feng Ho were all terrified by his act of lighting them all at once. They are determined that if he succeeds, they will transfer schools tomorrow. This useless guy speaks up again, saying he is too arrogant. Another teacher thought differently. If he encounters trouble here, then our school is saved. Only Kang Dong fell into deep thought, wondering whether to see him as a genius or a fool. Inside the secret realm, the strange sounds of reptiles echoed. More than a dozen shadow serpents surrounded where he stood. Next, Trine Key Mac performed a skill, Kneeling Apology Corrosion, which reduced abnormal status resistance and magical defense of nearby targets for half a minute. 1 second later, the Hack Shiuexa all charged forward at once. Your skills slow them down. After 16 of them plunged into the heart of the formation, Trine Key Mac gracefully flew out. He calmly threw a few Molotov cocktails at them. As soon as they hit the ground, 2 bombs exploded. This guy has big intentions. This skill can reduce magic resistance and defense, and the gasoline bombs can cause fires. The teacher hesitated, pointing at the screen. Could it be that he wants to? Inside the secret realm, Trine Key Mac began muttering some ancient incantations, and immediately a stone formation crushed the snakes. Then dust and smoke spread wildly. and everything in front of him exploded violently. A perfect combination of 3 skills impressed the teachers, showing that the solo player role is not entirely useless. Even Kang Dong had to praise it as genius. With a unique skill set and terrifying combat ability, our school is definitely at risk of losing. The streetlights inside the sea also ignited flames. Then, a Kumechnai appeared. Who dares to challenge me? Its info panel also appeared below. A level 20 alien with 4,800 B. Trying key map boldly challenged it, saying it had been a long time and wanted to see its true strength. A Kamachnai roared, "I will make you pay." Then it unleashed a corrosive special attack. Surrounded by poison, he still moved with ease. No matter where it fired, Trying Key Mat found a way to dodge. Next, he destroyed its left head. The atrial node has a regeneration mechanism, so to prevent activation, he had to sever the auxiliary head first. Then, Trying Key Mat switched to a stabbing attack, launching a strike from behind, as the weapon pierced its jaw. The right head was destroyed. He did not stop and fired a grappling hook at it. That was his goal, to pull the target close and simultaneously release the accumulated energy. The system continuously adapting to him. Switching to the greatsword, activating the sword soul's ultimate skill. Precision strike, enabling a crescent-shaped attack with a 1.5-second charge time. Meanwhile, Akumachinga curled up in pain as its heads were cut off one by one. Finally, the announcement came. Tsubasa Komachni was defeated successfully. Congratulations to Trying Key Mat for successfully setting the highest record, completing it in 1 hour 56 minutes and 32 seconds. Next, the system also announced reaching level 18, and Trying Key Mat's status window was updated with new equipment, bringing the current combat power to 13,028. After receiving the notification of obtaining primary materials, he immediately ordered to open them. Inside were 3 items: the teeth of the sheep snake, a sea turtle shell, and a void tentacle. Trying Key Mat was quite satisfied after seeing them. They were exactly what he needed, bringing him closer to the transcendent weapon this time. In the classroom, the students of the academy jumped up cheering for his success, breaking the double master record of Lakdung, a feat unlikely to be surpassed in the next few decades. The secret realm portal also displayed the words completed. The teachers were all deeply saddened by the loss of a secret realm. On the other hand, Kang Duong felt that the record set that year was unexpectedly broken, and the years of complacency have now made us pay a heavy price. Trying Keem also quickly appeared, reminding him that he had obtained the dark matter case, and it was time for him to fulfill his promise. He replied solemnly, "Rest assured, I will deliver everything within a week." Trying Keem suddenly proposed again. 3 more secret realms. Do you dare to push yourself further? The other teachers panicked. "Principal, if we push any harder, our academy will have nothing left." He angrily shouted back, "Do you think he will stop if no one pushes themselves? According to the rules, no one can refuse a secret realm challenge." Then he turned to him and said, "Of course we will push ourselves. If you can get the remaining 3 secret realms, the others will double, but I still want to add one more condition." Feng Ho requests to merge with Jiangdan. That form of union surprised everyone. Even Kang Duong was stunned. Now that Feng Ho has lost all the secret realms, it is the perfect time to use merging to secure survival. Just then, someone opened the door. Trine Kiam Mak has arrived at our school. Sister Dung Du remained calm, wondering why make a fuss over such a small matter. He turned away in disdain, and judging by his expression, I admit he does have some skill. Setting a record at our school is probably not an issue, even if you can't refuse a challenge. But it remains to be seen if he can make it to the secret hall. Scene change. This is the gate of Galaxy Academy. Trine Ki Mak is surprised to see someone waiting. Trine Ki Mak quickly saw through his moves. Do you really think this trick can stop me? From afar, those familiar with the rules know that a teacher challenging a student is against regulations. The person next to him replied that the teacher said he was level 22. As long as the footwork meets the standards, it is fine. But this student is really unfortunate to be punished like this. In the classroom, Trine Dungdu loudly ordered everyone to watch carefully and find his weakness. Truongaka coldly said, "Do not blame me for being cruel. Blame the Academy's standards instead." Meanwhile, Trine Kimak had already recharged his gloves, leaving several rings of thunder energy behind him. As Lua Dun's kick approached, he calmly caught it with his hand. When he was knocked back, he realized this was perfect defense, the activation time not exceeding 1 second, a skill mastered only after the 3rd transformation. Then, Trine Kimak directly jumped over him. Truongak was hit with a fierce kick. His body twisted in pain until he coughed up blood on the spot. As he landed on a step, he collided with him at the same time. The teacher's nose was bleeding, and he was completely unconscious. Then, another person appeared inside. The other students heard the sounds of fighting, and were surprised to see him easily defeat someone 4 levels above them. But they became even more interested when reinforcements arrived. Tuquanli descended the steps like a supermodel. The more Trine Kimak looked, the more he despised him. "Are you all lining up to die just to stop me? Don T, you feel ashamed," he confidently declared. "Do not think you are invincible. Today each of us will teach you a lesson. I do not believe you will still have the strength to fight after more than 10 rounds. Trine Kimak coldly ordered. Then finish this quickly. Right after that, he suddenly felt strange thirst, activating the effect. The Tide Seal Talisman. The equipment effect can attack the soul, causing dizziness for 4 seconds. His entire body was covered in blood, but he could not move a muscle. At that moment, Trine Mac fired the Gatling gun again. The sound of gunfire echoed, then fell silent as the bullets pinned him down. In the meeting room, the atmosphere was filled with panic. Why was the teacher just standing there like that? Had he been forcibly put into a coma? Meanwhile, Trine Mac warned them. The next person, come quickly. Do not waste my time. After the message, the screen was severely damaged. The other teachers urged all at once. Hurry down. We have a whole group, and yet you are afraid of just one kid. Outside, Trine Mac was already waiting for them. He even deliberately struck the most imposing pose he could. The moment the group of teachers appeared, their auras erupted all at once. However, Trine Mac had a stronger aura than them, so when he arrived, they lined up. Then, a fierce person jumped up and said, I am a level 27 warrior. I will fight you. Following that was a large sword with a strange shape, but as soon as it touched the ground, he felt completely powerless. In the end, he still lay flat on the ground like the colleague from earlier. Trine Mac gave a cold command. Next, the new Hero Division and Yellow Crane Tower with ranks above 30 stepped forward. Moreover, the Flower Academy led by rank 38 also joined in. In a flash, the duel had lasted until dusk. Trine Mac still stood proudly. Besides the fallen teachers, only 3 remained before him. Trine Dung Du felt hopeless. There were no teachers below level 38 left, and by the rules, he could do nothing more. But how can I accept letting him take the secret realm? In an instant, he thought maybe I should just kill this kid. What? I am locked down, and this kid actually has a master protecting him from behind. If I force my hand today, I will surely face death. I can't hold back any longer, or I might lose my position as principal. Trine Dung Du had to change his expression. The abilities of the student made all the teachers warmly welcome him. Student Trine Mac invited me to come this way. Trine Mac did not cause any more trouble and followed along. After a few days, the media reported extensively that he had taken control of 60 secret realms across 20 academies. All the academies must merge with Jiangdan. An immediate meeting was held, and in recent days, everyone has felt the growth of our school. Next, Lunyan Dan continued. Today, I need to discuss an issue. The school plans to award the title of principal to Trine Mac. Does anyone have any objections? As soon as he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Then Lunigan Dan spoke up. Otherwise, we will wait for Trine Mac to return and hold the award ceremony. But no one dared to ask, where has Trine Mac gone? After causing a commotion, he just disappeared without showing up. Scene change. This is the Tianqi continent. Lapnak pile of seafood is being sliced up by sword energy. Trine Mac received a reward again. You have reached level 20. And the conversion system has been upgraded to level 3. All passive skills have been upgraded to level 3. The machine gun is now fierce with about a 30% chance to fire bullets. The passive sweep increases the chance to 15%. His triple burn has a 35% chance to transform into 7 sword attacks. Previously, Trine Mac's weapon switch time was halved, and his critical hit rate increased to 22%. Trine Mac was very pleased to read it again. The Gatling gun's passive damage also increased by 50%. The invincibility duration of the third flame does not last 4 seconds, so the following moves are much more feasible now. After the comprehensive upgrade, the damage has improved significantly. The next transition points should be considered carefully. Just as he gathered enough materials, he went to craft weapons. He quickly moved to the beginner's village. Entering the forge, Trine Mac quietly asked if he could learn smithing and craft equipment here. The other party bluntly replied, the tuition is 50 gold coins. The crafting fee is 100. No money then get lost. He was momentarily startled after hearing that. Illegal business. Normally learning blacksmithing only costs 20 gold coins, because he sensed something strange. This old man did not seem greedy. All the money was used to upgrade forging experience. Trine Mac just turned away. Well then, it just means I am poor, and I do not know when my great design will ever come to life. Trine Mac keenly noticed that this blueprint was not simple. As soon as he was called back, he felt very pleased he had taken the bait. The old man hurriedly asked where this step came from and demanded to see it. Trine Mac replied calmly that it was fine to show it, but it would cost something. Immediately, Tong Van Loan changed his attitude. No need to pay. The textbook is on the right side of the bookshelf. Go check it yourself. As Trine Mac read a few lines, the system notified that the basic forging skill had been successfully learned. Currently the maximum forging quality is excellent. To reach intermediate level you need an additional 10,000 experience points. Just then, Tong Van Loan collapsed. The person who invented this blueprint is truly a genius. The old blacksmith has over 30 years of experience but still can't understand it. Trine Mac, however, understands it clearly. This is based on the principles of master craftsman from a previous life that I improved upon. It is a versatile weapon that changes between forms, so of course not everyone understands it. But since you are coming to reclaim it, I will go ask another blacksmith. The old man hurriedly clasped his hands and begged you. Even though he did not fully understand the principles inside, he said he understood enough to ask to join the manufacturing process, offering to provide the labor and materials for free. Trine Mac felt a bit worried, but I only prepared part of the main materials, so if it fails, I will have to gather everything from scratch. Or how about this? I have 4 designs for the parts. You forge them for me for free and let me see your true skill. 2 hours later, when Tung Van Loong brought the items, I had forged with all my strength, using a lot of my precious materials. Trine Key Mac held the glove and rubbed it, then saw the stats perfect quality, level 25. Next, the perfect grade silver unicorn armor was also inspected. The Brotherhood helmet became even more refined, fitting for an assassin. Finally, there was an old assassin's guard, suitable for Reed. Trine Key Mac heard the system announce the successful equipping of 4 items. He even secretly thought that he was not mistaken. The old man's strength was extraordinary, and the demon designs were perfectly forged. His condition also improved, with increases in strength, agility, spirit, and stamina. Moreover, Trine Key Mac also noticed another stat, an increase of 3,000 combat power, which probably no student has ever surpassed 16,000 points. Then, he quickly asked, making him have to praise it the quality was not bad, considered a pass. I have collected all the materials you need, and he eagerly asked if he could help me forge weapons today. Just then, a young man named Hong Thien walked in. Seeing the place quiet, I asked if the old man had gone out. Though arrogant, he is truly a master of the highest level. Many are willing to pay him to craft equipment, and I had to use my family connections several times just to get him to reluctantly agree. Hearing noises behind the door, he guessed someone was discussing forging techniques, and as he entered, he scolded the old man for not even knowing the difference between smart forging and free forging. Then, Trine Key Mac continued at length, saying that when the molten metal is poured in, the Xenos limit must be greater than 250,000. He muttered to himself, what exactly is Xenos? Hong Thien glanced over and was already furious. How dare this young guy blame the old man like that? Then he tried to speak up, saying little Hong has arrived, but the explanation was cut off, and when Trine Key Mac glanced over, he looked very excited. That look sent a chill down his spine. He remembered an old man who liked him once had the same look. Actually, Trine Key Mac was very moved, never expecting to meet a fellow life rank teammate here. Hong Thien is the top 1 soul sword god. Already at level 98, he is very calm, skilled at managing battle situations. Famous worldwide, and we have been close in real life. Then, Tung Van Loong spoke coldly, saying, are you the one who wants me to forge weapons? Come another day. Immediately, Trine Key Mac stopped him, saying that he had only tested the equipment forging skills before and had not checked the weapon forging yet, so it was better to use his weapon as a benchmark. He instantly felt a sense of injustice, never expecting to be used like this. This young man's technique has surpassed the master level, leaving me no way out and no chance to give up on learning, so I agreed to help him and you. Tung Van Loong vented his anger with a few hammer strikes. Within 2 hours, Hong Thien received the sword. No wonder the old man was confident. He even forged a level 24 rare weapon. The ruthless Dao Ka, he replied angrily, saying that even in Ha Kingdom, few could surpass him. Next, he swung the sword everywhere like a child, dealing over 100 damage per second with a speed of only 2.1. Still, since this person helped me like that, he must truly value this appearance. I will have to be careful from now on. At that moment, just as the announcement was made that the test was passed and it was time to forge the weapon, he happily replied, leave it to me. They kept forging it brightly until without a break. The letter he sent was actually because the Lu Kuang Ka ring emitted light in the first stage. Tung Van Loong looked at the finished product with deep emotion. Yet it created a weapon that radiated brilliant light, even though it was only in the initial stage. The Ru is even enveloped in a scorching heat source. It has quite overpowered stats. Special qualities. Never wears down, and can switch between 4 weapon forms. The fan finally dimmed its light. While wearing it, I silently admired that the damage was 25% higher than before. Perhaps no one expected a student to have a base damage of 150. Next, he tried giving the command to switch to a machine gun. The fan-shaped shaft instantly disappeared, revealing the gun barrel. I thought Van Loong could not hold back and shouted out, is this really something I helped create? It is truly a masterpiece. Even the heavens approve. This is a legendary weapon. Just then, Mac continued testing, transforming the spear S form. When he lowered his wrist, transformed into a long shaft, and the spear blade became thin and sharp. The system then appeared, confirming the soul connection with the weapon was complete, so the weapon would not drop upon death. The weapon is not yet activated, so its attributes are halved. To activate it, it must be soaked in the fresh blood of a boss above level 25. Scene change. This time in the secret swamp realm of the World Blade. Among the crowd, a few players started walking around looking for team members. Meanwhile, Max stood in a corner smiling to himself. With 10 minutes left before the deadline, he was still the same as in his past life, just in time to prepare before the fight. Set up the remaining 2 switch positions. First, switch to a void orb of the elemental master. The system immediately provided basic information. Shooting bullets at enemies will create a black orb that continuously damages them, with a 3-second chanting time, high attack and piercing power, and slow flight speed. A moment later, another notification appeared congratulating the successful transformation. With a 15% chance to shoot out a black orb when used, Even when just trying it on, a small orb appeared for observation, showing a significant improvement. Using magic to activate the passive, its cooldown allows triggering 2-3 passives at least. Next, I want to assign it as a status skill, but I am not sure if the system will allow it. This is the Runic Circle, a dark attribute. After 30 seconds of attacking enemies, it can create runic circles that increase my physical critical hit, up to a maximum of 7 runic circles. Next came the notification of successful acceptance and transformation. When attacking enemies, it can create runes that last for 2 minutes, increasing physical critical hit rate and boosting magic damage to enemies by 10%, with a maximum of 9 runes. Actually, I had thought it through carefully and chose it, because it can increase damage and work well with the Void Orb. But I did not expect that after turning it passive, the duration would be cancelled and no specific skill activation would be needed. If in the future I turn all the runes into passives, then just attacking with the battle mech will summon all 5 runes. That is awesome. Just then, I noticed someone sneering that I was a low-level player still choosing to solo. They were not afraid of him and only grew louder. When someone shouted, "Hong Thien is here," cheers immediately surrounded Hong Thien. He is one of the top players in Lam Phong Academy. Already level 28 at such a young age. Is he here today to set a new record? Amid the chatter about him, you just quietly walk by. When he reached him, Hong Thien finally spoke up. "Let us go." "Great God," he politely reminded him. "Next time just call me old man." So those people took the chance to discuss, wondering about his background when they heard the words "Great God" from Hong Thien. And then the information about the swamp blade appeared in the thorn forest area to the northwest. These secret realms must be entered from the outskirts, with a higher difficulty than usual. Beside the swamp of the world's blade lies a highland blade. It is said that this formation is linked to an ancient demigod named Nai Ka Mo, an immortal wild boar covered in vines, who fought on the side of justice in the battle among the gods. The battle between it and the domain lord of the Minaktu swept across the entire Theat Koi continent. Although it ultimately died, its blood nourished the thorn forest, fostering creatures and minerals. A group of wild boars gained intelligence from this and became followers of Nai Ka Mo. They hope that one day Nai Ka Mo will be reborn, so the generations that follow continue to stay, forming the secret realm. After a while, both of them stepped inside. Hong Thien spoke up to remind, "Deep in the fork both sides have mini-bosses. Later you follow my back. Remember to stay safe." Unexpectedly, he then proposed, "Let us race. Each of us take a path, see who kills the boss and returns here first." He hesitated and asked if he was really going to race a level 24 solo player against a level 28 soul sword. Was not he afraid of getting hurt by the monsters? In response, he just challenged him, saying, "Do not you dare fight." Hong Thien rubbed his head in frustration and replied, "If you die later, do not act all tough like me." Then he decided, since there are more monsters on the left, he would go that way. But before Hong Thien could speak, he was left behind. He could only shout, "Why are you blocking my way? I do not know if you are brave or just fearless." In the forest, with every cold breeze blowing through, Hong Thien stood before a pack of wild boars. But he felt quite confident. 4 of them at once. He could not afford to be careless. That said, a single strike of the thing long kick sent them flying. His stance was completely different from his words. Next, Hong Thien grabbed them, and the air collided. His precise cuts formed a star shape. The more he slashed the monsters, the more Hong Thien revealed his fierce determination. You could not help but wonder. In less than 10 minutes I had already covered part of the distance. Could he really catch up to me? Or maybe he could not even hold on to his life. But Hong Thien did not know I had already traveled nearly 2/3 of the way. Then the path suddenly filled with monsters, as if they were deliberately lining up to block his way. His eyes, usually calm, flared with fierce killing intent. He also cheerfully declared that everyone would get a taste of his new weapon. After that, he switched to the machine gun. The advanced automatic Gatling gun fires with precision, every shot hitting its mark. The boars seemed doomed, their resistance crushed in an instant. Trine Ki Mak has now returned to normal, facing a line of boar killers. Thanks to this, he confirmed that firing over 50 bullets at once deals about 170 damage. Not bad for a homemade weapon. This damage is almost overpowered. On this side, Hong Thien is also beheading a boar, using demonic swordsmanship. Its heavy body can do nothing but stand still and take the hit. Losing its head, its whole body collapsed. Everything made Hong Thien quite comfortable. 27 minutes, setting a new record. Switching to the cruel fishing blade. My strength has increased quite a bit. I guess if he were still fighting monsters now, he might have already returned to the earth. Then he returned to the meeting point. But seeing him was what surprised him the most. Why did he come back already? From the shadows, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hong Thien understood immediately and comforted him, saying, "It is okay. If you can't beat them at your level, running away is not a bad option." After walking for a while, Hong Thien found it strange. Why was not there a single monster around? What was going on? And why were the elite corpses piled up like this? This is already the 7th pile of corpses I have come across. How can that guy Mac handle so many high-level monsters at once? This can't be right. Could this solo player be stronger than me? There should be level 27 of forest creatures here, so if they died, where are the bodies? At that moment, just as Mac caught up to him and looked up, Hong Thien instinctively followed, as vines tightly wrapped around a corner, seeing that the opponent had a clear view. He asked, ready to admit defeat. You immediately saw Hong fear that the old man alone could kill a level 27 a jungle monster. Then, he also replied, I give up, you are too strong. Hurry up and tell me how you did it. He immediately replied that it was not actually difficult, just a matter of timing when using the skill. After a moment, he asked again, do you understand the key point now? He sincerely replied that he understood. At this moment, he felt quite excited as the plan to train the top swordsman officially began. Next, the wild boars encountered them. One of them seized the chance to sneak up behind Hong Thien, but in an instant, it was no longer able to fight. The sudden noise startled Hong Thien, making him turn around. In the distance, just as Mac relaxed his grip on the gun, he reminded himself that the strike was 0.2 seconds slow. Then, more monsters came to attack. Although he did not get to rest, his sword strike was still quite powerful. Now Hong Thien had changed. Seeing Mac Lao with his own eyes, he realized he was inferior to him. What shocked me even more was that he knew all my fighting habits. While I was lost in thought, a shadow suddenly rushed at me, and I could only sense a fierce pressure. Hong Thien knew one thing. The delay after his skill was still not over. Next, the slash caused him to be knocked back. Meanwhile, the blade edge created a white room. He looked at him mockingly. Is this a soul sword with potential? Or is he trying to make me laugh to death? He angrily retorted that his demands were too exaggerated. Just now, teaching so many points was like asking me to be invincible and kill the main priest of the fourth tower and his little ground, which was too extreme. On the contrary, he asked coldly, do you know why you can even avoid the basic attack of the fourth tower? As a warrior class, you subconsciously ignore minor damage and blindly pursue your target to strike quickly. What does this have to do with mixing attack sequences? The timing of an attack depends on precision, not speed. Many times starting late can still achieve the same effect as acting first. Only by understanding this can you apply the knowledge I teach you. A serious lesson truly moved Hong Thien, and then he muttered to himself, regretting what he had just heard. Seeing this, China also softened his tone, thinking that Hong Thien was showing a bit of the cleverness I knew. Next, I asked him directly, do you want to become the #1 soul sword of the heavenly continent? With my training, you can definitely earn that title. Everything seemed to be creating an opportunity for Hong Thien. He immediately grabbed his hand. I believe in him. That is right. I can definitely become the top sword soul of the heavenly continent. How could I accept defeat over such a trivial matter? On this side, the boar boss had been waiting for a long time. He directly used his tusks to strike at the boy as sword. When he saw the enemy crouch, Hong Thien subtly noticed a weakness. The little monster was in the waiting phase before attacking, so if he changed position then, the opponent's attack would shift accordingly. You have to wait until that time ends. Only when the opponent is in an attacking state can you dodge the attack. So Hong Thien held back, waiting not just 2 seconds. Then he gently twisted his whole body, causing the wild boars to miss their attack completely. Hong Thien knew one thing for sure: this was the moment. The golden light from the blade swiftly swept across the man. Hong Thien had completely mastered time. Moreover, he was thrilled to realize that this was the thrill of doing something dangerous, that a method requiring careful thought could feel so exhilarating. From afar, the leader looked at him with deep emotion, as the strongest sword spirit was finally beginning to awaken. Soon all the monsters were defeated. You are amazing. Based on your skill level, you could at least be the top freshman at Lam Thien. No. Right now, my focus is only on their matters. If you manage to absorb even half of today's spells, it won't be in vain for me. Next is today's final lesson. Kunai Da had been waiting for them from early on. Let me tell you about the past. This is the great mage of the boar people. With 4 skills, the star cycle technique grants immortality for 2 seconds. The second is a healing skill. The third is shadow magic. The final task today is to try to break his non-damaging skills. Leave all the damage to me, and you are responsible for breaking them. The fight won't last long. Do not stress. Then, Kanada was immediately engulfed in flames. Before he could react, the moment he recovered, he was chased down by the boar mage's spear. The boar's roar sounded like a warning to its enemies. On the contrary, he declared firmly that today he would take the blood of the one who first drew a weapon against him. He remembered the man clearly. He had an extremely strong healing ability, so dealing with him required more than just long-range attacks. Then, Kanada was repeatedly stabbed in the stomach by him, just as he stabbed and jumped with his legs. At the same time, the wounds activated the illusion script. That made him quite pleased. Indeed, this battle form was the most optimal, not only delivering precise punitive attacks but also stacking the dark attribute of the illusion script. Kanada roared with the sound of a beast. Despicable humans, representing Nia, the destroyer, will annihilate you. Then, the status bar for the healing spell started to activate. Sensing danger, he signaled. It was the old king's turn. A flash of golden sword light soared to the platform just as he saw his teammate moving swiftly before his eyes. Immediately, the system announced the successful block of the healing spell. On the contrary, he clasped his hands tighter. Kanada began chanting a spell, restoring 1,500 of. The boy angrily shouted at him. How could he still read her? and he whispered a reminder to stay focused and not miss the chance. Then, just as Sung Feng executed the old move again, each of his spear strikes dug deeper into the man's flesh, and Home Thean understood and began to speed up. Seeing you wanted to stop the healing spell, he also stepped back. Then, Home Thean swung down with a Kwai Cham strike. The status board appeared again, showing the healing spell was successfully blocked. However, once again, Kanida stubbornly chanted a spell, making him furious. She was chanting again, but his Kwai Cham was still on cooldown. At this point, he could only use that move. Next, Home Thean slashed 2 diagonal lines in front of him. His move ended with a perfect kneeling pose. The system immediately recorded a successful block and displayed information about the focus stance. Interrupt skill, and swift upward slash, combined with the self-spinning skill that lifts the small monster. The large monster is stiffened halfway. The boss praised after watching. Finally, he is heading in the right direction. Next, I will perform a bloodburn vanishing technique. The magic circles of the Hien Van Faxa begin to extend. The magic overflowed, causing continuous damage in the system. Finally, the dust was stirred up so much that it rose to head height. Kanira screamed in frustration. I cannot die. I still have to wait for Naikakamo to descend. However, humility was not part of the magic at all. Dark orbs silently flew out from behind him. When exploded, Kanira was immediately knocked down. 1071 critical hits, dealing 80% dark damage, increasing critical rate by 12%. Home Thean was very excited after seeing it. Over 1000 damage at once. Amazing. I am sure that because of your rise, more solo players will emerge. When I quietly watched the opponent. Just like before, after I executed the moves, old Home praised enthusiastically. If in the future I can gather old comrades again, we will once more dominate the Tianqi continent and ascend the highest throne. A little later, Chianqi Mac was shown a spot by Home Thean and saw a path running below. That was the final stage, with a total of 100 elite forest monsters. And all that was needed was to rescue the goblin in the tent and bring it to the end of the path to succeed. So far, I have only spent 2 hours and 3 minutes. Next, I just need to search carefully to set a new record. Just then, Key Max suggested something want to spice things up a bit. He kicked him straight down, making it really thrilling. Poor Home Thean could only cry out in pain. Inside the tent, the wild boar guard was sound asleep, and that tent just happened to be the place where Home Thean was about to stab them. Kind-hearted human, you came to save me, did not you? I send you my highest regards. Wait, Home Thean grabbed it despite the loss and pulled away. You forgot to warn me to hold back. This guy, your stubbornness is too much. Are you trying to drive me to my death? Fortunately, the magic band suddenly grew skin and cut on both sides. Then, Kimak left a message to protect the goblin spirit well. Leave dealing with these monsters to me. You shout from below, you are crazy. Making such a commotion and planning to fight 100 boars alone. In the end, Home Thean also decided that today he would risk everything. His steps grew a little faster. On this side, 100 wild boars have gathered. Their numbers are completely opposite to Chine Kiamak. He smiled faintly and said it was done. Now gather all the boars in one place. Then he switched his weapon to a machine gun, and Chine Kiamak even gave a special order. Die back. In that moment, a storm of attacks pierced through. The recoil also propelled him, revealing it was one of the skills using the kickback to move through the air. Thanks to that, Chine Kiamak had reached a favorable position. Behind him, Home Thean hurried over, whispering like a goblin in love, asking, Are not you going to save me? How can we get through with so many boars around? Chine Kiamak replied confidently. Watch this, I will perform a wild boar summoning chant. The machine gun in his hand had transformed into a staff. Chine Kiamak skillfully condensed a void orb. As the void orb swept through, dozens of damage notifications appeared. Home Thean could only guess that this was old Mac's trump card. Strong damage but lasting only 4 seconds. Once it ends, the boars will definitely scatter. Over here, Chine Kiamak had long condensed a new dimension. Magic bullets. He then casually fired a few bullets at the wild boars, making him tense, already pulling everything out. While the passive was activated, he quietly reassured himself, do not rush. Even magic bullets have their useful purpose. The ground was instantly struck by the void spheres. Each time the sphere flew a bit further, another damage notification popped up. He looked at the screen, pale with fear runes. Where did those 2 spheres come from? He himself felt quite excited. The Void Orb skill has a long cooldown and consumes a huge amount of mana. A normal person can only use it once, and after using the passive, mana will be depleted, making multiple uses impossible, perfectly compensating for its weakness. The land behind him has been cleared, and following me, you will create many such runes. Then, the system announced, Congratulations to Chine Kiamak and Home Thean for breaking the record, with a completion time of 2 hours and 14 minutes. The announcement also appeared outside, and the ranking stone had their names engraved on top. The crowd praised Home Thean's talent after seeing it. Meanwhile, Chine Kiamak received new news that the Lu Kuang Vian Tan successfully activated the blade, with attributes at 100% effectiveness. Because you broke the secret realm record, the reward was upgraded by 1 level. And due to possessing the hidden profession of magic controller, the reward was upgraded by another level. Then another announcement followed. This run was rated S level, rewarded with 11 diamond treasure suns. You have opened the treasure sun. Congratulations on receiving the perfect equipment. The ghostly inner shirt. Its information is quite complex. Perfect quality, level 65, can actively release skills. Ghostly form, lasts for 2 minutes without being detected. Just then, Hong Thien smiled and said, I just received a perfect armor item level 35. What did you get? But it is a tier 2 upgrade with the spirit state added, making its usefulness far beyond the rankings. It could sell for 50 million blue crystal coins at auction. You are rich now. Then they all heard a voice saying, thank you for saving me from those hateful pigs. Earlier, I accidentally discovered their secret during the spirit disaster. I have recorded all the information and buried it at coordinates 3822-622, hoping you can complete the mission for me. Thank you. I need to go home and recover now. Hong Thien immediately guessed that it was a hidden mission from the legends, something I had never heard of before. Just then, Macline explained that this mission activates when escorting the demon lover to the exit within 10 minutes, and it is impossible to complete by normal means. This mission is only for high-level players, and I am not strong enough yet. I will come after my second awakening. You agreed immediately, saying you would level up quickly. So let us go. Suddenly he stopped him, saying not to rush and that they had arrived. In just a moment, they moved deeper, the rocky cliff here looking quite steep. Below, there was a violent tremor caused by Hong Thien's recent attack, and he only stopped after breaking open a cave entrance. He even curiously asked if there was really something there. How did you know? Before I could get an answer, the light from inside overwhelmed me. This seems to be an altar. I have only seen it in books before. They say it helps you learn a skill from another profession. Never expected to appear in a level 26 secret realm. Just as I was about to find an excuse, I received a hidden mission that led me here. Actually, you have been hiding the truth. I have known this place by heart for a long time. Hong Thien is now lost in love, yet he gave me such valuable information. I love him so much. Stop hesitating and quickly activate the altar. Following the instructions, Hong Thien raised both hands to the altar. Streams of mana slowly flowed into his body, and the learning ritual was immediately activated. After a moment, the system announced that the skill Rage Burst was learned. His whole body was quickly struck by a blazing red electric current. Hong Thien proudly told him, I learned the Berserker's Rage Burst skill. This skill really adds wings to a tiger. Lomac, you try it. I am eager to see what you will learn now. Actually, Mac was quite doubtful. Level 26 altar could only learn first-tier skills, so what skill could there possibly be for him to learn? Anyway, he decided to take a chance and reached out. Just like the mana there immediately tested him. 1 second later, his mind suddenly cleared. So that is how it is, that the system is issuing a warning. Since you have learned all the skills, you can now choose one of the level 2 transmission skills. The skills available to choose from were Death Tombstone, Painted Earth Slaughter, and Black Hole Devar. He could not help but ponder for a moment, deciding to pick one with long-range capabilities based on the forms of luminous distant ring scattering he could deploy. I chose the Quantum Bomb of the Berserker, and Trine Kiem Mac immediately tried it out, successfully learning the level 1 Quantum Bomb. Throwing a bomb at the enemy causes light attribute damage within a 10-meter radius. With a chance to stun the enemy, Trine Kiem Mac gradually withdrew the remaining electric currents. He felt more excited, finally having perfected the shortcomings of long-range attacks. His power had no blind spots. Transmitting scene. This time he went to the forge. The blacksmith looked at him in surprise and asked, Why are you here? He stammered, Are you just a 12th grade student? Oh, the exam is only 4 days away. Are not you going back to prepare for the battle? You have a talent for cultivation. Do not let the dungeon slow down your exam progress. Intermediate refining skills require 10,000 experience points, which might not even be achievable in 40 days. He firmly stated, I have my own standards. Tong Van Loong looked at the gear on the table and panicked, shouting that these were Nikaka bloodstones, at least 50 in total, which even after 100 runs in the secret realm might not be this many. The reason I used the Void Orb to attack at the end was because although the drop rate is low, once the combo skill reaches 100, these drops become guaranteed. Next, he became excited. This can triple the forging experience. With so much, he might just create a miracle. That night was another night of intense training. Tong Van Loong could not help but use himself. You are the heir of the Iron Clan. The first equipment you enhanced has already surpassed the excellent lower limit, so why did you use so few materials? What principle is this? Can you teach me? 3 more days passed very quickly. Once recognized, you learn the intermediate forging skill, and now you can forge at least perfect equipment. To advanced forging, you need 100,000 experience and approval from the Forging Guild. Tong Van Loong looked at him with a dark face, saying you really are a monster. In just 3 days, you scored 10,000 points and even used 50 bloodstones to refine 46 finished items. The amount of equipment has now piled up into a mountain. He feels dizzy just thinking about a beginner achieving a 92% success rate. Although he could be considered top tier, compared to him, it is hardly worth mentioning. Just pack up quickly and sell all the equipment. Runa, you can sell it at home. I trust your judgment. After I pass the entrance exam, I will come back to find you. Tong Van Loong sat quietly, arranging the items while watching his back. Cut to the scene where Chine Paimak arrives at the exam site. Luong and Dan angrily scolds him, asking if he even knows the way back. since he thought he would not participate in the entrance exam. Then, curious, he asks what the big battle is for, and the old man hints that it is something to be aware of but first needs to explain the exam. The exam location is the Hanwoo City Arena, where over 400,000 candidates will gather. He asked curiously, why do we have to go to a different place? He continued to explain that Jiangdan City is just a small town, not qualified to be a test site. This secret realm is called Nakmakthoikan, level 21, with a total of 4 bosses, and you have to defeat at least 2 to pass the test. The secret test dungeon has been improved by scientific experts, with no punishment even in death, but each person only has one chance in their lifetime, and this time the results will directly determine the highest limit. That said, Jiangdan has grown strong today largely because of you, so I plan to give you a surprise. Then he pushed the door open for him to look inside, and the crowd inside cheered, saying, Senior Trine Kiem Mak, you are our pride. Those who come after me will have to play solo too. We all strive to keep up with you. Luang and Dan waited a moment and said, today is the day all 12th grade students of the academy embark on the entrance exam. But I have to announce something. After high-level discussions, the academy has decided to award the title of honorary principal to Trine Kiem Mak. Trine Kiem Mak asked in confusion. Honorary principal? I am just a 12th grade student. Why did the organization decide this? Someone immediately explained. You deserve it. Your future is bright, so these old men say, Jiangdan will always be your home, and we will do our best to support you. This is the academy's promise. Faced with that trust, Trine Kiem Mak let out a deep sigh. Then, Boka declared, all right, as long as the academy does not betray me, I will never betray the academy. Lungadan then said, you gave up the direct admission, and the academy has handed it over to La Tin Tin. She shyly asked, which top 10 school do you want to apply to? And he could not help but find her attitude strange. Right after that, Lai Hong appeared again. Lo Tin Tin said she would translate for herself, but actually she was looking at you guys, wanting to study at that high school. He angrily pinched his hand, finally becoming a technician. Have you looked at the notebook I left before? Lai Hong replied with a sigh. I have looked it over carefully. Back here, the crowd had started cheering. They looked too perfect, no flaws showing, just love each other. Just then, he received a phone call. Hello, who is this? On the other end, a voice replied, I am the standing commissioner of the Tainhai City Management Association, Ingo Chungloi. Let us meet. Next, he went to Hanwoo City for the entrance exam. Sitting in the car, Lai Hong teasingly said, it is a love story. So why won't you accept it? Now I only think about one thing. I never expected the Ding Huang case to lead to Vice Principal Zhang Hongshan. The protector, whom Wu Zhonglu said was the mysterious old man. Without him, I might have died without a proper burial. Just then, a dispute broke out in the parking lot. Where did your academy get so many cars? Rumor has it that the drivers from Jiangxing School have lost their parking spots to Hanwoo. Then someone stepped forward and said, your academy did not report the number of vehicles and even took parking spots. Clear the outside forest for me quickly. Do you decide parking and other services based on the school's strength? Han Yufang quickly joined in, a school from the countryside daring to be so arrogant. King Duong hesitated and said, Lu Jiaoi, about this matter. Just then, Nugo Chungloi appeared, so energetic this early in the morning. Quachlin Lian gently ordered, after today, we will arrange for the entire leadership team to welcome you immediately. He immediately brushed it off. No need, I am only here on personal business. You are Lu Gi. Right, may I ask who Trine Kiem Mak is? They all could not help but doubt everything, while Quachlin Lian whispered for us to give up our parking spot. Then, Yungo Chungloi approached you. Very excited, praising you as a true young hero. Very impressive. This is a reward from the Demon Spirit Academy for you. Take it. Everyone could not help but wonder, what did Trine Kiem Mak do to deserve a reward from the Demon Spirit Academy? Trine Kiem Mak accepted it quite naturally, thanking the vice principal for me. Go Chungloi smiled and replied, take the gift and rest tomorrow. You did well. I will help pass on the message. Behind them, the crowd silently judged. Even Commissioner Yingo was familiar with him. And today the academy received his favor once again. How many more surprises will he bring? Cut to the exam monitoring center. Other teachers were discussing the Wuhan affiliate school getting slapped in the face when someone reported, quickly look at the top 1,000 potential rankings. The list stretched out with names of prodigies and geniuses. He was very proud, saying the top 300 were all ours. But having many people is useless when each student is worthless. Next, Ma Thi was recognized as number 2. Quachlin felt a restless sadness deep inside. So who was number 1? The unexpected name at the top spot was Trine Kiem Mak. He stood up in anger, saying this absolutely cannot happen. The other teachers were also restless, wondering why someone here had reached S-level potential. I remember that until now, no student from Northern Hunan has appeared. The scary thing is he plays solo and his talent is still unknown. Quachlin immediately sneered, saying that earlier he seemed calm. But with such a genius, it looks like Hanwoo's championship goal is a bit threatened. The exam rules are being announced over there. All candidates please note, the content of this exam is as follows. For the trial scene, Lak Makthoikan must defeat at least 2 out of 4 bosses to be admitted to the universities. Then the announcement over the loudspeaker signals the start of the exam. In the transmission, Trine Kiem Mak is observing everything. This exam will determine the highest limits in the future. holding nothing back. I will show them my true power. Only by doing so can one achieve a full status in the future. I hope the incident at Malin Academy does not happen again. Secondly, I am afraid I have already been despised by countless others, so I have to be even stronger. Now is the time to unlock the primary training secret realm. Next, the information appeared again. In Lant, although you can gain a forging buff by recording the secret realm's hologram, the primary forging buff stores only one type of buff no matter how many memories are isolated. Trine Mac was very pleased looking at the system, grateful that he had set new records for all buffs in Jiangthan, giving him many options. Then, Trine Mac immediately declared, I choose to store the basic enhancement. The system then transmitted that this buff can be permanently enhanced, increasing all attributes by 5 points and boosting speed by 5%. Your personal information has been updated. You are now at level 20, with a power rating of 20,254, and the refining buff is basic enhancement. Everyone was amazed and exclaimed that Trine Mac had been hiding it all along. He was the first student with SES level potential. According to records, Maknuakthikin was once the city of wonders, the pinnacle of advanced technology. Now contaminated by radiation, only monsters and uncontrollable machines remain. Then, the monster-level dungeon appeared. The system announced that the contestant had been brought to the entrance of the underground castle and the test had begun. Trine Mac silently marveled that at the end of the spiral staircase was the #1 boss on the level full of mutant rats. Normally, you should clear each level from top to bottom, but I do not need to waste time on that, activating the hidden equipment skin. Within moments, no one could see Trine Mac. He had already descended to the bottom of the abyss. Right there, a solid mass of sticky residue formed. Trine Mac's interest was reunited at last with an old friend, the radioactive dust. In particular, he realized something. It is a bit stronger than the one outside, not only leveling up by 2 but also gaining 500 B. But now it is different. Based on the current attribute level, I have 50% extra damage against you. Then he immediately unleashed full firepower. Every bullet hitting them was followed by a blood loss alert. Trine Mac was extremely confident. Dealing with you, 1 round is enough. In the supervisor's room, a teacher complained that evaluating potential is just a reference. What really determines performance is how they behave in the secret realm. By now, that guy must have cleared about a quarter of it, but the next second, he was done. I am not mistaken. Trine Mac had already killed all the radioactive dust. Everyone started talking again. It has only been 2 minutes. Too bad we could not watch it. We have to follow closely in the second round. Next, the robots appeared on the screen, with Trine Mac standing alone facing them. Everyone was skeptical, thinking the robots would attack indiscriminately, and he would not withstand 2 hits on his own. Hanak Fong was also very excited to mock. It seemed that the potential SES student was just a reckless fool. Inside the secret realm, a few students had already been knocked flying past him. On the contrary, Trine Mac remained calm as he jumped over the fire below. Everyone was amazed how could he avoid the bombs in such a narrow path. His judgment was truly incredible. Just then someone realized that at the end of this path was the second boss. While Long and Dan could only hide his worry, how did Trine Mac plan to deal with it? Back inside, he had come very close to the purple portal. Inside, it was covered with old spider webs. A mechanical spider quickly spun its web. In fact, it was called the Electric Shock Device 6000, with a life value of 4,500. Facing it, he remained cold and composed. In an instant, he used his skill to leap high on the spider. Finally, he landed right on its power button, shocking it, overloading its system, and starting to discharge electricity. The robots below sensed the danger and threw bombs. Mac had no choice but to switch to his staff, the moment for mass destruction. Immediately after that, he used displacement substitution. The robot behind was a bit foolish and could not analyze the sudden situation. He immediately struck it away with a hammer blow while the other robots were all thrown aside at once. Their bombs were also pushed closer to the spider. In a moment, all the impacts were submerged. The explosion was so powerful that he had to flinch slightly to withstand it. After the blast, only a few scattered fragments remained on the ground. After the battle, a teacher praised him, saying it was surprising that with just 2 small skills he had killed over 100 mini-bosses, and he had never seen a student with such talent. Quetchlin then suggested switching the main screen to Trine Mac's perspective. Unexpectedly, that request was accepted because some wanted to study his moves. Hanak Fong could only swallow his anger. Hanvu School was supposed to be the main focus today, but an unknown student stole all the attention. However, now he is under the watchful eyes of hundreds, and even one mistake will be caught. I want to see how you manage not to make any mistakes. Right now, Trine Mac has stepped into another realm. In front of him was the 996 multi-attacker with a life value of 5,000. Trine Mac could not help but hesitate. This was the top killing machine of Mac Nuuk Thuikan. According to tradition in previous years, defeating it guarantees a spot in the top 10 universities. It is called the goalkeeper of the top 10 universities because of its buff skills. The aging curse. Every second increases damage by 5% within 50 meters. Challengers take 60% physical damage for 1 minute, greatly boosting item drop rates. But for me, Trine Mac is not to be underestimated. They were all just small tricks. Then, He launched himself forward ahead of the boss, each strike of his repeatedly thrust forward. Then, Trine Key-Mac took the opportunity to perform a slide. He moved parallel to its mechanical body. After firmly grabbing the robot's back, his backward fall was triggered. The screen clearly recorded every detail of his sequence of moves. Whispering filled the room using a backward fall against a heavy unit. It seems he has not fully grasped the basics. Hanak Feng also burst out laughing with joy. But then someone quickly interrupted. Hey everyone. Look at his condition, he is not affected by the aging light at all. The others exclaimed in shock. Why was the damage to the muscle ineffective? He also felt angry. This kid. Could it be that, blocking the moment is not just 1 second of the invincible time of the reverse fall? What does invincible mean? Some skills grant invincibility for a very brief moment when activated, which few can take advantage of, but during that time, they are immune to all damage and abnormal status effects. One of the people watching the screen exclaimed. Each awakened class more or less has a few skills like that. Could this be the reason he chose the solo player class? Inside the battle zone, Trine Kiamat uses the Hotran bullet to continue attacking Sai Lao Kwang Hon, a skill that deals heavy damage to all enemies within 3 meters in front and pushes them back. Then, he combines it with the Cow mission to increase damage. Silo Gonghyun was hit head-on, unable to block it. Trine Kamat then pulled out another glowing golden spear and thrust it toward him. The spear pierced the center of the Elder Light Orb's body 4 to 5 times in a row, each strike crushing with over 260 power. He adjusted slightly and activated the enhancement mechanism. Just then the system notified again that the Elder Light Worm had a cooldown time of less than 5 seconds and was ready. The weapon of Trine Kiamat also transformed into a greatsword along with him. Outside the room, Tan Vin Suong was shouting, "This is a specialized silver-grade weapon, and he is only level 20. How could he possibly possess such a divine weapon?" The person next to him was also stunned. Could it be that he has a direct connection with the higher-ups? On the screen, Trine Kiamat was still calmly activating Sai La Kwang Hon, while the people outside held their heads in horror. Wait, why is not he affected by the elderly decay sphere? I get it. This time he took advantage of the invincible moment of the third strike. Other senior professors could not help but sigh in admiration. With such predictive ability combined with flawless execution, I am afraid they could never achieve this in a lifetime. No wonder his potential is rated SSS. Inside the battle room, Trine Kiamat excitedly shouted. The preparations were complete. It was time to finish this. The radiation beams emitted from the purple stones on his back shot straight toward the Sai La Kwang Hon. Each wave of attacks struck different parts of its body. Amidst the thick smoke, Trine Kiamat confidently watched the inevitable fate of the Sai Lao Kwang Hon unfold. The crowd celebrated the victory after just 24 minutes, breaking the old record by over 2 hours. Some regretted, thinking he would reach rank 4 if he switched to Battle Mage. Others argued it had to be Supreme Martial Saint, while some believed everyone was seeing it too narrowly. At this moment, Yungo Chung Loi folded his arms and seriously assessed that, in my opinion, Trine Kiamat is very likely to embark on a completely new path. In the near future, his solo player profession could surpass all others. The reason why the mech Maki Yuli Kari can become the final boss of the Maki Thurikan is not only because of its level 24, 6,000, and incredible physical defense, but also because after the battle begins, all kinds of monsters from the entire dungeon will continuously appear in the 6 passages around the boss hall. To defeat him, players must face the boss and countless minions from all 4 sides at once. One small mistake could mean being overwhelmed by the monsters. So far, no one has ever passed the final exam. Seeing the old light sphere enter repair mode, Trine Kiamat confidently faced it, something others could not do. But he had a way to handle it. Needing only 2 minutes, summoning elemental spirits, the fiery iron flame strike sharply, lightning snails from the icy plains. Summoning contracts, boosting power and defense, cloaked in shadows, revealing hidden paths. Summoning mages, casting curses and provoking dolls, unleashing self-destructs 8, Corona Giwa, Poison Cannon X, and Trap Setters Arc 60. A group of spirits and mages appeared one after another around Trine Kiamat. His weapon transformed into a staff, chants flowing from his lips, songs of soul pain, the law of devouring, frost and ice curses, blessings of dawn, the warmth of nature, and the revenge of holy light seeping through. The people outside are all rising up. I get it now. He intends to use a large number of pet legions to block the monster's path. But it has already taken 2 minutes to summon the little monsters and apply buffs. Could it be that he actually wants this? The weapon of Trine Kiamat instantly transformed into a Gatling gun. He smiled and stepped forward. Alright, we can begin now. In the distance, Sai Lo Kwang Hon was no longer surrounded by the green light but had awakened after the previous attack. He raised both hands, unleashing a continuous barrage of bombs and bullets toward Trine Kiamat. His eyes flickered with a faint light. Then the Gatling gun fired straight at the approaching Elder Light Orb, a jade-green magic gathering at the barrel, each spell shot dealing up to 1,000 damage. On the big screen, the Elder Light Orb fell over, with the cool silhouette of Trine Kiamat firing the Gatling gun on his shoulder behind it. First place. The crowd screamed in fear. Killed. Is it really dead? At the same time, Matthew from Hanvu Research School ranked second in potential. Matthew wiped his sweat and breathed heavily, feeling good today, defeating Boss 2 in just 30 minutes. Meanwhile, most people were still stuck on Boss 1, so it looks like this year's top provincial scorer is mine. But just as he was feeling proud, the system announced congratulations to Trine Key Matt from Jiangdan Academy for successfully passing the university entrance exam and becoming the top scorer in Northern Hubei province this year. The completion time for this challenge is 30 minutes. Passing the level is rated SSS, which is the best record in history and will be permanently archived. Mathi bent over in disbelief. How could the results be so disappointing? Is this really something a person could achieve? Hanvu joined school. Lai Kongingap, ranked 6th in potential. Le Kuanggok was running while looking at the scoreboard. Mouth agape, saying it must be a joke. The Hanvu Alliance school actually got defeated. As he finished speaking, 2 balloons appeared above Han's head, rushing toward him, followed by screams echoing through the battlefield. Latun also fought fiercely, shooting at the control units of each robot one by one. Looking at the notice board, she narrowed her eyes with determination and said, "Classmate, I will try to keep up with your pace." Lai Hon just smiled confidently, as expected of Lomac, creating another miracle. The fighting spirit of our school's students will definitely be elevated. In the auditorium, the female students screamed as if they saw their future husband. Trine Key Mac was truly too strong. I like him so much. I do not know if he has a girlfriend, but I want to have his child. Trine Key Mac is really both handsome and talented. I have fallen for him. The shopkeeper behind Han Nak phone whispers to him. It is not good. Omarum teacher Han. Many students in our school were influenced by Trine Key Mac's achievements just now, and those who failed the task have been eliminated. Han Nak phone gritted his teeth and slammed the table in frustration. So annoying. In contrast, Nugo Chung Loi clapped loudly and praised. Well done. May heaven bless a Quok, for a Quok to have such an outstanding genius. It truly is a blessing for our kingdom, he thought to himself with admiration. No wonder the senior elders of the Management Association recognize him as a talent, seeing the whole scene before him. Go Lion, sitting next to Han Yufeng, could not help but smile with reluctant respect. Today, Jiangqing Academy has truly given Hanwu United School a lesson they won't forget. Liu Yandan also bluntly took a jab at Han Yufeng. Sometimes, a single trump card can shatter the veil of thousands. 30 years in Heidong, 30 years in heyday, turning disdain into humble beginnings. On Trine Kiem Mac's side, a notification panel also appeared, and clenched his fist proudly. Knowing that the special design of the recruitment exam's secret realm and the limited vision time of the thermal pulse implant were what gave him enough time to prepare. However, this maneuver is difficult to replicate in real combat. Unless you activate the muscle and endure full recovery each time, everything would become simpler. The system popped up a congratulatory box for you, successfully clearing the NACMAC Thoican trial with an S rating and breaking the best record. Plus, since you are a magic controller, the trial reward was upgraded by 2 levels. In this secret realm, Trine Kiem Mac gained a total of 182,933 experience points and 1 platinum treasure chest. Trine Kiem Mac opened the chest, surprised that the experience from the entrance exam realm was so high. A level 20 secret realm can also reward a diamond grade item. Could it be that the special entrance exam secret realm is even more extraordinary? Let me see what other surprises await. A skill book dropped at the same time as the system notification. Congratulations. You have received SSS-Rank skill book for attack speed, and N could not help but feel delighted. Not bad at all. To be able to get SSS-Rank skill book here is rare. Due to the limitations of the magic controller profession, I can't learn skills from the academy, and finding an SSS-Rank skill book outside is nearly impossible, so this reward is truly worth the effort, especially the attack speed increase effect, which now perfectly compensates for the agility points lost due to the limitation effect. The so-called agility points of the limitation effect refer to the increase in agility points, and correspondingly, the attack speed increase gradually decreases, and this attack speed book can be added directly to the current attack speed, completely ignoring the limit effect. Truly a qualitative leap. As soon as I finished learning it, the notification popped up again. The basic passive attack speed skill can increase by 15%. Now the attack speed increase is 32.8%. Trine Kiem Mac clenched his hand confidently. This wave is growing rapidly. Now his speed completely surpasses his classmates, even higher than most level 30s. Looking at the silo Kwang Hon lying on the floor, he slowly calculated. Next would be the final hidden reward. He pulled out a vial of green radioactive liquid and opened it, explaining to himself that if he remembered correctly, this nasty little toy could help you get a leper mask from the final boss. As soon as he poured it on the silo Kwang Hon's face, the system announced, "Congratulations on receiving the hidden item, the leper mask. The leprosy mask item, when worn, can transform you into the dwarf race for the next half hour, changing your height and weight as well. Congratulations to Trine Kiem Mac from Jiangdan Academy for securing first place." Trine Kiem Mac was also teleported back to the gathering area. When the crowd saw him appear, they were stunned, and some even gasped in surprise. But then some people also praised Trine Kiem Mac. Trine Kiem Mac, congratulations on becoming the top scorer of the province this year. I have always believed in you, and today you have earned the top spot. Truly a well-deserved honor. His eyes scanned around, filled with praises that soared to the skies. Truly a once-in-a-millennium genius, destined for the glorious mission of exterminating the beasts. If not you, Then who else could it be? That is right. In a world full of dangers like this, a nation needs brave people like you. The future of a nation is in your hands, so keep going. Help us overcome these challenges. Prove yourself and build a beautiful homeland. I believe you can definitely do it. Trying Kimak frowned slightly in discomfort. These people are really good at scheming, trying to use public opinion to force me to take on the role of a patriotic hero. If beasts attack later, I won't have a choice but to grit my teeth and go to battle, or else I will be condemned and criticized by them. The corners of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. Truly a killer without a deal. Standing slightly apart from the crowd for a moment, Trying Kimak finally spoke, asking the teachers from earlier who wanted him to bring glory to the country to step forward a bit. A lecturer wearing a violet suit crossed his arms confidently and asked him, "Classmate Trine, what do you mean by calling us here?" Trying Kimak casually played along with them, saying it was nothing. Just wanting to get to know the teammates who might fight alongside him in the future. I know my abilities are limited, and if I have to sacrifice for the country in the future, of course I must find like-minded people to go to the battlefield together. His eyes drilled into them, and if the teacher just now spoke so boldly, they must have already prepared themselves to die, leaving the whole group breaking out in a cold sweat. Then one by one they declined. A classmate joked, saying our strength is weak and our skills can help, and the fake teacher beside him chimed in, "Oh right. We do not have anything that can compare to you." The youngest one smirked. "We are just joking around." Adjust the tone to hit right at the heart of the last sentence, or make it a playful remark. He stepped closer to them, saying, "According to the teacher's logic, a student like me dares to go, but you teachers, a group of people in your 30s and 40s, want to be deserters. Could it be that a country is not your homeland? Or what are you trying to say?" What you just said had another agenda, and the others in the crowd quickly joined in, saying, "I do not know why, but what you said just now sounded off. So you want to manipulate morals and threaten to ruin the future geniuses of a quoque. How cruel, truly malicious at heart. I will have to file a complaint with the education department later." A calm voice suddenly rose to silence the crowd. "No need to file a complaint. I already heard everything just now. Quach Lian will now represent the Ministry of Education to deal with you all. All 6 of you are stripped of your teaching qualifications and will never be hired again, and your school will be downgraded by 2 levels for the next 5 years. 3 teachers started crying and ran towards Quach Lian. "Chairman, please give us one more chance. We know we were wrong. We only made such a big mistake out of rivalry. With elderly parents at home and young children below, we cannot bear the consequences of this." Nugo Trung stepped closer to Trine Kiamak, praised him, and shook his hand. "Not bad. Truly a top student from the northern provinces of Hubei. Not only are they talented, but their thinking is also extremely mature." Trine Kiamak still did not get too close and kept a polite distance. "Commissioner Ingo, you flatter me too much." After shaking hands with him, he glanced back at Quach Lian. "President Quach, please arrange a private room for us. I have a few things to discuss with Trine Kiamak in private." He understood immediately and nodded at him. A moment later, in a classroom within the campus building, Trine Kiamak and Go Trung Loi sat facing each other, raising his cup in one gulp. Nugo Trung Loi also spoke up. "Classmate, are you acquainted with the higher-ups of our management association?" Trine Kiamak held the hot cup of tea, thinking to himself, it seems the secret can no longer be kept. "However, I am also very curious about the true identity of that old man." On the surface, he pretended to be flustered. "In truth, I do not know his identity either. I once happened to meet him by the lake while fishing." When Nugo Trung Loi heard the answer, it was like a thunderbolt on a clear day. Fishing? Huh. Could it be true? But he kept it to himself. Seeing the inscription clearly, Ingo Trung Loi crushed the glass in his hand and stood up abruptly. He actually has the token of Elder Tan. In the upper echelons of the Management Association, there is only one person named Tan. He is the only 4th-rank battle mage in a nation, an unparalleled powerhouse standing at the top of a nation's pyramid. The battle spirit surpasses level 75. Tan V. Ingo Trung wiped a sweat nervously as he looked at Trine Kiamak's embarrassed face and pondered. Even though Tan Lao possessed an incredibly powerful combat strength, but his personality is also famously eccentric. He never easily befriends others. Trine Kiamak is clearly just a student. Why would Tan Lao value him so much? No matter what, with this relationship, the future development of this child will definitely be very promising. After some thought, he slowly sat down and said, "Classmate Trine, I can't reveal too much information about Elder Tan. All I can tell you is that he is a top-tier powerhouse in a nation." The man with the ring engraved with the character Tan looked at Anne. "In my personal opinion, the ring he gave you, just wear it on your hand. It might be very helpful to you in the future." The broadcast on a TV announced that the satellite news from Jiangxing reported the entrance exam has just ended, and the modest student from Jiangxing Academy has made history by becoming the top scorer in the Northern Hubei regional entrance exam. The president of the City Management Association, Dong Nao, personally came to the scene to welcome the heroes. At the gate of Jiangxing Academy, a line of large vehicles blocked the entire entrance. The students on the sidelines stood in awe, saying, "Look, why are there so many cars here?" The guy who looked like a boss said. Do not you know, today is the selective admission day for schools in Hakuok. Those who come here are representatives of those schools. Fame, being in the top 300 in the province, is eligible to participate in the selective admissions. The other person was even more stunned. Damn. I looked at the logo on the car. 16 out of the top 30 schools nationwide are here already. A few years ago, only 5 schools came and it was already overwhelming. This is the first time in history. The blonde leader nodded in agreement. Of course, these schools definitely lead up to senior brother Trine, but no one knows which school he will ultimately choose. In the academy classroom, the door was closed. A calm person stood before the representatives and introduced himself. I am Lu Gandan, representative of Jiangdan Academy. Everyone can enter the student ed of the person they want into the control panel in front. Then, I will arrange the interviews based on your choices. One of them looked at the board and was done. Oh my god, a strategy over 20,000. Even if he is the top scorer, recruitment can be that selective. The person next to him also broke out in a cold sweat. This one is even stronger than more than half of our school students. Cheng Yu, the senior class president of Malayan University, also harbored resentment. Truly a bunch of country bumpkins who have not been to the city yet. This humble Trine, since his teens, has already wiped out our school's student team. So such combat power is only natural. Seeing Trine's votes reaching 16, he advised himself, especially with this person's strange history, even if we can't recruit him, we must at least neutralize the previous rival, the senior of Lam Thien University. Vong Hef looks even better to him. This kid Hong Thien, ever since he naturally opened his mind, has always made me pay attention to the solo player's career. The person Hong Thien mentioned must be him. He really is no ordinary person. No wonder Hong Thien admires him so much. Today I must definitely win him over. Half an hour later, Trine Ki Max votes obviously reached 16. Well, Tin Tin got 10 votes, but Tun Ho, Hong Deep, and the other 8 all have less than 10 votes, with Truong Vi only getting 1. Looking at the results on the screen, Luing and Dan announced, Alright, the results have now been tallied. In 5 minutes, please come to my interview room. I have everything arranged. However, Trine Ki Mac's situation is quite special. All the schools want to interview him if everyone is this enthusiastic. Just wait until the other students finish their interviews. Then hold a group interview. The calm crowd protested. Joking, what is this? This does not follow the rules. 16 schools interviewing together. Do they want us to compete openly? That is right. We are universities. How can we let your school set the price on the spot like that? If not, then just give up on this student. A sarcastic voice rang out loudly. Our Malin University agrees with this plan. Changju smiled mockingly. A once-in-a-century genius like Cheng Siemo is truly worth our change. The person beside him was startled. Old Cheng. Koai. Wang Fu also smiled wryly and added, Our Lam Thien Academy also agrees and is willing to participate in the public interview. The crowd immediately began to buzz. Oh damn. 2 of the top 10 schools have already been betrayed right on the spot. And if we do not participate, we just let them reap the benefits. Exactly. I also want to see for myself how passionate a student with a 22,000-point strategy and incest level potential rating really is. Soon voices of representatives echoed one after another. Vang said we agree. Shenyu University also consents, and Qingbi University supports it too. After a while, in another room, Zhang Nu entered holding the list of successful candidates, followed by Liu Jioi. The results of the independent interview are in. Jiangxing Academy has approved 28 people, with a pass rate exceeding 60%. He handed the paper to Lu Gandan, showing that even the chimpanzee was accepted by Bakthan University. Holding the paper, the old man's pupils contracted. How could this be? So many passed. Since when did our students become so outstanding? This is crazy. Lam Thien University accepted 4 people. Mullen University took as many as 6. It seems these 2 schools are taking a risk to gain Trine Kiem Mac's favor. Lu Gandan's gaze followed the interrogation room opposite Lo Ah. Next, we have to see how Trine Kiem Mac will perform. The collective interview of 16 schools has never happened before, and that is the last thing I can do for you. No matter what your final decision is, from this moment on, your reputation will soar. Trine Kiem Mac stood alone in the middle of the council of 16 schools. Thuong Gyatsen. Showing familiarity. Spoke up, classmate of Trine Kiem Mac. I am Thuong Gyatsen, representative of Malin Academy. There were a few small misunderstandings between us before. I hope you do not hold a grudge. Trine Kiem Mac's gaze sharpened for a moment. It turned out he was an agent sent by Trung Hong's son. So Malin Academy intends to resolve their feud with me. Next to him, Vong Kai Fuk was not to be outdone. I am Vong Fuk, representative of Lam Thien Academy. Our academy has someone you know. He wholeheartedly introduced you to me before. Lam Thien Academy. Trine Kiem Mac nervously swallowed a gulp of saliva. Thinking this was the academy where Hong Thien was studying, could that brat have already told others? The representatives around all looked jealous and boastful. Good. Old Thong. Old Vong. So you two know each other. No wonder you were the first to step up when the group interview was decided. Classmate Trine. Choosing a school affects your future development, so you definitely can't decide based solely on connections. Among the 16 schools, the representative of the Divine Theology Academy sat quietly and silently, making him think unexpectedly. Once the Divine Word Academy, now so distant, someone with the authority to steer the focus. Whatever small talk or chit-chat. Let us keep it here and begin. That person is the representative of Thanbak Academy. He reached out to Trine Mak. Fellow student, from all 16 schools gathered here together, hoping to understand you better, may I ask what your purpose is in choosing the solo player profession? His eyes sharp, his lips barely parted as he spoke 4 words. The army rises, the adults murmured in disbelief, saying, that tone is too bold. The representative of the Snow Academy, a level 50 icebinder named Hang, pursed his lips and lectured him, saying that having dreams in youth is fine, but you still have to be a bit realistic. If you are so confident, then tell me, with a class like solo player that has no late-stage power, how do you expect to become a true force? Thungaitsen also wondered upon hearing this. That is right. Although this kid possesses extremely strong power, the solo player class is very weak in the late game. This is also the basic reason why most of us do not dare to make reckless bets with him. Just as he slowly raised his hand like 10 blades rising, anyone who says solo players have weak attack power can come and see for themselves. Hang stood up laughing. Good. Very good. Young people these days really are crazy. The guy was so frustrated he was about to blow up. But if you can beat me today, from now on I won T. Just hold back my words, I will praise you to no end. Someone next to Hang clapped and focused their gaze. Alright, if both sides agree to the fight, then we will follow the usual competition rules until it is over. After a moment, the two stood facing each other under the watchful eyes of 15 representatives from other schools. Hang focused his skill, forming a series of swords by his side to challenge. Young man, I have already lowered my power to level 21. Don't say I am bullying you. Today I will show you the difference in combat experience between people of the same level. The crowd behind kept whispering about his skill release speed. But since they are students, showing off Hang's special skills would only invite gossip. It is just that if he did not ride on top of Trine Mak, he would only be a laughingstock. On the other side, Hang swung his arm, and the ice barrier pushed the sharp attacks back toward Trine Mak. He stood still as nearly 10 spear tips rushed toward him, and that was considered fast. Let me show you what fast really means, he said, pulling out his weapon with darts already loaded in the barrel. With just one hand, Trine Mak kept crushing spear after spear, breaking them all within a second, even sending a few flying toward Hang. He was caught off guard by his own confidence and could only take 4 or 5 hits before blood spilled from his mouth, just entering the battle and already down. The hall was filled only with the sound of Hang falling backward. Trine Mak tilted his head slightly toward the line beside him. Is there anyone else who still refuses to accept this? The whole group of undead suddenly jumped up, neatly fixing the weapons in his hand with one move. And yet they were special silver weapons. What kind of twisted speed is this? This is really a solo player, not a mobile dungeon. Tomangayatsin gritted his teeth. Yes, this is exactly the feeling I wondered how Ding Hong and the others got killed. And it turns out this kid's power is that insane. Wangfu was also sweating nervously. Having a friend like Hong Thian. Why did not he tell me sooner? Damn. During the group interview just now, Cheng Yusheng was quick to step forward first. It really was a loss. Before anyone could react, someone quickly and openly competed. From the old Lam Academy, Liuwen Academy, and Danfu Academy, Lan Academy offered payment in spirit coins and A-level skill books, even promising faculty in an apartment. Vong Kafuk stood up to outshout the others, saying Lam Thien Academy promises that if you join us, we can grant you A-level access to the school's skill library. Wang Keifu's eyes gleamed sharply, and the person beside him sneered. Oh man, old Wang is fierce, offering full access to all level of skills. This is like putting the entire school's assets on the line. Cheng Yu stammered. Speechless. Damn. Lamchin Academy, you guys are ruthless. The two people at the edge of the table also subtly reminded Headmaster Tran. Old Tran, it is just the Divine Temptation Academy. At least put forward a price. That is right. Even if the deal falls through, it won't hurt the relationship. After all, it is just a favor. What is there to be afraid of? Just as I quietly waited, I heard the person I was most interested in make an offer. Our Divine Guidance Academy could grant full access to all secret realms, plus an additional power. His voice grew softer and then fell silent, leaving those nearby stunned. Just that, even though the power could boost all attributes by 5 points, the right to enter the secret realms of your Divine Guidance Academy is not worth much. Those flashy and strange secret areas of yours, no student could ever compete there. Trine Mak's eyes slightly lowered as he smiled at Headmaster Tran and calculated. To others, those skill rights are extremely valuable, but to me, they mean nothing. But the access rights to the secret realm of the Divine Illusion Academy are exactly what I need right now, plus an ability truly an unexpected delight. The schools have all made their offers, and Trine Mak is beginning to make his choice. I can feel the passion of every teacher sitting here, but I have my own thoughts, and my final decision is Homeroom. Teacher Tran paused to reflect. These prestigious schools offer such great benefits. Seems our Divine Guidance Academy stands no chance. Just as he finished his thought, he was left speechless when Trine Kiem Mak said one last sentence about the Divine Guidance Academy. Headmaster Tran Hong Hot jumped up. Everyone at the table was stunned. Inside that forge, a voice shouted angrily, confused and loud. Tong Van Loan, furious as if sharpening iron but failing to make steel, scolded Trine Kiem Mak, saying how could the top graduate of Northern Hubei province choose such a declining school? Why act so recklessly? But he only smiled softly to reassure the old man, who thought, you do not need to worry about this. I know my limits. Speaking of business, how much of the consigned equipment you left with him has been sold already? Tong Van Loan did not even look at Trine Kiem Mak, rummaging through his bag, and said, fine, I won't bother you anymore. I see you are not a reckless person and must have your own plans. All 46 pieces of equipment have been sold, earning a profit of 920 gold coins. Handing the purse to Trine Kiem Mak, the old man then asked, do you have any plans for the next step? Anyway, there is still some time before the semester starts. Looking out at the light outside the door, he shared his plan. I intend to make a trip to Loden City and take care of a few things along the way. Tong Van Loan nodded and continued rummaging through his belongings. Loden City, that is the nearest major city to the frontier. It takes about 3 days to get there, which makes sense. There is no feast in the world that never ends. You need to explore the wider world. He stepped back and handed him a yellow card saying I have a golden token. If you want to join the advanced craftsman's exam, it might come in handy. On the way back, the sky was turning late afternoon, and Trine Kiem Mak walked alone. He held the token card in his hand, lost in thought. When Lao Tong first took it out, it seemed like he had something to say. Surely this token held some difficult memories for him. Then, Trine Kiem Mak pulled out the system board to calculate, and after deducting the 120 gold traction fee he secretly sent to Lao Chong. Currently, I have 933 gold coins, with money in hand. Next I will buy materials for stage 2 of the Lao Gongyuan Rensan. Looking at the items in my bag, I suddenly remember. Right, I can also use the gift from Trung Hong Sun, so I might as well make a trip to the auction house. He smiled and kept walking, unable to slow down, determined to continue the journey. Trine Kiem Mak waved his hand to summon the skinning technique, and a one-horned lion appeared. He smiled confidently, knowing that before leaving the beginner village, he had spent a large sum to learn all the male secondary professions: herbalism, alchemy, mining, skinning, and leatherworking. Over the past 8 days, he had been hunting and gathering along the way, and his skills in herbalism, mining, and skinning had already reached 90% experience. At the current pace, before reaching Loden City, these 3 basic gathering skills will reach maximum experience. Suddenly, a sound echoed in the forest, catching Trine Kiem Mak's attention. It was the sound of Matukatu. Manhwa is an extremely rare natural mobile treasure in Thien Koi. Although its level is only 27, it has 8,000 health points, making it very difficult for players of the same level to defeat. However, if you are lucky enough to defeat it, there is a very small chance it will drop level 40 epic gear. Trine Kiem Mak laughed and sped towards it, feeling lucky today might just be his lucky day. Suddenly, as he was running over, he heard a helpless voice, wondering why this big guy was so hard to deal with. Trine Kiem Mak hesitated a bit. Oh, someone's already here. As Trine Kiem Mak got closer, beneath the cliff was a girl struggling to fight Matukatu. Lang Nukai was only level 24, a milli-mage, yet she gritted her teeth and faced it head-on. It was really hard for me to even find it, but she still can't win. No, her magic points and stamina are running out. I have to run, but Matukatu let her go, chasing her like a gorilla, scaring Lang Nukai. Damn bug. Stay away. She ran while swinging her staff, shouting, stop chasing me. Illusion magic activated. Blocks of ice kept hitting Matuko, and it could not even dodge. Lang Nukai struck a few more blows, receiving a swift comet strike from the young lady of the mansion. Even Kiem Mak, standing on the cliff looking down, had to silently admire her. She was only level 24, but her attack speed was faster than his. Her young master is definitely top tier, truly a promising talent. But with her current strength, it is very difficult to defeat Matukatu. Below, Matuku is not only unharmed but also becoming more furious, radiating an overwhelming aura. It raised its massive arm. Lang Nukai ran as fast as she could. It was all over. She firmly shut her eyes to calm her fear. This time she was done for. But with a sudden strike, Lang Nukai opened her eyes wide as she saw someone block the blow for her. Trine Kiem Mak charged at the shooters, landing precise hits that left Makadu no chance to fight back. Then he increased the distance, continuously attacking it with spell runes. By the afternoon, as he landed, Matudu shattered into pieces of stone, and the system also notified him that he had reached level 22. Lang Nuakai's heart pounded as he blurted out, handsome, no, powerful. Holding an item in his hand, Trine Kiem Mak immediately knew from the notification. Congratulations, you have received an epic grade weapon, the Spirit Thorn Staff. The Spirit Needle Magic Staff is of epic quality. Item level 40 but can be equipped at level 25. Besides basic attributes, it adds 50 damage points and enhances recovery effects from all spells and magical effects. Trine Kiem Mak tightly gripped it, thinking it was a rare top-tier magic weapon from his previous life. It was also the earliest skill damage boosting weapon for magic classes. Although I can't use it, I am sure it can be sold for a high price. Over here, Lang Nahai hurriedly started a conversation to ask. He was clearly only level 22. How could he be so strong? I am level 24 and still could not defeat the demon mage. Yet he easily killed it. She wiped the corner of her eye as she spoke. I thought today was my lucky day, finally encountering this rare boss. But in the end I still could not win. The footwork was off first, and Trine Kiem smiled reassuringly. Her talent must really bring a great attack speed, estimated to retain at least 38%. She stammered slightly. How do you know that? She thought to herself, my talent is really S level. It can increase attack speed by up to 40%. Trine Kiem Mat knew she understood and shared more, but her technique was still a bit inexperienced. The skill requirements for a melee mage are very high, and although her strategy just now was not bad, she still lacked finesse in timing the skill activation. Lang Nathai whispered in surprise, are you a solo player who also understands close combat mages? Trine Kiem Mat just smiled slightly and shook his head without denying it. Then he turned and walked away, and Lang Nahai hurried after him. Hey, wait for me. After a while, no matter how many monsters or beasts appeared on the road, Trine Kiem easily defeated them all. Lang Nahai's eyes lit up, covering his mouth in awe. Thinking, he is amazing, his knowledge of melee mages far surpasses any teacher at school. Just watching how he operates feels like a whole new world has opened up for me. Seeing that she was still following closely, Trine Kiem Mat said awkwardly, the city of Lodin is just ahead. I have some things to take care of. I will go ahead now. From a short distance away, she bowed slightly and said to him, my name is Lang Not He. Thank you for your guidance. At first glance, Trine Kiem Mat immediately saw a soft rosy place unfold before him. He quickly turned away and coughed a few times, while Lang Not Hai seemed to realize something and hurriedly shielded himself. Komi Jang said, annoying. And at the same time a flash of thunder appeared in the sky like a child in the world. The sun in the clear sky suddenly turned red, and a red crescent moon also appeared. Both of them were startled by the announcement. A blood moon is raging, a strange phenomenon in heaven and earth, and packs of beasts have appeared in the city of Ludin. The packs will arrive within 5 minutes. Everyone please prepare to respond. Lang Nahai cried out louder. Oh my god! I thought today was going to be a lucky day. Who would have thought it would be such an unlucky day? I never expected to encounter monsters attacking the city. There is still some distance from Lodine City, so escaping is impossible now. Trine Kiem has no choice but to calm her down first. Tame beasts are usually divided into 3 levels. Small, medium, and large. Lodine City is just a primary stronghold. There should not be any mid-level beasts in this area. Now we can only look around for a place to hide. Seeing a place far away in the forest, his eyes lit up. Got it. Trine Kiem Mat quickly grabbed Lang Nahai's hand and without asking, carried her on his back. Lang Nahai startled and struggled. You villain. What do you want to do? Trine Kiem Mat asked seriously. If you want to live, stay silent. Strong hands without hesitation caught Lang Nahai's waist. Just as he was dealing with this shock, he ran off like the wind. Lang Nahai was even more furious. Where are your hands? You are not allowed to put them there. But indulgence never gives anyone a choice. A pack kept rushing in, so many that he could not even get there. After yelling for a long time, Lang Nahai's face turned red as he thought it over. He wants to save me, but this position is just too awkward. Lang Nahai suggested a different approach. How about I come down to help you? Fighting together, the two of them might have a chance to find a way out. Trine Kiem wore a faint smile. That strength of yours is better used to hold on tight. Women only affect the speed of my sword draw. Although Lang Nahai blushed with embarrassment, he still decided to go all out, pressing her body against his back. Didn't you want me to hold on tight? Then I will hold on tight so you can see. But Trine Kiem Mat also blushed deeply and muttered, oh my god, is this girl a monster? What are you doing at a dangerous moment like this? Shortly after, the two of them arrived in front of the shed. He glanced at her hesitantly and said, have you seen the abandoned hut nearby? Quick, hide in there. She could not help but worry. What about you? Trine Kiem Mat quickly said, no need to worry about me. I can get out on my own. Hurry down. I will help you buy some time. Watching him rush off without hesitation. What nonsense is he talking about? A level 22 solo player. How could they survive under the beast's attack? Is she trying to leave herself a chance to survive? Clearly, they are just strangers meeting for the first time. After thinking for a moment, she decisively stood in front of Trine Kiem Mat at a terrifying speed that startled him. What is she doing? Hurry and hide down there. But before she could finish, Trine Kiem Mat was tackled as she lunged forward to grab him and push him back. As expected, she wanted both of them to hide in the pit. She wants both of them to hide in the pit. Trine Kiem Mat had to brace his hands and feet against the pit walls to slow down. How deep is this pit anyway? If we keep falling, we will definitely die. We have to find a way to stop. Once my legs are firmly pinned and I can stop, my arms start to tremble. Lang still held tightly onto his waist. We are saved, but she suddenly pulled away. Embarrassed and flustered, tighten your lower stomach a bit. Control yourself. You just touched me there. The sound of the beast running past and howling echoed from the two people above. The two people below remained tense. Waiting, Lang looked at him intently. Although timid, it still served as a warning. After today's events are over, do not go around talking nonsense outside. Did you hear me? Trine Mak will go along with whatever you want, so let us just move on. Then Lang Nuki asked again. Oh. Right, I still do not know your name. Only then did he hesitate. My name is Trine Kiem. Lang's face flushed bright red, her sparkling eyes looked straight at him. He said it. You just walked with me. Were you deliberately leading me? Why would you do that? Don't think about it, just show me for 3 seconds. Trine Mak could not help but turn away and sigh inwardly. This girl really is a witch. Where does she come up with so many strange questions? On the surface, I still grit my teeth. That is right, because she was born. No. Wait. Good talent. Like a wordless blessing, her face was full of danger. Huh. What did you say? Humble talent can only look up and hope in silence. Oh my god. The monster has been attacking the city for so long this time. If this girl asks any more questions, I really want to be able to take it. After who knows how long, a hook was thrown into the dragon's mouth. Then the attached cord contracted, pulling Trine Mak into Lang Nuakai's embrace. He quickly jumped onto the wolf's face. The sky had returned to normal by then. Looking to the side, Trine Mak let out a soft sigh of relief. Phew. Finally, we are out. But Lang Nuakai's clothes were almost completely torn. She was terrified. Turn your face away. Don T. Look, Trine Mak was so flustered he almost bit his tongue. The clothes got torn on the way up here, on the surface. He hurriedly covered it up. It is okay. Let me help you sew your clothes back together. Trine Mak quickly took the needle out of his pocket, and he simply sewed the dress. He shyly turned away and handed her the 2 items. Put it on. My leatherworking skills are not very good. Right now. This is all I can do. Lang Nuakai snatched the outfit and shouted, sit back a little. Don't sneak a peek while I am changing. He could not help but feel disheartened. Is it really to that extent? Am I really that kind of person? In the end, Mak also stepped away. After changing clothes, Lang Nuakai stepped out from behind the large rock. He covered his mouth in astonishment. And Lang Nuakai was annoyed that the short leather skirt and leather top barely covered more than her torn outfit. Is this your handiwork? You did it on purpose, did not you? The system of this clumsy Trine Kiem just notified me that you hastily sewed a shirt inside out. You still say it was not on purpose. If you had a jacket, why did not you take it out sooner? She kept walking toward the city walls while angrily muttering. Yeah, I knew it. Most men are the worst. My mother once said that there are no good men in this world. It seems she was absolutely right. Trine Mak silently lamented, feeling sorry for her father. It is past the usual time. In the bustling city of Leiding, people come and go in a constant flow. Lang Nuakai turned her head to look at Trine Mak behind her. Hey you, we have arrived in Loidin City. Where do you want to go next? Trine Mak answered immediately after finding the sign pointing to the auction house. I want to visit the auction house. Lang Nuakai could not help but be intrigued. Auction house. I can take you there. I am very familiar with that place, he said, turning to look at her. All right, then come with me, and I can even buy you a set of clothes. Ling Nuki will be even happier, excitedly pulling his hand. Are you serious? Then let us go quickly. But the clothes I want to buy are not cheap. I do not see you as rich either. You are not going to skip out on the bill later. Are you? Trine Kiem smiled confidently. You can rest assured. I am not going to run away. Feel free to choose whatever you like later. Everything is already calculated for me. In a certain clothing store, slightly hidden on a main street, Lang Nuakai and Trine Mak stepped into the store. Seeing the vast interior, she could not help but be amazed. The shop assistant spoke up. Welcome, dear customers. Originally enthusiastic, seeing the two clearly, they dragged out their words, feeling disappointed inside. What bad luck. Where did these 2 country bumpkins come from? Their outfits are way too simple. Damn it. I am wasting her time again. It seems Trine Mak also sensed her disdain. Meanwhile, Lang Nuakai still carefree chose her clothes. So, do I look good in this? Trine Mak nodded approvingly at her. No, it suits you very well. The chubby employee crossed her arms in disdain. Be a little more careful. Our clothes are very expensive. If you stain them, you won't be able to pay for it. Hearing that, Lang Nuakai immediately looked back at the price on the collar and was shocked. That is expensive. It is still 30 kim to more expensive at that price. She hesitated slightly before putting it back. I am not even wearing anything worth 150 gold coins right now. Forget it. Let us go check out another store. How could I let you spend so much money? Trine Mak stopped him from behind. It is okay. If you like it, I will buy it for you. Do you like anything else? Hearing that from him, even the shop assistant and Lang Nuakai both stopped in surprise. She leaned in and whispered to him, this is very expensive. This is gold currency, not silver. He did not misread the price. Mak's style remains consistent as always. It is okay. Feel free to browse the items here. He swung his hand once. The bag of coins jumped straight onto the employee's desk, causing her to drop her chin in surprise. She immediately changed her expression completely and pulled Lang Nuakai away. Miss, tonight, we still have new samples coming in here. After a while, she finished changing into the new outfit and stepped out. The staff were extremely cheerful. These 2 sets. Right, the total comes to 40 gold coins. Let me wrap it up for you. She even sighed inwardly. Too careless. If the quality had been a bit better from the start, maybe we could have sold a few more sets. But when it came to paying, the customer grabbed the clothes before she could even react. Don't rush, let me check the quality first. He held it up, felt it for a while, then gave his opinion. After examining it, he said the quality of your clothes in my hands is nothing special. The stitching is not good, some even have defects, yet they are priced so high. He raised his eyes to size her up, as if she was bullying an outsider. The staff were startled by his loud reaction, knowing they could not afford to be rude to this customer. But you can talk nonsense. Our shop has been open for over 20 years and is known for the best quality in Lodin City, so do not speak recklessly. Trine Key Matt did not back down either and said, "Oh, then call the owners of both of you here. I can teach him what it means to be a tailor." From their left, a voice rang out, not any quieter for this customer, a blonde woman with blue eyes, dressed elegantly, stepped forward. "I am the owner of this tailor shop. You just said you wanted to teach me how to do my job." Seeing her, Trine Kiem immediately called her out. The fabric composition of her clothes must be 50% silk, 40% rabbit fur, and 10% wool. Right, for clothes priced like this, how dare they include wool? And worse, this batch had a dyeing defect that made the initial brightness higher than it is now. Now it is clearly faded. Could it be that what you call top quality is actually such poor quality? Deceiving customers. The shop owner paled slightly and stammered, How did you see through it? That is absolutely impossible." Lang quietly glanced at him from behind, silently marveling what is there that he does not know. She swallowed hard, sweating as she thought it over for a long time. This is bad. It really has to be a top professional. If others find out, our tailor shop will definitely be shut down. The shop owner no longer made excuses but bowed before me, saying, "Forgive me for being blind to the obvious. It turns out you are a master tailor and a hidden expert. This batch was indeed our mistake, and I hope you will be merciful and not spread this matter outside. I can offer you fair compensation." Lang Nai took the opportunity to expose the employee, saying that the shop assistant had just looked down on us. The tailor quickly slapped her hard, saying she was really bold to dare disrespect a valued customer like us. The employee started crying and tried to explain that I was blind just now, but she was immediately shouted at to shut up and told she was no longer an employee of the shop and to get lost. Back to Trine Kem Mac, the shop owner pulled out a box and said she had already fired the employee. "Please calm down, sir. Today in my shop you can take anything you like, and I also have a small token of appreciation for you." Trine Kem Mac pretended to smile innocently and said, "I am really sorry. I was just being a bit professional earlier and pointed out some issues. If you have no hard feelings, please do not let it happen again." At this moment, Lang Nidki was pacing back and forth in the shop, saying, "I wanted to take this set just now. That one is not bad either. I really like the style. This color is beautiful. I will take it too." The shop owner was both angry and speechless, only thinking to herself, "Little ancestor, be a bit more careful. Do not take my whole shop away." When they left the shop and strolled through the city, Lang Niet Ki still could not believe it. She got 8 of the latest outfits for free. Truly a great haul. Quickly check how much money that woman gave him. Trine Kem Mac opened the box, the golden glow lighting up her eyes, and he smiled, saying it seemed she had been tricked out of quite a bit. Yet she only took out 300 gold coins for the sealing fee. He silently calculated in his mind that this time his wealth had reached an astonishing 1,070 gold coins, making him a local tycoon in Thunder City. Lang Niekai happily grabbed his hand and said, "You wanted to go to the auction house. Right, let us go. I will lead the way." After a while, Trine Kem Mac and Lang Niet Ki stood in front of the auction house, which was as grand as a castle. He widened his eyes in amazement, never expecting this auction house to be so much more magnificent than the last one, and she glanced back to introduce it. Surprised, "This is just the primary auction house, but the first time I came here, my reaction was the same as yours." Without hesitation, Lang Ineka pulled him up and said, "Let us go. I will lead you inside." After entering the building, they approached the receptionist, and Lang Niet placed the card down, asking, "When will the next auction start, and is there still a private room available?" The receptionist picked up the silver card with a smile and said, "Welcome, valued silver card customer. The next auction will begin in 10 minutes, and there is one last VIP room available, which I will arrange for you right away." Just as he smiled faintly, he had long suspected that this girl was not an ordinary person, and unexpectedly she had a silver auction house card. It must have been given by an elder in her family, but that is fine. No need to reveal this card. Just as the deal was about to close, a group of 3 suspicious people appeared, asking if there was a private room, wanting to join the auction like our Unga Quan Chi. The receptionist politely declined, saying, "Sorry sir, the last VIP room was just reserved by this young lady, who is one of our silver card customers." The noble bidder disdainfully flicked a gold card onto the table, saying the silver card was just a child's. How could that count as a VIP customer? Take a closer look at the color. The receptionist took it and was startled. So, it really was a gold card. The teacher then saw the receptionist immediately change his expression and apologized to the young lady. He said he could only let her suffer the loss and would arrange the best regular private room for her. Lang Nanhai could only stare in disbelief. She was about to turn to Trine Kiem Mac for an answer when she saw him shake his head. Ning Quan Chi and his 2 subordinates left arrogantly, leaving Lang Nanhai fuming behind. as if to say you better know your place if you ruin Yi Thiu's mood. You will regret it. Lang Nathai asked Trine Ki-mak bitterly. We clearly arrived first, and the receptionist agreed to give us the room. He has no reason at all. Why won't he let me argue with them? He just looked at her with a deep gaze and said, "It is fine. Let them have their fun." In room 996, Lang Nathai's voice still carried frustration. That person earlier was really annoying. I am so mad. Trine Ki-mak spoke gently to her. Calm down. Do not rush. Act 2 has just begun. Lang Nathai's room is full of tricks. What Act 2? We do not even know their numbers. Do you really have a plan? Trine Ki-mak was shocked the moment he touched the water, quickly turning his head to wipe his face. He walked to one side of the room and spoke slowly. Based on my observation, that strategist is a level 26 elemental master. And knowing this makes finding him not difficult. Wait a moment and let him experience what true discrimination really feels like. With that, Trine Ki-mak raised the engraved tan artifact, revealing a mountain of treasures right before Lang Nathai's eyes, leaving her mouth agape in shock. He actually has such good stuff. It is too flashy. Even some types of mineral ores I have never seen before. No wonder he is so rich. On the auction stage, the host has stepped up. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the auctioneer for today's event. Wang Kaing. From now on, we will officially begin today's auction. The first item up for auction today is 10 Lan Catho plants, essential materials for elemental mages to craft the Great Blue Flask. The starting price is 2 gold coins, and each bid must be at least 20 silver coins higher. In VIP room 414, Gakwan Tri smiled with satisfaction getting 10 roots at once, and so cheaply. I want to hesitate to take them. Numbers from 40, 80 silver coins, up to 3 gold coins were announced on the screen one after another. Finally, Vong Kong struck the gavel and congratulated buyer number 414 for placing the final bid of 15 gold coins and winning 10 Lan Ethau plants. Holding the Lan Ketho plant in his hand, Ngai Quan Tri nodded. Not bad, although it was a bit expensive, averaging 1.5 kimta per plant. But it was still worth it. After all, getting 10 Lan Ketho plants at once was not easy. At this moment, Wang Gang continued holding the announcement paper, introducing the second auction item, which was again Lan Kethao, but this time an astonishing quantity of 46 plants. The starting price was 4.6 gold taels, with each bid increasing by no less than 50 silver taels, causing the crowd below to stir in surprise. What? 46 Lan Ketho plants? The starting price is even lower than the 10 plants before. So what are you waiting for? Grab them now. The auction board shows numbers rising one after another. 6, 7, then up to 50 Kim T. Ingai Quantra grinned widely, tapping repeatedly. Huh, I am sure to get this batch of Lan Kethao. Just watch how I crush you all. But then a message appeared on the screen with a voice saying, sorry. Due to the seller's request, buyers with the surname Ingai are prohibited from participating in this auction. Please wait for the next opportunity. Ingai Quantrai almost bit his tongue. What? Damn it. Are they targeting me? Vong Klong's voice quickly announced. Congratulations to buyer number 782 for placing the final bid of 60 gold coins to win auction item number 2. Ingai Tri's neck veins bulged. And yet, this price was even lower than mine. But they still got 46 Lan Ketho plants. I really took a big loss. The gold was transferred back to the modest presentation room. He looked at it and said, it is confirmed, room 414 is indeed Ngai Quantrai, while Lang Nuaki looked confused. Hey, how did you figure that out? At this point, you have only counted the gold I just collected. Both batches of Lan Kethao were put up for auction by me. However, I placed one lot under a ban preventing Quantrai from bidding, and considering how much person 414 wanted the Lan Kethao, he had no reason not to go after the second lot. The only explanation is that person 414 is from the Nugi family, and he is an elementalist. She could not help but cheer. Great God, you are amazing. This auction restriction system has basically been outplayed by you. That person named Inga must be going crazy right now. Kimak Kim too then rubbed his hands modestly and said, Hemph, this is just the appetizer. There will be times later when he can only watch helplessly. The following auctions were all announced in that same dull voice, driving Inquantrai crazy. Sorry. Due to the seller's request, this auction forbids anyone with the surname Igai from participating. Please wait for the next opportunity. He shouted in frustration. Damn it. Who the hell is messing with me? Ingai Junji's eyes reddened as he sent 2 henchmen to find the director and bring him to me. Today we must find that damn consignor. And I want to see who is bold enough to do this. Those 2 rushed off immediately. Below the auction stage, Wang Gang slowly continued. Ladies and gentlemen, next is the final item of this round. A very rare treasure. Please take a close look. Auction item number 88. An epic grade weapon. The Spirit Soul Staff. Adds 11 points to both spirit and physical strength, plus 50 magic damage, and can be equipped at level 25. No need to say more about how good it is. Right, the starting price is 100 gold coins, with each bid at least 10 gold coins higher. Please place your bids. As the bids gradually rose to 520 gold coins, Noonji held his face in regret, only able to press the button to try. Oh my, this really is a rare and valuable item. Definitely worth going all out to get, but maybe this item is not meant for me to bid on after all. Just as he guessed, Only this time there are participation conditions. Sorry about that, due to restrictions from the seller. The buyer named Ingatri must not bid less than 100 gold coins each time. Ingaquantri grew even more furious. The sound of objects being smashed echoed in the room, his body trembling. Thinking, you want me to raise the price tenfold? Playing me like this? Huh. Then today, I will take a risk with you. I hope you understand that my money is not so easy to take. I said that, but the auction still announced. Congratulations to number 414 for bidding 840 gold coins and winning the spirit cane. Ingaquantri staggered. Damn it. I have lost my mind. I did not expect to spend all my savings just to buy a weapon. Trine Kimak snapped his fingers with a satisfied smile. Today, counting both buying and selling, my assets have reached 2660 gold coins. Truly a big gain. But at the same time, an uninvited guest appeared outside the room, opening the door and entering, saying, "Hello, I am from the auction house management. There is someone here looking for you." Trine Kimak stood in front of Lang Nat Gia, thinking to himself, I only wanted to make you lose a little money and then forgive you, but if you have other intentions, do not blame me for going all out. Ingai Quan-chi stepped forward, glaring down at Trine Kimak, saying, "So it was you, kid. Just now you used a trick to blind me." He did not bother to deny it and replied, "That is right." The gangsters shouted when they saw Trine Kimak confront them boldly. "Do you know who our guy Theo is? How dare you challenge him? Are you looking for death?" Trine Kimak still smiled disdainfully. "Of course I know. Ningquan-chi, Ningli." Right, what a joke. Hearing Ninga Quan-chi's sharp insult only fueled his anger more. Clenching his fist in challenge, he said, "You are really asking for death? Do you dare to fight me to the death?" Trine Kimak met his gaze without hesitation. "Fine." His eyes drooped slightly, filled with deep meaning. After a moment, in the auction house courtyard, Trine Kimak and Gai Quan-chi stood facing each other. He sneered as he raised the spirit thorn staff. "You rotten brat. This is your own doing. Challenging me, the young master Da, is the biggest mistake of your life." The onlookers gasped, amazed that it was an epic weapon so cool, especially since the solo player was 4 levels below his opponent. "Isn't it easy to crush? This guy is really meaningless." The head of the magic staff burst into flames, and Ni Quan-chi only sneered more, saying, "Today I have to use the spirit staff you sold to send you off." Moi Trine Kimak lightly pressed his lips together and smiled confidently. With lightning fast speed, he had slipped away from Gai Quan-chi before anyone noticed. A kick straight to the back sent him flying before he could even cough out a sound. The pain made Mega Quan-chi dizzy, and he could not believe it. How was this possible? The traitor flew through the air while fiercely examining the staff. Worried, "It is over. He has been controlled." Trine Kimak drew his weapon, transforming the shape of the staff. Then he kept striking back at the staff and even at Gai Quan-chi. The people below rubbed their hands in disbelief. Strange. He could have taken Gai Thieu away directly. Why does he keep attacking the staff? Could it be that his goal is to wear down the durability of the staff 35? It is cruel when the durability of equipment hits 0. It breaks permanently and can't be repaired. Lang, even from behind, shows no mercy. Not only does he make Ingai Quan-chi lose money without gaining anything, but he also causes him to drop 4 levels. Ingai Quan-chi was panting heavily, holding his drenched staff as he heard the announcement that the staff's durability was down to 1. About to break, Trine Kimak pointed 2 fingers at him, commanding the magic, "If you like using the staff to bully others, then I will go all the way with you." Blood magic unleashed. The lion to staff was broken and could no longer block any attacks for Wei Junzi, so he completely took the sharp arrows piercing his body. "No! My staff." The heavy body of Ngai Quan-chi fell to the ground. Trine Kimak slowly stepped over to where he lay face down. He pulled out a small card and tapped it against Ngai Quan-chi's temple. With a mocking smile on his lips, he looked him in the eye and asked, "Take a good look. What color is this?" Blood welled at the corner of his mouth, and Nini Quan-chi's eyes seemed to dim as he muttered, "Card. Black card." He was unwilling, but no longer had the strength to resist, and after the final blow, he shut down completely. The crowd outside gaped in fear, unable to believe their eyes. Was the card he held really a black card? Someone asked, "What exactly is the rank of a black card? I had never heard of it before." A scar-faced man explained, "A bunch of country bumpkins. The black card is the second highest rank after the red card." Suddenly someone glanced at Trine Kimak and Lang Nuok Hai and said, "I remember now, he is Trine Kimak, the top scholar from northern Hubei province. His nickname is the Demon Wanderer, and I heard his potential rating is SSS level, which explains why he can fight the fake army so easily. Not only is his strength far beyond his peers, but he also has a deep and unpredictable background. He must be from a powerful family in her country." Lang Nu, eyes red with anger, grabbed Trine Kimak by the collar. "Yeah, top scholar Trine. You really hit it well. You clearly could have used your black card but did not." Trine Kimak gently rubbed her head. "Sorry. I did not tell you because I wanted to bait the fake soldier's ambition. Please do not be mad." Embarrassed, Lang Nu Kai turned away with a flushed face. "Damn it. So many people were watching. You better be careful next time. I will let you off today." From that moment, the manager bowed deeply and said, "I was blind not to see the great mountain before me. I apologize for the poor reception earlier. Please do not take it to heart. I have a small gift for you. I hope you won tea." Laugh at it. He was sweating and thinking, "I really am blind, yet I managed to offend such a powerful official. Looks like I won't be able to settle this without some bloodshot today. Looking at the item inside the golden box, Trine Key Mac chuckled. The sun and moon demon land. Seems today is my lucky day. And on top of that, there is material to upgrade the heavenly ring powder. He accepted it without hesitation and handed him a piece of paper, saying that today's incident was entirely the fault of the reckless soldier and no one else, and also gave him a list, asking him to help buy back any materials sold from it. The manager eagerly took it and bowed to the guests, promising to complete the task. Then he continued to bow as he saw Trine Key Mac and Lang Nua Kai off. On the way, her expression briefly showed a hint of sorrow, and Trine Key Mac could not help but ask with concern, "What is wrong? Do you have something on your mind?" With tears welling up in her eyes, Lang Nuhuka softly asked, "I have to go home for a while. Will you miss me?" He blushed slightly, turned away, and awkwardly scratched his nose. Hearing that, Lang Nunuki immediately placed her hand on his, pulled his face over, then kissed him quickly on the cheek, saying it was okay for now. After the kiss, she dashed off, mischievous as ever. This was just a test for him. While I am away, you are not allowed to look at any other girl. Got it. You have to keep that promise. Trine Mac smiled faintly, truly a little enchantress. In the following days, Trine Key Mac continued to work diligently at the alchemy furnace, mastering both speed-enhancing and basic vitality potions, reaching full completion. His herbalism experience points hit 9 out of 10,000, and with the bonus points added, he had enough to advance from beginner to intermediate herbalism. Trine Key Mac shook the potion bottle. With an 80% experience bonus, it was surprising to have fully leveled up herbalism in just one day. The 400 gold spent on the high-level alchemy room was definitely worth it, especially since all the herbs collected along the way were used up time to go out and check the supplies. In Looting City, at Nightshade Town, Trine Key Mac observed his surroundings. Nightshade Town is a cave occupied by level 25 vengeful spirits, but after nightfall, these spirits become 5 times stronger than during the day. So at this moment, no ordinary players will appear. This is my own private stage. He ignited a blazing flame. The deadly night officially begins. His chief mage immediately activated. Summoning spirits, Adukvim, Satmun Dakak, Loy, Bang Nay. Summoning mages, Kabalam Hatchdukni, the aggressive puppet, Thulolo. He gave orders to his subordinates in the shadows. Next, your only mission is to draw all the monsters from everywhere into the battle. Without hesitation, he ordered them to disperse, and immediately the spirits and mages took flight. They gradually lured back the hordes of vengeful spirits and monsters from everywhere. Only then did Trine Mac continue. Everyone, gather at the central square and hold off all the vengeful spirits in this final room for me to handle myself. After a while, through the window of a house, 2 groups of monsters were fighting, smashing the window to rush in. Taking advantage of the battle to hold them back, Trine Key Mac decisively jumped over their heads. Specialized net was thrown out, capturing 3 monsters tightly. He also activated his traveling shoes to drag them away. His speed had to be faster. If not, his summoned creatures would die. Trine Key Mac decisively drinks a quick-acting potion, boosting movement speed by 80% for 1 minute. The spirits and summoned creatures of Trine Key Mac are surrounded by vengeful spirits outside. Trine Key Mac threw the net down in front of them. He stood guard in front of his summoned creature, suiting a dangerously imposing aura. Luckily, they are not all dead yet, and the vengeful spirits are still gathering together. The staff swings, creating a wall of ice that traps the spirits inside. Trine Key Mac jumped up high to summon his hook gun, smiling as he looked at the vengeful spirits. The next step was his greedy worm. As he spoke, Trine Key Mac snapped his fingers, triggering a quantum explosion. A massive sphere dropped into the center of the ice wall, a level 1 quantum blast, launching a light attribute quantum bomb at the enemy. Deals damage within a 10 m radius and has a chance to cause enemies to enter a seismic state. The bomb can be freely launched within a 100 m radius, with a cooldown of only 20 seconds. A devastating explosion echoed inside the ice wall, but Trine Key Mac had long since dodged it. 8 vengeful spirits and monsters, some missing hands and feet, others headless, were completely wiped out. Trine Key Mac could not help but feel moved, defeating them instantly. Using large-scale destructive weapons like quantum bombs is an incredibly powerful attack against areas below level 30. No wonder it is a skill stolen from the priest class. Just from this round alone, my experience has increased by 40%. Seeing the monsters and grudges rising one after another, he guessed that now he had successfully gathered their essences, and they would soon be reborn. Next was just a simple mechanical upgrade. And with a wave of his hand, a massive oppressive figure appeared once again in the sky. The sky outside revealed the dawn after a night of struggle, and Trine Key Mac sat on the rooftop resting. He glanced at his status board and thought, just one night and I have already leveled up to 25. The status window displayed all his attributes and assets, with some stats increasing by level. Trine Key Mac nodded slightly, noting that after allocating points, his 79 basic strength was gradually catching up to his agility attribute. Before level 30, I was already able to raise both basic attributes above 100. After finishing, he jumped down from the rooftop. In 4 days, the new students would arrive, but for now, I will complete my crafting experience in Loden City. At the crafting workshop, Trine Key Mac sat down to catch his breath. but he finally succeeded in crafting an excellent wolf helmet. Enough points to level up. These past 3 days have been exhausting, but I have finally reached full experience points. If tomorrow were not the first day of school, I would really want to relax a bit. At the library service desk, an employee handed him a skill book and said, "Hello, this is the general crafting skill book you requested." As he was receiving it, a man approached behind Mac and started a conversation, saying, "Young friend, to be so young and already able to raise both the herbalist and crafting secondary professions to the general level, such talent is truly rare." The people behind could not help but murmur, "Hey, is not that the president of the Lodine City Occupational Association?" And the young boy beside him, "Isn't that Trine Mac, the top scholar of North Hubei province?" Everyone was amazed by his talent. Qing Qianmo turned back cautiously and politely asked, "May I ask who you are?" He introduced himself friendly. "I am Ninja, chairman of the Loding Occupational Activity Association. My subordinates have reported your performance at the herbal and crafting shops, so I want to invite you to join our association." Trine Mac ignored it and walked away. "Sorry, I am not interested." Cao Tan, incredulous, continued to persuade, "Do not refuse so quickly. I am not just inviting you to join. I am offering you the position of council member in the Professional Living Association." The crowd kept murmuring as he explained that a council member is the third rank in the association, just below the chairman and elders. At all stores across the continent, you will get a permanent 15% discount, which alone can save you a lot of money. Trine Mac's eyes briefly scanned the people around him as he recalled that this guild had never appeared in his previous life, but the reactions of those around suggested there were significant interests involved. Still, he gave the same indifferent reply as before, leaving Cao Tan speechless. "Sorry, I am still not interested." Cao Tan was utterly incredulous and stubborn to the end, saying, "Little friend, do you not fully understand the status and authority of a council member in our guild? Becoming a council member means you can," but he was cut off by him, who said, "That is what I mean." Trine Mac's eyes sparkled with amusement as he looked at him. The position of council member still not enough. The crowd erupted in noise again. Damn, Trine Mac really does not know how to appreciate it. Such good conditions and still not satisfied. That is right, human greed is endless. Have some shame. Although it is a bit regrettable, Cao Tan corrected himself, with your 2 intermediate secondary professions. The conditions I offered are already the limit. If you still can't accept it, then I have no choice but to give up. He turned away, regretfully reflecting that he had misjudged the person. Trine Mac's talent was strong, but his character was flawed, too reckless and arrogant to reach the top. But just as Cao Tan was about to leave, he heard Trine Mac say, "Who said I only have 2 secondary professions at the intermediate level?" He was startled and turned back, asking if what he just said was true. He quickly made a decision. "If you really have 3 secondary professions at the intermediate level, I will give you an elder position, and all the shops will enjoy a permanent 20% discount." Jing Qianmo smiled and thought to himself, "A 20% discount for the shops is pretty good. I did not expect these skills I conveniently practiced to bring such an unexpected joy." When they saw the blank book, everyone was shocked and blurted out, "Look," he took out an empty skill book. He really learned a new skill at the intermediate level, and it is the hardest forging profession among the 3. Seeing Trine Mac hold the book up to signal him, Cao Tan almost bit his tongue. "How is this possible? I am just an intermediate blacksmith. Where does he get so much energy?" After a while, Jing Xiamo finally followed Gojian, praising and blaming himself as he had been thinking all the way. "Unexpectedly, the little friend's forging skills have surpassed mine. I truly feel ashamed. Ahead is the Lodin City Guild, where I will give you the Elder's emblem for the future. From then on, every shop that sees your emblem will show you the highest respect." Tradim curiously asked again, "President Cao, may I ask what is the relationship between the Blacksmith Guild and the Occupational Association?" Cao Tan lowered his head sadly and said with some embarrassment, "The Blacksmith Guild is the only organization on the Tianqi continent that is beyond the control of the Occupational Association, because those old men are very arrogant. Unfortunately, we do not have a master blacksmith among us, so on the path of blacksmithing, we really can't compare to them." Trine Mac nodded slightly. Realizing that was the case, Cao Tan quietly added in his mind, "Maybe in the future, you can create a miracle at the High Council meeting room of the guild." As Cao Tan led Trine Mac in, someone greeted them. "Hello, Guild Leader Cao." "Guild Leader, this is a relative of the future." He stood up in front of Trine Mac and happily announced, "Everyone, today I want to share some exciting news. The young friend beside me here, Trine Mac, is the top scorer of this year's university entrance exam in the northern Hubei province, and from today, he will become the elder of the association." The number of elders in the room was less than 10 fingers, but all were stunned into silence. Senior herbalist Tan Vin Song was the first to speak up. "Chairman Cao, this is not right. No matter how good this child's combat talent is, it has nothing to do with the profession of the association." And the others all opposed Cao Tan for the sake of the association's reputation. Trine Mac finally spoke up, smiling wryly as he said, "You are just a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. No wonder the association is so stubborn. Just because my combat talent is top-notch, does that mean my talent for daily life can be top-notch too?" Han Vin Song angrily pointed at him and scolded, You have to understand that our guild always speaks through strength. If you can pass our test, Tan Vin Som, we'll have no objections and will wholeheartedly support you becoming an elder. On the contrary, if you can't pass, then just get out. I did not agree to this at all. Fine. No problem, but since so many people are testing me like this, can there be a little extra reward? The guild elder stood up to intervene, saying, all right, what you said makes some sense. The elder promises that as long as you pass the group test, everyone who set the test will reward you. He immediately agreed upon hearing this, so to make it easier for everyone to choose the right test, I will explain my secondary professions. Currently, I have learned 6 secondary professions. Herb gathering, mineral collecting, forging, skinning, and leather crafting. Trine Kim Mac's eyes looked straight at each person, and all of them reached intermediate level. Tan Vin Song broke out in a cold sweat. What? All 6 secondary professions reached intermediate level? What kind of monsters are these? He immediately turned to scold Cao Tan, the guild leader, saying, he is this terrible. Why did not you say so earlier? Cao Tan shook his head dismissively. Huh. What does that have to do with me? That is your decision. The whole group of elders instantly fell silent like banana leaves. Trine Kim Mac spoke up first. Are you all worried about the difficulty of the questions or the tight time? How about this? We will speed things up. I will ask each of you one question. Best of 7 4 wins. How about that? Cao Tan also not in agreement with him, saying he thought this idea was not bad, saving time and not requiring too much brainpower to think about the problem. Fellow student Trine Kim Mac, this brainpower consuming task is yours to handle, so please go ahead and ask the questions. After a while, the elders gathered and one of them mentioned the difference between soft iron and hard iron and the steel forging method. How does it work? They also said metal cutting can be used to assess leather types, which is unbelievable. How did you know about the spirit mushrooms in the swamp full of poisonous gas? Trine Kim Mac scratched his head awkwardly. Well, Tan Vin Song furrowed his brow. I thought he just made up some questions to win, but it turns out he has extensive theoretical knowledge far beyond what everyone imagined. Thoi Feng was also helpless to challenge him, truly all-powerful. He was the one who stepped up to make the promise. And now that you have won, I will naturally honor it. Thoi Feng handed over a fruit with strange patterns, leaving Tan Vin Song speechless. This is a power fruit, a priceless treasure given as a gift. Trine Kim Mac bowed naturally, then raised his hands to accept, thanking him for the gift, and said, I will respectfully obey your command. Then he opened his hands to the 6 remaining elders, surprised by their generosity, saying today I can only accept it all. No one expected Trine Kim Mac to directly demand the fruit like that, leaving everyone stunned. Moments later, Trine Kim Mac wandered alone in the forest. On his robe was a distinct emblem, the Elder's Mark, refined spirit crystal, lone dragon scale, and shadow tiger hide. Today has truly been a bountiful harvest, with every material a treasure worth thousands of gold. Even the Bianting is one of the main ingredients of the Liao Gong remote ring powder. The day after tomorrow is the first day of school. It is time to leave the heavenly Ki continent. Upon arriving at the teleportation point, the system announced additional upgrades as Trine Kim Mac obtained the senior elder emblem of the Guild of Life Professions. 6 secondary professions were upgraded to a common level. The conversion system was enhanced to level 4, unlocking new abilities. Ability 2 lets you choose a current potion to convert into a passive effect, and all passive levels are raised to level 4. Gatling gun passive level 4 gives a 35% chance to fire 15 Gatling bullets with 100% accuracy and an additional 5% chance when attacking with any weapon. Trine Kim Mac stared wide-eyed and excitedly at the system, realizing that increasing experience for secondary professions could also upgrade the conversion system to level A and unlock a second special ability. In the status window, his attributes changed significantly, with the most notable being his talent reaching SSS level 4. He stood admiring the information for a long time. No doubt, this level up is truly amazing. But as for the new ability, I still should not transform it. After all, I have only just started learning the basic level of herbal medicine, and the formula can still be upgraded further. If I transform it too soon, I might regret it later. Closing the system panel, Trine Kim Mac placed his hand on the teleportation gate. It was time to go back. At Jiangdan Academy, the stadium was already packed with people. Trine Kim Mac appeared in the crowd, dazed and wondering, is not it still summer break? Why are there so many students and parents at the school? As he stepped closer, he heard a student shout, "Look quickly, it is Senior Trine Kim Mac." The female students heard this and rushed over, exclaiming, "Oh my god, this is the real deal. So handsome. Senior, please sign for me. You will forever be a god in our hearts." Sensing something was wrong, Trine Kim Mac darted away, leaving his juniors calling after him. Senior, in a dark but safe place, Trine Kim Mac peeked out from the bushes to observe his surroundings. A voice suddenly appeared behind him, making him jump. This kid finally decided to come back. Seeing Lunigan Dan, Trine Kim Mac called out, "Commissioner Liu, who are those standing outside? They look really shady." The old man stroked his silver mustache and laughed. "Haha, they are all new students enrolling at Jiangdan Academy thanks to your reputation. Thanks to you, this year's student intake at our school can rival the nearby Wun Academy. Come with me. Before you leave, We have a gift we want to give you. Burst of paper fireworks shot up, blooming brightly. Trinky Mac grimaced, gritting his teeth as he endured the fluffy mess on his head. All the teachers gathered together, and although it might seem a bit old-fashioned to the younger generation, we put a lot of effort into this for several days. It was truly exhausting. We want to send our blessings to you, so please do not laugh at us. Trinky Mac carefully untied the strings on his head. It is good, but do not do that again next time. Lug and Dan handed him a red certificate and said, this time you have to go to the capital, and we think you still lack a place to stay, so we bought a house for you. It is not expensive, only about 20 million, so do not complain. In addition, we also bought plane tickets for the days you will be traveling to the capital. Since we do not know exactly when you will return, to avoid any mistakes, we bought them all. Holding the 2 items in his hands, Trinky Mac happily and sincerely thanked them, saying, thank you all, I really can't refuse this. Lug and Dan and everyone proudly cheered for Trinky Mac, and since it was getting late, they told him to remember to come back and visit if he ever had the chance. If you ever need anything outside, Jiangqing Academy will always be by your side. Before meeting the teachers for the last time, Chen Kamo expressed his gratitude, thanking them for taking care of him all this time, and promised not to disgrace Jiangqing Academy. Next time you come back, your name will surely be known all across China. Later on, at the gate of Shen Yu School, there were very few students passing by. One of the 2 waiting for the new students said, Mendes, is this classmate also a freshman this year? They scrutinized Trinky Mac from head to toe. This body is amazing, and the appearance is just perfect. If you do not become a big star, it would really be a shame, so hurry up and start talking to people. And while you are at it, get their contact info. The senior girls kept flocking around him, eagerly asking Trinky Mac for contact details to make it easier to flirt with him, or rather, to support him when he is in trouble. Trinky Mac turned away shyly. I am just here to register. Can someone tell me what to do next? Someone confidently grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying, come on, let me help you register your information. She winked at him and added, then I will take you to get familiar with a school here. Our Divine Academy is huge. You want to get lost no matter what. The female students behind clenched their teeth in frustration, thinking that Ho Eung-vu must be the president of the student union's publicity club to be so bold. But they had no choice but to let it go and keep it to themselves. As Ho Eung-vu led Trinky Mac, she explained that in our school, once you reach level 30 and successfully complete the 2nd promotion, you can officially graduate. But before that, the school classifies students into classes based on fixed levels. The first row will be levels 15 to 25, placed in the freshman class. The second row is levels 26 to 28. Also sophomores. Moving forward, juniors have only 1 level, which is 29, and the final senior year is level 30, with all students who have not completed the 2nd promotion belonging to the senior class. She stopped, saying, we have arrived. Junior, insert your ID card into the device next to you. The system will use your data to assign your dormitory. The new student followed Ho Eung-vu's instructions and swiped her card on the machine. A robotic voice announced the completion of identity verification, all data accurate, confirming the new student. Trinky Mac, of the Divine Academy. Current rank is 25 and the top scorer of Back Province this year, with the profession of craftsman, assigned to the luxury dormitory, located in Zone Z of the school. Room number 001. Everyone was amazed. Has she really reached level 25? All the students gathered around, stunned by this new student who had reached level 25. I wonder why a monster like that got into our school this year. They are probably scared of the whole test, because I would crush them for sure. Ho Eung-vu flattered even more, saying that the junior Trinky Mac was the top scholar from Tingak Back, personally invited by Master Diep Loy, and might even have an SS rating. This dorm only invites 9 rooms each year, so let me take you to the cold dormitory area. You would not find your way alone. Trinky Mac politely waved her off. No need, I can go on my own. Left behind, Ho Eung-vu's face turned purple, but she held back. Determined huff, you definitely want to escape my grasp. In the cold dormitory area of the Ndu School, besides the dorms, there is also another campus. Trinky Mac strolls around, looking and calculating, deciding to stay here for now since he just enrolled. There are still many things to do, and I do not have time to check out the house the committee gave them. Suddenly, an old man appeared in front of me practicing martial arts, roaring with the divine fists of the supreme martial saint. As expected of the capital, you can still encounter a 4th-generation powerhouse here, but judging by his health, he seems to be suffering from some ailments. When he saw him, he spoke first. Hey classmate, are you one of this year's new students at our Ndu School? Trinky Mac politely replied. Yes, I was assigned to live here. While he wondered if this man was a teacher at the Ndu School, had not the school lost many of its powerful enthusiasts? Why is there a 4th-generation powerhouse here? Without any hesitation or preamble, he asked politely, are you number 001? Trinky Mac. Suddenly Lang Tiu startled and asked, What is your name? Although Trinky Mac was a bit puzzled, was he trying to check my background? But on the surface, he still replied, Trinky Mac. He said nothing after hearing it and continued to practice his punches. You can go now, Trinky Mac thought as he turned away. This is strange. This person seems to have a mental illness too. Meanwhile, Lang Tu smiled slightly, trying key Mac, number 001. Very interesting, but just as he left, Lang Nihai suddenly appeared, unexpectedly sneaking in a punch. It is time to take medicine now. Lang Tu was startled and turned around. Oh heavens. I will take it right away. It was just an impulsive itch. At the Ndu school, the secret hall was packed with students, all anxiously awaiting the upcoming entrance exam. The school's academic director, the outstanding Lee, smiled as he looked at Director Tran, who was excellent at recruiting students. Unexpectedly, this year there were 2 top scholars enrolling in our school. He asked who would win the entrance exam between Trine Kiem Mak from Bak Tinningan and Hatu Keet from Talo province. A teacher confidently spoke from the back saying it must be Hatu Keet, because our magic academy definitely has to have him. Although Trine Kiem Mak holds a high rank, his skills are poor. I only appreciate his looks. Others mock him, saying, huh. Hatu Kiet's second technique is a wind manipulator, not purely magic-based. Our war academy can't ignore him either. Even the command trainees are determined to secure him. Director Tran remains silent, not wanting to compete with them. At this moment, in front of the secret realm gate, Hatu Kiet stood behind Trine Kiem Mak, calling out to him, saying, "You are the top scholar of Nengan Bak Hai province today. My name is Hatu Kiet, and I am the top scholar of Tilo province today. You may be very skilled, but right now my abilities are still superior to yours." He glanced coldly at the man and said, "I do not think we know each other." Hatu Kiet shouted with veins bulging, "Huh, I may be arrogant now, but wait until we are inside the secret realm. I will show you who the real leader is." Trine Kiem Mak turned around, showing impatience. "How boring, just relying on you. You think you can beat me?" Keet annoyed. Ninjang said, "Fine, we will just wait and see." Shortly after, the new students all entered the secret realm and heard the announcement. "You have entered the Death Cultivation Institute secret realm. The current area has been unlocked. Graveyard Library, level 20 to 30. Ranked hard, because your hidden profession is a restorer. You have unlocked the highest difficulty level and a new area, the Church Armory, level 30 to 40. Extremely hard. Trine Kiem Mak received the notification again. "You have entered the graveyard." Good luck, he really sighed. "If I watch any longer, I will forget the hidden trait of the lawkeeper." Today, they even unlocked a map for levels 30 to 40. This is getting interesting. Looking at the monsters ahead, if these 2 areas are not too difficult, then I will just speed through and win. Outside the secret realm, the teachers were all watching them on the big screen, closely tracking each student's statistics. The group of teachers began discussing the contestants' performance. Even though the boss level was as high as 28, they still wanted to see Hatu Kiet's results live. When the information appeared, Hatu Kiet at level 23 had cleared 40% of the graveyard in just 4 minutes and 13 seconds, but was only ranked second. The teacher proud of Hatu Kiet grinned widely, hoping he would finish the stage first, but a young teacher next to him anxiously asked, "Wait, does anyone know why he is only ranked second?" The teacher checked the scores again, and it turned out he had completed the stage 100%. Damn, I did not expect Trine Kiem Mak to only take 25 minutes to pass this test. That is already impressive. Just from that, the teacher started competing again, from the War Academy to mages, commanders, and support, all trying to influence the choice of Trine Kiem Mak. But in the end, someone noticed a strange score and shouted, "No, did not he already pass the stage? Why has not he come out yet?" When they updated again, he had only explored 1% of the armory. How is that possible? Did he really enter the extremely difficult area? Today's test did not even cover the armory or the chapel. Could there be a problem with the secret realm projector? Those supporting Hatu Kiet all broadly accused Trine Kiem Mak of breaking the rules and want to punish him, but homeroom teacher Tran stepped in to stop them, asking not to jump to conclusions so quickly, saying that with his understanding of Trine Kiem Mak, he is not the type to act without thinking. Maybe we should have homeroom teacher Loy go report this situation to the principal first and see what the principal says. Lotuan Kiet agreed with him as well. "Fine. I will go to the principal's office to report. You keep a close watch on this test." Seeing that the situation was temporarily under control, Tran took a deep breath and said, "My little ancestor, you have to seize that time. It will take at least 30 minutes to go to and return from the principal's office, and if it takes longer than that, even a deity would struggle to protect you." In the secret armory, Trine Kiem Mak hid to the side watching the monsters guarding the door. Now that he has reached the armory, the difficulty level has definitely increased. The monsters here are on average level 30, with around 70 of them. Moreover, all the monsters here are Crusader-type warriors that are very hard to deal with. Leaving is a bit tricky, but I still have a way, so I quickly put on my hat and coat and transformed into a spirit form. Then in a fragmented state, he grabbed a box and slipped past the cross-knight monsters without them noticing. After all that trouble, he dusted off his hands. Finally gathering all the explosives in the armory together, it was time to make a move. He stood by the barrel, waving his hand and shouting to catch the monsters' attention, saying hello to them. But as they ran over, he had already raised an ice wall, using its continuous growth to slow them down. This way he could gather all the monsters together. Once they were all assembled, he stepped back from the explosives. It was time to set off the fireworks. Fireball technique. After firing, He immediately used the ice shield to cover himself. The ice shield can make him immune to all ranged attacks for 10 seconds, which is enough to protect himself during this explosion. Moments later, a huge explosion erupted and Trinky Mac's ice shield just managed to block some of the ranged attacks for him. Outside, Loi Tunkiat had already arrived at the principal's office. Principal Lang, I am Lei Junji, and there is a very important matter I need to report to you. Lang Xiao, the principal of Shenyu School and a level 73 Martial Saint disciple, was flipping through documents and asked, what could be so urgent that the head of education himself had to come here? He then got to the point. Today a student took the entrance exam and committed a very serious disciplinary violation. Although he passed the test early, he did not leave. Lang Tiu was not surprised and asked again, you passed the test in just 25 minutes. Is the person you are talking about Trine Kiem Mac? Loi Tun Kiet was stunned. Principal, how did you know? He still insisted that the other teachers wanted to punish Trine Kiem Mac because of the rules. But before he could finish, Lang Tiu coldly interrupted. Which school rule says that? Show it to me, and I will fix it immediately. With that, he waved his hand, and a flash of golden light appeared, making Lo Tun Kiet even more flustered, watching that golden light shoot away. Lo was stunned. Did the teacher just grant him immunity from injury? But this is a once-in-5 years opportunity. Injury immunity allows students taking the test to avoid any wounds. Even if they are defeated, Lang Tiu did not bother to explain and just chased him away. Go away. For a child who loves magic like that, we have to pay more attention in the future. Lo Tun Kiet was reluctant but had to obey. After a moment, he glanced out the window and thought, a young man with ambition is a good thing, but he must not get too carried away. I will let him off this time. But there won't be a next. Looking at the burned monsters behind him, he smirked slightly and turned away. Not bad. It only took 8 minutes to deal with all the demons. Indeed, the greater the risk, the better the reward. Next up was the fierce battle. The large door before him opened, revealing the silhouette of a guardian in the darkness. Only when there was enough light did he see clearly that it was the weapon of Master Harrow, the level 35 elite leader, with a vitality stat of 18,000 points. His face showed slight caution. Although this guy only had the skill Whirlwind Slash, he was still extremely tough to deal with. Whirlwind Slash is an imperfect area of effect attack with sustained damage. Moreover, its skill duration grants immunity to control and cannot be interrupted. It seems my unbreakable body must come to an end today. Let us begin. Your staff immediately forms the void energy orb. Then he shot it toward Harrow. Come on. Show me your best move first. As the orb approached, his eyes flashed with a sharp gleam. An axe came down, shattering the orb without causing any disturbance. He lunged toward the nearly stunned Trine Mat, saying, I have always awaited a true battle. Let me see your real strength. He immediately used the speed-boosting flower orb to dodge an axe. Harrow's attack was like a storm. Trine Kiem's face kept twitching as he stepped back. Feeling overwhelmed, turns out the void orb had already been kicked away by him. Unfortunately, the acceleration cooldown is too long, so if he uses the Whirlwind Slash again, he might not be able to dodge it. Next, following Harrow's decreasing health points, the frequency of his Cyclone Slash will only increase. So I just have to keep up with him. It took me a moment to regain the upper hand. His skill must be over now. Take this shot from me. The eyes behind Harrow's helmet flared red, his ISPA already down by more than half. Good. You have managed to anger me. I will let you taste the power of my blade of pain. He continued to activate his berserk state. Infinite Whirlwind Slash. Accelerating, a small whirlwind like a sharp pain struck. Trine Kiem silently cursed. Luckily he had plenty of potions. His ape was still at 50%. It was time for a direct confrontation. While dodging, he searched for an opening to strike. At the same time, he quickly consumed 4 good quality basic health potions, reducing damage taken by 21%. He was determined to show him what a true king of beasts really is. The battle raged on intensely, with healing potions being popped open and system alerts ringing out continuously. Just as his health recovered, the damage he took increased again. Moments later, with his AP still low, Trine Mat landed a final critical strike, cutting Harrow from behind. The system announced the defeat of Weapon Master Harrow. Trine Mat gasping for breath. It is finally over, with less than 1,500 HP left. This pack attacking, control immune monster is truly nauseating. But suddenly a series of golden lights enveloped him, congratulating you on receiving the privilege of injury immunity in this secret challenge. Even if you die from failure, your true self will not suffer any harm. He paused his singing for a moment. Is that even possible? Who is helping me? Never mind. Something is better than nothing. Let us just say it is because of the next challenge that the higher-ups want to ensure my safety. See, in less than 54 minutes, Trine Mat has already cleared the weapon warehouse. The group of teachers heard Loi Tun Kiet and screamed in horror. How is that possible? I just went to the principal's office for a moment, but he has already passed the weapon storage test. So does not that mean the injury immunity privilege given to him by Principal Lang is meaningless? The homeroom teachers were stunned and asked back, how could Principal Lang give Trine Mat the privilege of damage immunity? This is the highest honor for new students. Privilege that has not been granted in 20 years. It seems Trine Mat's status is about to rise dramatically. Look, He has already entered the chapel area and surprisingly still wants to continue. Lotun Keat was just waiting for that and immediately pressed a red button on the control panel. Fine. If Principal Lang said to pay more attention to him, then let us break the rules this once. Anyway, I want to see for myself how his help plans to deal with that terrifying final boss. Inside the secret chamber, carved stone door slowly opened. Trine Kiem carefully stepped through the stone door. In front of him appeared a cathedral filled with worshippers kneeling below. He looked toward the center and said to himself, the final boss of the monastery has 2 children. One is the lieutenant commander of the Blood Cross, sitting on the throne, and the other is his wife, High Priestess. Women is in the room behind him. Trine Kiem pressed his lips, pulled his hood tighter, and activated his shadow state. The soldiers and followers below collapsed like Sullus armor. He calmly lit a torch and headed down another path, soon to face 2 level 38 bosses at once. To be honest, it is still a bit difficult, but I can take advantage of that person at the right moment. I looked at the prisoner shackled tightly by the wrists and ankles but still alive. Trine Kiem stood before him and asked, Farbanks, do you want revenge? Farbanks' eyes were still dim, his flesh all rotted away. Can you help me? Farbanks was originally an aide officer of the Crimson Crusader Army, imprisoned here for decades for breaking the affair between the commanding officer and High Priest T. Farbanks' role in the game is a hidden piece, and players have 2 choices. Either kill him, after which he drops a perfect blue-grade item, or help him break his chains, and he will assist the player in fighting the big boss. Obviously, Trine Kiem chose to use the preposition skill of the novice, the healing technique for him. He pondered, but the wounds were severe. Players cannot heal Ps, so the impact on the battle is limited. As if in this world, watching his limbs and body slowly recover, Farbanks looked dazed. He knelt on one knee before Trine Kiem. Thank you, benefactor, for healing me. As long as I can repay you, I will follow your every command. He nodded in agreement with the strategy. Later, pay close attention to the sounds outside. I will wipe out all the Blood Cross soldiers in the church once you hear the sound of the High Priest's whistle. Upon returning to the church, Trine Kiem immediately activated the shadow state, which also meant the Blood Cross soldiers had been triggered. Trine Kiem turned and dashed off, and the cultists came pouring in behind him. He led the charge rushing toward the stone door. Trine Kiem stepped on the water and leapt across to the other shore. The crowd of cultists swarmed down, splashing water everywhere, but Trine Kiem had already jumped up from below. He quickly used the freezing technique, aiming at the group of spearmen. Could Trine Kiem really freeze 50 level 37 spearmen at once? That is some serious calculation. Not wanting to keep them waiting, Trine Kiem gathered a fireball and a void orb twice, triggering his passive skill as well. Everyone outside was confused what was going on. Wasn't the cooldown for the void orb supposed to be 15 seconds? Why could Trine Kiem cast Snow Ice in 5 seconds? Could it be related to his talent? Everyone thought it was his rare gift. Trine Kiem had already approached where Mokni sat motionless, holding his golden spear. He muttered to himself, finally having to face this pair. As the distance closed, Mokni's eyes flashed brightly. Mokni activated, entered combat mode, sprang up fiercely, saying, You traitor! I will cleanse you in the name of the holy light. Without hesitation, he charged forward, sending the man into darkness like someone who dared to claim the holy light who is worthy. The heavenly strike hit, causing Mokni to lose his weapon and shield, sending him flying several meters. With lightning speed, the opponent attacked him midair before he even had a chance to fall, until Mokni's body was battered, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The onlookers outside almost dropped their controllers. Damn. He controlled the boss for 30 seconds straight. This player's skills are really smooth. The timing of the strike was incredibly precise, something I have never seen before. Judging by the intensity and size of the dark orbs behind him, they have reached the level of common dark orbs. The dark attribute spheres swarmed densely around Trine Kiem. He smirked and let them taste the power of these common dark spheres. With a swing of his hand, he hurled them all at Mokni, unleashing a relentless barrage of crushing and critical damage. Trine Kiem leapt back to avoid the impact of his own skill. As he fell, another woman appeared behind the door. Mokni has fallen, and he must pay the price in blood for this. A wave of shock energy surged over Trine Kiem's body, signaling that he had entered a forced immobilization state. It would automatically lift after 60 seconds. Yen Jiang braced himself. This was the toughest moment at the monastery siege and the reason there were 2 bosses. The so-called 2 bosses are not a consecutive battle with 2 opponents. She raised her black staff and called out, Come back to life, my love. As women use the resurrection spell, after Mokni falls, the storyline triggers women to forcibly resurrect Mokni, and no matter who it is, they are ultimately forced to face attacks from 2 level 38 bosses at the same time. But Faban appeared from the side with his double hammer, shouting, Blood for blood. Today is the day of reckoning. Women was startled. How did he get out? He swung a hammer at her head, forcing her to dodge, while Trine Kiem's body trembled as the resurrection spell was interrupted. Faban stood facing her, taunting, Did not expect this. Today is the day the couple dies. The humiliation of many years. Today I will repay it 100-fold. Trine Kiem forced a smile. The forced resurrection state has 10 seconds left. I can break the storyline, so let that Nempi break it instead. Makes perfect sense. Right, she startled and looked at him. The one who saved him. I have to kill him. Women turned around and attacked Trine Mat, but before he could gather his energy, Faban jumped up, saying, "You want to lay a finger on me? Surrender now." At this moment, the forced state had ended, and Trine Mat pushed himself up, surprised at how fierce Faban in this world was. He was indeed much stronger than the Keepchuk. Could it be because he had healed his wounds? He charged with his sword behind women. It seems I still need to change my mindset more. I can use the mindset of the celestial trial to judge things. Clearly, in many situations, optimizing certain processes in this world brings unexpected benefits. Like right now, the supervisors outside kept sweating nervously. After all, these were first-time students entering the secret realm who already knew this strategy, which was quite outrageous. Lo Twinkeet was so excited he was practically trembling. No wonder the principal valued him so highly. He performed like this. Calling him the top scorer in the country would not be an exaggeration. At this moment, Hatu Keet casually stepped out of the secret realm gate, and no one else had come out yet. Haha, the top scorer in this entrance exam was ultimately taken by me, that Trine Mak. Just a hollow name. It is just that, 1 hour and 38 minutes, smoothly passing the Toman library zones. Can you do that? But Hatu Keet also noticed something was off. Hey, why is not anyone clapping? I got first place after all. This is too quiet. He quickly turned his head toward where they were watching intently. Hatuki's eyes wide with shock as if seeing a ghost, his jaw nearly dropping. Seeing Trine Mak just defeat the final boss, he leaned back, stammering, How is he in the chapel area, outside the commendation tablet? The name and rank of Trine Mak clearly topped the entire class, completing the blood training trial in just 1 hour 40 minutes and 58 seconds. Seeing the beam of light from the tablet, Lang Tiu cannot help but praise this person is a prodigy on the rise, yet managed to pass the level 25 blood training trial. It is truly not simple. Could it be that after all these years of stagnation at Divine Rain University, even heaven can no longer bear it? At that moment, someone came in carrying medicine and called out, "Grandpa, it is time to take your medicine." Lang Tiu looked at Lang Nhat Hai setting down the bowl and asked, "Nat Hai, how long do you plan to stay in the Tiankai continent this time?" She slightly lowered her head and said, This time it might be a bit longer. About more than 10 days. Is that okay?" he asked while bringing the medicine. "Grandpa's health is fine. You can stay a few more days. But speaking of you, you are not a child anymore. Do you have someone special in mind?" Lang Nahai jumped in surprise, then forced a smile. No. Grandpa, do not think like that." Right then, Lang Tiu pulled out Trinkem's file and said, "Well, we have a very good candidate here. Him, handsome and polite, with even more impressive skills. How about you two get to know each other a bit?" Lang Nat he ignored him and dashed off. "No need. I already have my own plans, so I will be going now." Seeing her rush off and slam the door shut, Lang Tiu let out a soft sigh. Our Nat Hai has finally grown up, and she already has someone she likes. No wonder she wants to stay a few more days in the Chiangkai continent. Outside in the yard, Lang Nahai let out a soft sigh of relief, but before long, Lang Tiu flung open the window and shouted down into the yard, "Girls like you and Thean Kai still need to be careful. There are plenty of bad people there. Do not get fooled." Her lips mouthed his words. Bad people, huh? Remembering the embarrassing scene, Lang Nahai hypoted. Right, especially that terrible name, the worst of all. She then looked up at the sky thoughtfully and said, "Huh. Bastard, have you missed me these past few days? If not, I will make sure you remember me." On the other hand, strange phenomena have appeared at the gate and the secret realm. Trine Mak dusted off his dusty shoulders and stepped out of the gate. The homeroom teachers kept praising him endlessly, each wanting to recruit Trine Mak to their supposedly prestigious academy. Hatukit on the side could barely stand, trembling as he muttered to himself, "A pervert like Trine Mak. That guy told me he was the top scorer in the lower country. Next time can you be recognized as the top scholar of the lower kingdom? You are ruining my prestige and embarrassing me." At this moment, Loi Tun Kiat stepped forward to calm everyone down, asking them to stay calm. "Student Trine Mak, first of all, congratulations on making history today. You surely know our school has 4 major academies. With your achievements, you can choose freely. May I ask if you have made your choice yet?" Trine Mak thought carefully. He still did not know how the Lam Tine World University operated or the level of their teaching, so he decided to ask if he could try attending a class. After thinking, he scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. Still undecided, wishing he could attend a bit of each academy's classes, they all competed to congratulate him. "No problem. The doors of our War Academy are always open to welcome you. Our Magic Academy also welcomes student trying to try studying. The Command Academy agrees. The Support Academy agrees." In a large building on campus, students from various classes were on their lunch break, sitting together at tables. Lambine, the head of the Student Council's Discipline Inspection Department, rank 2953, held a stack of linked tickets and spoke to the person opposite him. Ungung Vu, I had to put in a lot of effort to get 2 tickets from Uncle Dong's office. Do you have time today? Why not come watch with me?" She sighed quietly inside as she looked at him so happily. Lam Bun may have decent skills and a good background, a pretty solid guy overall, but his looks really are not my type. How should I refuse? Not knowing what to do, Ho Gongvu suddenly noticed a familiar figure behind her. Seeing the modest demeanor, she immediately knew it was him. Ho Gongvu immediately stood up, said something to Lam Bin, and then left. Sorry, I still have some things to take care of. You go on by yourself. He thought she was really busy, so he stayed relaxed. It is okay. Next time, but seeing Ho Gongvu sit down next to Trine Kimat, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it. What does he have to do with Ngongvu? Over here, she casually brushed her hair back. Looking gentle, Junior Trine Kimak, we meet again. Trine Kimak was still chewing and grinding his teeth. Asking if there was a problem, she immediately started picking a fight. I heard you got the privilege to audit classes across the whole school. Impressive, just like all the other compliments. Trine Kimak just let out a soft hum and stopped. Lambun behind him was already tense with frustration. The woman your damn father licked. And yet you just ignored it. Not once did Nvu show any sign of anger. It is really infuriating. He rolled up his sleeves and stood right in front of you. Glaring, is your name Trine Kimak? I have heard of you before. Up for me. Don't you think that doing well on the entrance exam gives you the right to be so arrogant? As a junior, you should behave like one. I am the minister of the student council's disciplinary committee. I have the authority to supervise you. Suddenly, Trine Kimak was surrounded by two busybodies during the meal. He angrily shouted. He slammed the table, sending the tray flying. What a mess. The tray of food was slammed right onto Lam Bun's head. He stood there stunned, unable to say a word. Tukit sat watching from afar, nervously chewing and mumbling. Damn, this guy is bold. On the first day, he already dared to throw food on the head of the discipline inspection minister. At this moment, the lunch tray had fallen, leaving Lam Bin's face covered in sauce and bits of leftover vegetables. He flew into a rage and clenched his fist. That brat. You are asking for death, but that means his hand was a bit burnt. He missed the punch. Trine Kimak dodged, so he hit the table instead. The dining table was scratched to pieces, causing Ho and Vu next to it to also get a mouthful of wood splinters and dust. Lam Ben was lying sprawled on the floor. Junjun, Trine Kimak turned away without a second thought. Sorry, slipped my hand, he angrily called after him. That brat, just you wait. If I do not get revenge for this, then I am not Lam Bim. Later, in the large classroom, the instructor solemnly guided everyone as they turned to page 265 to review the main points of the Warriors Battle Report. Instructor Kam Dong-hai, a level 58 third-stage warrior of the Jiji War Academy, stepped up to the board. Inside, he clenched his teeth in frustration. What exactly is the dean doing? Yet he arranged for someone like me, a third-stage powerhouse, being surveyed by a freshman. It is really infuriating. Kam Dong-hai could not hold back anymore. He turned sharply to grab the stern face of Trine Kimak. What does that look on your face mean? Is it that what I explained was too simple? He flipped through the book and sighed inwardly. His explanation was not stupid, but it was still too old-fashioned. At the same time, it is very conservative. Clearly, there are many better shortcut options, but teachers require students to learn only what they pass down. Clinging stubbornly to the old ways stifles the student's creativity. Trine Kim slammed the book shut with a decisive gesture. Then he stood up abruptly. Then do not waste your time here anymore. In the end, the only one who can teach me is in this world. It is really too little. I saw him leave. You, Trine Kimak, I have studied for over 10 years. You are the first person to leave the class early. May I ask if you have an urgent matter? Even if you do, you must report it first. This is the most basic rule. No one ever taught you that. Trine Kimak kept walking up the steps, pretending not to hear, leaving the whole class stunned, and he grew even angrier. Kam Dong-hai used his teleportation skill to block his way. He glared fiercely. Today, you would better come up with a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, do not blame me for being rude. Trine Kimak just shrugged slightly. If you insist on forcing me to give a reason, then I will give you one. Standing in the way, hindering the progress of the students. As soon as he heard the words, Kam Dong-hai was shaken to his core. Speechless, a student immediately stood up and shouted at him. Trine Kimak, we all know your abilities are very strong, but the teacher has eaten more meals than you have ever eaten. What right do you have to say such things? The person beside him also joined in. Lambun led two others into the classroom, classmates of Trine Kimak. Our disciplinary inspection team was patrolling as usual when we found you leaving early without permission and suspect you may be involved in insulting a teacher. We ask you to cooperate with us and return for investigation. The three blocked the corner, none willing to let Trine Kimak leave. Lambun smiled quietly to himself. Kid, so this is how you insult. Today you are in my hands. No matter what kind of genius you are, I guarantee you won't get any sweet rewards. Walking past it, I casually agreed. Fine. You guys take him away directly. Other students continued to listen to my lesson, and if anyone dared to break school rules again, this would be the consequence. He just smiled wryly and mocked. Stubborn as ever, no wonder the prestigious university has fallen to this state. Just as Trine Kimak was about to leave, the old man called out loudly. Wait, what do you mean? Just say it straight. Trine Kimak then turned back and said, if you want the truth, then I will tell you. The lesson you just gave has quite a few mistakes and is overly rigid in many parts. If everyone trained according to your method, the path ahead would only get more delayed. Kam Dong-hai was furious but said, fine. If you have the skill today, then challenge my views in front of everyone. If you can actually say 1 or 2 convincing things, I will quit teaching tomorrow and never pursue this career again. He is so confident because he is clueless. I do not believe someone like you, who has never changed positions, can find flaws in my lecture. He did not bother to say anything else and walked straight up to the podium. He said that all professions and warriors should be scored based on a strength to physique ratio of 3-to-1. In fact, if you are like that, more than half of the later stage will be wasted. Next, please watch me reason through the data right here, he said as he picked up the chalk. The sound of chalk scratching on the board echoed clearly in the quiet classroom. After a moment of thought, the students shouted out, "Hey, it actually seems true." Looking at the calculation formula, after surpassing level 50, the physical benefits start to decline linearly and weakly. Others also noticed that this formula, compared to the standard strength in textbooks, is even smaller by about 3 levels. No wonder it leads to these 3 conclusions. Just as Mac glanced back at Cam Dong-ha behind him, Teacher Cam had just said that the attack speed attribute should yield to the critical attribute. Only then can the damage be maximized. I have another formula that can refute this view. After a while, the chalkboard was filled with white writing, and he stood on the podium to conclude that everyone possesses independent thinking ability, and what I just said is not entirely accurate in practice. Smiling provocatively, he asked the old man, "Teacher Cam, is there anything you want to object to?" Cam Dong-hai was now sitting on the ground, thinking how could a top freshman have theoretical skills even stronger than mine. Just then, a senior with blonde hair entered with 4 others, saying, "Lun Bine, we are from the student council, acting on orders from the dean. You suspect involvement in blatantly humiliating the top-ranked freshman this term. Come with us for a while." He was dragged out of the classroom in front of everyone, unwillingly shouting no, no. After class, the students were whispering, "Have you heard? The Minister of Discipline has crossed Trine Kimak. He was directly suspended by the principal. But that is nothing just now. Cam Dong-hai voluntarily resigned. Trine Kimak is really impressive, dominating the 4 major academies. And I heard this even caught the principal's attention, who directly requested a meeting with him." At this moment, Loi Tun-kiat was both guiding Trine Kimak and praising him, saying the kid is truly interesting. Yet he dismissed all those stubborn old fools. "I bet they won't have the face to shout orders around campus anymore. But do not worry, Principal Lang has long wanted to deal with them." Suddenly, Trine Kimak remembered that big-hearted girl and thought to himself, "Principal Lang, they are all Lang." But he reassured himself and stepped forward to push the door open. There are many people named Lang in this world, so it probably is not that bad. As soon as he stepped in and closed the door, Lang Tiu spoke up. "Little friend, we meet again." Remembering the old man he met while walking around dormitory zone Z, he widened his eyes. It was him. He nodded and smiled softly in response, unable to deny that his luck was not bad. Then he saw the man channel energy, the pressure shifting and radiating a golden light around him. When wearing the cloak, everyone gathers their skills around them, creating a similar pressure, but the light emitted is a dark purple. Lang Tiu smiled brightly, eager to see what the younger generation thought. He withdrew his skills. Ren Zhang said, "I have heard about your performance at the 4 major academies. I want to ask how you managed to do all this, nor will I investigate what you have been through. I just want to ask you one question. If I want you to be the head of the most special class at Thendu University, would you dare to accept?" He smiled confidently. "What is there to be afraid of? But do you dare to delegate the authority?" He considered the question answered and immediately discussed the terms. "Fine. If I have chosen you, what if I give you a top-grade treasure sword? Moreover, the elder one to let you draw it for free." Both sat down, and Lang Tiu spoke up. "Go ahead. If you have any requests that are not unreasonable, I will do my best to help you fulfill them." Asma rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He said, I need a few intermediate-level precious draft drawings." Lang Tiu was curious and thought, "Is that all?" "Very good. Not arrogant. Not impatient, and not greedy. All right. The items you need are all in the drawing museum and must be exchanged with contribution points. The old talisman directly approved 100,000 contribution points for you. Exchange whatever you need yourself." When suddenly the phone in his pocket rang. When Mac opened the phone and saw Hong Thian calling, he was a bit surprised. It was actually him, Lang Tiu said comfortably. "No problem. Go ahead." So he put the phone to his ear and said, "Hello. Lomac, long time no see. What have you been up to lately? Do you remember me?" "Right. I am calling today to tell you 2 good pieces of news. Which one do you want to hear first?" Mac and Lang Tiu looked at each other, both sweating nervously. "Hello. Why are not you talking?" Hong Thian spoke as he walked. "Come on. I know you are listening." "Forget it. I will tell you everything. The first good news is I have been promoted to level 30. The second good news is my awakening mission needs an institute, and it is you, just returned from outside. So, surprised or not, I heard that even other level 30 players did not hesitate and immediately thought of you. Damn, you are a doctor after all. Our relationship is good, so you would not refuse. Right, it is puzzling someone like you, a top university student, not looking for people from your own school. Is not that a bit odd?" You interrupted me irritably. saying you like to find whoever you want and others can manage themselves. So fine. If you are not afraid, then I am okay with it. Send me the address later. After hanging up, Lang Tu praised, surprisingly your social circle is quite wide, but inviting a level 25 student to help, in all of Korea there is probably only this one person. How sure are you? He was confident his bright smile would impress him completely. Standing in front of the Blueprint Museum gate, he calculated that before entering Lamthine University, he would splurge a bit and conveniently choose a suitable blueprint for his level 4 transformation spot. The guide there saw him and immediately said, "Fellow student, please insert your student card into the slot on this side." As soon as he inserted the card, an announcement sounded. Code number 500,001. Current contribution points balance 100,000. Access granted to all areas. The guide was stunned. 100,000 contribution points. The people waiting behind all shouted, "Someone hit me so I know I am not dreaming." He has only been at school a few days and already earned 100,000 contribution points. Is he even human? Damn. I was busy all last year and only managed to earn a bit over 8,000. Truly people make others feel inferior. On the 3rd floor of the Blueprint Museum, Chang Ki-mak walked in alone. Turns out this is what the museum is about. These blueprints are all specially provided like items from Field 7. That said, the wealth of the Divine Jade University is truly impressive. I did not expect so many rare items to be kept here. He glanced over the drafts for spirit, ice, and lava potions under 1,000 points and skimmed past them all. Looks like there is nothing good outside. Just the lowest level blueprints. Time to go inside and take a look. Looking at some perfect level blueprints for death-resistant forest, sacrificial oil causing fire damage, and magic potions that increase damage. Xing Qiamo was impressed. Not bad. Starting from this point, all are perfect level or above, but since there is only one level 4 conversion slot, I need to filter through everything once. What if there is a higher level port? After a while he stopped in front of a final area and shouted out loud. And the common herbal medicine section had 4 rare grade blueprints. Magic blood potion that restores 100 mana every 5 seconds for 1 hour. Invincible potion that temporarily increases all elemental magic damage by 35 points for 1 hour. Purification potion that removes all primary abnormal statuses for 1 hour. An Ancestor's elixir that increases all attributes by 8 points for 1 hour. He laughed heartily, not bothering to hold back, then decided to take the purification power for later. There are too many annoying boss debuffs, and if the potion's transformation effect is not bad, it will definitely bring surprises for me. After choosing, he immediately placed the order and said, "System, I want to convert purification power." The system notification quickly sounded. Congratulations to the host for completing the conversion and successfully obtaining a new passive. Purification power passive. The entire body of the host will generate a cyclical buff that can cleanse all primary abnormal statuses, lasting 5 seconds and triggering every 3 minutes. The system notification continues to sound, congratulating the host on successfully acquiring the passive skill. Purification power. The entire host generates a cyclical buff that can remove negative statuses, lasting for 5 seconds and triggering every 3 minutes. Chang Ki-mak was thrilled. This cyclical buff was incredibly powerful, allowing him to eliminate most terrifying monsters at least until the mid-stage. So next, let us check Hongthian's progress during this time. At the entrance of Lamthine University, the number of students passing by is noticeably higher than at Thendu University. Seeing the call come in, Chang Ki-mak, who was hiding his face, turned on his phone to answer. Hello, is that you? Lomak, have you arrived? Just take a walk around the school. I will come find you as soon as I finish studying. After hearing Hongthian's words, he hung up, and Chang Ki-mak could not help but laugh. That rotten kid. Who else would invite an outsider like him? I did not even accept a single favor from you, and now you won't even welcome me properly. Another voice from the distant crowd caught his attention. Assistant Grand Protector, am standing in the arena today, having fought 11 matches without defeat. But if anyone can beat me, all the prize money here will belong to them. This Assistant Grand Protector is a male student from Lamthine University. A senior. Level 30, and an expert in ammunition. Chang Ki-mak took off his hood and praised inwardly. Lamthine University truly lives up to its reputation as a top national school, openly encouraging students to fight each other. It makes sense, as only this way can everyone quickly improve their skills. Another person standing below the ring sneered. Assistant Daebao, do not you feel ashamed, bullying juniors for money if you have any clever moves? Why do not you show me? The assistant guardian got angry when accused. Lu Hung Hoi, do not spit blood at others. I am openly challenging here. The rules are clearly written, so why call it a scam? If you can play, first put up 4 million lamb currency. If you win, the entire prize will be yours. He pulled out a gold card and put it in his mouth. 4 million is not enough. This card has 6 million lamton currency. Do you dare not accept? Assistant Captain looked a bit pale and thought to himself, this time I am opening the arena just to earn the reward for guarding the assistant during the awakening mission. And if I win this round, I will have enough to carry out the second transmission. But he gritted his teeth and agreed. I accept. Please come up to the arena. The students below all sighed. as Lu Hung Hodi and the advantage of the duty sword soul seemed to intimidate the honest man. This match was clearly influenced by old grudges. Although not many expected Triu Dai Bao to win, no one supported Lu Hung Hoi either, just as I was amused and watching eagerly. I did not expect there to be drama to follow perfect timing during half a day off to also observe the quality of education at Lam Thien University. As soon as the duel began, the challenger fired a burst of blazing shots from afar, and Lu Hung Hoi dodged while using his sword to deflect some of the bullets. He gritted his teeth and took the hit hard. This guy is really fired up today. So strong, and I am starting to struggle to keep up. No, losing money is minor. Losing face is the real problem. I have to give him a surprise. Lu Hung Ho was determined not to lose face, so his hand behind him was already preparing something. The moment I noticed that move, I knew he was about to cheat because he could see he was about to lose. But Triu Dai Ba was caught completely off guard and panicked when he saw the iron grenade with 600-700 damage force and a triple stun effect thrown at him. How could you use props on the arena? Lu Hung Hoi, you are shameless. In an instant the grenade exploded. A blaze flared up before him. After the smoke cleared, seeing Triu Dai Ba lying unconscious on the ground, Lu Hung Hoi smirked. So, how does the iron grenade taste? He was rude and added, I will take these 4 million first. The rest will come looking for you tomorrow. Next up I am the boss. Same rules as before. Anyone brave enough can keep going. Chin Ki Mak laughed and turned away. Lu Hung Hoi called him back. The man in the gray shirt stopped. What are you laughing at? Chin Mak's eyes glared coldly at him. Are you sure you are calling me? Lu Hung Hoi sneered arrogantly. Calling you or who else? Lam Thien University is not a place where just any stray cat or dog can wander in. And what was that attitude you just showed? You seem to really look down on the students of Lam Thien University. He rolled his eyes at him and said, I am not actually a student at Lam Thien University, but is not today the open day? And who are you to say what I am? If I want to laugh, do I need your permission? Hearing Chin Ki-mak look down on him, Lu Hung Ho grew even more furious. Just an outsider student, yet he had such arrogance. My father is still on the stage, do you dare to come up? Before he could finish, Chin Ki-mak jumped straight onto the stage and asked, blazing with intensity, the current prize is 12 million. Right, he brought out both his family's red envelope and his personal card, with 6 million Lam Thien currency, plus a property in the capital worth 20 million. Do you accept or not? The Lam Thien students were all stunned, seeing that Chin Ki-mak only offered 25, and as a national treasure level talent. Everyone said he was just here to do charity and was openly looking down on them. The greedy Lu Hung Hodi was delighted to see this and said, fine. If you have come up here to give money, then I will accept it. Today, I will show you. Just as he said that, the figure of Chin Ki-mak vanished, leaving him wondering, where did he go? Just 1 second later, Chin Ki-mak appeared as fast as lightning and punched Lu Hung Hoi straight in the stomach. No need for a sword. Then his mouth also spat out black blood. Even with normal hearing, you could hear the sound of his ribs shattering, 4 or 5 of them completely broken. As he fell sprawling, Lu Hung Ho curled up in fear, wondering what was happening. Elsewhere on campus, someone entered and said, Professor Lu, something bad has happened. You need to go to the arena quickly. Lu Quangvian, professor at Lam Thien University and a level 57 legendary expert, was reading when he angrily scolded, shouting loudly, what kind of nonsense is this? The other person grew more urgent and quickly explained, Professor Lu, your son just joined the arena battle. Right now he's been seriously injured. You should go see him quickly. If you wait any longer it might be too late. Hearing this, he immediately stood up. Who exactly is bold enough to lay a hand on my son? Only one person remained on the arena path. Students shouted and whispered, damn. Who is this guy helping? That one move that killed Lu Hung Hoi was so strong. I did not even catch his hand motion just now. Even as Mac still stood defiantly before Lu Hung Hoi's trembling body demanding payment. The man stiffened his neck and swallowed the bitterness in his mouth. Stammering, can you give me a few more days? He kicked the bully who was oppressing the weak and shouted, what? Do not tell me you want to cancel the debt. The man hurriedly explained, I will pay. I definitely will, but I have to wait for my father to come. He is a professor at Lam Thien University. Just when he remembered you looked down on him. Oh, professor from Lam Thien University. Huh. Quite impressive. After that, the crowd below went crazy shouting, who the hell do you think you are to insult our teacher? Lam Thien University is not a place you can just walk into. Even though I came to help them, no one knew. Thinking they were the best on this server and kicked me out. Still, I boldly asked them, so, are you ready to surrender? The arena is still open, all following the old rules. Who dares to step up? Everyone was left speechless. There is a total of 38 million Lam credits on the line. Who can afford to put that up? Just then, Max spoke up for them, saying it is okay if you do not have the money. I will lower the stakes a bit. 1 round on the stage with a bet of only 3 million. And if you win against me, all the prize money is yours. As soon as he finished speaking, someone jumped onto the stage and bet 3 million to challenge me. The students were all excited. Look, that is Senior Kung, an outstanding graduate student with incredible strength. It is really him. Looks like we are saved. But before a second passed, he shouted as Trine Kiem Max stomped him down. He casually said to them, Continue. The current prize is 41 million lamtine currency. At this moment, the person called out arrived, leaning on the railing, asking which school you are from to be so disrespectful. The students were all stunned. Look, Professor Lu is here. This time there is something interesting to watch. Fighting Professor Lewison won Tian easily. Lu Honghoi's spoiled son was lying by the edge of the arena, eyes half open watching. He was so worried he almost shouted, "How dare you be so rough with my son? Let him go right now." Trying Mak kept his foot on him. Smirking, jokingly said, "Your son still owes me money he has not paid back." His face full of arrogance, then calmly laid out the terms. "You pay the money, I release the person." He broke into a sweat and nervously replied, "Just tell me how much is missing and I will pay." He held up 2 fingers and said calmly, "According to the rules of the arena, he still owes me 26 million lamtine currency." Liu Kuangvian rubbed his eyes in disbelief at what he just heard. 26 million. This unworthy guy lost that much money. This is the money I have been saving for years. But he gritted his teeth, pulled out a pen from his pocket, and signed. Then he decisively threw the signed document to Trine Mak. Liu Kuangvian stepped forward, handing over the money, urging, "Release him quickly." Trine Mak waved the signed paper with satisfaction. He kicked Liu Honghui, sending him flying down to his father's shock. As he held his son, he saw Liu Honghui's mouth covered in blood, weakly saying, "Dad, you must avenge me." No sooner had he finished speaking than he collapsed unconscious, turning Liu Kuangvian pale. He examined the boy's body, his expression darkening, his hand pressing firmly as he calmly asked, "Which school are you from?" "Today at Lamthean University." "Are you here for preparatory classes?" Mak acted as if he did not hear and walked past him. Liu Ganjuan immediately flew into a rage. "You rotten kid, I am talking to you. Can't you hear me? You are so dense." He turned with a cold, mocking look, full of full words. "Do you even have a brain?" Liu Ganjuan's anger reached its peak as he rushed over, ready to punch him. But Jingji stood still, smiling and taunting. "Huh. Do you dare to make a move?" The students below also showed their anger on behalf of Liu Kuangvian. "Damn it. Professor Liu is 20 levels above this guy. If he takes action it will be judged as killing a minor." Another student spoke up, saying, "Our Lamthean school has suffered such humiliation really. Is there no one who can stand up to him?" "Look quickly. Head student Hongthean has arrived." As Hongthean stepped forward, he thought, this Lomac really is well connected. No matter where he goes, there is always a group of people surrounding him. The students began to gather around the boys, pleading for them to step up on their behalf. "This person has just seriously injured 7 students from our school and is being outrageously reckless." Another student chimed in, "He also severely beat Professor Lu's son and took 26 million from Professor Lu. You have to take charge for us." Hong Thien was sweating and exclaimed, "That guy is really something. I was only a little late, but he has already caused chaos in our Lamthean school." The girl explained, "Do you misunderstand? This classmate is a special guest I personally invited. So the school is not involved. Let us just let this slide out of respect for me." Lu Kuangvian looked bitter and annoyed. "Damn it. This guy was brought by Hong Thien who just arrived. I thought he could help me a bit, but it seems I can't expect anything from him." He turned and walked away. "Hemph, I won't let this go so easily. We will meet again." Hong Thien's face darkened as he approached Trine Mak. "Old man, today you have caused me trouble. Let us go. I will take you to the second transmission examination room." He angrily tapped Hong Thien on the head. "You do not even feel ashamed saying I caused you trouble. Do not you know who really harmed whom? Even when you are hurt, you just laugh it off." The students nearby whispered among themselves, wondering where head student Hong was going. Was it to the second crane examination room? Could this level 25 assistant be an outside aid for head student Hong Thien? In front of the Lamthean school conference room, Principal Fai Kwang held the list, glanced over it, and said, "The roster for this promotion ceremony is ready. Does anyone have any questions?" Professor Lu Kuang hastily spoke up. "Principal Fai, I wonder if student Hong Thien is going through some hardship. Otherwise, how could he have hired a level 25 assistant, considering his talent and potential? This seems like a setup for trouble later on. I propose a thorough investigation of this assistant and the temporary suspension of Hong Thien's exam today to protect our school's future star." He felt satisfied inside, realizing that the one who harmed his son was none other than Trine Mak. "As long as we stop Trine Mak from taking the exam today, later I can spend money to find someone to take him down." Vomifuk immediately objected. "Professor Lu, I have a different opinion. Before recruiting students, I visited Jiangdan Academy and saw Trine Mak's abilities firsthand. He is an exceptionally talented individual who cannot be judged solely by rank and title." Lu Kuang immediately retorted, "Huh. How special can he be to work as a second-tier secret market trader at level 25 stars? Truly the biggest joke in the world. Homeroom teacher Vong, you should not waste the future star's investment money of our school." "Because Mar," Kuang gently objected. "In principle, I respect the students' own choices, but if Professor Lu and Director Vong keep arguing, Then why not make a bet the loser must take full responsibility for their words and actions? Lu Kuang sneered with satisfaction. Is there really such a good thing? Trine Kiem Mak definitely won complete the awakening mission. When that happens, not only can I get rid of the thorn in my side, Vong Hif, but I can also avenge my son. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He eagerly agreed immediately. Fine, I accept the bet. Vongafuk also refused to back down. So if that is the case, I accept the bet too. Then open the big screen. The second test is about to begin. In front of the underground maze door, Hong Thien said to Trine Kiem Mak, "Old man, this secret realm is the underground palace of Adamant. They are just some earth spirit monsters, and the mission to awaken is to find an item called the round disc of Noganong." Trine Kiem Mak asked suspiciously, "Are you sure that just getting this item means passing the level, so we do not need to explore the entire secret realm?" Hong Thien firmly replied from behind, "I am absolutely sure about this. As long as we get the item, it is considered a success." He turned to Hong Thien and whispered, "If that is the case, I have a good idea." After hearing this, Yu asked in disbelief, "Are you really that sure?" "It is no problem. Today is my second trial. Do not mess with me or take me lightly." Trine Kiem Mak confidently pushed open the door and entered the secret realm. "I have never tricked you before. Remember, do not get too close or too far. Always keep about 15 meters distance." Ahead was a pitch-black cave, monsters scurrying toward them, with Hong Thien following behind. Trine Kiem Mak, without knowing when, had already leapt beside a monster and immediately shouted, "Boston and Lou Willow Cup 34. Intruder detected. Eliminate them." Hong Thien cursed silently. Every time he went with that guy it was a heart-stopping game. And he did not even know if following his method would work. Outside, the supervisors were talking, pulling so many monsters at once, yet Hong Thien was still behind. With the people in front, could it be Trine Kiem Mak? This is not just a casual game. No one underestimates the second awakening contest. Ho Damanti is a level 35 secret realm, Liu Kuangvian said while pointing out the trick. That is why you can trust outsiders. Maybe he is a spy sent by Truong Than Du to cause trouble for us. When this is over, we must capture him and demand an explanation from Truong Than Du. Vong Kai Fuk silently reassured himself, "You all have to try harder. Do not let me down." Fai Kwang was also quietly calculating in his mind, hoping that old man was not deceiving him and would show some real skill. Inside the secret realm, Trine Kiem Mak turned to Tu and Hong Thien, saying, "This is the moment." After leading the monsters away, he immediately turned down another path. Then, using his cloak shadow skills, he concealed himself to escape from the monsters. The monster stood dumbfounded after losing his trail. Hong Thien, hiding behind a rock, also secretly admired Trine Kiem Mak. Hong Thien laughed and praised, "No wonder it is you, coming up with such an illusion trick. This skill of controlling hatred to the extreme really opened my eyes." Outside, the main characters were also stunned. Girl, how did he do that? Why could he suddenly disappear? Wait, clearly Hong Thien was following right behind. So why did not he become the second target after Trine Kiem Mak disappeared? Because Kwang was so excited watching this scene that he stood up. Truly amazing. He continued to analyze. This is a very clever use of the hatred mechanic. Classmate Trine Kiem Mak in front pulls the monsters, attracting all their hatred, while Hong Thien follows closely behind, maintaining the largest safe distance without engaging in combat, waiting for the perfect moment. Trine Kiem Mak concealed himself in the blink of an eye, while Hong Thien's line of sight completely severed the monster's hatred. Truly a young hero. Their teamwork was brilliant and extraordinary. After dodging the monsters, Hong Thien and Trine Kiem Mak talked to each other. "Old man, now I kind of understand your thinking, because my mission only requires me to get the Noganong disc from the final boss. So the small monsters and the boss in front can be skipped if possible, but that would greatly reduce the difficulty of my second trial." Trine Kiem Mak clasped my hand and said, "That is right, but the boss behind can't be easily ignored, because it will trigger a key item. And since you studied the guide course before, you probably know where the old man is." Hong Thien pointed at the stone door and said, "This is the only thing you want to fight me over, is not the third boss behind the opposite stone door, Ironas. A level 35 boss with 16,000 health points." Trine Kiem Mak frowned and asked, "You are pretty confident. Huh. Let me ask you, are you planning to just open the door and fight the boss directly?" Hong Thien immediately replied, "Huh, that is right. So what if I do?" Trine Kiem Mak placed his hand on his shoulder, ready to whisper something to him. Hong Thien asked blankly, "Is this for real? Can it really be like this? Damn it. When I studied Awakening Guidance, why did the teacher never teach this?" The supervisors outside seemed a bit annoyed at not hearing anything. Another person spoke up, "No, we can encourage this kind of thing. Later, the school must definitely set a new rule. No whispering during the second trial in the secret realm." Immediately, a homeroom teacher stood up and told everyone to look at the screen. "Hey, everyone, look at Hong Thien. What is he doing? Isn't this the inscription in the secret realm? What is the point of twisting it?" Just as he finished speaking, the mechanism was opened by Hong Thien, and a golden staff with a white orb on top emerged from below. Light shines through a hole in the maze ceiling onto the orb atop the staff, which then reflects the light onto the inner circle on the wall. Immediately, Irona's Boston, level 35, appears with 16,000 health points. No one can steal the secrets of the creator, and you will pay the price. The supervisors could not believe their eyes. Such a way to open a door existed. I have studied automata for many years and have never seen such a strange unlocking method. One of them praised Hong Thien, realizing that the small architectural group in front of the door was actually hiding a secret. Hong Thien is truly the unparalleled genius of our Lam Thien school. It seems he has a great chance to pass this challenge. Hong Thien smiled confidently. Surprisingly useful, then glanced at him and said, "This battle is yours. At most, I am just giving you a little help today to test your current level, so do not be lazy," Hong Thien said confidently. "Alright, keep your eyes wide open and watch my style as I go." Following his lead, he launched a continuous combo demonic sword technique. Cross slash. Backward strike, demonic sword technique again, and fiery triple slash. The teachers outside were all excited. He truly is the greatest sword soul genius in our school's history. This combo looks great. Of course, if any student in my class had even half of Hong Thie's skill, I would be quietly pleased. When analyzing from the side, just now when you used the demon sword technique twice, you were a second slow. After that, the continuous combo needs some improvement. Continuing the analysis. Finally, it is better not to finish with the lie-by slash, but to use a little ice mountain move first. Take advantage of the stun time, then finish with the blade slash. The damage from the blade slash is not higher than the triple strike that follows. The supervisors sitting outside were furious. Who does he think he is to dare direct our soul sword genius, and to end with the blade smasher strike no less? I think the triple strike is pretty good. Only a petty person like him would understand soul sword mastery. Everyone continued to scold him. Hong Thien thought about what Trine Kai Max said. The final slash of the blade, but Trine Kai Max's voice was too loud behind him. Do not get distracted. Just a moment of carelessness and Hong Thien took a punch from the boss. Seeing him use the True They Chiu spirit attack, Hong Thien immediately heard him say, "Hurry and strike." Hong Thien began using the combo as Trine Kai Max said. Laquai sword technique. Cross sword. Slash backward. Laquai sword technique. Little ice mountain, and bat dao slash. The supervisors were amazed. Damage exceeded 20%. He was too familiar with the soul sword combo. Maybe he had a master at home teaching him. Some agreed, but others doubted, thinking he might only know the theory and not be good in actual combat. Wang Keifu stood up and said sternly, "I am afraid you do not know. Let me remind you, classmate Trine Kai Mak is the top scorer of the provincial university exam in Bakingan and also the first student from Hakwak to be rated with potential reaching SES level." Another person pointed at the screen and said, "Quickly look, what is this about now?" With one final strike, Hong Thien pierced through Ironis, draining all his EP. He angrily said, "Humans are detestable. I refuse to accept this. How can you possess the Titan's aura?" The supervisors happily praised. It turns out there really is a special effect. Student Hong Thien has made a great achievement. The exam will end soon. We must find a way to open a smaller sand table, so it can reduce the difficulty for future candidates to pass the trial. Because Kwang Tramtu thought, this is getting a bit interesting. Hong Thien turned to Trine Kai Mak, gave a like, and said, "You are really amazing, not only improving the sword spirit combo, and yet you still managed to find such a powerful mechanism. You just leaned casually against the wall. Alright, pack up the props. We should move on to the next area." In Hong Thien's hand was the broken piece, the shard of the big boss's final door lock. The two continued deeper into the maze. From afar, they could clearly see countless monsters clinging to the walls, their red eyes staring down. The two of them exchanged words. "The path here is narrower than the stone corridors earlier, so we can only clear out the monsters." Hong Thien took the lead, saying, "I do not have your passion. I will handle pulling the monsters. But your moves need to be faster, do not let me get killed." After a while, Hong Thien returned with a pile of black drops and handed them over to Trine Kai Mak. Trine Kai Mak quickly raised his staff and created a void sphere. As soon as Hong Thien reached me, he threw a swirling orb straight into the horde. Hong Thien sat down on the ground, panting heavily, and when it comes to damage output, it still depends on him. A master stood up and said, "Can this Trine Kai Mak make him transfer schools? A genius like that is truly a waste to be placed in the Divine Abyss school." Vong Kai-Fuk closed his eyes and sighed. "You may not know, but at first I also represented a friendly school to recruit him. I do not know why he ended up choosing the lower-ranked Divine Abyss school, but if it was his own decision, I do not think he would transfer schools anymore." After walking a bit further, 3 monsters were waiting ahead, one holding a staff, and 2 swordsmen standing ready. Gagarin the Fire Chaser is always at level 36 with a strength score reaching 18,000. Trine Kai Mak glanced back and asked, "You must be familiar with Gagarin's skills." "Right," Hong Thien replied confidently. "Of course, the skill that activates on the spot to increase fire damage and the one that deals massive group fire damage are both pretty nasty." Trine Kai Mak nodded slightly and stepped forward. "Just right," treating it as a test of timing for his move. "Later I will focus on dealing damage to the boss. You support with damage and try to interrupt each Flame Nova attack." One of the 3 bosses spread its fiery red wings. This is the kingdom of the dwarves, and they won't tolerate any outsiders invading. Trine Kai Mak and Hong Thien both entered a state of increased fire attribute damage by 150 points. After he used the passive purification skill to remove that state, he charged forward with his spear, and the boss monster panicked. How is this possible? Trine Kai Mak unleashed a series of combo staff strikes. heavenly attacks, falling flower strikes, powerful blows, and rapid assaults. Hong Thean, while soloing another boss monster, glanced over in admiration still the ruthless old man. This combat mage skill has also been mastered by him, and I even somewhat agree with Gagarin's fire pursuit. Trinki Mak is guiding Hong Thean from behind to continuously perform beautiful combos on the three monsters. Tradden spoke up, teaching him even more skillfully, asking if he wanted to learn. Hong Thean glanced at him and panted. I just defeated the boss and still had to talk with you at the same time. You did not just keep it to yourself, you even tried to lure me in. Are you a demon or what? Stop beating around the bush and just say it. Seeing that, Trinki Mak also said, actually the debuff that increases fire damage from Gagarin's flame chase has signs you can watch for, and if you react quickly enough, you can completely avoid it. Pay close attention to the moment he raises his hand to see if there are any clues. Hong Thean frowned thoughtfully. The moment he raises his hand, Gagarin squinted slightly at them, his right hand twitching a little. Hong Thean continued to take Gagarin's attacks as the notification sounded, increasing fire damage. You have fallen into the 5th level of fire damage increase, taking 750 extra fire attribute damage. He panted heavily and lowered his sword. I saw it before he raised his hand. His right hand would retract slightly. Trinki Mak smiled and praised him, saying he was right. The moment to withdraw and use the triple strike could block its debuff. The fighting window was only 0.1 seconds. But the guy swung his weapon again, making him sigh. Here it comes again. At that moment Hong Thean swung his sword to unleash the triple strike, but it failed, causing him to fall into the 6th level of increased fire damage, with fire attribute damage increased by 900 points. Hong Thean swore. Damn it. How could a human possibly perform this move? But Trinki Mak shouted loudly, do not get distracted. Keep practicing. Hong Thean kept swinging his blade. Not slow by 5 seconds, not slow by 2 seconds. Under the sharp eyes of Trinki Mak behind him. What is going on? It is even faster again. Remember the feeling just now. Do not be too tense. Next time just slow down a bit. Outside, the Lam Thean instructors angrily shouted, reckless and absurd. Even if he is strong, he can just use our genius as a guinea pig. Even if he is right, the reaction time is not 1 second. How could anyone really fight like that? Hong Thean had fallen into the 10th level of the fire damage buff, taking an additional 1,500 points of fire attribute damage. He dropped to one knee, relying on the sword hilt to steady himself. Trinki Mak behind him warned. Hong Thean, this is your last chance. Do not say I did not warn you about your current debuff status. Gagarin's attack alone could kill him. Hong Thean's face, already struggling for breath, instantly filled with a renewed will to survive. Before Gagarin's ring of fire was shot out, he leapt up and slashed forward. Damn it. Take a hit from me. A desperate strike came down, shattering the ring of fire. The system announced another notification. You are currently in the invincibility period of the 3-hit combo, so the increased flame damage has no effect. Hong Thean chuckled happily. Already, Trinki Mak looked at him with frustration and said, are you kidding me? Takes many tries to succeed. Keep going. Only after 10 consecutive successes will I save you. Hong Thean flinched. Old man Mak, you might as well be a villain. After a while, the continuous fire damage immunity notifications kept popping up, and Trinki Mak smiled quietly in approval. Not bad. It is rare to have such a good chance to train like this. Old Hong has finally mastered this ultimate skill completely. I lightly twirled the spear tip forward. Next, it is my turn. Mystic script. Fire. Cluster of purple orbs shot toward Gagarin like nuclear missiles, exploding with a bang right in front of Hong Thean. The moment they hit, he was sprawled on the ground, his soul departing to the western heaven. Trinki Mak smiled and asked him, how does it feel? Hong Thean raised his sword and said, amazing. I did not expect myself to be this powerful, although not as twisted as you. Crushing someone of the same level is definitely within his power. The instructors believe this person achieved a miracle by helping Hong Thean break through himself and must be kept at all costs. Otherwise, he would become the most dangerous beast, not only to the school but to all of Hanation. Trinki Mak and Hong Thean each held a shard that was the key to the door. He spoke up, right in front of the final boss. Azada's chamber. Let us begin. At that moment, both placed their shards into the indentations on the door. The mechanism activated immediately, and the door slowly opened. After seeing the boss, Trinki Mak asked Hong Thean, you must be very familiar with the final boss fight procedure. Right? Hong Thean nodded and replied, yes. The main challenge of this battle is to kill the boss while also dealing with many small enemies. He continued, this boss activates 5 statues every 10 seconds to join the fight, and when its health drops below 50%, all the stone statues will be activated. Normally, according to the usual procedure, the two of us would divide the tasks, one to take down the boss, the other to clear the small mobs. But Trinki Mak just came up with an even more exciting plan. Do you want to hear it? Hong Thean was curious. What plan? After listening carefully, he shouted out, you said forced kill, just those 2 words and it is over. Big brother, where's your battle plan? This is a level 38 boss. Can just 2 words really take it down? Trinki Mak smiled mockingly, saying that for a forced kill, no plan is needed if we kill fast enough and control the damage rhythm. This boss is very simple. Hong Thean repeated his words. Kill fast. Control. Rhythm. 50% health. Awaken. Then he smiled and replied, I almost get your point. It is bold but worth a try. Trying Key Mac, with a confident stance, said. Alright, then let us start preparing to work. He activated new skills on his weapon. Soul Pain. Sword Breaker. Knight's Blessing. Mobile Fortress, Battle Soul Fragment, and Little Spirit's Blessing. All the instructors were shocked when they saw it. Today I finally understood the true power of the Resurrector profession. A versatile job, when fully buffed and supported by firearms. The strength is like having an extra person, but Resurrectors are very rare, and few reach the level of Trine Kia Mac, which is why it caused such a huge impact. When the pillar recovered with a large number of subordinates backing him, making Hong Thien Duong sing, he finally spoke up. Let us start. I will fully stack the debuff that makes the boss take more damage. You just focus on dealing damage. Be careful to avoid its wide area attacks. Azetar uses electrified water mines, piercing through Trine Ki Mac's armor and firing back in retaliation. They clash, creating a storm of electric fire, and he roars, daring anyone to heal Azetar or provoke the god of creation. Azetar boss level 38, with 22,000 AP, is in an electrified state. Each stack increases all damage taken by 20% for 8 seconds, and in an armor-breaking state, each stack increases physical damage taken by 10%, lasting 15 seconds. Trine Ki Mac commands the spirits. You all hold back the resurrecting statue. Anlaw calculates ahead. The only weakness in this fight is vulnerability, so to quickly overpower Azetar, we must stack as many vulnerability states as possible. This way the power is just enough. Other professions can't do this, but the assassin can. His speed instantly increased. Lo darted back again, seeing that Keeb was not very effective. Hong Thien worried. Lomac, can we really do this? He reassured him. Don't lose heart. The damage will increase soon. Without hesitation, Trine Ki Mac unleashed a series of runes at Azetar. The damage kept piling onto his body, but he still could not withstand it. Hong Thien shouted with joy. Lomac, you are amazing. My damage has also doubled directly. You are definitely the top dealer in Hanation. I do not care about orders. Keep attacking. Azetar's eyes flashed with a strange red light. He raised his clawed hand high and snarled. I won't let you recover. Come at me. My slaves. The announcement echoed. Warning, Azetar's health is below 50%. Activating all sub-statues. The instructors outside sighed. Senzatum was not enough. Their tactics were too aggressive. A boss with 22,000 health points is not that easy to kill. You guys want to be able to split up and handle it like the previous boss. De Quangvian smiled fiercely. So you think you are tough? Senzatum is about to turn the tables. Inside the secret realm, Trine Ki Mac remained highly alert, focusing on the mystic runes. Each of his rune strikes hit Azetar with critical attributes, rapidly reducing it to 0 when shattered into pieces of stone. He still refused to give up, shouting that humans are despicable and the great Titan race will surely punish them. Hong Thien quietly wiped his breath and looked at the final boss that had been dealt with. He plopped down on the ground complaining. True to himself, always liking to play heart-stopping games, Trine Ki Mac was indifferent. Saying life is so dull, is not adding some spice a good thing. In the meeting room, all the lecturers were holding on like clams. Fian Kwang also glared and said, the school is in chaos. A revolution might be coming soon. Fian Kwang said seriously to Liao Gongjiwan and Wang Keifu, if the outcome is decided, then you two handle it yourselves. Before anyone understood what happened, Liao Guangjiwan had already knelt down on the ground, with pleading eyes. He said, Principal, I know my mistake. It was my wrong judgment just now. I did not expect classmate Trine Ki Mac to be so strong. I am willing to demote myself by 1 rank and pause for a year. Fian Kwang just sighed softly. So what about what happened in the arena 2 hours ago? The other lecturers still did not understand what was going on. The arena. What is the principal saying? Fian Kwang asked again. You still do not know. I just heard the student say. Liu Kwangvian's face had turned pale, wondering how the conflict between him and Trine Ki Mac had reached the principal so quickly. He immediately bowed and begged. Principal, the child was born because of old age and lost his way for a moment, with both old and young involved. Please give me a way out, Fian Kwang said with a grim expression. So Liu Guangjiwan, why did you attack Cheng Qiamo like that today? It turns out you wanted to use official duties to settle personal scores. But the arena fights have always been fair and open. If your son loses money, he should compensate. But you shamelessly use your position as a professor to attack a peerless genius. Do you have any conscience left? He firmly told Liao Guangjiwan, submit your resignation tomorrow. This is the last shred of dignity I am giving you. Take him away. Liu Guangvian was carried away by 2 people but still begged. Principal, please forgive me. No. At that moment, the notification board in the secret realm appeared, congratulating Hong Thien on successfully completing the second awakening mission. You have smoothly advanced to Sate rank, rewarded 20 free attribute points. Total time spent in the secret realm was 1 hour 58 minutes 49 seconds. Personal ratings rank, received 500 million F, and obtained a platinum Yang treasure. Jing Klamo system board also rang out. Special plan for the trade of the restoration mage profession unlocked. Personal rating increased as S rank. The platinum treasure increased to a diamond treasure. And Trine Ki Mac was overjoyed to see the reward in his hands. At the same time, he leveled up to 27. Hong Thien happily turned and said, Old Mac, This reward is really flashy. I not only got a platinum treasure but also leveled up 3 times. Awesome. Mac smiled comfortably, realizing that the FB points from the second awakening of the secret realm were so high, including the FB he had accumulated before. He directly leveled up twice. It seems Tich's mercenary missions can be included in the plan now. At that moment he opened the status window and started allocating points, smiling with one hand while the other hesitated. Following the old rule, he added all 13 attribute points to strength. This level up, my combat power has probably broken through 28,000 points, just one step away from 30,000. I also went ahead and opened the diamond treasure I just received. The system announced congratulations on receiving a perfect grade item, an extremely rare shoulder guard. And he was stunned when he saw the reward along with the item's stats. He was excited to get the item, and it turned out to be the second-hand equipment. Even with a group control skill, he immediately imagined himself farming monsters and using this new skill, combined with the void orb or quantum bomb. Would not that be perfect? He gleefully thought to himself. From now on all he had to do was gather the monsters together, then throw a net, followed by a wide area attack to clear the field instantly. Hong Thean laughed and turned to show off. Lomac, this time I am rich. I got another high-level equipment. Right, give me your reward so I can admire it a bit. Seeing his shoulder guard, he immediately panicked and shouted, your luck really exploded, and it is a second-tier equipment. I remember this is the second item. Right, someone like me who has easily reached the second tier already has one, but the other does not have any. It is so frustrating. You go ahead. Old Ma. Now I have reached level 31, so I have basically graduated from Lamthine Academy smoothly. What are your plans for the future? I can start preparing to rely on you. Mac replied calmly. Wait until I reach second transmission and then I will let you know. The next day, everyone at school was buzzing. Have you heard? Yesterday, head student Hong Thean defeated a level 25 monster, breaking the record to pass the second transmission test. Everyone knows about this, and today the two of them were personally received by the principal. After calling both Mac and Hong Thean into the room, Vong Kai-Fuk began to speak, saying that it had been a few days since he last saw Mac and was surprised by his sudden increase in strength. Mac did not beat around the bush and asked directly, leaders, the reason you called me here today is to persuade me to transfer schools, is not it? Wang Keifu clicked his tongue, saying, so this is the plan. Surely you know the strength of our Lamthine school. Before your high school graduation exam, I personally came to recruit you. But unfortunately, it was unsuccessful. Right now, our vice principal has personally promised that as long as you are willing to join our school, you can set any conditions you want, and he will personally discuss them with the Shenyu school. Jin Mac made his stance clear, fearing this would disappoint you all. If I had chosen the Du school from the start, I would never change my mind. The relationship between Hong Thean and me, you probably already know, so there is no need to worry. As long as Lamthine school does not provoke the Du school, there will be absolutely no conflict with you, I can guarantee that. Because Kwang smiled confidently and said, you have great spirit. If that is the case, we won't make things difficult either. Mac then raised another point, saying that he had a plan that might benefit both sides. The two leaders were eager to hear your plan. At Lamthine Academy, the awakened second-level students are the talk of the town. Have you heard anything about it? Principal Phi Ditch personally invited Mac to be a temporary teacher and stay at Lamthine Academy for 10 days to help students pass the second-level secret realm. It is said the payment is some special materials that can guarantee a 100% success rate in passing the second level. 100%. This is not just empty talk. Yesterday, the promotion rate of the Hong Thean student group was only 37.5%. Even in a nation, no matter how strong a level 30 student is, no one dares to guarantee or claim they can definitely help someone pass the second trial. Some still do not believe it and have decided to wait and see. It is better to observe a little more. I heard that Senior Liu Q plans to be the first to take the risk and see how it turns out. A student holding a wooden box walked into his room. Hello teacher. I am Mac, the temporary instructor. I am Li Q's fellow soldier, the spiritual essence you wanted yesterday. I have already obtained it. I wonder when the second phase of the assessment can begin. Mac looked much brighter when he saw the items in the box. Not bad. A top-grade meditation spirit. If I refuse, it would be rude. You said. Anyway, there is no one here right now. You are the first to arrive. Let us go now. Liu Q fixed everything. Are we leaving right now? Don't you need to prepare anything first? Like things such as medicine? For example, Mac replied, you do not trust me. If you do not trust me, then you can pawn it. The student Liu Q was startled. Teacher Trine, please do not misunderstand. I absolutely do not distrust you. Earlier, I was just worried that you were working too hard. If you want to leave right now, I would not even dare ask. I will lead the way for you. There is a crowd talking ahead. Look over there, Liao Q is here. He failed once 6 months ago. At that time, he dropped 4 more ranks. Now, it is like he has worked his way back up. Someone else chimed in. This guy Thiet Few is not very reliable. The expert before could not pull him at all. This first business deal of Mac is just a warm-up. Not sure if he can do it or not. Mac turned to remind Liu Q. Relax. Don't you worry about what others think. You have to trust yourself and even more so trust your own eyes, Liu Q replied nervously. But Master Trime, my hands are really terrible. I just managed to pull out the Ghost Mountain map. The difficulty has to be a bit higher than Odamant, no matter how many burdens there are later. You must get me through it, Trinky Mac replied confidently. Don't you worry, I have always kept my word. Let us go. The announcement board showed the current progress of the Ghost Mountain secret realm at 80%. The crowd was shocked. Damn, this progress speed. This is truly unbelievable. Did he really bring Liu Q in? Not even half an hour and we have already passed the first 2 boss stages. He does have some ability after all. It turns out we were judging a gentleman by a petty person before. Level 39 Demon, the final boss of the Ghost Mountain, running while begging Trinky Mac for mercy. No, please stop fighting. Liu Q stood to the side, eyes wide open, watching him frantically conquer the nation. Oh my god, why did not you let me meet him 6 months ago? Then I would not have wasted so much time. When the boss fell, the notification immediately appeared. Congratulations to Trinky Mac for breaking the record in the Ghost Mountain secret realm. The total time used was 1 hour 35 minutes and 32 seconds. This ranks the individual as level. Received 600 million F. Received a diamond treasure chest. The plan to activate the hidden profession restoration trait succeeded, raising the individual to SS rank. The diamond treasure chest upgraded to a refined liquor treasure chest. Key Mac was delighted to receive the reward. This temporary service can double dip. Not bad at all. Not only can you obtain weapon upgrade materials, but you can also explore FB. Explore the treasure realm. I wonder if there will still be FB in the future when exploring these secret realms. Let us not rush to open this treasure of star wine just yet. There are still many secret realms to explore later. By then, open it all at once to satisfy yourself. The progress board of Liu Q appeared, showing 100% completion. Everyone was surprised when they saw it. Damn, that is amazing. It turns out what our classmate Trinky Mac said was true. Not exaggerating at all. He can even pull someone like Liu Chu through the challenge, so almost no one is unable to pull through. Everyone is rushing back in a panic. No, I have to hurry back to find the materials. Damn it. I have to go quickly too. Master Trine only extended it by 10 days. Now it is my turn. After the trial ended, Trinky Mac and Liu Q walked out proudly. Once everything was done, Liu Q bowed respectfully and clasped his hands. Thank you, Master Trine, for guiding me through the second awakening. You have done me a great favor. Please accept this from your humble brother. Trinky Mac replied softly as he turned away. I get paid for my work. There is nothing to thank me for. Fate brings us together again. In front of Trinky Mac's office, night has fallen. An instructor stepped forward to give directions. Everyone lines up neatly. We must maintain order and stability. Later, I will call out numbers. Everyone will enter one by one. Who dares to blame me for being rude on the street? Immediately, a student noticed he had returned. Look quickly. Teacher Trying is back. The crowd has been waiting since early evening. He swallowed hard. Has my office turned into a brothel, and you still have to call a number? This is really something else. Right on time as promised. A sleek black car drove in and parked in the middle of the Divine Jade School courtyard, surprising the students around it. Everyone is talking. Damn, this is a special vehicle from Lam Thean University. Is something big about to happen today? Don't tell me they are here to cause trouble. That can't happen. We must quickly report to the teacher. A lecturer from the Ndu school asked. Master Chen, did you receive the notification? Our school has always respected the boundaries of Lam Thean University. Today, they suddenly sent people over. What do they want? Master Neum Tran replied. I did not receive any messages. Damn it. He was worried. Why would someone come at such a critical moment? Currently, Trinky Mac is at their school. Could it be that he is causing trouble at Lam Thean school? So they took revenge on us. Trinky Mac slowly got out of the car as the instructors watched. He got out of the car, closed the door, and spoke. Master Tran, I am Bat. Chunim Tran looked incredulous. Trinky Mac, why is he riding in the Lam Thean school's high-level official car? What exactly has he done? Could it be that he has joined the enemy's side? Trinky Mac, let me introduce. This is the person next to me. You probably know him too. Today, he is both bringing me back. On the other hand, he is a representative of Lam Thean School, here to discuss the next cooperation proposal with Principal Lang. The lecturers were stunned, especially when they brought him back. Tour. Cooperation proposal. Why do they all sound so intense? Just how amazing did Trinky Mac's achievement really have to be? Only then could he become the respected head of the Lam Thean School division and be personally escorted home. Moreover, with such a big power gap between our school and Lam Thean School, why would they agree to cooperate proactively? Wang Qifu spoke up. Your classmate Trinky Mac is really impressive. You have to cherish him well. Homeroom teacher Tran and the other lecturers looked suspicious. Have we missed some earth-shattering event? When entering Lang Tu's classroom, Vong Kai-Fuk said, Principal Lang, you really have found a treasure. Humble as it is, in just 10 short days, it has helped 28 students successfully graduate and advance. The success rate is 100%, nearly reaching a quarter of Lam Thean School's annual graduates. Lang Tu replied modestly. Director Vong, you flatter me. Previously, Principal Bai from your side and I had already discussed this. In the future, Our two schools will use our classmate Trine as a bond to form an alliance. We will all be one family. No need to be so formal. Wang Keifu smiled and agreed. Principal Lang is right. However, it is also because we are about to form the alliance. So our Principal Blai has entrusted me to convey this message. From now on, he officially invites you, student Trine Ki Mak, to become a visiting professor at Lam Thien School. Lang Tu kept thinking to himself, was this old man waiting for him? It is nothing short of blatantly stealing someone. A top male freshman becoming a department head at our school. It is another visiting professor from a different school. Such an absurd situation is probably the first time in the history of a nation. He turned and asked, modestly, what is your opinion? He replied bluntly, I do not have much time to do any academic reports. Vong Kai Fuk replied, I had already anticipated this. You do not need to do any academic reports, as long as there is a title. Of course, all the benefits are the same as those of the university professors. Trine Ki Mak quietly calculated. Both Thendu School and Lam Thien School would later become his gardens. Waiting until his guild was established, a large reserve of talent will be needed to join, so maintaining certain relationships is very important. Thinking this, he immediately agreed. All right, then I accept. As he stepped out of Thendu School, the afternoon was already fading, and Vong Kai Fuk adjusted his shirt, walking out with a satisfied expression. Lang Tu asked Trine Ki Mak, what are your plans next? Trine Ki Mak turned to him and asked, today I will spend some time perfecting the specific details of improving the teacher's classes, then prepare the teaching materials. Tomorrow I will go to the Thien Kai continent for the final sprint before the second transmission. Tratling to you is curious. What level are you at now? Feel free to answer. I spent some time at Lam Thien School. I am currently at level 29. He seemed pleased as he patted Trine Ki Mak on the shoulder. Well done. Very good. I remember you were still at level 25 before you left. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, he has already risen 4 levels. At this rate of progress, he will definitely catch up with the pace of the Lower Kingdom University competition in the next 3 months. Humble asked without understanding, what university exam? He answered straightforwardly, that is right, the so-called university competition. It is essentially the annual ranking competition of universities, divided into 2 levels, the general zone and the advanced zone. The general division allows anyone up to third-year transfer students to participate, while the advanced division only permits those up to fourth-year transfer students. All participants must be students or teachers from public schools, and the final rankings will determine the school's overall standings. Lang Tu smiled and turned to him, saying that with your current development speed, you will definitely be able to participate in the general area of the competition. When that time comes, it will finally be our divine school's chance to shine. Trine Ki Mak confidently thought to himself that this university competition was a great opportunity to boost his reputation and officially introduce himself to all of Hakwak. The scene shifts to the streets below in Lodin City. Trine Ki Mak opened the system panel to review the information. She called from Lang Nuakai's side, and as expected, he was both scolded and questioned by her. Trine Ki Mak quickly replied, I had some important matters to handle earlier and missed the deadline. Where are you now? Lang Nuakai immediately answered his message. I am doing a mission at Sichtich Mountain, about to reach level 27. Impressive. Right. However, this place is very far from Lodun City, so I no longer have time to come back and see you. Trine Ki Mak praised her, saying her leveling speed is too fast. Have you found a hidden mission? She asked in surprise. You could guess that too. You are still that amazing. Incredible, she slowly told him. That is right. You bastard. If I say it, my family is preparing to find a boyfriend for me. How will he react? I heard this guy is incredibly talented and very handsome too. She waited to text him, then hurried away when he replied, how about me? Of course, I will wish her well, but she is about to cause trouble for the next guy, so I am free now. Lang Nukai glared at Lodin, huffing. Do not regret it. I had not agreed before, but now I have decided. When I get back I will go on a blind date. She clenched her fists in anger and shut down the system panel. This annoying thing trying to provoke me, fine. This time I will let him have his way. When I get back I will go find Grandpa and see how much I have provoked him. After calming down, she told herself that even if the other person looked at us, I still would not agree. Trine Ki Mak was speechless. This girl was truly pure. She could not stand a single provocation and believed it all after just a few words. I only used a normal move, and she already went all out. After a while, Trine Ki Mak walked into a luxurious place, and the manager respectfully greeted him, saying, we have not seen you in a while. Please have a seat. Trine Ki Mak asked the manager. Have you made any progress with the materials I asked you to keep an eye on before? What do you think? Leo Ganjuan-sam, a total of 12 materials are needed, and I have already collected 10 of them in one round at Lam Thien Field. The manager brought out a wooden box and handed it to him, saying that since the matter was entrusted to me, I certainly would not take it lightly. I have collected 4 of the materials you requested earlier. When he opened the box, Hansong Choin, Kaimuk Yu Chi, and Aningayat Then Dime all sparkled. Carefully wrapped, his expression was more shocked than before in Gayat Than Dime, such a precious item. And yet he managed to find it. It truly seemed like an unexpected delight. He pretended to be calm and said, only 4 types were collected. It seems the auction house efficiency is not very high. The manager forced a smile and replied, the servant has tried very hard to gather them. My lord. Just then, He signaled to let it go, saying with your ability, finding 4 types is already impressive. So tell me, how much do these cost? The manager turned pale and said these materials cost me a total of 1,000 gold, and because my efficiency was low, it delayed your time, so I gave a 20% discount today. But in my heart, I thought I actually had to spend over 2,000 gold to get them, but seeing the displeased expression of the master and his intimidating status, how could I dare to offer the original price? I pushed a bag of gold forward with a serious look and said, fine. If this is your intention, I will accept it, and I will also recommend you to those above. By the time he left, the manager was still bowing, thanking the master for his kindness, saying it was an honor to work that day. As he stepped outside, he happily thought to himself that if he was not mistaken, that place would have the yin-yang holy pill. But there was still another place he had to visit first. Cut to a group of horses outside Thunder City as the man opens the basement hatch. Entering this basement leads to the Thunder City branch of the Azure Shadow Assassin Guild, where he plans to find an assassin's token and have some fun. The Shadow Guild is the largest assassin organization on the continent of TND. Anyone who awakens can come here to apply and become an assassin. However, you must pass a test to join successfully, so I chose this place partly to take on some shadow missions. It is convenient to earn some money. And on the other hand, after reaching a certain rank in the Hyundai Hakam Guild, you can receive a very valuable mission, the Assassin's Mask. Although the Assassin's Mask has no special attributes, it can conceal all personal information as long as you wear it. If you do not actively reveal your information, outsiders won't be able to see your true identity, only your assassin code and rank. The assassin ranks in the Hyundai Hakam society are divided into 8 levels from highest to lowest. Thean, Sat, Daya, Chayat, Sai, Unia, Vong, and Lum. Most people stop at the C, Unia, Vong, and Loom stages. Only 3rd-tier experts and above have the chance to advance to the Tayat level and beyond. Then, they walk to the end and directly push open the door to enter inside. It did not seem crowded, but it was surprisingly packed, with everyone wearing assassin masks to hide their identities. On their sides, they all wore a badge representing their rank. Standing before the reception desk, I said, "Hello, I want to join the Dark Shadow Guild, the people in the Loot Tramcho Guild. Look at that, there are actually dozens of people registering. It is true, and look at that one. Not even level 30 yet. All those coming to register are Second Awakening type assassins. How could dozens of them pass the test?" Despite that, the masked receptionist still handed him a badge. The registration fee was 100 gold coins, and took the token to participate in the competition. Go to the registration hall on the 3rd underground floor. Someone will greet you there. By the door to the upper floor that the receptionist pointed to, quite a few people came to take the test. A coin frowned in discomfort. Invalid. Next person. The people waiting in line for the test could not help but worry. Are these girls on their period? They are so hot-tempered, cursing people until their heads are covered in blood. Damn. One of them said, Puan is a rare elite assassin, just one step away from reaching the ultimate level. As they were discussing, she suddenly appeared right behind them, saying it is fine to talk, but you all need to show some skill. She flicked her chin toward the checkpoint on the other side and said, each of you go over there to test now. As long as your combat power exceeds 20,000 points, I can pretend I did not hear what you just said. Otherwise, before they could finish their sentence, they stammered and said, Master, please calm down. It is all our fault for talking too much. We want to do it again. But Akuan still stormed off directly, forcing them to run away, leaving me no choice but to step in myself. After a while, all 3 received unfavorable results because none of their combat power exceeded 20,000 points. Akuan sneered with contempt, calling them a bunch of trash who did not even have 20,000 combat points, and still dared to argue with me. Take them all away and put them in the prison. The group of staff from the Hyundai Association immediately dragged the 3 away, their mouths still screaming for mercy. When she saw Trine Mak, she glared him fiercely. He also wanted to join the Dark Hyundai Association, but he had not even reached the 2nd rank yet and was still a novice. Suddenly, the lady advised him not to waste her time. If he turned away now, he still had a chance, but if not, it was a loss because he simply replied, No problem, seeing Trine Mak walk over to the inspection area on his own. She added, Let me make it clear, the Dark Hyundai does not accept trash. Even though you have not reached the 2nd rank yet, the standards for you remain unchanged. If your combat power does not reach 20,000 points, you won't even be allowed to take the entrance test if you do not meet the criteria. You might as well spend a few days in the water prison. He said nothing and placed his hand on the stone face. Trine Mak, level 29, 1st tier assassin, combat power 30,058 points. Hearing this, Huentrat was stunned. She stared in horror. Level 29, combat power over 30,000. Who exactly is this guy? Trine Mak later asked, Do I currently have a way to proceed with the test? She no longer threatened but said instead that she had underestimated him. And next, he would face 4 consecutive test gates. In order, you will face the gate of strength, agility, body, and spirit. Do not say I did not warn you. If you die during the test, you will be demoted. After hearing this, he stepped directly into the secret gate, which seemed much more interesting than the previous level. The wind inside blew for a while before settling down again. Feng Quinn stepped in from outside and said, Ah Hoyan, I was just about to find you here, so, how is it going? Have you found the right person yet? She stared intently at the secret gate and responded to her, probably having found someone. But it still depended on the test results. Standing before a golden sandy beach offshore, Trine Keem's face showed a hint of surprise. He looked at this place as if it were a getaway, and I smiled with interest. This is an independent space outside the secret realm. How intriguing. An announcement echoed in the secret realm. 30 seconds left until the next wave. Contestants, please prepare. Please use your full strength to strike the waves. No auxiliary skills or any kind of potions allowed. Right after the announcement, he thought to himself, just as he expected. 4 gates. Just 2 correspond to the 4 main attributes of the awakened. The first gate is the gate of strength, which tests my own power. The waves outside crash relentlessly without mercy. After watching for a moment, Trine Keem drew his weapon and transformed it into a sword gate. If no auxiliary tricks were allowed here, he was still ready to defend against the incoming wave, which at this height counted as a small tsunami truly. They took him seriously. The sword blade he transformed glowed with a blood-red hue as he activated his power, striking the crest of the wave to break through it. His sword cut powerfully through the huge wave. Then he used the blade to block the rushing water, leapt up, and with one strike shattered 1,000 meters. Congratulations on passing the power gate. Overall rating. Upper armor. The left light gate leads directly to the next agility gate. The right light gate leads to the resting room. You can restore your status in the resting room, and continuously passing through will improve your final rating, so please make your choice. He decisively turned left, determined to pass through all 4 gates in one go. Outside, the mysterious realm glowed red. Fengquine stared in confusion, the color indicating a superior rating. How could this be? Apuan glanced at her and asked, Fengquine, what rating did you get at the power gate before? Fengquine quietly replied, it was upper second class. She sneered slightly, mocking. Unexpectedly, the top assassin of our Thunder City branch back then only got a B rating. Fengquine retorted sharply, I was only level 32 when I tested, and the current challenger must be close to level 40. Otherwise, they definitely could not have achieved a rating. Apuan covered her mouth and laughed, repeating her words, almost level 40 huh? Fengquine asked confusedly, what are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Apuan looked seriously at the secret realm. Even I only got a lower armor rating back then, but since it is a close combat profession, the difficulty of the power gate is considered the lowest. I hope you are not just a fleeting bloom and can perform even better. As long as you achieve the top rating, you will be the one I am looking for. At the agility gate, a snowy mountain. The challenge announcement sounds. Quickly adjust your status within 30 seconds after the challenge officially begins. At the 40th second, an avalanche will occur, so reach the foot of the mountain as quickly as possible. Using any invincible or speed-reducing skills is prohibited. To avoid the avalanche, you must have extreme speed and sharp judgment. The agility test is all about being fast. He pulled out a vial of agility potion and smiled to himself. Nearly 2/3 of the mountain is covered in snow, which will greatly affect movement speed. However, luckily my agility is very high, and I did not even take the potion, so overall it is not too difficult. The countdown rings out. 3, 2, 1. The challenge begins. The agility potion is already taking effect, and Trine Keem dashes down the mountain at an unbelievable speed. His breath blew back up as he calculated in his mind, but 10 seconds ago the avalanche had not started yet, so he had to try his best to run a little further. It was just that time was tight, and the snow at the mountain peak had already begun to collapse. He quickly switched his weapon to a staff. Trine Keem Mat spun around, raised the staff, and shouted, Ice wall. Seeing the wall crack in less than a second startled him. It could only hold for a moment, so he had to speed up. Then Trine Keem forcefully jumped off the mountain, knowing that no avalanche could fall faster than him in free fall. Eyeing the depth below, his mind kept racing faster and faster. Relying solely on the grappling hook, there is no way to survive the final charge. Without slowing down, he will be smashed to bits. But in 100 meters he will reach the snow-free zone that is the key to victory. The staff transformed its combat form into a spear again. The whirlwind spear skill spun the spear continuously at an astonishing speed as it descended onto the mountainside. Trine Keem smiled faintly. This area was already snow-free, so no matter what he did, he could not cause a second avalanche. Reaching the tree at the foot of the mountain, he shot out a rope with a hook that wrapped around the strongest branch. Then using that momentum, he landed firmly at the foot of the mountain in a spectacular way. Turning back to look at the next stage above, Trine Keem remained calm and confident. Quickly comparing, he had never lost. The notification popped up, dropping urgently, congratulations on passing the agility gate. Overall rating. Top armor. For a moment, hearing the announcement, he felt proud, although he did not know the exact rating system. He guessed that a plus was probably the highest achievement. No one could tell me there was an A++ above that. That would be too unreal. Seeing the next secret realm glow bright red, Fengquine went from astonishment to terror, wondering who he really was. With 2 power trials both rated A+, and judging by the color of this trial, calling him A++ would not be an exaggeration. Apuan smiled greedily. With 2 consecutive A+ trials, he must be the one I need. Come on, show me if you can still bring more surprises. Fengquan fell silent, staring blankly as he silently judged her. This person was doomed, yet she was being watched by this violent Akwang. The next secret realm, every step in the lava underground physical trial dealt 100 damage. Environmental damage, plus an added burning status effect. He slightly bent his legs as if suspicious, thinking that in this place, you lose health just by moving, which seems a bit strange. He looked at the lava and pondered, the physical trial must be testing physical attributes. But he has not increased a single point in physical strength. Now I only have a total of 3,980 health points. This lava tunnel is at least 2,000 meters long, and once inside, I lose 100 health points every second, adding a layer of burn status. Even with potions I can't last a minute, so I need to think of another way. First, he tested whether just entering the lava space would cause damage, or if it was only contact with the lava surface that did. Then he jumped toward the lava using his suit. Standing close but not touching the lava, he shot out a rope, hooked it onto a rock, and began pulling himself back, using the suit to jump back onto solid ground. He snapped his fingers and realized he had not noticed that he was leading straight onto the lava ground, which caused the health loss. This time, being in the air did not drain health, so there is a way. He quickly popped a few potions, activated the jump boost state, the grappling hook for fast movement, and drank the perfect agility potion. As soon as he activated it, Qimak jumped immediately with a grappling hook to see how far he could jump at maximum speed. When he got close to the lava surface, he shot the rope to pull himself up. Seeing the landing point ahead, Qimak pulled the rope sharply to increase speed. When his foot hit the lava surface, the checkpoint alerted that environmental damage had just added another layer of the burning status. The current burn status is at 2 stacks. He smiled with satisfaction. A single jump covering 600 meters, not a bad start. He swung his staff, transforming the light prism into a magic staff, then created an ice wall ahead. Then, as he moved, he kicked and split the ice mountain in two, then stood on the ice block sliding through the lava tunnel. The ice block smoked as it sped swiftly toward the finish. The remaining distance to the finish line was still 700 meters. Almost there, and without hesitation he transformed the staff into a machine shape. Then he fired at the ice block to propel himself higher. Mac launched an aerial combat machine, a storm, relying on the mechanic's skill set. Then he deployed a net-like trap with pull cords to capture the plane, letting it finish its course. When he reached the end of the lava path, he jumped down safely and landed on the ground. Watching the plane explode above, Mac admired himself. Not bad. He took damage twice, losing 200 health points in total. The third level jumped onto the praise tray. Refining technique. Congratulations on passing the quality level with an overall rating of A+. Mac scratched his head in confusion. Really an A+ rating? Truly unbelievable. Fengquan stood outside with his mouth agape, turning fearful as he saw the secret gate glowing red. Could the legend be true? An A+ rating was not the highest, but such a dazzling red color was something he had never heard of before. What exactly is the background of the person inside? Don't hide it from me anymore, I said thoughtfully. I do not know his background either. Right now, he is only level 29, and he is a mercenary. Before he entered, he also took a combat power test, and his current combat power is 32.58 points. She looked up in disbelief. What? A level 29 mercenary with over 30,000 combat power, and he even got 3 consecutive A+ ratings. In fact, in the third stage just now, there was a very high chance he would get the legendary A+. So what does that make us? Useless, in my opinion. We should still report the information about this demon profession, because with his current achievements, even if he fails the final stage, there is still a high chance he will receive a grade C rating. And I believe the higher-ups will be very pleased to hear this news, but advised to turn back. No, I still need him. If you report it, I am afraid someone will invite him away immediately. I have waited half a year. It is rare to have a top-tier player. We absolutely can't let him go. Fengquan kept advising. Only those awakened at level 35 or below can enter there. But it is not certain that no one else but him can do it. And if you return and get punished by the higher-ups, you know the consequences. But seeing her stubbornness, she could only sigh and give up. Fengquan turned around and left, deciding to act as if she had never been here today. Inside, when you reach the final stage, judging by the exterior and architecture, this place is very likely a library. According to previous rules, this stage is definitely a test of mental or intellectual ability. The challenge echoes. Next you will enter a library maze. This maze is only one entrance and exit. And when you reach a fork, you can use your mental power to sense the way. On the bookshelf in the right direction, there will be a guidebook for you. But due to the dryness of your mental energy, the feedback you receive will gradually weaken and may even disappear. I wish you find the exit soon. Jin Muyo smiled. The mental trial relies on spiritual power to find the right direction. I have to admit, this method of testing is quite innovative. He gently closed his eyes, but there was a big problem here, so he decided to sense it first. The faint outline of the maze flickered in his mind's eye. Seeing the books glowing on each shelf, Mac realized this was the guide for challengers. But he felt a slight headache. After using his mental power for the first time, his mental state grew a bit wary. My current mental strength is barely better than my physical strength, basically useless for this challenge. It seems to demand a very high mental attribute, and if I do not reach a certain level, escaping will likely take an unimaginable amount of time. But the creator of the challenge probably never expected that I could directly steal the chicken. I put on the ghost cloak, the invisibility effect activated, and I laughed as I walked straight through the bookshelf, actually passing through the wall. The invisibility effect of the ghostly cloak has an advanced ability that allows it to bypass terrain. Clearly, this tall bookshelf is considered part of the terrain, just as he casually stepped out with the announcement that he passed the Spirit Trial and the Dark Brotherhood Initiation Test, both with an A+ rating, earning a total of 1.6 million FB points. He became the first in the guild's history to achieve A+, ranked at C level and only 20,000 points away from the perfect rank. I was a bit surprised to level up and pass the trial with such a high FB score. The final stage to reach level 30 was so easy to overcome, it was truly an unexpected joy. Looking at the Secret Realm gate, after careful consideration, there is only one final task before promotion to obtain the Yin-Yang Sacred Blade. His system suddenly alerted, congratulating him on reaching level 30 and receiving a special second promotion mission to solo any intermediate secret realm at any difficulty and achieve an SSS rating in the trial. The reward boost effect for the soul servant has expired. Upon completion, you will be promoted from soul servant to soul restorer. Chin Ki-mak was stunned, yet the assassin also got a direct promotion. Everyone outside the trial was talking about the A+ rating, and even more surprised that Chin Ki-mak was only level 29. Apuan seemed to remember something and ordered his subordinates to detain all the candidates who had not retaken the test yet. Dragged away without explanation, they shouted loudly, demanding to be let out, but she only glanced at them briefly with some reluctance, then told herself that this person was very important to her, so they would have to suffer a little. Apuan looked at his subordinates and said, "Today's matter must not be leaked outside, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Also, after some more time, release them and compensate each person 100 gold. I will pay for this." At that moment, Chin Ki-mak stepped out boldly from the secret gate. He was warmly welcomed by Apuan, who congratulated him on receiving the first ever A+ rating in the history of the Hoyan Dehakam Association. He pretended to smile innocently and replied, "The elder is too kind. Just lucky. Just lucky." But inside he was still wondering, did she take the wrong medicine or something? She looked like she wanted to eat someone just a moment ago, so why did she suddenly change like this? Seeing the mark on the side of Chin Ki-mak's waist, she was even more surprised. What level did he actually reach? Apuan turned and smiled. "No need to be modest. With your level, reaching this point is definitely not something an ordinary person can do. From now on we are colleagues. Follow me." Just behind Chin Ki-mak, he assessed silently, "This woman is definitely not simple. Fine, follow her for now. And if things go wrong, activate the spirit form and run." Apuan handed him a stack of clothes, saying these are the outfits for C-level assassins. Take them, and from now on if you want to accept assassination missions, just go directly to the mission hall on basement level 2. With the skills you have shown so far, I estimate it will take at most 2 years for you to reach the top level, so do not let the organization down. I have a lot of faith in you. Innocently smiling, he said, Okay. Great." But his sharp gaze drifted elsewhere in thought, as if he suddenly understood why she was called Acuan. These two things really fit perfectly. Then he quickly stood up and asked, "Sister Acuan, is there anything else? If not, I will be going now." But she clung to his arm with difficulty and said, "Wait. Actually, there is still one thing I need your help with. I think you are incredibly talented, so I want to share this information with you. You must not tell anyone." He nodded seriously. "Okay, I definitely won't say a word." But inside he smiled to himself. "I have been caught." Contrary to his innocent appearance, she spoke deeply, saying that she had accidentally discovered a mysterious cave where an ancient altar still remained undiscovered. Hearing this, he understood that her unusual behavior was because of the altar, and if she had not activated herself, then more than half of it must be due to level restrictions. The seemingly modest person suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "It turns out to be a hidden altar." Apuan glanced at him quietly and continued, "I told you because I trust you, but inside that cave, there is probably a demon beast guarding it, so the cave entrance is restricted. And with my current level, I cannot enter." Another day, Apuan led Chin Ki-mak to a waterfall with a seal outside and said, "Here we are. This is Galiu Van." She hinted that behind this waterfall lies the ancient altar. "Later, I will help you guard the entrance. You just need to go in and challenge. Don't worry. With my strength, no one will enter behind you." It is just that Ki-mak seemed scared, and Apuan said, "I naturally trust your strength, but..." She crossed her arms and asked him, "Just what?" He then said, "When I checked before, I got a good result and was a bit arrogant, but after thinking for the past 2 days, I suddenly felt a bit worried. Could the beast inside be too strong? Do you know its exact level? I am afraid I can't handle it." Apuan encouraged him by patting his shoulder. "What you are worried about is not unreasonable. Since I could not enter, I do not know the beast's level, but based on the seal's level, it probably is not too high. Here's the deal. I have a life-saving item you can take with you. It might come in handy." Apuan said as she rummaged through her bag and pulled out something called the Blue Treasure Touch, which when activated can temporarily boost your health by 3,000 points, can be used a total of 3 times. I have already used it twice, so do not use it too early before the critical moment. Ching Siema grasped the treasure tightly and promised Aquan, I will definitely complete the mission and won't let you down. Heeding his words, he leapt into the waterfall, well advised from behind with a wry smile, regretting that he truly was a rare talent. If he could successfully break the seal, perhaps she would reward him accordingly in the future. But if he failed, then it would only be his own lack of ability to blame. After crossing the waterfall, Trine Kim Mak hunched over for a moment, laughing at himself. Touching Lam Baocha was like touching a treasure. Usually only the rich could afford such things. So it seemed assassins really did have a lot of money. She was only level 45 but could already buy such a powerful item. And if she had willingly given it to me, refusing it would be disrespectful. I originally did not plan to activate the ancient altar so early, but since I am here today, I might as well deal with it now. He pulled out a mask, the Demon Wind mask. After wearing it, the user can transform into a dwarf for half an hour, with changes in height, weight, and body features, and the cooldown time is 12 hours. After putting it on, Trine Kim Mak transformed into the dwarf race. This toy, being used by me here, is indeed a bit strange. He stepped forward, pondering as he went. If he remembered correctly, the ancient altar guardian beast was a level 40 rock mouse. Although with my current strength, defeating it head-on would not be difficult. The seal would disappear as a result. Seeing the sharp claws of the rock rat, I resolved that I could not let that wicked woman take the prize. The small dwarf body of Trine Kim Mak stood opposite the rock rat's body, several times larger than his own. Seeing it raise its sharp claws, he calmly introduced himself. Hello there. Rock rat, I am a dwarf from Lamphong. Like you, I am also a creature of the Thihai continent. Were you trapped in the cave and the food was bad? Seeing the rock rat nod repeatedly, Trine Kim Mak thought to himself. Success. Then he pulled out all kinds of food and threw it over. Consider yourself lucky to meet me. Come here, feel free to eat whatever you want. The rock rat's eyes lit up brightly when it saw the golden roasted ribs and drumsticks. It sat there happily nibbling on the food in the cave, and seeing that, Trine Kim Mak took the chance, saying, Brother Mouse, you eat slowly. If it is not enough there is still more. I will go take a walk around. After a while, Trine Kim Mak reached the altar deep inside. He did not hesitate to step up the stairs. Come on. This time I should still be able to learn the second-tier skill first. When Trine Kim Mak placed his hand on the altar, the system immediately activated, saying your profession is a stealth operative. You have learned all the primary skills, and can now choose a secondary skill from any profession to learn. Currently, I can choose the Death Tom skill, the ultimate strike that shatters mountains and swallows black holes, and Trine Kim Mak laughs heartily. It is time to get a bit more powerful, so I choose to learn the active assassination intent. The altar pillar glows brightly, and when activated, continuously emits assassination intent, dealing piercing damage to all enemies within 5 meters, while increasing physical and magical critical hit rate by 5% for myself and nearby allies. Maintaining the skill consumes 50 mana per second, and the state ends when mana runs out or is deactivated. Trine Kim Mak clenched his fist tightly, vowing to convert this skill into a passive one the next time he levels up in the system. It consumes 50 mana points per second, and with my current mental attributes, it is a bit unstable, so I can only use it as a critical skill. By the way, I am worried sick waiting outside the waterfall. This guy has been inside playing for half a day, yet not a single sound has come out. Do not tell me he was killed instantly. It is not that extreme. Even if he was killed instantly, he would at least have shouted for help. A level 40 beast could take him down with one strike. That is impossible. Inside the waterfall, everything is still peaceful, with no sign of a battle. Trine Kim Mak stepped out and cautiously asked, Rock Rat brother, is the ceiling barrier outside maintained by your power? It seemed to understand and nodded friendly. He continued, just now when I was walking around, I noticed the altar seemed to have lost its power. Do you know what happened? The rock rat jumped in shock, mouth wide open, eyes bloodshot and rolling back. It hurried inside to check, while Trine Kim Mak grinned slyly on the spot. Moments later, loud noises echoed outside. Akon rejoiced. Finally some sound. Turns out they are fighting. She sighed softly. That brat is too cautious, waiting half a day before making a move. But it is good the more careful, the higher the chance of success. Seeing the rock rat sobbing uncontrollably, Trine Kim Mak had no choice but to advise, Brother Rock Rat, the altar has been extinguished now. It will probably take a few more months to accumulate new energy, and the person is starving thin. It is better to come out with me and eat well and drink. After saying that, he sighed again. But right now outside the cave door there is a human awakened at level 45. Just now she was chasing me, so I panicked and ran in here blindly. And even if the two of us teamed up, it would still be very difficult to defeat her. The rock rat was about to help, but after hearing the whole sentence, it just wilted. Kim Mak leaned in and whispered to it, but right now I have a plan that can help us get out safely. A moment later, Kim Mak, looking like a dwarf, dashed out shouting, oh no, the rock rat is eating people. Stop chasing me, stop chasing me. Seeing the rock rat chasing the stranger, Apuan scolded sharply. What a useless creature, it can't even handle a level 40 beast. Seeing the seal in front of the waterfall disappear, She was startled and her eyes lit up, so the cave seal had actually been lifted. With incredible speed, Apuen dashed toward it. Seeing her jump into the waterfall, the dwarf took action. He panted, smiling with satisfaction. Rockrat brother, we make a good team. That wicked woman has gone and now's the time to reactivate the seal. Inside, seeing the altar had gone dark, Apuen shouted in anger who could have done this and dared to steal from her. She had prepared the ancient altar for over half a year. Yet someone got there first. Could it be that arrogant man? No, it could not be. Right now, there is no sign of him anywhere in the cave. Maybe he was killed by the mole because only the dead can disappear like that. She pondered. And besides, why was there a dwarf tribe in this cave? Could it be that they followed someone else inside, and that person activated the altar first? Then Apuen flicked her hair, gave up and left, thinking it might just be fate. After all, the sealing barrier had disappeared, so she would try her luck again in 3 months. Suddenly, as she returned to the cave entrance and touched the waterfall, Apuen felt something different. She was violently thrown backward by the strong barrier, lying on the ground gasping for breath, and Apuen wondered why the sealing barrier had appeared again. Half laughing, half terrified, she realized there was no way out this time. The final outcome could only be starvation. Could it be that all of this was just a game designed to trap her? She pulled out a sharp knife aimed straight at herself, deciding it was better to be resolute than to die struggling. As the red liquid sprayed out, Apuen's face twisted in pain. Warning, do not let me find out who you are, or we will be mortal enemies. Outside, the rock rat was still busy with the food that Trine Key Mac had provided. Seeing that the time had come, Trine Key Mac stood up and said, "Rock rat brother, let me show you a magic trick." He took off his mask and returned to his original form, startling the rock rat into squeaking loudly. Seeing it about to attack, he drew his sword and said, "Rock rat brother, I am not trying to scare you." He smiled slyly and asked, "If you want to live, I can give you a chance." In the golden desert, a man and a sand rat sped off in one direction. Sitting atop the rock rat, Trine Key Mac complained irritably, "Rock rat brother, your speed is not good enough. Can you go a bit faster? Tonight I will give you extra food." Hearing this, it seemed to cheer up, speeding up to the max and leaving a trail of dust behind. Trine Key Mac smiled with mixed feelings. In the Tiankai continent, those who awaken to level 30 automatically gain the beast taming skill, and this rock rat seemed quite sensible. With enough good food and safety provided, it agreed to become his temporary mount. Riding it can increase movement speed by 150%, much faster than running on my own. Today's destination is Spider Canyon, where there is a level 40 outdoor boss, the Fire Claw Queen. After defeating it, a large amount of life energy will drop. If hunters can collect it, the next generation and weapon upgrades will progress much faster. The desert hunters only caught a glimpse of its fleeting shadow. They watched him in awe. Damn, who is this guy? Level 30 with 10 ranks already riding a tokai. So impressive. This big rat, covered in rock armor. So cool. When they arrived at Spider's Fang, Trine Key Mac patted the rock rat's head and gave instructions. Then he instructed, "Those here wait for me. The path below is too narrow. You can come down. I will go alone." And it obediently nodded and waited. As he approached, Trine Key Mac heard the sounds of battle nearby. Yet someone had already made a move. Below, someone was desperately dodging attack after attack from the fire spider woman, barely escaping with their life. Seeing how fast they moved, Trine Key Mac silently admired them. Their level was even one below his own. Yet here they were, revealing the true skill of a promising assassin. He immediately dashed down below, and although he did not deal any damage to the fire whip woman, his dodging and movement speed were both exceptional. Maybe I can figure out a way to lure him over here. Below, he sighed as he watched the fire whip woman rage and attack, his level still far behind, barely able to dodge this damage. Lai Mine Hang stood there dazed, resigned to taking the brunt of the flames. Fortunately, Trine Key Mac arrived just in time, his sword cutting through the flames and surprising him. Lai Mine Hang exclaimed joyfully, "It is you." Trine Key Mac glanced at him suspiciously and asked, "Do you know me?" He immediately replied, "I am Lai Mine Hang, just entered the school this year. Thank you for allowing me to gather materials on the sidelines outside the Thunder City, which helped me collect enough tuition fees." He suddenly realized that he was the one who followed him back then. Almost all the resources on the way to the Thunder City were collected, and many people were picking up scraps behind him. He had not paid much attention at the time, but it turned out he was one of them. Trine Key Mac looked back at Ho Chu Nu, while Lai Mine Hang happily chatted, saying that many academy students gathered tuition fees just like him, and he quietly allowed them to follow behind, for which everyone was very grateful. Without hesitation, he continued advancing toward the fire summoner, saying other things could wait. "Your current level is too low. Stay back for now and watch while I handle this." Trine Key Mac kept moving forward, unleashing a continuous combo, double heavy strikes, shattering strike, heavenly strike, an inner blade. Lai Mine Hang behind me marveled and praised, "Damn, is he really that powerful? But I am level 29 and he is only one level higher than me." Seeing Trine Key Mac silent as he switched his weapon to a dagger, He looked confused. Does he want to teach me how to play an assassin? Trine Keemak jumped up to attack the fire priestess from above. Her fire attacks were all dodged by him. A deadly strike hit the critical point with terrifying speed. Lai Minhang could only stand there stunned. Was he really an assassin? Definitely not a godlike one. The fire spell girl has been dizzy for 2 seconds. He has grown too big like a giant. Now is the best chance to attack. Rune Coercion. Each spear gathers all the runes created on himself, attacks forward and triggers an explosion, causing massive damage to surrounding enemies. The more runes created and the greater the force, the larger the attack power and range. The critical explosion skill hits over 12,000 points, and the fire talisman girl takes the damage. Li Minging raised his hand to shield himself and said, "Girl, what kind of attack power is this? Is he really only 1 level above me?" Seeing that the fire talisman still had several large fragments, Trine Keemang explained that unlike the sustained damage from the radiating runes, the forced rune attack can deliver all its damage in an instant, making it ideal for critical strikes targeting monster weak points. Holding the delicate threads in his hand, Trine Keemang smiled happily. It seemed his luck was not bad. Just 1 attempt and he had obtained the yin-yang life. At that moment, Lai Menhang excitedly ran over. Master. Bun's recent move was impressive, and his deep understanding of the assassin profession is truly formidable. Can he accept me as his disciple? Trine Keemang asked calmly, still suggesting we should discuss his situation a bit first since we have only met twice. He felt shy and properly introduced himself, saying, "Great Lord, my profession is assassin, with an S-level combat perception talent. This talent helps me avoid the most dangerous attacks at the right moment, and thanks to it, I passed the top-ranked literary school in Korea." He gently rubbed the SS item, saying your leveling speed is pretty fast. You have only been in university a short time but you are already at level 29. The teacher honestly showed something, saying my luck is not bad. I got this equipment before, so I could level up quite quickly. Soul Jade Energy is an item that grants 100% restoration experience when the wearer defeats monsters, accumulating up to 800,000 points, totaling 2,400,000 experience. Holding the Soul Jade Energy, Trine Keemak was stunned. This kid has a bit of the scent of a destined child. The drop rate is 1 in a million, yet he still got it, meaning he gained 2,400,000 more experience than others. He flicked the gem back and turned to leave, saying if he wanted to make something, that was fine too. His lips curved into a slight smile. Then after the second transmission, he came to find me. As Trine Keemak stepped out of the secret teleportation, someone approached and asked, "Excuse me, are you me?" Trine Keemak, he asked indifferently. "Go ahead," and the other person immediately invited him. "Please follow me. Our guild master invites you." In the guild master's office, the discreet wooden door closed tightly. As soon as you stepped in, the person inside spoke up. "Trine Keemak, please have a seat." I introduced myself. "My name is Truong Thieu Vien, the chairman of the Capital Management Association." After a while, Trine Keemak also entered the room and sat waiting across from him. Seeing Truong Thieu Vien staring without speaking, he wondered why this person kept staring at his ring. Could it be that he was targeting Tan Lao? I had to speak first. "Today Guildmaster Truong came to see me. Is there something wrong?" Truong Thieu Vien opened his mouth with praise. "Truly a young hero. Just entered the Divine Mansion not long ago, and you are already level 30. Unbelievable. So, after Elder Tan learned you reached level 30, he handed you an item, saying you could only use it after completing the second trial." Trine Keemak took it and tried with all his strength to open it, but could not. "This box seems to be sealed by some kind of magical power. Perhaps I really have to wait until I pass the second trial to be able to it." He raised his cup in a final salute to him, thanking Old Tan on my behalf, and the kid accepted it. At the second exam room of the Divine Academy, Loi Tunki had asked him again, "Really not taking a break? You just got back and are already taking the second exam." He had to reassure him. "Homeroom teacher Loi. Trust me, but I have a request. I am a wanderer, so this second test mission is quite special. Can the school ban live streaming?" Li Junji smiled at him. "Unfortunately, I am also preparing to organize a school-wide study session for all teachers and students, so if you take the initiative to propose it, if Senza has a reason he can't avoid it, fine. I promise you that today's second test is off limits to everyone, including the teachers." Suddenly, he looked behind you and said, "Right, has your team captain been chosen yet? Why did not I see the others?" My brothers gave him meaningful looks. "Today it is just me. I want to take the second level exam alone." Seeing Trine Keemak rush into the secret gate without hesitation, Loi Tunki had nothing to say. He hurried to the Lang Tiu's room. The head of the Lang, Trine Keemak, had just returned, but now he was rushing to advance to the second transmission. "I could not eat." He was still calmly trimming the bonsai. Still the same. "It feels good to be young." Suddenly, Loi Tunki had added that there was another piece of news to report to you. He requested that this second level promotion exam be off limits to everyone. Even the teachers are banned. And after much thought, I finally agreed. When he heard this, Lang Tiu hesitated slightly, causing him to nervously swallow. But then he shook his head in acceptance and walked away. Everyone has their own secrets, and such talent cannot be overly supervised. "Tell him, you did very well this time." At that moment, Lang Nakai stepped forward on time and called out, "Sir, you should take your medicine now." Save the talking for later. Lotunget smiled warmly when he saw her arrive. So it is little Haya. Long time no see. You have become even more beautiful recently. Langnet Ki felt embarrassed. Then Uncle Loi mocked him. How annoying. He slowly turned and left. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Uncle Loi has said everything about the work. You all talk slowly. I won't disturb you anymore. Lang Tiu looked thoughtfully at Lang Nak Ki, about to drop the pill into the glass of water. Then said the young man I introduced to you has already returned. She was so surprised she nearly dropped the glass of medicine. So fast. Didn't I tell you I'm not going on a blind date? He drained the glass. No, I already told him. Now he is taking the market exam. Wait for him to finish. I will arrange for you to meet. Lang Nak Ki wanted to say more, but Lang Tiu was determined to turn away. This matter is settled. Whether it works out or not, I won't force you. But at least you have to meet. Inside the golden desert stretching across the clear blue sky, a rock rat leisurely walks through the sand. Trine Ki Mat holds the gifted power fruit and breathes a sigh of relief. This secret realm career changes the desert, aiming for SSS-Rank evaluation. I have to give it my all. Luckily there is no live stream to interfere. This time I can finally evolve into the complete form. He gulped down the power fruit in one go. After consuming it, permanently increases all 5 attributes of the awakened person by 5 points. You have used the power fruit twice, adding a total of 10 to all attributes. The status window of Trine Ki Mat appeared again with changes. His identity and attributes both increased. He was filled with excitement and joy. Now that his body was brimming with power, it was time to use the legendary soul binding technique. Trine Kim gently stroked the rock rat's head and said, My friend, today is the last day you will be with me. If we can get through this secret realm, I will set you free. After a while, all kinds of monsters appeared on the drifting desert, and the rock rat dodged attacks while rushing forward as if its life depended on it. Your notification sounded. You have fallen into a cursed obsession. Crippled. Weakened by electric shock. Burning status, and the rock rat angrily squealed nonstop. He laughed. Meaning, am I courting death by attracting so many monsters? He pointed to the rock ahead and gave the order. Aim for the rock in front and jump. The rock rat was quick and agile, leaving the monsters far behind, leaping exactly where he pointed. Then Trine Kiem pointed again in front of them both, asking if they saw the wall on the other side, and hesitated once more. The rock rat used all its strength to grip the stone wall and climb up. When the distance was high enough, the monsters suddenly scattered and stopped chasing. Trine Kiem Mat pulled out a high-grade health potion and drank it, silently relieved this was exactly why he chose this map, despite the abundance. Whether it is the stone walls of the passage or the stone pillars surrounding the path, as long as you use the gate beast to jump up, you can escape the fight. The level system announces that the cooldown for the purification power has ended and all debuffs have been removed for you. He looked at his hand thoughtfully, wishing the cooldown was a bit shorter so he would not have to manage his heartbeat. Staring at the swirling dust below, he calculated that to get an SSS rating today, he would have to kill all the small monsters at the same time, complete the mission on hand. Luckily there is a letter here. These monsters will be dealt with later. It is simpler. The rock gently glanced and obediently sat down as Trine Kiem Mat instructed. Ahead is the #1 training boss Sekka, staying on the high platform. Then block the way for me. A giant beetle lay at the center behind the stone wall, along with smaller bugs slowly scurrying below. Trine Kiem leapt off the stone wall, landing safely on the ground, looking at the swarm of bugs crowding around. It is just like before. The armored creatures are neutral in the desert city and 1T attack unless provoked, so they quietly search for food on the ground. But today our goal is to achieve SSS rank, so the first mission is to clear the secret area. He pulled out a wide M18 flare to face this neutral creature. Dealing with it once and for all is the best choice. But while the instructor is still patrolling outside, it is time to start setting up. After a while, the M18 was covered all over the area where he stood. Mission complete. Trine Kiem turned away to hide. Very good. The instructor is about to enter the deep group. Next is the moment to set off the fireworks. After hiding behind the rock, he firmly pressed the control button. Now is the time. Take off. A series of massive explosions erupted, burning the entire desert. Red liquid splashed up to the sky, then fell like rain, while Trine Kiem covered himself with a cloak. The announcer's triumphant voice and the machine's notification declared, You have defeated Boston, level 36. Guardian Sega. The vast ground was now covered in swirling dust as he stepped closer to the large creature's corpse, where a sword hovered above it, a one-handed weapon called the Guardian Intelligence Sword, which, besides its advanced attributes, could combine with the counterattack blade to form the legendary weapon Glory Pioneer. He eagerly held the sword in his hand, constantly marveling that it was even stronger than my Radiant Distant Ring, truly a semi-legendary weapon with impressive base damage and attack speed. Speaking of the legendary weapon just mentioned, in the Desert City, there once existed a true legendary weapon called Glory Vanguard, but long ago, this weapon was split into two, becoming two semi-legendary weapons. One half is the Guardian Artificial Intelligence Sword in my hand, and the other half is the counterattack Artificial Intelligence Spear. Only when I happily look at the sword in my hand, when the two swords unite, the ancient Glory Pioneer will be reborn through time. Although the Glory Pioneer can only be used temporarily here and cannot be taken outside, just owning it is enough. Clearing the secret area will become easier, he said as he watched a rock rat appear out of nowhere. squeaking and rushing toward him. The rock rat dashed straight ahead, not far from a zone where many military camps were set up right at the foot of a staircase. He shouted orders at it. Do you see the military camp below the stairs? Pull all the monsters up for me, then rush up the stairs. The rock rat immediately obeyed and charged toward the monsters. Its agility successfully caused chaos among the large monsters. At this moment, Boston, a level 36 Sama fiend, appeared. Trinekey rode on the back of the rock rat, charging straight at the man. When he was still some distance away, he quickly jumped off the rock rat's back. His hand grabbed one of the man's arms. At the same time, a powerful heat attack struck him, and he moved closer. Descending down, the large Boston fell onto the monsters below, creating a loud noise. Trinekey walked to the prison area, where each person was locked in a metal cage placed close together, some desperately pleading for help. The 5 of us came to Sama City to explore but were unfortunately captured. Could you please release us? We will reward you. He quickly agreed. No problem. I will release you right now. At the same time, the sound of chains breaking echoed. The freed prisoners crowded around to thank him. Sama's angry voice rang out. Hateful human slaves, the price for the escapee is death. Behind him, a horde of monsters rushes forward. The group that was just rescued became fearful at the sight. What should we do? Down there all giant monsters. There are at least over 100 of them. We are doomed, a brave man in the group shouted. We are all level 40. As long as we hold this staircase, we have a chance. What is there to fear? We will fight them. He then shouted for everyone to prepare for battle. Despite his courage, the man could not help but feel anxious as he turned to speak to Trine Kiamak. Please grant us strength. He spoke up to encourage them. No problem. When the time comes, I will take action myself. Keep moving forward. Feeling strengthened, the man thanked him and then turned around to loudly command. Heal me. Full attack power. Start the fight. A fierce battle broke out immediately after. The group and the monsters began to fight. Trinekamak stood aside, silently smiling at the fireball in his hand. He wanted him to pull back. Maybe you are overthinking it. This is not your first time entering a secret realm. The group was still fighting hard. One of them spoke up to the captain. It seems our attack power is still not enough. These monsters are about to break through our lines. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was attacked by a monster. Chaos erupted with screams for help. The man, who was the team leader, immediately turned to report to Kamak. The warrior, please increase the attack power quickly. He calmly looked at the magic bullet in his palm and replied, first let 3 of them die, then we will see. The battle is far from over. Humans and monsters continue to clash despite the worsening situation, not giving them any time to rest. Another monster charges forward. The captain gritted his teeth and shouted. They were just a dozen small monsters away from victory, but there is only one heller left. Could it be that we really have to stay here? No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure rushed in from nowhere and took down the giant monster with a single strike. Then a series of attacks followed. Countless monsters were then successively destroyed by a powerful heat wave. After a while, only 2 figures remained on the ground, the captain and Trine Kiamak. Still holding the long sharp spear in his hand, the man clasped his hands and bowed his head. Thank you for stepping in. Fortunately, there are still 2 survivors. As soon as the words left his mouth, the sharp spearhead was thrust straight into the man's chest as if to answer for him. Captain Duan Jai Hong fearfully asked what he intended to do. His bloodshot eyes filled with danger as he replied with a question. Shouldn't I be the one asking that? Are you really planning to use a dagger to thank your benefactor? The man being accused darkened his eyes with malice and asked, how do you know? He did not answer but aimed the spear straight at Tung Chi Huoyan Van Kong, always ending with a dazzling flash. The man was now lying flat on the ground, unrecognizable, and he calmly replied, of course I know, because I have entered the desert city countless times, and the real level 2 bot is actually your team of 5. These 5 are not explorers but traitors to the human race who fled here after being hunted down. If I hold back too much, the remaining strength of this expedition team will only grow stronger, making it harder to deal with the traitors. If I hold back too little, they will die early, and then the resistance intelligence won't drop. Facing me is your greatest misfortune. He looked at the orange glowing great sword hovering in the air and smiled with satisfaction. Just as he held the sword in his hand, he smiled with satisfaction and said, the sword is good, but it is a pity that I have to merge it right after getting it. Then he merged the 2 swords together, and a brilliant golden light spread across the ground. After a moment, a great sword appeared, known as the legendary Glory Vanguard, with superior attributes like firing gunshots, dealing critical damage to enemies ahead, and being affected by 4-dimensional properties during attacks. Jing Shimo happily held the sword and praised it, saying it truly lives up to its legendary weapon status with impressively remarkable attributes. He hoisted the great blade onto his shoulder, stomped the ground sending up a cloud of dust, and continued forward. Before him appeared a horde of massive monsters in various animal forms, which he eyed and commented on. Before facing the final boss, only these level 39 small monsters remain, which are considered the strongest in this desert city. Just the right time for you to be test subjects. He charged forward, 1 foot landing on the ground while unleashing a frost-breaking strike. A single slash sent the monsters flying back. Chine Kimak's cold gaze sharpened as he focused on the sweeping strike. At that moment, the Glory Vanguard equipment effect activated, and the slash carried a scorching heat wave that swept through the monsters, with red numbers of special attack effects flashing continuously. After a while, he slung the greatsword over his shoulder, feeling both amazed and a bit regretful too strong. All in just 10 seconds. With only normal attacks, he had defeated all 24 elite monsters. If this weapon could be taken outside, it would be perfect. Every strike felt like it drew blood. Suddenly, a sound came from the water behind him, making Ki-Mak turn to look. He watched the bubbles rising more and more in front of him with anticipation. Fortunately, the final boss was the 9-headed crab to entertain me. Otherwise it would have been really boring. The water suddenly exploded with a loud bang, and Ki-Mak stood still, watching the massive smoke formed by the bubbles before him. A giant level 49-headed beast with 26 horns emerged from the water, looking down at him and angrily shouting, "Foolish mortal, you are the one who awakened my slumber." His sharp eyes responded with a provocative tone. "You dare to talk back to me? I have already killed all the clan leaders of your 9-headed scorpions. Who do you think you are?" The 9-headed scorpion grew even more aggressive as it rallied the large beasts in the air, creating clouds of dust, and, at this moment, Ki-Mak calmly stood watching without dodging, only moving his feet flexibly. With both hands gripping the sword firmly, he leapt into the air, continuously attacking him with the ghost sword technique. The 9-headed beast stammered in disbelief, screaming that no one like him could have obtained the holy light of the celestial practitioner. "Impossible." He said nothing and kept charging forward, his red eyes filled with murderous intent. Ki-Mak unleashed the ascending dragon sword technique, causing intense thermal energy sparks to appear around him like lightning bolts. He swiftly closed in on the man, raising the sword high with both hands, while the 9-headed beast could only glare fiercely with its bloodshot eyes. Unable to react in time, countless painful strikes rose up, slashing into the massive body of Kudoksa. He narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth wide, revealing unbelievably large sharp teeth. The body of the 9-headed beast was destroyed with a loud noise, and he leapt into the air, watching its corpse gradually vanish beneath him. Sweat dotted his face as he panted heavily. Maintaining this state continuously was truly no small burden. If I turn it into an active skill, it will be a bit easier. It is time to deal with those little monsters. The system announced congratulations to Ki-Mak for completing the mission and unlocking a new skill. Sky gradually darkened red, and after listening to a long announcement from the system, he felt hopeful. If this development continues, one time my final form be a full mastery of all 5 professions. He and the rock mouse closed the system panel. Feeling pleased, Ki-Mak pointed to the sky and said loudly, "I am more and more eager to see what the resurrection profession will ultimately become. Maybe in the end, I can dive into the void in the sky and destroy all the monsters." Elsewhere, urgent preparations are underway, with many people bustling about to quickly complete their tasks. How are the members of the various departments coming along? Fresh flowers. Grand decorations. Has the welcoming team prepared flowers for the young lady yet? Lu Junji shouted loudly while standing and pointing, giving orders to arrange everything quickly. Who knows when this little demon Xianqian will show up? A man sitting nearby spoke up. Could it be that Director Truong is being overly cautious? The puzzled man asked further, how desperate has the Thendu Academy become now that just one phone call has made Director Truong so fearful? Another person spoke at length, explaining that the Shenyu Academy has a long history, and no matter what, their principal is a 4th-tier powerhouse. At that moment, Lai Diet-san, the top female junior announcer of Beijing television and one of the 10 most beautiful female broadcasters in her country, stepped out of the car, and someone greeted her upon seeing her. She crossed her arms and spoke with displeasure. "I was supposed to go to Vanbei Academy today for an interview, but the director dragged me here instead. The academy only has 1 graduate. What is worth reporting? This is such a waste of my time." The cameraman behind reluctantly smiled and agreed, saying going there was 10,000 times better than the Divine Charm Academy. Diet-san wondered why the director agreed. Then she took off her coat draped over her shoulders and handed the order to the cameraman. "We are here, turn on the camera, and let us take a look at the current situation at Thendu Academy. Remember, the last time we came was years ago." The camera starts rolling, and the female announcer on the live stream greets the audience. "I am Lai Diet-san. Today, at the invitation of the principal of Thendu Academy, we witnessed the promotion exam of a gifted student together." Diet-san also saw these not-so-positive comments and thought to herself, well, let them be, the interview program is boring anyway. No one really watches it. Suddenly, a convoy appeared, drawing attention, and viewers wondered why the Lamthean Academy's cars had come here. There is also a car from Malign Academy. Could something be happening today? The 2 black cars at the front stopped side by side. 2 men stepped out of the cars. One was Thuong Goi Sen, the dean of Malin University, and the other was Vong Kai Fuk, the dean of Lamthean University. They shook hands and greeted each other almost in unison, saying, "You are here to attend Ki-Mak's graduation ceremony too." This scene caused the livestream room to erupt once again. Who is Ki-Mak that could bring 2 veterans here? Even if he is not the top of the province, he would not receive such treatment. The livestream screen was also being broadcast in the conference room of Vanbei Academy, the top academy in Hakuok. Nugohak, the principal of Vanba School, sat looking up at the screen, tapping his hand rhythmically on the table as he asked aloud, "Everyone tell me, what exactly is Shenyu Academy preparing today?" The head of academic affairs, Chu Side, folded the files in his hand and replied, "As far as I know, Trine Ki Mak is this year's top scholar of the province, but since his profession is a servant, we did not send anyone to recruit him before. Today, the Thendu Academy might be trying to use his reputation for their own gain." Another person also spoke up, saying that Trine Ki Mak's exam results were probably quite good. I heard he even received an SSS level potential rating, which is probably why Lang Ti wants to build power for his school. The headmaster frowned, thinking to himself that the old man is about to retire but still won't rest. Times have changed, so is he still dreaming of returning to lead a nation? After thinking for a moment, he spoke up, saying that since we are all classmates and many schools are involved, we naturally must be polite. "So to done. You go on my behalf." To Dai quickly agreed. The semester also reminded me not to forget to call that kid up. He has been back since yesterday, back at the sandy field. There was only Trine Kamak. He brushed back his bangs as he remembered that the brocade box the old lady had asked someone to give him was still unopened. Holding the box in his hands, he prepared to open it, and sure enough, it could be opened now. Let us see what good items are inside. As soon as the box opened, a golden light immediately shone before Trine Kamak's eyes. He looked at the item inside the box, his eyes wide with amazement. It was an S-level skill book, and moreover, a passive skill. As soon as he finished speaking, the scroll before him shattered into crystal fragments that flew up and absorbed into Trine Kiamak's forehead. The system sounded a congratulatory tone for learning this rank passive skill Brutal, which increases critical damage by 20%. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent as Trine Kiamak carefully considered that the old man probably did not want to help him pass the promotion exam, which is why he placed a seal that could only be opened after completing the second trial. This gift is definitely not something light. Trine Kiamak smiled wryly. If given the chance, he still had to express his gratitude in person. Then he opened the system panel and decided to allocate each free attribute points from the second awakening reward into spirit first. He did not want to experience exhaustion like last time again. After making the choice, the system panel moved to the next section. The points had been allocated. Now it was time to consider the two new passive skills, and with the first choice, the killing intent vibration skill would be unlocked. System notification. Congratulations! The user has upgraded the skill Killing Intent Vibration to level 2, gaining a 20% chance to affect all enemies within 5 meters who are about to take damage, while increasing the user's physical and magical critical rate and boosting nearby allies' critical rate by 5%. Trinka looked at the information on the system board, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sighed. This time the passive skill did not switch to a permanent active form. Otherwise, not only would his mana be insufficient, but it would also easily cause noise and attract monsters. If the current trend of passive skill development continues, by the late game I will need to increase attack speed. Continuing to transform the other skill, he pressed activate with his finger, followed by the sound of a successful transformation notification. This skill can withstand recoil, deal multiple hits to enemies within range, and drain their health. As I looked over this information, I was very satisfied. This passive skill is highly effective, and from now on, I will have a double healing method in battle. The status window opened, displaying all the basic information and equipped skill stats clearly listed. He stepped through the wide open door, surprised that in just one day his combat power had increased by 20,000 points, and he still had quite a few unopened treasures in hand, planning to deal with them once he returned to the Tianqi continent. The large bell rang out, echoing across the sky. Ling Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, feeling at ease as he looked at the bell before him. The loyal bell had struck 9 times he had succeeded, and this time it was an unprecedented record. On the glossy surface of the large stone tablet, the name Trine Kiamak appeared as the record holder in history. Lang Tiu gazed thoughtfully at the bell with eyes full of wrinkles. This bell was brought by the first principal, and it would resonate whenever a student achieved an unprecedented accomplishment. In nearly 100 years, this bell has been rung many times, but striking it 9 times in a row is a first. The supreme number of heaven and earth starts at 1 and ends at 9. 9 represents the pinnacle and is a symbol of ultimate power. After speaking, he turned his back and left, while in his mind he kept marveling at Trine Kiamak. Stepping out from the portal of destruction, he was immediately dazzled by the constant flashing of cameras. Trine Kiamak raised his hand to shield his eyes from the sudden lights, filled with doubt. What important event is happening today? As soon as he appeared, the whole hall started to stir. Elder Trine Kiamak is out. He really succeeded. He has become the youngest outstanding graduate in the history of a nation. The livestream screen exploded at the same time. Dai-san opened his eyes wide in shock, and comments kept streaming by with this shocking news. On Trine Kiamak's side, 2 men approached. Thuong Gyatson took the initiative to ask, "It has been a long time, Trine." As soon as I heard the news, I came right away. Luckily, I made it in time. Wang Keifu standing nearby immediately interrupted. "Congratulating. Today I am here on behalf of Principal Fi Yingguang. He asked me to pass on a few words. He apologizes for today. He has an important meeting he cannot leave. Otherwise he would definitely have come in person." Those standing behind listening to this were all shocked. What earth-shattering thing did Director Vong just say? The principal of Lam Thien Academy is a fourth stage expert. If it were not for an urgent matter, would he really come here in person to show support? There must be some mistake. Today is not the fourth stage promotion test. It should be the second stage, at the broadcast hall of Aquak General Television. The man watching exclaimed in amazement. This is the highest record since the capital's television station was established. The director of a national general television was furious, saying it was infuriating that at such an important occasion we received no information at all, allowing the capital city television station to easily reap huge profits. Back at Chinkamo's place, the crowd standing was asked to make way for Lang Tiu, who was approaching. His appearance only made the crowd louder, forcing the talented Loi to remind everyone to keep order. Lang Tiu looked at Trung Kiem Mak with a gentle smile and informed him that this record had been officially recognized by Trung Then Du. Congratulations, you have created a new historic record for a quok. The 9 knocks just now were the clearest proof, and hearing these words, Trung Kiem Mak's face lit up with excitement. Lang Tiu's words were not only for Trung Kiem Mak but seemed to address everyone, as the livestream screen continued to buzz with lively discussion. What is Trung Then Du? Why are the expressions of the 3 senior leaders so shocked? Wang Keifu spoke with a trembling voice. I told you. After hearing the sound of Zong just now, I felt as if my soul was shaken. So the legend is true. Zong Shenyu really exists. The voice of broadcaster Diet Sanacode. Dear teachers, I am the host of the capital city television station. No one knows what Trung Then Du refers to. Could you please explain it to everyone? Lo Tunkiet stepped forward in front of the camera and spoke into the microphone, saying that it is said Trung Then Du was created by the founding principal of Then Du Academy. It has a miraculous ability to assess students' potential. But when an outstanding student at our school breaks the secret realm record, Trung will sound a certain number of times. The more times it strikes, the faster the achievement has improved, and the greater the student's potential. However, only a very few can activate it, usually just 2-3 times, and before today, our school's highest record was 6 times, which was directly set by Principal Lang. On the livestream screen, Daisan quickly caught the point and asked, Headmaster Loi, do you mean that Trung Kiem Mak's potential is even stronger than a 4th stage powerhouse? Most comments on the livestream did not believe Headmaster Loi and thought he was exaggerating. Loi Twinkiet clenched his fists tightly as he read the comments, thinking that he was a man of reputation and could not lie. Yet these people still did not believe him. Chang Jisheng calmly glanced at Trung Kiem Mak, who had been standing still up high all this time. He spoke up and asked, Trung Kiem Mak, could you please evaluate your performance in the 2nd level exam today, and how long it took you to pass? He calmly replied, the rating is S level. I did not check the exact time, but it was about an hour, give or take a few minutes. This answer caused the livestream comments to explode, with some praising and others doubting Trung Kiem Mak. Loi Tunkiet read these comments and only gave a cold smile, thinking these people were like pigs that fear no boiling water. Just wait and see how he would deal with them. Then Loi Tunkiet raised his voice to ask Trung Kiem Mak, may I ask where your partner is? It seems we did not see him. In his mind, he quickly calculated. Not that he did not know, do they want me to cooperate? Thinking that, he replied confidently, today I am solo. I did not bring a partner. The livestream comments finally acknowledged him. This is really impressive. The senior staff is stunned again. I admire the great master. It looks like the divine scholar is truly about to rise. Those who doubted Mak 2 earlier. Does your face hurt now? It should hurt for at least 2.5 years. The name Trung Kiem Mak will definitely spread throughout the capital tomorrow. A girl holding a rose walked over, with admiring praises ringing in her ears. Senior Hogan Vu is so lucky today, and she was chosen as the student representative to give flowers. Truly admirable. Ningai Vu's heart is filled with determination. She is determined to pursue a man who loves animals like that. She had to work hard to get this flower gift today, and later she will show them her tactics. Elsewhere, a small hand still wet from the gun lifted to turn off the faucet. Lang Nu, wrapped in a towel, looked dejected, crying without tears, wondering how to face the blind date later. Why does he have to compete in the 2nd round so quickly? Can it be slower? Why am I listening to my grandfather's arrangements? I really am such a fool. She screamed, running her hands through her hair. This just one T do I have to make that person fail? And if they fail, then I 1 T have to go. I really do not want to go the blind date, she said as she walked over to the phone that was still on, wondering why the live stream viewers on the Capitalist TV station were so many today, already surpassing 10 million. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw the main character was Trung Kiem Mak. At Trung Kiem Mak's place, he stood on the podium with the teachers, watching the crowded crowd bustling below. Lo Tan Kiet spoke up, asking everyone to be quiet for a moment, confident that everyone already knew about Trung Kiem Mak's incredible achievements. Now, please welcome our student representative to the stage to present flowers, and let us hope everyone can applaud the outstanding contributions made by Trung Kiem Mak. Following the host's introduction, Ingungvu slowly stepped onto the stage holding the bouquet. Trung Kiem Mak felt uneasy seeing her approach, Wondering why she was the one presenting flowers to him. Was she trying to make him sick? As she drew closer, his expression darkened further, thinking to himself how unlucky he truly was for the plan to advance the Divine Academy. He can only sacrifice personal interests to achieve the greater goal. Standing in front of Trine Kiamak, Ngungvu smiled to herself happily, wondering how he would react if she confessed to him in front of tens of millions of people later. Below the spring stands, the audience kept praising Ngungvu. Trine Mak smiled faintly, accepting the bouquet and listening to the seniors' congratulations. The girl's face flushed red as she hesitated to speak. Actually, sister. Just then, a voice interrupted. It turned out to be you. And he could not help but be surprised when he saw who had appeared. Trine Kiamak looked at Nuaki in confusion, wondering why she was here. Nuaki said nothing but rushed forward to hug him tightly and cursed. She looked at Trine Kiamak with eyes glistening with tears and said softly that the person her grandfather always wanted her to meet was actually him. You were admitted to the Prefectural Academy but never told me. He looked at her speechless. Chairman Lang silently cursed the scene before him. Trine Kiamak. You troublemaker. I am not done with you yet. The livestream screen buzzed with noise as she threw herself into Trine Kiamak's arms. Daring to do so in front of so many people, one clearly had feelings for him, and the other was even more forward. It was enough to make anyone jealous. Trine Kiamak looked a bit embarrassed and said, Stop scolding. This is live right now. Watch your image. My lady. Hearing him, she suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly pushed him away, her expression distant and speechless. Thuong Gai at Sen and Vong Kai Fuk looked at the unexpected situation and asked Principal Lang in unison, who hesitated and replied, This is an accident. In his heart, he was full of unspeakable feelings. Unable to admit in front of the public and the man on stage that he was his son-in-law, Lo Tun Kiat stepped in to end this awkward scene, saying the celebration for Trine Kiamak is now over. Reporters, please follow me to the lecture hall where our academy's important decision will be announced. Everyone in the audience below heard that and started to move. Trine Kiamak rubbed her head and smiled, asking, Everyone's gone, but you still want to keep crying? In response, he threw a punch to the chest along with a scolding. I immediately knew he was teasing me. After saying that, Lin turned and ran off, no longer paying him any attention. Hogong glanced at him quietly before silently walking away. After a short distance, she quietly turned back to look at him still standing there, on the young woman's face filled with pain. She whispered to herself that her opponent was Lang Nuok Hai, a genius with his talent. From her figure and appearance to her demeanor, everything surpassed hers, and from now on, she would probably become the complete laughingstock of the academy. Thinking that, the girl fell backward with gravity. Below, the audience decorated with flowers. Hogong Vu lay on the ground. The bouquet from earlier now also lay quietly on the ground with her, looking both lonely and struggling. After everyone took their seats at the meeting table, they began to buzz with talk about the Divine Academy. Teacher Loi Kiat called someone to speak, saying the head of the Divine Academy's Loi faction had arrived and was inviting him to sit here. Trine Kiamak thought to himself, is the principal planning to announce that today? Diet Sam below was puzzled. How could a student like Trine Kiamak sit in the main seat? That was the position of the elders of the academies, and no matter how talented, he had no right to be there. The person beside her replied that he might be representing the outstanding students to speak, and Diet San found it reasonable and nodded. She ordered that no matter what, Trine Kiamak is the focus today, so point the camera at him. On the other side, looking at the screen, they really are a bunch of losers. Why was it that before, when we took the entrance exam, no one could get into Jiangxing Academy, yet now a demon like Trine Kiamak has fallen into the hands of the Divine Academy? Hofkin is furious. Quang Dia. You are the head of admissions, how could you let this happen? Quang Dai explained that in the past, Trine Kiamak did not show such terrifying strength, everyone could not judge his future, and with the traditional style of the academy, we do not consider students without a future. Hofkin agreed, saying that such misjudgments happen once or twice every few years, so let us not dwell on it for now. What do you think Lang Tiu will do next? Quang Dia speculated that he believes the academy's support for Trine Kiamak is fake and that the real intention is to return to the top ranks. If I were Lang Tiu, currently holding the trump card that is Trine Kiamak, I would exploit it to the fullest. Hofkin nodded in approval. The analysis was spot on. And if they want to take advantage of the opportunity to gain power, then I will just have to douse them with a cold shower. Uncle Tudai must be arriving soon. My grand ceremony is about to be sent off, Lang Tiu declared. Next I will announce an important measure. From now on, Hokfu Thandu and Hokfu Lam Thien will become strategic allies, supporting each other and sharing resources. He extended his hand and said that besides establishing a student exchange program, we will also cooperate to open advanced classes for teachers. The class aims to improve teaching skills, and once agreed upon, the temporary head of the advanced teacher class will be the student Trine Kiamak. Everyone, unable to believe it, quickly voiced their objections. Tudai spoke up, saying that the Shenyu Academy really did make a big move. He smiled and said, "Why is everyone so quiet? Keep talking about your cooperation plan. We at Vanby Academy want to hear it too. A plan that can help rival academies improve together. Just how miraculous is it?" Everyone whispered about Tudai, while Tunkiat warmly welcomed him, revealing he was a friend of the Vanbei Academy. The Shendu Academy warmly welcomed him and invited everyone to sit down. Tudai asked further, Principal Lang, if I heard correctly, you just said you want this student to be the head of the advanced class. Right? Lang Saling looked at Tudai intently. Does Yumba Academy have any advice? Tudai wondered. I just want to ask what qualifications this Cheng Kiem has to be a teacher for the advanced class. But everyone remained silent. At that moment, Cheng Kiem spoke up, saying, do I really need the approval of the Vanbai Academy to be the homeroom teacher? Isn't that a bit arrogant? Tudai angrily said. Education is the foundation of all academies in a quoque, so how can students teach teachers? He was furious, accusing them of using their own students as experiments and playing with the future of Haquoque. Seeing this, everyone responded, coming up with all sorts of reasons to reject the request. People kept talking, saying it made sense no matter what. Trine Key Mat was still just a student, and it seemed Hak Fu Then Du was also panicking. Looking for a cure, Kafuk stated that Trine Key Mat has a fairly high teaching level and has been recognized by many teachers. Then a voice rang out. Alright, class president Vong, no need to say more. Trine Key Mat stood up. It seems Vanby Academy has come prepared today. If that is the case, then just say it straight. Today, if I, Trine Key Mat, want to become the class supervisor, I need to pass a certain exam. Tudai immediately replied, there won't be a test. But today, Hak Fu Vanba has set up a challenge platform here at Hak Fu Then Du. The referee is a graduate of the Vanbei Academy, so if you are confident, you can try if you can defeat him. I have nothing more to say. People around whispered, the challenger must be a prodigy, a Silver Moon talent. Right, 2 years ago he broke many rules at the Assassin Academy Yumba, and now there are rumors he has reached level 40. Returning this time as an alumnus feels a bit unfair. They continued, are not classmates supposed to be trained by the academy? If you are outdated, you have to accept defeat. There is nothing unfair about it. The challenger asks, do you dare to accept? The heads of departments felt uneasy. The ranking went up to level 10, and he was best at solo combat. Who would dare accept a duel with a Silver Moon master? But if they refused, this class might not be able to continue. When the time comes, I will confidently respond. And when the time comes, I will fight with you all the way. Everyone was surprised again, but he agreed. Truly fearless. Actually, for the Divine Academy, there is still a chance to turn things around, but with 10 levels on the schedule, this time the Divine Academy is done. Lang Tiu spoke up, the press conference is about to end, and since you have requested a public challenge, I have no choice but to agree. Everyone, follow me to the arena. Suddenly a voice rang out from afar. Looks like I arrived just in time to catch the drama. Nguyen Hao stepped in. Principal Lang, I heard you were planning to hold a martial arts event. Right, the talented one was surprised. Why did Commissioner D come here today? Lang Tiu was cheerful. It has been a long time. Today was supposed to be a press conference announcing the alliance between the two schools, but the Yumbo Academy wants to fight us. The crowd below grew noisy again, asking who this Commissioner D was, and if he did not know Denis and Hao, who was a trusted aide to the old matriarch. Tudai explained that since Yunbei Academy heard that Shendu Academy had promoted a second transfer student to teacher, they wanted to organize a friendly match, and upon hearing this, Yu Minho nodded in support. He announced that today I am here as a representative of the Management Association to express our position, which is to wish the advanced class for teachers of the Shendu Academy continued growth. We hope Chen Qiamo can lead the teachers of Shendu Academy to bring glory to our kingdom. Lang Tiu thought to himself, how many secrets is this kid hiding? Could he possibly have some connection to the old madam? After a moment of thought, he spoke up, our Shenyu Academy will definitely live up to the expectations of the Management Association. Trine Ki Mak felt quietly pleased. The old lady was truly clever. Not only knowing the situation here like the back of her hand, but also making a move that left Tudai speechless. He definitely had to find time to visit the Management Association's headquarters. Yungain Hao turned and left, saying, your Divine Academy is doing very well. We look forward to your achievements. But I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave. Everyone around was talking. It seems the Management Association's stance is to side with the Divine Academy. Didn't he hear the special mention of Trine Ki Mak? He came specifically to support Trine Ki Mak. Tudai worried silently. Why would the Management Association side with Trine Ki Mak? Does not the brat have any background? Just then, Nguyen Sen's phone suddenly rang. The phone suddenly received a message from Hong Sun. No matter the cost, we must ally with the Divine Decree Academy. Guyet Sun thought silently. Has the principal already made a decision? He announced, after discussions between our school and Principal Lang, representing Malin Academy, declare that from today, Malin will join the alliance immediately, with student Trine Kiem Mak appointed as the head. Everyone was surprised that even Malin Academy had joined, backed by the Management Association, so of course they had to start forming squads. What comes next will definitely be interesting. Then they all raised their hands in agreement. We are also joining the Strategic Alliance. Our academy is also applying to join the alliance. We are the same. On the other side, everyone at Hokkin remained silent with no reaction. He slammed the table. Since when did the Divine Academy get so close to the Management Association headquarters? The Malin Academy just goes whichever way the wind blows. Those old men really want to drag each other back this time, setting traps everywhere. What about the principal of the Management Association? As long as we defeat Trine Kimak, he won't be able to lead the class anymore and the alliance will fall apart. Hearing this, Hofkin felt somewhat reassured and told Tudai and Kai-hung to defeat Trine Kiem Mak at all costs in the arena, and Trine Kiem Mak remains calm. Did not you say you wanted to set up the arena? Then hurry up and fight. The sooner it is over the sooner I can have dinner. Tudai is anxious, with both the Management Association and Malign Academy on the same side. Even if they win, it is just a slap in the face for the Management Association. It is fine if the principal is behind the scenes. But if I have to face him, Kai-hung hesitated. Suddenly, Tudai received a message. No matter what, defeat Trine Kiem Mak. If anything happens, I will take the blame. Tudai was terrified the principal was pushing him into a trap. He was angry. No matter what background Trine Kiem Mak really had, I am not afraid. Here, only strength can prove itself. Tudai was confident. Of course he would fight, he was a forced P level 40. How could he fear a free player 10 levels lower? After speaking, he stood up with determination and headed to the arena. The crowd outside buzzed with excitement. Have you heard? Bombay Academy is challenging the Do Academy. And everyone rushed in to watch the unfolding events. Meanwhile, at the broadcast station, they were rushing to ensure the transmission went smoothly. The audience was talking, almost certain that Trine Kiem Mak was bound to lose. Kai-hung was secretly worried. Damn it. This time he was really played by homeroom teacher Chu and the principal. This Trine Kiem Mak has the Anti-Corruption Management Association backing him. Even if he wins, he will still face trouble later. It is really not good. He is arrogant. But I am not someone who bullies the weak, so if you want to find someone else to fight, go ahead. With your rank and level, even switching players is not shameful. Trine Kiem Mak smiled and replied, I am different from the senior. I like to bully the weak. He was confident. So today's match must be handled by me. Dai Sang Kin often said, Trine Kiem Mak is too arrogant, daring to call Kai-hung a soft persimmon. Someone nearby replied, being arrogant requires strength, but the opponent is 10 levels higher than him, so resisting anger is not a good strategy. If you think setting a record makes you a hero, I 1T hold back if you are looking for death. The referee announced that this match is a one-on-one fight where any props or equipment can be used, but no life-threatening actions are allowed. The last person to lose consciousness or be knocked out of the arena will lose. Kai-hung used the Silver Moon stealth technique, making his body almost disappear. Just when he sneered, the Silver Moon stealth technique, such a trivial trick, dares to show off in front of me. The entire audience was stunned as Kai-hung suddenly vanished. Suddenly, a water stain appeared on the floor below, drawing everyone's attention, followed by a series of water spots appearing rapidly one after another. In just a moment, the floor was covered with water stains. In the observation room, meaning they can't see each other's shadows. Have not they all already hidden themselves? How can they still see each other? They all rely on combat instincts, and to use such a method at over level 10 is impressive. Lang Tiu spoke up, saying that the stealth skill relies on impressive ability but lacks a certain appeal and is not quite satisfying. Then he cast a spell and said, let me step in and help a little. Kai-hung was terrified. How could this be? This guy was just an ordinary person, 10 levels below me. Yet he could not only sense stealth skills but also keep up with my speed. Trine Kiem Mak sneered, worthy of a level 40 Silver Moon, his speed and combat instincts still above average. But from now on, this will be my stage. Taking advantage of Kai-hung's distraction, he used the shadow pursuit technique. Therefore, Trine Kiem Mak unleashed a backlock move, causing him to bleed and collapse to the ground. Just as Kai-hung fell, Trine Kiem Mak struck again, throwing Kai-hung into the air. He thought to himself, this kid is not simple at all. I can't let Kiem Mak keep controlling the fight. Seeing Kai-hung use Shadow Step, he smirked. It won't work. The backlock already caused bleeding earlier, and stealth won't last long either. Trine Kiem Mak timed exactly 3 seconds before reappearing. Kai-hung took a vial of medicine indeed. I underestimated him. I have to admit his assassination skills are very well used. He began to split into 5 clones. What happened just now was my mistake. But from now on, you won't be so lucky anymore. Everyone was silently amazed by Kai-hung's power. Immediately after, Kai-hung's original body quickly wiped and attacked Trine Kiem Mak. Tuan Kiat worried silently. This was 5 times the usual attack, but he calmly grabbed the blade and made a decisive slash, only grazing him slightly, and with one cut, Kai-hung's blood spilled onto the ground. Once again, he reappeared. How could this be? Could it be that eyes had grown on his back? Trine Kiem Mak explained that there is a skill called sound-based position detection. I had already locked onto his real position. Trine Kiem Mak thought to himself. Distinguishing positions by sound is very important in F's games. I have trained this skill and now I can use it to fight. Kai-hung shouted angrily. I refuse to believe that as a level 30 demon you rely on your head. He spread his arms wide, saying if I am forced to use this move, then prepare to face the pain of death. Then he used the frenzied dance technique, using his own blood as a medium to stimulate all the energy in his body, allowing him to move at high speed and launch an attack on the enemy. Everyone is commenting. He is about to use the chaos dance technique. No, this move is the strongest blood moon. Blood for blood. If he uses this, either Trine Kiem Mak dies or he does. From G-Sef. Thinking about it, even though he is 10 levels above Trine Kiem Mak, Kai-hung is the first to use the Tat Fong Lonvu technique, and after this move, his life force will decrease by 80%. Is Trine Kiem Mak really that strong? He observed that no matter how strong he is, it does not matter since Kai-hung has used his ultimate move. It is basically over. Tuan Kiat worried. Why does not the principal intervene and stop the fight? I am afraid Shane Kim Mak will be in danger. Lang Tiu thought to himself. Maybe this time we really have to lose. If anyone is to blame, it can only be the Shenyu Academy for being too weak, unable to harm Shin Kim Mak this far. After thinking for a moment, he decided to stand up. Fine. Let me finish this then. Seeing that, Shin Kim Mak tried to stop him. The principal may not have awakened his second transformation yet, but he still dared to show off in front of me. Kai Hung was furious and tried to use his shield to block my attack, and it was a brand new shield too. Hearing that, he jumped up, ready to rush and punch Shin Kim Mak. Truly a reckless idea, but Kai Hung was quickly knocked far away with just one strike. His mind was amazed. A perfect block. Even with a new shield, as long as the perfect block was executed, he could counterattack. How incredibly quick his reaction was. Kai Hung stood up to counterattack, but I did not believe he could block forever. Everyone below was buzzing with talk about Kim Mak's abilities. Toonkeet rushed in. The perfect formation not only made the user immune to damage but also knocked back the attack. Kai Hung was in a forced attack state with 4 moves left, so he was not hit but was still affected by the counterattack force. Everyone above watched closely, seeing that huge aura behind him was the clearest sign. Although the counterattack would not make him lose blood, the pain his body endured was real. Shin Kim Mak spread his arms with a sly smile and said, I have played enough, time to step down. After saying that, he kicked him, sending him flying to the ground. Shin Kim Mak kicked Kai Hung, saying, if you fall, do not get up so I can call a doctor or teacher. Tudai slammed the table in anger. Enough already. Shin Kim Mak, do not push your luck, he smiled slyly. If you are not satisfied, why not let someone else take your place? The referee announced. I declare the Do Academy vs Vanbai Academy match. Then Do Academy wins with Shin Kim Mak. After the match, the entire arena continuously praised Shin Kim Mak. Lang Tiu happily congratulated him on his victory. Tudai praised, saying the head of the department was truly brave today to openly oppose. While Goi Sin felt shy, our academy has always been full of spirit, and I quickly realized that Shin Kim Mak is no ordinary person. The student was quietly pleased, knowing that today's match would surely be a gain, not a loss. Tudai shouted, quickly take Kai Hung to the best hospital for emergency treatment. If the treatment is delayed, all of you get lost. He thought to himself. Today not only did he offend the management association, but Vanba also lost the battle. It seems the coming days will not be easy. Tudai looked back. This guy absolutely cannot be left behind, or he will become a threat to Vanba later. Shin Kim Mak smiled, saying if Headmaster Chu still wants to challenge, just bring it on, I am ready. Tudai angrily turned back. The green mountains remain unchanged. The blue waters flow endlessly. We will meet again soon. People whispered and speculated. It had been many years since Vanba Academy faced misfortune. Honestly, since when did Chengdu Academy become so strong? Shin Kim Mak looked so pale. How could they possibly keep him at the school? The other department heads, seeing his abilities, all competed to enroll him. Lang Tiu turned away, thinking to himself that they would discuss this matter privately later. Seeing the group as nothing more than bamboo hanging on the wall with no clear stance, he looked down at the courtyard and told him to come to his office soon with a reasonable explanation. May I trouble you for a moment? Right now. There are tens of thousands of viewers in the live stream room who want to interview him. He declined, saying that Principal Lang just told me there is an important matter to discuss, so I can take interviews for now. After that, Shin Kim Mak left, leaving them standing in stunned silence. She was confused. This was a rare chance for fame, yet he refused it. Contrary to her expectations, he won the fans' affection. After a while, he went to the principal's office, where the teachers had been waiting for Shin Kim Mak for some time. Lang Tiu gave the order, asking Nu Ki to prepare some tea and snacks for the boss, as they still had a few matters to discuss, and told Nu to leave immediately. She passed by him and let out a strange sigh, then slammed the door shut, making Shin Kim Mak feel a bit uneasy. The sunlight streamed through the window, shining directly on the bonsai pots in the room. Goisen spoke up, saying, Lang, this time you have truly received a treasure. The person beside him added, if I had a beautiful daughter, I would definitely compete with you for her. The other person agreed. Lang Tiu smiled and said, alright, no more jokes, let us talk seriously. Do you have any plans for the next transmission? Shin Kim Mak replied, next I might stay in the continent for a while. I plan to form a small team of my own. He smiled brightly. Of course before leaving I will handle the advanced classes of the 3 academies well, so everyone does not need to worry. Kai Fuck wondered. Although at level 30 you can form a small team and at level 35 you can establish a guild, but developing a guild is not easy. Do you have a solid foundation now? He thought for a moment. There are currently 4 people, but it will definitely grow quickly. Kai Fuck suggested. There should be at least 5 people. And if you do not have the right candidates yet, you can recruit from the 3 academies. Shin Kim Mak said that besides himself, he has identified 2 people, Home Thien Talam Thien and Nuok Hai, the principal's granddaughter Lang. The 4th person might be from Vanbei Academy, and Lang Tiugak was surprised, not knowing what he was thinking. Kai Fuck laughed heartily. You are good. Thien Hong is the future star of our academy, so you have already started poaching people. Shin Mak smiled faintly. Do not worry. Director Vong, Hong Thien joined willingly, but I want to let you suffer losses. If given the chance, I can help you train a group of outstanding soul sword cultivators. Our academy also has many talented magic system experts, So just ask if you need them. We will cooperate fully. He replied, let me finish building it first and we will talk later. I will definitely need the professional magic system roles. Then Trine Key Mac and Lang Tiu discussed the scale and strength of the guild at Then Do Academy. He clenched his fist with determination to establish the guild soon and also wanted to contact the person in charge. After hearing this, Lang Tiu's expression clearly showed reluctance. Tuum Kiat explained that the chairman of the Shenyu Guild is the vice principal of Fanham View Academy, who is 48 years old this year. He was a level 64 powerhouse who had reached the third transformation, just one step away from the fourth, and Trine Key Mac did not expect the vice principal to be so strong. He wondered silently. Then why did the principal look so reluctant? Kai Fuck thinks the vice principal's talent is impressive but his temperament is strange, making it very difficult to get in touch with him. Trine Key Mac silently guessed that the relationship between Ham View and the principal was quite complicated. Lang sighed deeply and said, I will give you the token. If you have the chance later, you can go meet him once. Then Lang took out a token and handed it to him, instructing that just by showing the token when meeting him, his identity would be verified. Now Not Hai has brought it back. Sir, I am back. Then she served tea to everyone, and when she reached Trine Key Mac, her face suddenly flushed. Seeing Nahati's embarrassed expression, everyone understood and left the room, laughing and chatting as they made excuses to go out, leaving the two alone inside. At this moment everyone had gone outside, leaving only Trine Key Mac and Nahai. They both turned to look at each other and spoke in unison. Seeing this, both of them shyly looked away. He scratched his head and said, girls get to go first, so you ask first. Her face flushed. She did not expect him to be in the same place as her. I had been here once before but did not notice. Then my grandfather made me go on a blind date unexpectedly. Whenever she hesitated and did not know what else to say, seeing the Trine Key Mac's curiosity, she blushed shyly and said, you are so annoying for teasing me. The group outside heard the entire conversation between the young couple. Lang Tiu felt relieved and was able to resolve some of his worries. They were still standing outside the door eavesdropping. Lang Tiu cleared his throat and said, all right you old folks, do not be shameless, go on now. He took a break, telling Trine Kiem that his precious granddaughter was in your care now, and the old man should rest a bit. The scene shifts to a magnificent white castle appearing before them, and Lang Tiu spoke up, saying this time the two of them should stay on the continent of Thien Koi a little longer. I would be satisfied if this girl could stay with me for another half-month. She is about to reach her second stage, so help her more. Kimak happily agreed. Rest assured, principal. I will take good care of her. I have arranged everything for the teacher training class, so let them practice for now and I will check later. Lang Tiu warned, my precious is in your care, and if you dare bully her, I won't forgive you. He hesitated. I would never dare bully her. Lang Tiu is obedient. Nat Kia, you need to control your energy too. If you dare to bully Kimak, I won't forgive you. After that, Lang Tiu saw them off, saying all the reminders had been given, and that they should set off now. He thought to himself, perhaps it was time to start treating Principal Lang Lalich's hidden illness. If the Thendu Academy wants to return to its peak, it still needs a strong and healthy fourth stage master to lead. After some thought, Kimak spoke up, saying we should officially set off now. After a while, the scene shifts to the outskirts of Lading City. He yawns as he walks. It has been a long time since he returned to the Tianqi continent, and like when he smiles, yes, the air here is much fresher than on the Lam Tine continent. At that moment, 2 messages appear on Kimak's phone. He thought to himself, just now and already found the place. Are they all this impatient? Kimak immediately replied, see you in an hour at the Leading Tavern. She walked over to him. Who just messaged you? Why do you look so strange? Could it be someone unlucky about to be tricked by you? When Kimak took her hand, he said, let us go have a drink at the Leading Tavern and I will introduce you to 2 people. Sometimes I follow along but still wonder who we will meet. After a while, the 2 of them went to the Lading Tavern together. She was curious about who they would meet, and Kimak explained that it was his good brother and also a teammate in their future guild, who had already arrived. Hong Thien opened the door and said with a serious face, you have to work hard as a person. Look, I am almost level 32 now. Should not you try a little harder too? You slammed the door shut. Do not waste any more time. Hurry up and train to reach second transmission, or I will be embarrassed. Seeing you have already reached level 30, Hong Thien was amazed. You are already at second transmission. That fast, when you are confident. Why do not you believe it? Let us compete and see. You smile awkwardly. No need. This girl must be my sister-in-law. Right. It is our first time meeting, so I will be counting on you. Hearing that, Nhat, who was drinking water, suddenly got splashed in the face like rain. At this moment, Manhwa also arrived. What kind of water festival is everyone holding? Hong Thien wondered. Who is this person? He introduced, this is Lai Manhwa from Vanbi Academy. Alright then, everyone is here now. When I announced, today I invited you here to inform you that I am preparing to form a team. Manhwa was curious. The boss is about to establish guild. You are worried. A guild can only be formed after level 35, with at least 5 members, and we only have 4. He replied, do not worry. The condition to form the team is for me to reach level 35, and I invite everyone to be founding members of the guild. Does anyone have any objections? Kimak said bluntly. Even if you speak up, I won't listen, and if anyone does not want to join, they can skip it. Hongthian stretched out his hand, saying if anyone does not want to join, he will be the first to disagree. He lives and dies for the guild, and if anyone wants to quit, they will have to get past him first. Kimak glanced at him and said, but some of them seem to be geniuses from the Thean Lam Academy. Are not you worried about a bad influence? Hongthian showed his determination. Whatever genius it is, I join where I want. Anyway, I must join. Kimak looked at Manhwa. I won't hide it from you. Right now I have some conflicts with your school. The Vanbei Academy already sees me as an enemy. So if you want to join my guild later, you have to cut all ties with them. After hearing this, Minho grabbed a cup of wine from the table and drank it all in one go. He clenched his fist, and of course I was ready to join. When I smiled, I said, from today our team is officially formed, and our guild will be called Eternal Summit in the future. He thought to himself, this guild name is just like in my past life. They all joined hands together. Let us reach the peak of the beginning. Hongthian wondered. So guild leader King Nen, what is our next goal? Kimak said. Our next target is the Bloodfang treasure. Minho was curious. Where is the Bloodfang treasure? Hongthian explained that it is an outdoor arena where awakened people from level 20 to 50 can freely compete, earn some rewards and reset, and also train their combat skills. He was puzzled why, with so many dungeons around Thunder Peak City, they chose this place. Kimak explained there were 3 reasons. The newly formed second team needed to strengthen quickly. Secondly, he was short on money and needed to earn fast. And thirdly, to quickly help Nuaki get her revenge. Though Hongthian did not understand what revenge he meant, Ruka was once deceived by a ruthless merchant in Bloodfang Fortress, so Kimak wants to avenge her. He put his arm around him and said, since we became teammates, we are brothers, and if the one being wronged is my sister-in-law, this grudge must be avenged. Cut to Hyatt Nabao, where the 4 of them are standing right in front of the gate. Kimak hesitates, saying he seems to have forgotten to mention something important. Hongthian thinks he has a new plan, but Kimak asks everyone how much money they have, as it seems his money is not enough to cover the registration fee. Currently Minho has more than 500 gold coins. Nuaki has over 80 gold coins, but they were all ruthlessly burned by Daithuk. Kimak thought to himself, his money had previously been used to craft the 2nd level Heavenly Ring powder. Now only a little remains. You hold out a bag of money. Not enough. Come to me. I have money like water, earning a coin every day, so our captain is actually this poor. Kumo immediately gave Hongthian a punch. Embarrassed. I am the captain of the Gold Guild. Your assets have already been forcibly reclaimed by the guild. With meat is only a 10th and no returns. After a while, their group discussed the duel challenge. Then Kamak led everyone inside, saying let us go in and see before deciding, and as they entered the Bloodfang Hall, they saw it was crowded. A voice called out, do not miss this as you pass by. I have top quality life-saving props here. Reasonably priced, absolutely no tricks, and Nuaki immediately recognized the person who had deceived her. She pointed ahead, saying that sinister man tricked all my feelings away. Ingai then is sitting there selling goods. Whether you buy or not, you want to lose out. Just feel free to look around. He smirked. So it is him. This guy just needs to be a bit cautious. He does not look like some old uncle at all. Hongthian wondered. Lomak, you recognized him. Previously, hearing Nuki's description, Kimak had a feeling it was Ningai then, the notorious soul harvester known for tricks and scams. He silently felt pleased. The goods truly had not changed, still selling deceitfully as usual. Looks like there is a target now. First, make him suffer a bit. Best to clean him out completely. When Kimak approached Ingai then to ask about the invisibility potion, he was suspicious. Sure it was not fake, but Nigai then assured him there were no fakes, that he always valued his reputation and only sold genuine goods, promising tenfold compensation for any fakes. Kimak laughed happily and asked if he was serious about the tenfold compensation, to which Ingai then quickly replied that he was, thinking to himself that while he was honest about not cheating, Kimak was still an easy mark. When Kimak held the bottle of invisibility potion and asked how much it cost, Nungai then smiled and quoted 80 gold coins per bottle, but Kimak seemed dissatisfied with the price and asked for a discount. Ingai then persuaded him, saying this is a divine artifact for P battles. It could help you advance another round, so I will sell it to you for 75 gold coins, and he smiled slyly, thinking he would trick Kimak. Since Ki entered Hongthian, he has been constantly on guard against him. Right now, we only have a little over 1,000 gold coins, which is not enough, and you still want to spend 75 coins on invisibility potion. Seeing Ki hesitate, Ingai immediately lowered the price, saying if you need to buy more, I can reduce it to 70 coins per vial. Hearing that, he was very surprised and bought 4 vials, one for each of them. Ingai then thought he had trapped him, but little did he know he had long seen that only one of the 4 vials was genuine. He smiled inwardly, unsure whether to praise him for being conscientious or too cunning. Suddenly, Ma spoke up, I am still a bit worried about buying fake goods. You are not planning to cheat me, are you? Ingai then promised that Koreans do not cheat Koreans, and if there is any quality issue, I will pay 10 times the price. The reason he is so confident is because this kind of medicine can be verified as real or fake before use, but he was not willing to let it go so easily, saying we should still try a little. Or maybe you should drink one so we can see together. Ingai then was a bit flustered, asking if I was sure since this was not cheap and could have helped me go further in the solo competition. Wasting one now seemed such a shame. He stood up as he spoke, saying if you insist on trying it, fine. But I warn you, if you waste this vial, I won't give you another. Kimak smiled slightly and said as long as it is genuine, he would take full responsibility. People around them witnessing the exchange began to murmur and criticize him, sensing the tension and advising Kimak to let it go. On the surface, Nungai then agreed to try the drug, but inside he laughed quietly, thinking he was a fool, never suspecting that one of the 4 vials was real and had been marked beforehand. Ingai then took the vial from Kimak's hand and confidently drank it all, saying, in just 1 second, I can become invisible. He arrogantly thought he had really transformed and provoked Kimak, saying I told you it is real. You are just too cautious and wasting it. I am right beside you and you can see me. But Nigai then did not expect that not only did he fail to transform, he was also caught by everyone around selling fake goods. Ingai then was stunned. How could it be when I clearly chose the real bottle to drink? When Vach saw through Guy then's trick, thinking he was still inexperienced, he smiled to himself, knowing this fake was not easy to spot, but unlucky to meet me, and also because you smuggled too much in your past life. I know everything. At this moment, all 3 of them realized he had planned ahead, allowing him to collect 2,800 gold coins. They were both surprised and unwilling to accept it, calling him a master at making money who seemed ordinary at first glance. Minho suddenly turned back, alerting everyone. Wait, he is trying to run away. Before he could react, Ingai then quickly fled, saying 2,800 gold coins is more than I can pay. Consider the clothes on me a gift. Goodbye. Hongthin inspected the items Guy then left behind and found they were all fake, probably not worth a single gold coin, when suddenly Minho noticed that Kaimak was nowhere to be seen, carefully observing the spot where he just stood. Now there is only white dust with no sign of anyone. Now that he has caught up with Ningai then, he panics and says, I give up, do not act rashly. In this outer city area, only in the arena is killing allowed. If you have ill intentions, you will be thrown in jail immediately. Ngai then, powerless against his strength, said I have no money. Only my life if you want it. Just take it. Hearing him say that, Kimak coldly replied, fine. I want your life. Seeing him so serious, Ingai then was a bit confused. Are you really planning to kill someone outside the family? Have you thought this through? When Kimak handed the contract to him, he demanded Ninga then sign the pact, leaving him extremely bewildered. After reading the contract, Ingai then was utterly stunned, while Kimak maintained a serious expression, and Homthin also acknowledged Ingai then as a talent. Outside, Nuga then reluctantly accepted and signed the unfair contract. But deep down he thought following him might not be a bad thing and could even earn him some money. After signing, he handed the contract back to Kaimak and asked when they would eat, complaining that he had not had a proper meal in days. He laughed it off, saying it was no problem. Then he took out a bag of money for him, saying this is 200 silver coins. Go register for the singles competition first, win 10 matches in a row, then come back to find me. Hearing the conditions Kaimak set, Homthin and Lei Minhao were stunned. Winning 10 consecutive matches is not easy, and this 200 silver coins could be lost. He said nothing and turned away, leaving everyone puzzled. Seeing Kimak's straightforward attitude, Ni then guessed he might have figured something out. Only then did he speak up, telling everyone to register for the singles competition, hoping to achieve the goal of 10 consecutive wins. Hongthin and Minho's goals were 12 consecutive wins in the intermediate division and 8 consecutive wins, respectively. He told them, win or lose, remember to bring back the video of the match for me, and if they succeed, there will be extra food. Otherwise, it is vegetarian meals. Hongthin tried to persuade him to reconsider, saying they only have a little money left and will lose everything if they fail. When he heard you, Kimak thought it made sense to save energy for the captain, so he urged them to register quickly. They all reluctantly agreed and supported Kimak. Suddenly Ninga then asked about the goal I set for myself, but in response he got Kimak's blunt joke. I never said I would join the singles match, he explained with a calculating look. Everyone is joining the singles, and as the captain I will naturally be here to cheer them on. Ethan was dissatisfied. While everyone was fighting for their lives, he just sat drinking tea and watching the show. But before he could finish speaking, Hongthin dragged him away. Kimak only smiled, as if he had foreseen that today's meal would be all vegetables, so he planned to go make some money. Otherwise everyone would really go hungry. A while later at the F382 solo match area in the Blood Fang Intermediate Arena, the intense solo match was underway when player Chuathan began to tire. His opponent kept provoking him, and even though he was exhausted, he should just admit defeat. My father might spare you if you do. Everyone was buzzing about the match between Havin Sun and Chu Kai Than. Havin Sun has won 15 consecutive matches and is considered the favorite, so the crowd is rushing to bet on An, hoping to make a profit before the match ends. The staff at Hyatt Nabao assume Kaimak is new and offer to explain the game, but An immediately refuses and bets on Chu Kai Than to score. She reminded An that Chu Kai Than is currently at a disadvantage, with odds at 1 to 2.1. Kimak did not say much and bet 700 gold coins, making the staff ask for confirmation. She was puzzled but followed through. This is Zant's betting information, please keep it after the match ends. And if you win, you can come here to exchange the gold coins. Everyone was surprised and buzzing because Chu Kai-than was about to lose but and still bet. They guessed and was new and did not understand. Just chasing high odds and would definitely lose. Kimak ignored the gossip and focused on calculating in his head, knowing that if the registration fee was wasted, the team would only have this much left, regretting that this round could only earn so little. Not long after, the match result was clear. Player Chu Kai-than unexpectedly defeated Havin Sen and claimed victory, advancing to the next round. Those who bet on Havin Sen began to panic, unable to believe that someone as exhausted as Chu Kai-than could turn the tide. They refused to accept the result and instead blamed Vin Sen for being useless. The staff announced that Kimak had won big with current winnings reaching 1470 gold coins. And everyone around envied his luck. When Mac won a large sum by betting on Chu Kai-than, despite him being at a disadvantage, he was confident in his experience. He could see the weakness of Dak Vong, and the winner would definitely be Chu Kai-than. The staff offered to help Kimak exchange money, but he refused, feeling it was still early and that others had not finished their goals yet, so he took the chance to play 2 more rounds to earn some money. Then Kimak confidently asked the staff to bet all his recent winnings on player number 8827. Leaving her very surprised, Kimak remained confident in his decision while those around him debated loudly about his actions. At the very last moment, the player with number 8827 claimed victory with a strategy that swiftly eliminated the opponent. With the least bloodshed, everyone was surprised and envious, saying Kimak was incredibly lucky. The staff announced that Kimak had won big again, and his current total was over 18,000 gold coins. She asked if Kimak wanted to continue betting, but he did not answer and remained silent for a long moment as if he was considering something. Time was running late and the match was probably over, so Kimak thought it was time to leave and asked her to withdraw all the prize money, leaving the noisy arena. After a while, Kimak returned to the waiting room. Seeing Lai Minhang, he immediately asked about the situation, and Minhang sadly recounted, "I only won 3 matches, but lost the 4th against an opponent 6 levels higher." When Mac asked if he brought the video, he immediately took out a USP and handed it to him. Mac looked intently at the USP containing the video in his hand, then asked Minhang how he was feeling now. Lai Minhang sadly replied that there was only one feeling: he was too weak. He patted him on the shoulder to comfort him, saying that recognizing your own shortcomings is good, but do not be discouraged, you have to believe in yourself. I will help everyone analyze and summarize later. And hearing that, Lai Minhang immediately brightened up. After a while, Hong Thien and Lang Nat Hai also arrived. Although defeated, Hong Thien remained carefree, treating the loss as nothing serious, while Nat Hai and Minhang were deeply troubled. Ingai then stepped forward with a smug look, singing and dancing as he boasted about his 10 consecutive wins, claiming he had easily surpassed them all. Everyone was surprised by his bragging. Hong Thien was stunned, thinking he misheard. Ingai then arrogantly said, "You did not hear wrong. 10 consecutive wins are my record, and you can check it." Hong Thien suspected he had a secret technique, and Nigai then did not hide it, saying, "Look at this, it is called the Firefly Great Power Pill. When the enemy is hit, their health continuously decreases, causing up to 2,000 points of damage." While secretly smiling to himself, Ingai then seemed untrustworthy on the surface, but his strength far surpassed theirs. He was just a bit mischievous. But with Hong Thien around, the atmosphere was livelier. Lang knew. Hong Thien and Min Hao took turns begging Ingai then for the Dang Thoi Dai Luk Hone pill, and he laughed freely, telling them to take it one at a time. There would be enough for everyone. Then Kimat spoke up, exposing the truth: there is no Dang Thoi Dai Luk Hone. They had all been tricked by him. The 3 of them finally realized they had been tricked by Ngai then, who laughed triumphantly and said once sold, no returns would be accepted. Kimat spoke up, the mission completion rate today was 1 out of 3, so according to the rules, dinner would be vegetarian only. He took out a pouch of money and placed it on the table, saying this is 200 gold coins. After eating, bring today's battle video to room 301 to meet me. La Minho was worried because he did not eat with them, guessing that he was busy preparing for the next lesson. Ngai then stood beside him and immediately revealed to Min Hao that Kimat had sneaked off to eat at the banquet area, leaving him utterly shocked. Kimat was furious at being exposed and blamed Ngai then for being nothing but a troublemaker, silently vowing to show him what real hard training meant. After a light meal, as Kimat said, everyone gathered in room 301. Seeing that everyone was present, Kimat spoke without hesitation, and we officially began analyzing the battle. Old Ni brought the battle footage here, and Guy then smiled proudly, as the only one who met the standard today. Being used as a model is only natural. Our captain really has a good eye for talent. Only then did he realize something was off. Where did the money come from to rent such a fancy room? Could it be embezzlement? The words left Home Thien beside him stunned and speechless, when Matt threw the money bag onto the table and said, "Stop guessing. While you guys were fighting, I went to the casino to help you get the supplies." Home Thien rushed forward excitedly, knowing he could gamble too, and even Ngai then brightened up, wanting him to teach. With a serious face, he asked the two to stop chatting and focus on the main task, then played the video of Mingai then's matches for everyone to watch and analyze. After watching for a while, Ki Mat suddenly paused the video and asked everyone to share their thoughts. But when Minho and Hong Thien were also surprised and acknowledged New Guy Then's skills, they realized he was not just a trickster but a true master, and Hong Thien was even angry for being deceived by him. When seriously analyzing, Old Nien controls various moves very skillfully, but his reactions are a bit slow, so he is at a disadvantage. Nguyen reassures him, "It is not that bad yet. I have fought before and have not met anyone worthy." When Matt smiled provocatively, it seemed he was not convinced and said, "Why not try training a bit?" Nguyen then reluctantly accepted the challenge but requested some reward for himself. He immediately agreed to the condition that if he won, his previous contract would be nullified, but if he lost, he had to shave off the beard on his face. Nguyen then reluctantly accepted, and Hong Thien, watching him speak so confidently, could not help but get excited, as if he was certain to win. Then Ki Mak immediately turned and walked away, saying, "Let us go. Open a private match room." Half an hour later, their match was over. In the end, Nguyen then was defeated by Ki Mak, but he remained confidently optimistic, saying it was nothing, just shaving off his beard. After shaving, he was still handsome, which made Nat Hai and Hong Thien both sympathize and tease him. At this moment Ki Mak declared that since everyone was impressed, from tomorrow before registering to participate, each person would train with him for an extra 2 hours, and everyone agreed in unison. He did not forget to tease Nguyen Than a bit more, saying the training fee was 300 yuan per hour, which left Nguyen Than stunned, wondering why he was being charged. Ki Mak smiled slyly and explained, "Did not I already sell them the powerful rotten registration pill and make quite a bit of money? Hand it all over to me." Nguyen Than was so frustrated by the teasing that he could only shout, "How annoying. With fees like this, when will I ever pay off the bill?" The next day, as agreed with Ki Mak, Hong Thien trained hard with him before the match, and as expected, the top-ranked team led by Hong Thien defeated their opponent, completing a streak of 10 consecutive wins in the solo tournament. Although Minho also worked hard training with Ki Mak, his performance improved a lot, but unfortunately he still lost in the 8th match of the solo tournament. This is the 3rd time he has fallen during participation, but his record is still on the rise with a bright future ahead. Lang Nathai was no exception. Like the two before her, she trained with Ki Mak 2 hours before the match, determined to win fiercely. In the match, she faced Kwai Kim Le Vong Yu, who had won 9 consecutive games, both evenly matched with the goal of achieving 10 consecutive wins. The battle between the two was intense and thrilling, causing the entire audience to buzz with excitement. Meanwhile, a group of people surrounded Ki Mak, thanking him for helping them earn money recently. They showed their gratitude, asked for more information about the betting, and even brought gifts to express their appreciation. But he did not realize that his every smile and movement was being watched closely from afar by the head of the blood house. The employee previously reported that in recent days Ki Mak has competed 56 times with a 90% win rate, earning 20,000 gold coins and attracting many followers. So if this continues, the house could suffer significant losses. He analyzed and concluded that while it is just guessing the outcome, there are many ways to play, and this is the only method without luck involved, relying solely on vision and skill. The staff curiously asked for Ki Mak's team data, and the employee explained that his members always participate in solo matches and bet on consecutive wins. Initially there was only one person, but now 2 have won consecutively. He speculates that Ki Mak is testing the arena's strength to check and improve his skills. Although he sent an internal team, suddenly one of his members became stronger and won. The staff member bowed her head and reported, "Boss, please rest assured. The next one to enter the arena will be them Thuok Van, ensuring they will have no chance to win again." Seeing the situation getting more interesting, she burst out laughing with excitement, hoping they won't disappoint me so I can see how strong they really are. Back to the previous match. Under the fierce attack, Kwai Kim Le Vong Yu lost consciousness. Lang Nat Ki secured victory with an impressive streak of 9 consecutive wins, smiling proudly as she finally reached level 30. One more win and she would achieve her goal. What that strategist taught her really worked. Amid the crowd's loud cheers, Nguyen then turned to Ki Mak and said, "If he wins one more match, this player can start preparing for the transition." But Ki Mak thought it was not that simple. Nguyen then only now understood his thoughts as Ki Mak explained that 2 days ago their opponents were different, but he and Hong Thien were too strong to be defeated. While Nakei and Minho were under some pressure, he blamed himself for being too flashy, which made the arena organizers restless. Nguyen then asked suspiciously, since he had been around here and knew the arena's secrets well, how did this guy find out? It was truly frightening. Nat Ki's next match had begun. Her opponent this time was the arena's undefeated champion, the second-ranked player Them Thuc Van. As soon as they met, Ada arrogantly provoked her. The crowd below cheered loudly for Ada when they saw the competitor was Them Thuc Van. Thuc Van arrogantly taunted, "Sister, do you still want to fight? If not, just admit defeat." Naka fired back without backing down. "You have no idea how much I have been looking forward to facing you again." Nat Ki spoke as she drew her weapon and charged forward, saying she was very excited right now. The crowd below watching began to argue and debate about which side to bet on, who would win and who would lose. Even Guy then is shaken. "Maybe we should bet everything on Them Thuc Van. No matter who wins, we can still make some profit." Kimak is too arrogant. Does he underestimate Nat Kai or my teaching methods? Then Kimak declared he was betting the entire 20,000 gold coins on Lang Nakai. And although Guy then tried to stop him, he was threatened back by Kimak. Around the stands, People still doubted his betting ability, but some citizens were swayed and decided to bet on Not Ki following him. The employee returned to report to the manager that Kai Mak had bet the entire prize money on Not Ki. But this time the bookmaker did not follow the bet, so the odds were unexpectedly high. He looked up at the screen in surprise, wanting to confirm the bet, and she reassured him that Thuk Van is the undefeated champion, having beaten this opponent 3 times before, so nothing surprising should happen. At that moment, the manager suddenly shouted angrily upon realizing they had faced each other 3 times. Back in the arena, the big match between Thuk Van and Lang Nak Ki finally begins. As soon as the match starts, Lang Nak Ki immediately swings his staff and charges straight at Thuk Van. I calmly provoked her, wondering why there was no progress at all. Still the exact same opening move, really nothing new. But suddenly, Nak Ki withdrew the staff, surprising Thuk Van quite a bit. Before I could understand what was happening, she quickly unleashed another move, striking hard at the opponent's stomach, leaving Thuk Van completely off guard. Glancing at Not Ki moving to attack from behind, I realized something was wrong. Thuk Van now finds it hard to avoid Not Ki's continuous attacks. I quickly counterattack, firing 2 bullets at her in rapid succession, but looking at the trail of light behind Van, it was unbelievable that Lang Nak Ki had executed a series of complex moves in the blink of an eye, leaving everyone in awe. Thuk Van suspected this was definitely not a technique that Not Ki could perform on her own. I am curious who taught her, but Not Ki does not answer and only taunts Thuk Van to surrender. Seeing that Not Ki has taken a turn for the worse, I cautiously use my long-range advantage to keep my distance, not letting her get close easily. I was careless just now, but now I am serious. I fired 3 shots in a row, aiming for a critical hit on Nat Ki, making it hard for her to dodge. At this moment, Nak Ki recalled what Kimak had taught, and Thuk Van started with 2 consecutive directions. If the counterattack was not enough to dodge all the bullets, then the only option was to muster all strength to avoid the final critical shot. According to Kimak, as long as she could dodge the last bullet, she would have a chance to counterattack while the opponent was vulnerable. And in the end, Nega truly succeeded in dodging Ata's critical burst. Seeing the opponent dodge her attack, Thuk Van was shocked and stunned. Taking advantage of Ata's momentary lapse in defense, Lang Nak Ki seized the chance to rush forward and attack. In the end, Thuk Van was hit by a series of counterattacks from her, leaving it to no choice but to use the forced golden body technique, instantly standing up in 1.5 seconds. Ata is now in an invincible state. Lang Nak Ki calmed herself to find a way to respond because Kimak had warned her about this situation. Then she focused her strength into the staff and swung it forcefully at Ata. Caught off guard by the attack, Thuk Van was seriously injured and rolled on the arena floor. I was stunned by Nat Ki's current strength even standing up so quickly. How could she have become so powerful in just half a month? At this moment, I lie at Nat Ki's feet, trembling and begging her not to kill me. Nat Ki is cold, asking what I am thinking. This is just a match. If I have already accepted defeat, then just admit it. Outwardly, I accept defeat and feign surprise at how much she has grown since we last met. But inside, I am scheming to grab the gun in my hand. Just as she declared her surrender, Thuk Van fired a shot at Nat Ki and laughed loudly. The audience in the Xuan stands criticized her for shamelessly faking defeat before launching a surprise attack, but some defended her, saying it was not a foul since the referee had not officially ended the match. She crushed the opponent like watching a play, her heart pretending to be gentle, her talent not bad but too simple. It seems I have won this round today. He laughed arrogantly, thinking all of Mak's money this time would go to his family's bloodline. The crowd in the stands was in chaos, some criticizing Thuk Van for being too ruthless, while others defended Nat Ki for being too foolish and losing all their money. Ingai then anxiously turned to Mak and said, "This is too ruthless. Let us go to the scene and check it out." But Mak calmly reassured him, "Do not worry. Everything is going according to my plan." He sneered slightly. This was also an important lesson for Nat Ki. At this moment, Thuk Van was still arrogantly boastful, her mocking smile provoking Nat Ki to fury. She pointed the gun at her face and taunted her. "I admit you have talent. I envy how fast you have improved, but I think you need to be taught a lesson to see how cold the world really is." As soon as Thuk Van finished speaking, she fired 3 shots at Naka, who did not dodge but silently faced the bullets. It seemed the fight would end, but Naki suddenly seemed surrounded by a surge of powerful energy. She looked up at her with cold eyes. The villain was right. There really are more bad people in this world. Thuk Van was startled and scared. She did not understand how she was still standing, and wondered if she had some strange equipment. The audience quickly recognized Nat Ki's blue sapphire, which could create a shield protecting about 3,000 health points, and everyone was shocked and amazed. Thuk Van was terrified to the point of madness, continuously firing at her, shouting, "Where did you get that gear? This is not fair. I have to kill you." But miraculously, Nat dodged every bullet she fired. The situation changed, and everyone cheered wildly for Nat Ki. While Nidai then doubted whether that equipment was given to her by Mak, he just smiled calmly, about to congratulate Nikkei, then slowly turned and walked away. The woman on this side was so angry she crushed the glass of wine in her hand, and he accepted that he had lost the bet and ordered his staff to invite Trine Mak Kiem to meet him. The final match result was finally reversed, with Nat Ki's team from Vinh Hang Den Phong achieving 10 consecutive wins and receiving a reward of 1,000 gold coins. Since Ki Mak won 39,600 gold coins this time, the arena master gave him a free black token. Ngai then was amazed by the large sum of money and remarked that gambling was even more profitable than selling fake medicine. The gamblers around continued to chatter excitedly about Ki Mak's consecutive victories, while a Haudini person happily recounted how they had supported him. Suddenly a stern voice broke the noisy atmosphere, telling everyone to clear the way. Some recognized the voice as Ta Duck, one of the 4 chief guards of the arena escort team, and everyone wondered why he was here. To Duck did not bother explaining and went straight to the point, saying, "Trine Ki Mak, you are invited to meet our treasure master." And everyone around guessed that Kiem Mak had caught the arena leader's attention. Ngai then spoke up, making a little money and already being called away for tea. "Are you arena leaders really that petty?" Toduk explained it was just a misunderstanding. The boss wanted to discuss something, and the huge winnings would even be rounded up to 50,000. Ngai then was suspicious, but Kiem Mak was the opposite, showing great interest if he was the boss of the Blood House. "Lead the way." As he walked, Kiem Mak pondered that although he did not know what the clan leader was planning, with Olena's support, he could safely get out of any difficult situation. Back in the waiting room, everyone grew worried upon hearing that Kiem Mak had been taken away by the Blood Clan's men. Minho and Hong Thien reassured that nothing dangerous would happen to Kiem Mak, but Langanu still could not feel at ease. Hong Thien suggested that if they were worried, they should go check it out, and Minho agreed, saying they must save the captain even if it meant fighting. So the 3 of them finally decided to go find Kiem Mak. Hong Thien boldly laid out the plan. "If we meet a high-ranking official of the arena, I will launch a direct attack." The 2 launched a surprise attack from behind, capturing the highest-ranking officials they could, threatening their positions to gain an advantage. After a few more steps, the 3 of them encountered arena staff who were also looking for Hong Thien. Minhao and Nukhai. Hong Thien suddenly shouted to signal the plan to start, but before they could do anything, the staff bowed her head and announced, "I have been looking for you all. Your captains have already gone to visit the new arena master." The current situation left the 3 of them very confused, not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, Kiem Mak had arrived to meet the official, who politely invited him to sit down and talk. The official introduced herself as the owner of the Blood Arena and invited Kiem Mak and Ngai then to drink. Kiem Mak accepted without hesitation, calmly holding his glass and taking a sip. After drinking, he even praised the wine, while the person next to him was sweating nervously. "Are not you afraid of being poisoned?" Kiem Mak is confident because he has an antidote. "Do not worry, he is a 3rd-level powerhouse, so they do not need poison to deal with us." The woman opposite, hearing this, poured herself a drink as a way to apologize for Shen Shuyan's full play. Kiem Mak slammed his glass down on the table and continued, "In the arena, the strong win and the weak lose. No matter the tactics, it is all about defeating the opponent, so we do not need to apologize to each other." She admired his way of speaking, how in just a few words he shifted all the blame for killing them Thuk Van so smoothly. Then he straightforwardly said that he invited the 2 of them because he needed help, though it was uncertain if they would dare accept. Kiem Mak coldly guessed, "I heard the big arenas are about to hold a tournament, so I guess the boss wants to hire us to cause trouble in other arenas." The woman was surprised because he was too accurate, and Kiem Mak straightforwardly explained, "It is easy to predict since our team does have the strength, but with the Bao family's bloodline, they are not top tier, so if you came to us not for strength, it can only be for my betting skills." Kiem Mak guessed right, so he did not beat around the bush. "Indeed, I want to invite you to visit some other arenas and take a share of their profits, which will raise the Bao family's ranking, because this matter will offend quite a few people." He wants to confirm if Kiem Mak dares to take it on. Kiem Mak remains calm, saying that offending others is nothing to fear as long as the benefits are great enough. No one is untouchable. Then Koken declares that if Kiem Mak can seize 100,000 Vang within 2 months, they will split it 70-30, with the initial capital fully provided by him, and he will also take responsibility for any consequences caused. Although he appeared well-intentioned on the outside, deep down he was calculating and scheming. After all, he was young and reckless, daring to play without considering the risks. If he won, he would profit, but if he lost, you would bear the cost. Kiem Mak did not rush to agree but instead started negotiating with him, insisting on a deal lasting at least 5 years, while Ningai then sitting beside him kept nervously correcting him. Koken considered his proposal of over 5 years on the condition that Kiem Mak must put up enough capital. He immediately changed his attitude, his tone becoming somewhat threatening and intimidating. "I value you guys a lot, but taking money from me won't be easy." Kiem Mak replied calmly, "First, my accuracy rate in placing bets can be absolute. You need me. This is part of my capital. Secondly, look at this item. Just by looking, he knew it was the badge of the professional association and the Brotherhood of Shadow Singers." Leaving Koken and Nugai then shocked by his secret, Koken began to see Kiem Mak differently and accepted the proposal to split the winnings. And then they officially partnered. Before leaving, Toduk gave Kiem Mak 50,000 gold coins as capital, plus the 100,000 gold coins he had won earlier, and Nuthen's eyes lit up at the sight of the money. Just as I was about to leave, Koken spoke up. I have one more question. Are not you afraid I might have suddenly attacked just now? My temper is not exactly great. Kim Mak sneered and replied. I am still here. The boss can go ahead and try if he wants. His provocative answer amused him greatly. Toduk warned Koken that this deal might be a bit risky, but he calmly replied, I've never dealt in shady trades. That money not only settled the matter but also earned us his friendship. We came out ahead. After a while, Kim Mak and Ingai then met their 3 teammates again, and seeing themselves risking their lives in battle while the others could leisurely eat their fill made him deeply uncomfortable. The 3 of them took turns clearing up misunderstandings and checking on Kim Mak and Ngai. Then, Kim Mak reassured them not to worry, saying Hong Thien Tong was planning to argue after losing too much money, but Nuuk stopped him, saying as long as everyone was okay, that was enough. Ngai then proudly showed the black card in his hand and recounted the event. They not only did not take it back but also gave an extra 50,000 gold coins, and Nuuk could not believe his eyes. Before he could boost, Kim Mak snatched the black card from his hand and said, let us go. We will talk later after we leave here. Then they all returned to Kim Mak's room 301. Ngai then and Kim Mak finally explained that Koken wanted to cooperate with them, and he asked if they were afraid. All 3 of them confidently declared that with him as captain, there was nothing to fear. Seeing everyone's determination, Kim Mak felt reassured and continued, saying there were still half a month before the mission, and during this time we would challenge each other with individual actions. He assigned Nuuk Ki to quickly return and perform the ritual transfer tomorrow because their upcoming mission was still very demanding. Next was Min Hang, whom Kim Mak instructed to make a trip to the Dark Brotherhood branch in Lodin City to complete the procedures for receiving the assassin identity. Finally, Hong Thien and Guy then were assigned to stay at the Blood House to continue training with the goal of becoming the 100 Army Kings. Winning 100 battles did not seem too stressful for the 2 of them. Kim Mak continued, I have 10,000 gold coins for everyone to share, and later you can use it to replenish equipment and skill books. Ngai then's eyes lit up, and with the money he earned recently, he could pay off all his debts. But before he could celebrate, Kim Mak accused us of being greedy, leaving him speechless, using my stuff, eating my food, and now using my money to pay off debts. Aren't you ashamed? Have you forgotten about the training fees? My adoptive father was utterly desperate, forgetting the training fees, so now he still owes 9,000 gold coins. He resents Kim Mak so much it is as if he is no longer human. In Lodin City, the special grassland horse stable sign stood out prominently. Ki looked at the white horse in front of him with great satisfaction. This horse is not bad, he asked the shop owner standing not far away. Shop owner, how much is this horse? Can you tell me a little about it? The owner tapped the horse owner behind him and said to him, this horse is good. You probably can't afford it. The ones over there are lower grade. Go take a look. He looked at the owner with a cold smile and asked, do you think I can't afford it? Sao Wang appeared from behind and spoke up to help. Hello, let me advise you, this horse is a special grade horse, currently priced at 1,000 gold. But if you are a member of the guild, we can offer you a discount. Wenmei answered firmly, no discount needed. I will take this horse. Help me with the paperwork. I want to take it right away. As he spoke, he threw a large bag of money into her hands, and Tiu Vong's eyes lit up at the sight of the big bag. I will process the paperwork for you immediately. At that moment, the shop owner standing nearby looked at the heavy bag of money with wide eyes and could not close his mouth. When Kim Mak rode the saddle and leisurely left the store, Xiao Wang happily walked beside him, the sound of chatter from the bystanders continuously echoing. It was unexpected to sell a top-grade horse, and it was surprising that a level 30 player could spend 1,000 gold. Little Wang is really lucky. The Rose already has 100 gold. All because someone was shallow and failed to recognize talent. As he rode the horse away from the shop, leisurely in the morning sunlight, he was calculating in his heart, having already arranged to share the plan with them. There is only half a month left. With this horse, there will be enough time to prepare the materials and complete the second transfer of the Heavenly Fan. After sitting calmly on the horse for a while, when he reached the front gate of Leiding City, at the Guild of Professions, 2 soldiers guarding the city gate saw him and immediately saluted solemnly, presenting his credentials. As soon as you got off the horse, Cao Tam came to greet you, congratulating you on finally achieving the second transmission. The auxiliary materials you needed have been collected and are just waiting for you to pick them up. Walking inside with him, you asked broadly. Gathering these materials was no easy task. Chairman Cao must have worked hard. How much gold in total? Cao Tan replied happily. This time it really took a lot of effort, but consider this money as support from the association. You do not have to pay. Although he said that, Max still took out a VIP membership card and gave it to him. This is the material I prepared for myself. How could the guild spend money on this? And besides, this amount is nothing to me, Kotan said in amazement as he looked at the card in his hand. This is the golden membership card of the Blood House. Long time no see. You have really prospered. He neither denied it nor gave him a chance to refuse. Kotan reached out to take it and casually asked if he wanted to withdraw his support. Then I won't be polite anymore. I see these materials are all used for making weapons. You are planning to craft reincarnation weapons. Right. Who are you thinking of for the forging? Need me to introduce someone? Keem did not hide it either. You guessed right. Thank you for your kindness. But I have already chosen my blacksmith. Kautan could not help but be curious, wanting to know who the blacksmith was that caught his eye. He looked at him and said the name. His name is Tung Van Long. Hearing this name made Cao Tan's eyes widen immediately. Unbelievably, he asked more Tung Lao Sao. I heard he is quite eccentric. And you actually have a connection with him. Kim did not answer but simply said that the guild leader Cao already knew about him, Cao's voice tinged with nostalgia. He eventually became the guild master of the Blacksmiths Association in Tianfeng City back then. Of course I know, and recently the situation in Tianfeng has been quite tense. Which might affect him. Did you think he had such a past? Curious. Kim asked. What kind of trouble is it exactly? Can you tell me? The two had reached a large door, and he placed his hand on it, pausing before answering. Regarding the turmoil among the high ranks of the Blacksmiths Guild, I can only tell you what I know. After a moment, Go Jin watched Coin Mian ride away from the city gate. Waved goodbye, and did not forget to add a few words. This time, it is your turn. I will definitely be caught up in the storm of the Blacksmiths Guild in Skywin City if the old master can return. Hopefully, he can ask around for me, he replied briefly. Reassuring me, then rode off, on the bustling street. Sitting on the horse saddle, Mat folded his arms and kept thinking. All the materials for forging the luminous distant phase 2 have been collected. Now he just needs to return to the rookie village to find Lao Tong for cooperation. No one else can complete this forging, and since there is still some time on the way, he might as well try opening a dozen or so treasure slots in a row. The items unlocked were Savage Radiant Armor, Scout Battle Gauntlets, Adventurous Helmet, and Dragon Blaze all shining brightly. Looking up at the gear before him, he smiled with satisfaction. Truly lucky. All are level 40 plus second tier items, ready to replace the level 25 gear I am wearing. The next item unlocked is the Magic Divine Blessing weapon. Just as he expected, there really were level 50 accessories. As long as the level difference was not more than 20 above mine, they could resist magic, and if I improve my magic resistance later, mages will probably have to stay away from me. He opened the system menu. The first equipment already exceeded my expectations. Let us see if there are any more surprises ahead. Then a series of congratulatory sounds rang out from the system. Receiving an intermediate experience book and a spider-catching net, he chose to open 2 spirit wine bottles. The experience books and items were also quite good, followed by the last 2 spirit wine bottles. The 2 opened were the heat belt armor and Rodrigo's ring. When Kim looked at the 2 epic grade items and the scholar's 3rd tier equipment, he was a bit surprised. He did not expect to unlock 3rd tier gear at only the 2nd level. This time it seemed like the whole game had changed. He wondered just how strong he would become once he equipped everything. At Chu's fishing gear shop, old Chu was being loudly scolded by a man who misunderstood his grandfather and seemed ready to fight. Then the man raised his hand to strike, but his arm was firmly held by Kim Mak as he glared at him, so full of anger. Kid, who are you? Do you want to die? He did not answer him but asked old Chu. Boss Chu, what is going on? He rubbed his arm as Kim Mak hesitated and replied. They deliberately damaged the fishing rod and falsely accused my goods of being faulty. Now you understand everything. So that is how it is. I will count to 3. If you do not let go, you will face the consequences. Kim Mak said coldly. Do you want to face the consequences? I want to see what they are. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the man's wrist, and it looked like he had already broken it, causing the man to collapse in pain. He kept begging for mercy. Sir, please forgive me. The person who just died offended you. I deliberately caused trouble for the boss. I was wrong. I am truly worthless. Only then did Kim Mak release his grip, not forgetting to warn. Next time I see you, it might not just be a broken arm. This scene had somehow drawn a crowd of onlookers, with old Chu standing nearby smiling. A girl approached from behind him and introduced herself, saying, Hello, I am Batch Lo from the Batch the group in Kinthan. Can we be friends? The man whose arm Kim Mak just broke was also one of Batch Lo's people. He looked at her in panic, stammering her name, but then could not say anything more. Batch Lo, hearing him call her name, grew angry and coldly ordered, If you think you can call me Lo, then stay far away from me, you useless person. Then Batch Lo turned and smiled softly at Kim Mak, quickly explaining as if afraid he would misunderstand. What just happened has nothing to do with me. It was all that guy trying to harm you. Look for yourself. Without waiting for her to finish, the injured man raised his hand coldly to cut her off. There is nothing to see. I do not know Bakshthine Kinthan, and if you do not want broken arms and legs, you would better get lost. She turned away with a dark face, silently vowing to remember this humiliation, daring to insult the Batch family. Old Chu scratched his head, smiled at him, and said with a mix of praise and warning, Your progress is impressive, but the woman named Batch Lo has a background that is definitely not simple. You have to be careful. And besides, I do not know what is going on today. There are a lot of experts appearing in the rookie village, but he did not pay any attention and just replied briefly, No need to worry about me. Focus on the information he just mentioned. There are many experts, and it seems they are all targeting Lao Tong. So Gatan's words must be true. He looked at the fishing rods in the shop with tears in his eyes, a plan forming in his heart since he was here. He would pick a good fishing set and treat the old man like a gift next time they met. As he rode the horse slowly into the new village, spring seemed to bloom all around, and people whispered, Is this really the great elder? That horse is so cool. This white horse clearly has great value at first glance. So beautiful. Someone must be lucky to have been marked by the Great Elder. I really admire him. Can the Great Elder befriend me? I know everything about washing clothes, cooking, and warming the forest. But when he did not respond to them, he just silently judged that things like this in New Han Village were still too chaotic. In front of him was the pawnshop of Tong Van Long, currently crowded with people, sparking his curiosity. This was the old Tong's pawnshop. Why were so many people gathered here? It seemed they had all received the news. Among the crowd, Batch Lo and her people were speaking with the pawnshop staff, saying, Miss Batch Lo from Batch Thai in the capital, representing the family, request to see the old shopkeeper. Please inform him. The staff replied, I have already said. The owner is resting for the next few days and is not seeing anyone. No exceptions. Batch Lo's people asked if they had reported our Batch family name yet. At that moment, Kimak also came over and asked the staff to report and request a meeting for him, but the staff still insisted on not receiving him. Did not you hear? The boss is resting and not seeing anyone. He took out a scroll and handed it to the staff with instructions, planning to deliver it to Old Tung himself. The staff looked surprised at the scroll in his hand but finally agreed to take it, telling him to wait here. Batch Lo frowned in annoyance when she saw him. This was the same guy who had broken her man's arm earlier, and now he was standing nearby with his arm bandaged. His hand clenched into a fist as he spoke firmly. Miss? Rest assured, we can't get in, and neither can this guy. The employee went inside to report. The boss has someone looking for him. The man holding the hammer for forging did not pay attention and asked again, Didn't I already say, do not come bothering me today? The employee handed the scroll to the old man and said, I was told to deliver this scroll to you. The old man paused, looking at the scroll in the employee's hand. He opened it and exclaimed in surprise, It is him. Outside the shop, Batch Lo and her people were also waiting with serious faces, and smiled and said to Batch Lo, See, I told you, that kid is just putting on airs, handing over some scroll or something. No sooner had he spoken than he saw Tong Van Long appear at the door. In his haste, he had not even put on his shirt yet and shouted at him. Damn it. If you are here, come in quickly. What is with bringing that roll of paper? He smiled and explained, Isn't this your shop? I am just worried about bothering you with the paper. He stepped forward, grabbed his arm, and said loudly, That is for those pesky flies, but for you, I have been waiting day and night. Then he turned to the crowd surrounding them and said irritably, Get lost, all of you. Stop gathering around me. Batch Lo and her people saw the scene and stood there stunned as if sprayed with glue, both incredulous and angry. Kimak hesitated a bit and said to the old man, Old man, or maybe you should put on the robe first. Then continued, I am afraid others will misunderstand. He calmly replied without caring about what others thought. Misunderstanding? I was just in a hurry. Cut to the scene where the two of them are inside the house leisurely drinking tea and eating cakes. Tong Van Long said happily, You usually do not come to the Tamba Hall without a reason, and this time you came to me to refine the Divine Weapon Stage 2. Right, but Chingimak said something unrelated. This tea is not bad. The old man was annoyed. Oh my god! Stop beating around the bush. I am about to burst. Finally, he said. You guessed right. I came here today to forge the Phase 2 Luminous Distant Ring. Tong Van Long stood up in surprise. You have gathered all the main materials already. That is great. Chingimak admitted that he had gathered all 12 main ingredients and also prepared plenty of supplementary ones. He came today to ask for help, and the old man said, You really do not need to spend money on the supplementary ingredients since I already have them. Tong Van Long immediately poured out a pile of auxiliary materials for him to see, continuously introducing them. Look, red light essence, mountain sea dragon scales, scarlet refining stones, these are all mine. No one can match them, but even so, these are still not enough. He blinked in surprise and asked, These are all treasures I have carefully stored at the bottom of the cave. Do you have anything better? Don't brag. I immediately showed him. Look at what I have. Seeing the items before him, Tong Van Long was stunned. It was the Blood Yang Heavenly Flame. Do you really want to use such a high-grade material as a secondary ingredient? That is too extravagant. Then he took out more materials. Still not enough. Looking at the treasures before him, he was even more amazed. There was also Thunderfire ore and mysterious Shadow Dragon scales. Kid, did you just strike gold? If I am not mistaken, the Yin Yang Saint Pill only drops from the Fire Spider Queen. Right, that is a level 40 field boss. Do not tell me you defeated it yourself. You are truly a monster. Not only born with a natural talent for forging, but now your combat skills are terrifyingly strong. Our nation is incredibly lucky to have a genius like you. Don't worry. I have spent half a year training according to your guidance, and my skills have improved significantly. I will do my best. Kimak was humble, saying that he came to find Lao Tong because he knew of his abilities. Lao Tong was pleased and said, Let us get started right away. Immediately, Master Tung Van Long closed the forge to focus on crafting the Lu Kuangvyun ring. Phase 2. For Kimak. Seeing this, Du Tite was curious and asked, Little Hyan, why are not you guys open today? The blacksmith replied, Sorry, Master Tung has something to attend to, so the shop is closed today. He introduced himself firmly, saying my name is Du Tiet. My father is a council member of the Blacksmith Guild in Thianfeng City. Today I came here to ask for your help. but the employee was resolute. No means, and arguing further was pointless. Duthiet quickly handed the large bag to the employee, saying this is a small token of goodwill. Please accept it. I just need you to deliver this letter for me. The blacksmith employee nodded and agreed, saying I can help you deliver the letter, but whether Lao Tong wants to meet you or not is not up to me. And Duthiet agreed. Inside, Tung Van Long spoke up. The furnace fire is blazing. We can start working soon. Trying Key Mac replied. No need to rush. Slow and steady makes for a refined product. Then a worker came in to report. The elder was told there was a young man claiming to be Du Tiet, a member of the Blacksmith Guild of Thien Phong City. He said he had a letter to deliver to you. And seeing his expression, I thought he was not lying, so I passed the message along. Hearing this, Tung Van Long reached out and handed me the letter. Witnessing this, I thought to myself, this must be the high-level change in the Blacksmiths Guild that Chief Cow mentioned. He ordered the kid to wait for me in the living room and said he would deal with it after finishing his work, and the staff member obeyed immediately. He wondered if Lao Tong was in some kind of trouble. He denied it. No, it is just some old matters. Do not mock me. Let us continue. Just as he pretended to be displeased, Lao Tong said, you are a top blacksmith. You should know the basic requirements of forging. If you can't control your mood, I am afraid you will have to finish it yourself. Van Long was immediately startled, but the old man had been waiting for this opportunity for half a year. Every day he even dreamed of continuing to forge the radiant ring of the sect. He wondered, then tell me, why did you just back down like that? The chief scribe hesitated slightly. Although your strength is not bad, you are after all only a novice, so I do not want you to get involved in this trouble. It is best if you do not push me. Looking at the item in his hand, he panicked. How could he possibly have the elder badge of the professional guild? When asked calmly, of course it was earned by passing the trials. But how could he hold the status of an elder in the professional guild? The chief scribe stroked his beard in admiration, saying that for someone so young to have obtained the elder badge was truly astonishing talent. But given the relationship between the two guilds, even with the elder badge, it probably would not mean much. Now, getting to the main point, I already know the story between the two sides, so let us set that aside for now and talk about Bei's story instead. He slowly recounted. This is a long tale. Back then, on the Tianqi continent, the Blacksmith Guild in Changfeng City was famous throughout the continent because many young people pursuing blacksmithing came to Changfeng City, and I was no exception. My master is Dong Ho Fai, a famous blacksmith. Being apprenticed to him was both an honor and a curse. He valued my talent, but I accepted not to become a craftsman, only to have a skilled assistant to help him reach the peak of glory. However, he did not expect that I was even more talented than he thought, and once I discovered a new forging method and excitedly shared it with everyone. At first, I thought my master would be happy for me. But unexpectedly, this became the source of his jealousy towards me. Then, in an important competition that would decide the future of the blacksmiths, he swapped out my materials, causing me to fail during forging. Yet my master's son, who was also my good junior apprentice, presented a work identical to mine and accused me of plagiarism, leading to my expulsion from the Blacksmith Guild. Actually, if I kept fighting, I might have been able to prove my skills, but I was truly exhausted, so I returned to Tanthu village to live out the rest of my life there. Recently, many families and financial groups have come to me, and I have indeed caught wind of the situation in Thien Phong City, but after all these years, my heart has grown wary. I have been too lazy to care. And if it were not for meeting you reigniting some passion for the craft in this old man, I would not even want to keep running this shop. Just now when you made the offer, I wondered if I helped you get back into the Blacksmith Guild, maybe even become the guild master. How would you feel about that? The old man advised. Kid, I know you have guts, but it is best not to get involved in this. He kept persuading, hoping the old man would not misunderstand. I have my own plans. To be honest with you, I am currently establishing my own guild called Eternal Peak. Once my guild has a headquarters, the top talents will become a great support. And right now I am already a senior member of the professional guild. If we can promote the merger between the Blacksmiths Guild and the Occupational Association, it would be a promising development. Population is always a key indicator of a guild's strength, and once this important reform is completed, the Eternal Peak Guild will take off in a short time. Tong Van Luong refused again, and I quickly realized you are not an ordinary person, but such a grand plan is still beyond my data, which means I am old and do not want to get involved in these trivial matters anymore. He shouted in frustration. So are you willing to bear this injustice for the rest of your life? You have unmatched talent in forging, but why have not you improved all these years? Do you know why? Because his mind was not clear. This matter was stuck in his heart, preventing him from moving forward, even just a little. To improve, you must cut off the inner demons. Avoiding them forever will never solve the problem. After your advice, he finally agreed. I just need to agree with you. Right? Then continue. Very good. I already have a rough plan. After finishing today's task, we will review it in more detail. Tong Van Long replied. All right. Let us finish the task first. He handed the paper to the old man to look at, saying this is my new weapon design. I will be responsible for the main materials, while you focus on the fire temperature and catalyst ratio. Also, when adding auxiliary materials, be sure to follow the order on the design, and the old man seemed to understand. In the stuffy workshop, The two of them focused intently on their work. Switching to the living room, Du Tite impatiently asked, I have been waiting for nearly 3 hours. Why has not Tung Lao come out yet? The staff member remained calm. I thought he must be crafting an incredible masterpiece. So taking time is only natural. If you have to wait a bit longer, do not complain if it affects him. You will bear the consequences yourself, he asked back. What kind of masterpiece? Could it be an epic level gear? Seeing Du Tite seemed eager to jump in. The employee stopped him and reassured. Do not worry. I want to go. A strange light suddenly burst forth from the room, accompanied by a powerful energy that blew the door off its hinges, filling the air with smoke and dust everywhere. Du Tite was stunned. What kind of weapon is this? Its attributes and stats are unbelievably strong. Seeing the new weapon, he was overjoyed. Success. The system also announced, congratulations on successfully forging the level 2 silver weapon, Lu Quangvian and Tan, earning 120,000 forging points. Experience has been added. You can go to the Craftsman's Guild to complete the upgrade quest. The weapon is not yet identified, so its attributes are temporarily reduced by 50%. To identify it, you need to use the blood of a boss level 40 or higher. Trine Keymak's new weapon has 2 brand new impressive effects, including the ability to smoothly switch between 7 forms and activate the scissor hook and spinning wing form effects. Trine Keymak was proud. This attribute truly rewarded my many days of hard work. It is really amazing. Tong Van Long beside him could not hide his joy. I have reached the Master Craftsman level. I can try to break through now. It is all thanks to you. Without you, I might have remained just a high-level craftsman my whole life. You are too modest. I already told you. As long as you overcome the barrier in your heart, you will improve quickly. He still could not stop being happy. But no matter what, I have to thank you. And if anything comes up in the future, this old man will definitely not refuse to help. Trine Keem asked. That is right. If you want to advance to a master craftsman, do not you also need to return to the Craftsman Guild? Hearing this, Tung Van Long immediately became sad. He guessed right. If I want to break through, I definitely have to go back. But with the current situation, how can I face going back? He turned and said, let us hear the other story first. Then we will decide. It turns out Du Tite has been standing behind the curtain all along. He spoke up. Uncle Tung, we finally found you. The Du family is in trouble. Tung Van Loem wondered. Are you the son of Thien Loy? In your letter, you said your father was in trouble. So what exactly happened? Du Tite corrected. Uncle Tung, your whereabouts have been exposed. Dong Ho Fai said you were expelled but still continued forging weapons, tarnishing the guild's reputation. And now they want to bring you back for trial. When the guild leaders voted, my father opposed and argued with him, which caused him to fall out of favor, and now my father is being held captive. I really have no choice but to trust you, Tung Van Long said angrily. That damn old man still won't let me go. I have already been to Tan Tho village. What more does he want? Trine Keemak encouraged him. See, old man, even if you want to run away, they might not let you go. If you want to settle things with Dong Ho Fai, you will probably have to go back once more, since you need to become a master smith anyway. By the way, Du Tite was quite surprised. So you have already reached Master Smith. That is great. Then my father has hope of being saved. Tung Van Luong reassured him. Your father and I have known each other for a long time. I want to just stand by. Let me make a plan for the port. Then I will return to Thienfeng City with you. This is Trine Keemak, the one who helped me reach the master level. Du Tite knelt down in gratitude. Greet him, Trine, and thanked him for his help. He also comforted him, saying his father was probably still safe because Dong Ho Fai's target was still Chu Tong. When the time comes, I will go with everyone to Thienfeng City, and I have a big gift for the Craftsman's Guild. Du Tite exclaimed happily. That is great, he silently judged. Something like this definitely is not what a level 32 awakened person could have. Seeing him so young, I even thought he was a disciple of Chu Tong. Trine He Mak continued. If that is decided, then let us get started. I will go prepare a bit. See you in half a month at Thienfeng City. He thought to himself. The weapons have been upgraded. It is time to start the next plan. Cut to home. Thien and Ningai then still carrying out their assigned mission. He smiles happily and says, Lang and Guy, are you doing okay? I have won 13 matches in a row. Ngai then replied, what is there to be proud of? I am 2 wins ahead of you. Wanna try? Looking at the dark shadow ahead, Hong Thien wondered. This person seems to have a strong aura. Lang Yung, do you know Han? Ningai then nodded. No, this person is wearing a terrifying mask with extremely sharp teeth. It turns out to be Lai Min Hang in disguise. Playfully saying, Brother Hong. Brother Ingai, are you scared? This outfit looks really cool, does not it? Hong Thien annoyedly tapped his head and said, you little brat, you have learned bad habits, daring to threaten to leave me. You really have potential. Ingai then understood the meaning and realized that he had passed the assassin organization's test. Hong Thien asked, looking at the badge on his belt engraved with the word Mai, is this a rank within the assassin organization? What level does this rank belong to? Lai Mun Heng explained that assassins are divided into 8 ranks, and his rank is the second below the 3rd level. Hong Thien praised him nonstop, saying not bad, but you still have to keep trying. Lai Mun Heng then asked, where is the team leader? Ingai then replied, not just him, even Nu Kimui has not returned yet, so tell me, do you think the 2 of them ran away together? Seeing their shadows, Hong Thien looked serious, saying this kind of matter can't be taken lightly. If old Mac hears this, we are in trouble again, Ingai then replied. What is there to be afraid of? Even if he is here I would still say the same. The brothers here endure hardship while he is off enjoying benefits alone, Lai Munhang kindly reminded. Nie, Ingai then grew even more annoyed. Min Hang, do not push me. I am about to lose my patience. That brat Trine Ki Mac may be just a kid, but he can be a coach, as a captain. Though, he is really not fit. Other teams have regular training plus group activities and social events. But what about us? We have nothing at all. What are you guys talking about? Those two were already scared out of their wits. Trine Ki Mac quietly delivered a hard kick to Ngai then's backside. He yelled in frustration, who dares kick me? Are you crazy? Trine Ki Mac said with a sharp look, it is me. Just back from a break. Ingai then immediately flattered him in fear. Oh, it is my beloved captain. Then it is all good. Hong Thien teased. How come you two returned at the same time? Could it be you really ran away together? Langniki then spoke up to defend Mun, saying it was nonsense. He just happened to meet him on the way back. Trine Ki Mac declared. It seems everyone has completed their mission. The original form of Vin Hang Dunfeng has been revealed. It is time to act and bring a little shock to the Thikoi continent. After a while, outside Yinfeng City, their group rode their horses swiftly towards their destination. Hong Thien wondered. Why are we doing this? Lomac, the main city is closest to Loyden City, is not at Fenghua City. Trine Ki Mac explained that this time we came to Thianfeng City for 2 commissions. The first combined mission. Ingai then Chad interrupted, saying there were 2 experts, and I only know that Kothian entrusted us with the task of causing destruction. But what else is there? He explained that the second task was to help a longtime friend of his secure the position of Guild Master of the Blacksmiths Association in Thianfeng City. Hong Thien assessed that although the Blacksmiths Association was not primarily a combat organization, it was still a considerable force. Trine Ki Mac assigned the tasks, saying I will handle that myself. And the mission at the arena is up to you guys. Are you scared? Hong Thien confidently replied. The only one scared here is you. Trine Ki Mac praised. Very good. Let us set off. After a while of moving, their group arrived at the Phi Lam arena. Trine Ki Mac just stepped inside and said, it seems the Moon Knight Guard of Kothian Lai is really a bit weak. The aura here needs to be stronger. You all wait here. I will go form a temporary battle team. After speaking, he quickly went to the registration area, and after a brief inquiry, Ki Mac made his request. I want to form a temporary combat team to participate in the tournament. The fee for forming a temporary combat team is 500 gold coins. He did not hesitate to put the full amount on the table, and the receptionist asked for more information. What he wanted to name his team. Trine Ki Mac did not hesitate to say a name. Eternal Peak. The members of the Xung Thong Van Tu team overheard and started discussing the name. When he said the team name, his teammates showed some opposition and looked displeased. The receptionist explained that team levels are divided into 8 ranks: iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, star, and king, a classification commonly used across the continent. The Eternal Peak team is currently at iron level and needs 100 win points to reach bronze, earning 10 points per win and losing 6 points per loss. Trine Ki Mac stroked his chin and said, by this scoring system, winning just 10 consecutive matches can quickly raise the rank to Thandong. The receptionist outwardly agreed but inwardly thought he was boosting. Ki Mac then pulled out a bag of money and said, that is right. I want to bet 3,000 gold coins on the next victory of the Eternal Peak team. This does not break the rules. The receptionist replied, betting on a win is allowed, but betting on your own team to lose is not. He then looked back and whispered, so we want to let them be our opponents. What do you think? The receptionist refused, saying this is against the rules because they are a bronze level team with a level 38 captain. Their strength is greater than yours, and you are no match for him. Trine Ki Mac immediately bribed. This is not something you need to worry about. Here's 500 gold coins. Help us finish this and the reward will be yours. The receptionist immediately refused, saying I have been here a long time. How could I break the rules? You have to pay more. This guy may seem to follow the rules on the surface, but inside he has no shame, greedy for profit. Shortly after, the referee announced some information about the match. Please have the Ding Feng Eternal team and the Shang Yangxiao team move to Arena 987. The match will begin in 10 minutes. Inga happily praised, surprised that Ki Mac would spend money to face them. Hong Thien also warned, Old Mac, their level and skills are stronger than ours. We can't take risks anymore. But Ki Mac calmly replied, the words risk and I do not exist in the same dictionary. Let us go to the arena. The Sung Thong Van Tu team here is very pleased, their lips moving as they say, Captain Truong, we will meet again tomorrow. Facing a rookie team once more, this match is definitely a win, but Captain Truong immediately seemed to brush it off, noting that 2 members of the team wear black clothes and masks, clearly trying to look dangerous, and in the arena, the referee announced the match has begun. If any members are not present within 3 minutes, the team will be immediately disqualified, so please hurry. Captain Zhang boldly declared that the upcoming match will be over in just over 10 minutes. Trine Ki Mac, behind the mask, was also ready for his proposal, agreeing to a 10-minute match. The people in the stands looked a bit doubtful about this uneven fight. A team made up entirely of second-generation members, still just black iron, with Trine Kiamak calmly assigning roles carefully. Soon Hong Thi and Chu Kong will assist, while Lon Yi freely operates from behind, and Minha holds back the enemy's rear line. The other team is a Than Dong team with a higher average level than theirs, so the outcome is predictable. The referee shouts that the match is about to begin. Both sides get ready, and it starts. No sooner had the words left than the two teams surged forward like a storm. The other side was a bit puzzled why did they only have 3 people, even with one hidden by a silver vow. There should still be 4. On the other side, there is a useless reinforcements, probably in hiding now. Hong Thien shouted while attacking, urging full force to take them down. The two sides fought fiercely, dust flying everywhere. Captain Truong them wondered, clearly only level 33. How could he be so strong? At the same time, Lang had easily knocked down an opponent, and them assessed that this girl attacked with unbelievable speed. Suddenly the enemy shouted in panic. Not good, the iron pick was ambushed by Nenengai. Ingai was a bit excited, daring to expose such a big opening. Get ready to face a nightmare. Then he unleashed his ultimate move. The corrosive rain descended. The opposing team panicked upon hearing this because corrosion continuously inflicted dark damage on the target, stacking up to 5 layers and lasting 12 seconds. Captain Truong recognized the skill and immediately moved to suppress Nengai. Then another guy immediately obeyed and shouted, along with a brutal strike, I will shoot you dead. This guy probably has not noticed the blade looming right behind him. He gently gave him a kick, telling him to calm down in the midst of the corrosive rain. Oh! The red-haired guy on the other team is also quite unsettled by the relentless attacks. Captain Truong wondered silently, what is going on? Their ranks are clearly much lower than ours, so why are we being overwhelmed? Then he launched a powerful strike that made Hong Thien stagger. He shouted, gather up, do not let them set the pace again. Hold the formation. His subordinates immediately followed and surged forward. He ordered them to use the combined skill. Ngai then spoke up, breaking their formation. We absolutely cannot let them use their combined skills. Captain Truong surged forward, not letting you cause chaos. This is the classic combo skill of the Van Tu elite squad. Bloodthirsty Fury. When this skill appears, Eternal Peak stands no chance. As Sister Chet finished speaking, he unleashed an immense power. Seeing the terrifying force before him, Hong Thien silently cried out, this is it. Suddenly the power shattered into 100 fragments. It turns out this is the result of the light dispersing technique. With Trine Kiamak feeling proud already defeated. Go back and train more. Captain Truong was unwilling to accept it. How could one person block our combined attack? What kind of weapon is that? Hong Thien praised this as the new creation that he and the old man forged. So cool. Lang Nuke seized the opportunity to launch a direct attack. Looking ahead. Elsewhere, Lai Manhwa was calmly dealing with 2 enemies. Captain Truong was naturally unwilling and shouted in frustration, damn it. Trine Kiamak calmly dealt him a blow like a thunderbolt, and then gently warned him not to be so reckless next time. Lip looked at the time, 4 minutes 58 seconds. 10 minutes was still too long. Zong raised his hand and shouted loudly, congratulating the Peak Eternal team on their victory, earning 10 victory points and an additional 400,000 experience. Before Kiamak's team won, the audience in the stands was filled with confusion. The Sung Thong Van Tu team, with a 9-game winning streak, had lost to rookies, and even their combo skills were broken. Judging by their masks, they can hide their identities. These 2 are definitely assassins from the Shadow Guild, the only ones who possess this kind of equipment. Kiamak then slowly walked over to the receptionist. The receptionist spoke up, greeting him. Here is 3,000 gold from the recent win, making a total of 6,000 gold. Trine Kiamak replied, continue to bet 3,000 gold on the Vin Hang Din Fong team to win. The receptionist asked, do not you need to take a break? Trine Kiamak replied, no need. We are in a hurry. The referee's voice kept ringing out, congratulating the Peak Eternal team on their 2 consecutive wins. Congratulations to the Peak Eternal team on their 6 consecutive wins. Congratulations to the Vin Hang Denfong team for completing a record of 10 consecutive wins, earning 100 victory points, an additional 1 million experience points, and successfully leveling up to the bronze rank. Your team happily walked down the hallway chatting as they went. Nungai then asked, how much have you earned today? He replied, not much. About 20,000 gold. Ingai then was a bit surprised and asked again, is that really not much? Trine Kiamak then received a message from Tong Van Loong saying he had arrived at Tianfong City and was waiting for him at the Trong Ngai at Loong Tavern to discuss the Blacksmith Guild. He announced that for the next few days, I have some business at the Blacksmith's Guild, so everyone should continue the individual battles as planned. Hong Thien wondered, is this about the fight for the guild master position? Are you going alone? Captain. Trine Kiamak did not deny it. Yes. This is an important matter related to the development of our guild, so, you do not believe I can complete this mission, or are you afraid you want to win without me? Hong Thien quickly retorted, no way. This is not our first time competing individually. Do not worry. We are more than capable. That is right. No matter what, I am still here, so if you fight at the Blacksmith Guild, do not forget to let us know. We will come to help. He waved his hand to give the order. So let us just act accordingly, and message me if anything comes up. As night gradually fell, Trine Kiamak rode his horse to the meeting point. He slowly searched for them along the long desolate corridor. Trying Ki Mak knocked on a door. Hey old man, are you here? Tong Van Loong carefully opened the door a crack and looked around. Confirming it was really him, the old man joyfully exclaimed, "The kid is definitely you." They entered the room and carefully closed the door as if guarding against something. Du Tate wondered, should we go straight to the guild now or what? Trying Ki Mak proposed a plan, saying that Lao Tome still cannot show himself for the time being. We should not rush in recklessly or the guild will detain us. It is better if I go ahead first, and once everything is settled, we bring the old man and that way it will be safe. Tong Van Loong immediately objected, saying that if they were discovered, it would affect him. Ki Mak sneered. The Blacksmith's Guild was nothing more than a group of ignorant people, even if they managed to invite important guests. I am not afraid. Do you still not believe in my abilities? He sighed deeply. I know advising you is useless, but you have to agree with me if you find the situation is unstable. You must retreat immediately. You still act like nothing's wrong. Do not worry. A Blacksmith Guild can intimidate me. Du Tai could not help but praise. Brother Trine is truly honorable. If this time you can save my father, our Du family will definitely follow only you. Trine Ki Mak stood up and left, saying, you two get some rest early. Wait for good news from me tomorrow. Du Tai was still uneasy, wondering if Trine alone was really okay, but he was reassured. Do not worry. The Blacksmith's Guild definitely one day expect that the thing picking them up tomorrow will be a monster. The next day arrived. In front of the gate of Changfeng City, the Blacksmith's Guild, Trine Ki Mak was deep in thought. Although their strength was slightly inferior to the professional guild, he had to admit that the Blacksmith's Guild was quite wealthy. Someone asked him, brother, are you here to take the test to join the Blacksmith's Guild too? Trine Ki Mak denied it, saying, I am here to take the advanced blacksmith aptitude test. Hearing that, the people around immediately showed disdain. Ignoring his words, a line of people waited while the examiner said to him, sorry, let me check again, and silently wondered, it can be, the machine is still new, there can be a problem. The machine still reports the current forging skill level as intermediate. Experience 100,000 out of 100,000. Eligible to register for the advanced forging exam. The examiner announced, you qualify to take the test. Please follow me to register. Seeing that, those who looked down on him immediately regretted it, realizing they had been blind, not only missing the chance to connect with a master but also offending him. At the advanced blacksmith testing site, there was also a long line waiting to be tested. Tran the Ham read the personal information sheet. Ki Mak, 19 years old, level 32 apprentice, guided by Van Loong, so young yet already an apprentice with the qualifications of a journeyman blacksmith. Go ahead, your seat is in the second row on the left. Find it yourself, he silently admired, finally meeting a promising talent, a 19-year-old dual cultivation prodigy, hoping he could bring me a surprise. Tran the Ham ordered to check the records to see if there was a mastersmith named Van Loong, and the staff immediately obeyed. He remained cheerful, thinking that with luck, the association might gain 2 more talents. The people in the advanced testing room were also surprised, reminding themselves to be humble. This is the advanced craftsman testing room after all. Only when the teacher stepped up to the test table did they begin to acknowledge that he was truly a candidate, a young scholar seeking insight. Tran the Ham, a prominent figure ahead, first introduced himself a little. I am Tran the Ham, a member of the Thien Phong Then Blacksmiths Association, a senior blacksmith. The person beside me is Dich Long, also a member of the association, and we will be the judges for this senior blacksmith examination. Now I will announce the content and rules of the exam, which consists of 2 parts. In the first part, within the allotted time, candidates must select suitable materials based on the prompt and design a forging plan that meets the standards. Just as Mac them assessed, this exam looks simple but actually tests fundamental forging knowledge. Judging by this test, the Blacksmith Guild is no ordinary group. Tran the Ham wondered, has Dong Hak Than arrived yet? I do not see him, Dich Long replied. He entered the city over 10 minutes ago. He should be here any moment now. He was quite displeased. Even though he was the old man's son, he could not openly disregard the rules at most. Give him an extra 5 minutes. Dich Long quickly tried to calm him down, urging him to ease up. People around were whispering, wondering why it had not started yet. Another person replied, have not you heard? The old man's son has not arrived yet. We have to wait for him. Trine Kiem thought silently. Old Dong Yuan is truly a despicable scoundrel who framed the old man. As expected, what Du Tiet said was not wrong. The Blacksmith Guild has now rotted to the core. Dong Shuqing finally arrived, apologizing to Counselor Tran, saying he was a bit late due to a banquet. Tran the Ham was annoyed. His seat was right in the middle of the second row. Hurry over, the exam was about to start. Han silently judged him. He did not expect such a young person in the advanced blacksmith test. Tran the Ham is too sharp. Hurry up and get to your seat. He could not help but evaluate. This kid is neither arrogant nor insecure. Staying calm, he seems to be a talent. Dich Long announced that today's test is to design a forging plan, requiring the finished weapon to be level 50 or above, with damage exceeding 150 points. At the same time, the weight must not exceed 3 kilograms. And within 1 hour, draw a detailed blueprint and select all the necessary materials. The competition starts now. Everyone quickly begins their work. Dich Long takes the chance to chat, asking Tran An if the pass rate today could reach 15%. Since he designed the test himself, give me a prediction. He replied, it is not that simple. Today the number of people who can advance to round 2 will definitely be less than 10%. Ditchlong assessed. It is just because his father taught him well. Tran the Ham saw him seriously holding the pen and could not help but wonder why the kid had not started yet. Could he be incompetent? Struggling already in the first round. Ditchlong commented that the guy seemed quite interested in the young man. Could there be something special about him? Tran the Ham replied, so far nothing special. Maybe I was mistaken. Not long after, Donghak then happily slapped the table and shouted, secretly proud that with his father's predictions, this submission would surely surpass everyone here. I thought there was something special, but it turns out he only just started. He is just a pretender with no real skill. Meanwhile, the modest one kept quietly struggling over his drawing. Ditchlong clicked his tongue, saying this kid only started halfway through the time, but his drawing speed is indeed impressive. Tran the Ham added, drawing a design is about accuracy, not speed. Starting halfway through might be risky and prone to mistakes. Looking at the design in his hands, he felt quite confident. It was his first time drawing a serious design like this, and it was not bad. Next was fuel efficiency. He smugly thought, how could this person ever reach the level of an intermediate blacksmith, not even knowing that fire spirit metal and wind bell stones counteract each other, yet using nearly 5 kilograms of fire spirit metal as the main material? Truly foolish. Trying Max simply recited a poem. Insects of the dry season cannot speak of ice. Frogs sitting at the bottom of the pond cannot discuss the sea. Some people are just hopelessly stupid, seeing something beyond his understanding. He blurted out nonsense, and Tong Shuching immediately lost his temper, daring to insult me. Do you know who my father is? Tran the Ham was too loud, so the announcer intervened. The round is over. Everyone stop. Next, Counselor Tran will begin the evaluation. After one round of review, many were eliminated, with only a few barely making it to the next round. Tran the Ham approached to assess Donghak Thanos' drawing. The idea was really not bad and could be rated at level A. Besides, the material ratio is quite reasonable and meets the requirements, but he looked a bit dissatisfied, saying, is that all? Please review it again. The old man immediately darkened his face and turned away. Since when did you start teaching me how to grade? When it was Trying Max's turn, the Ham asked suspiciously, 5 kilograms of fire quartz. Is this the material you chose? He asked directly. Yes. Is there a problem? Tran the Ham was furious. How could such a large amount of fire spirit metal act as a catalyst? Moreover, your materials also contain wind spirit stone and jade. This is called a mixture. You are just half-heartedly taking the exam. He explained, raising the temperature to 6,000 degrees using 4 techniques: light and slow, heavy and fast, to forge continuously 1,000 times. Removing impurities, while adding flux to increase heat, then continuing to forge and shape with double hammer strikes. Is this method acceptable? The senior student asked. Kid, does your assistant even know how to forge? The method of forging 4 styles continuously 1,000 times while increasing the temperature, is this something humans can really do? Tran the Ham assessed that although this method is somewhat extravagant, it is somewhat feasible. Let us set aside the materials for now and focus on the design. Hentai is clearly dissatisfied. Are we really going to accept this? Are you going easy on him? Looking at the drawing, he could not help but exclaim, this design is truly excellent. No, it is outstanding. Even I could not have done it. Just judging by the design level of this drawing, I would give it an A+, maybe even higher. Those around were unhappy with this score and strongly opposed it, accusing him of cheating. The classmates angrily shouted, Tran the Ham, how dare you openly cheat? Ditchlong also stepped forward to persuade, saying that today's exam is public after all, and if by chance it falls into the old man's hands, the two of us will get into trouble. But Tran the Ham showed no concern. I grade according to the standards, and I am not afraid if you want to accuse me. Trying Keem also appeared modest, saying that giving it a grade based on just one design was a bit hasty. Counselor Tran, perhaps you should wait until you see the next round before deciding. Hearing him say that, those around grew even more disdainful, silently thinking that they had some skill but turned out to be not only useless but also mentally flawed. Tran the Ham agreed, saying, this round you want to get any points. Prove to me in the next round that you can make weapons. He said with a sneer, this kid may speak arrogantly, but he is actually daring to clarify the relationship between me and him. He is a promising young talent, but we need to see his true ability. I suggest, since the results of the first round are decided, let us quickly start the second round of testing. Ditchlong announced the first round of testing is over. 90 people eliminated. 12 passed. Those eliminated can leave the testing ground or move to the spectator area on the right to watch. Those who were eliminated are naturally determined to see how talented he really is. Ditchlong continued. Next we will proceed to the second test round, inviting the contestants to complete their design boards within 3 hours. The contestant who ranks first will receive the title of counselor and 10,000 gold coins as a reward. The second round officially begins, and Dongshu is pleased, rating himself an A. This 10,000 reward is definitely mine. What are you looking at? Trying to cheat? My method is very complicated. Someone like you would not understand. He said nothing, just quietly observed his design. He thought to himself, is the weapon he wants to forge a polearm? It seems I do not need to make many adjustments. Tran the Ham and Ditchlong were quite surprised to see him revising the design and kept discussing it. Ditchlong was very dissatisfied. It was too chaotic. I had already given him a chance, and now he wants to change the plan on the spot. I have to disqualify him, but he stopped me, saying it is fine, since he has been given a chance, just let it continue. He thought to himself that the sword his classmate designed was a bit heavy, so his new plan needed to adjust the material ratio accordingly. Using this block was just right, and he happily weighed the materials. The fellow apprentice secretly marveled. Foolish, such a large block of fire-tempered metal. Let us see how you plan to handle it. Just as he was judging, the temperature was nearly reached, so forging could probably begin. The scene before him made one person shudder. Oh my god! Such a huge hammer controlled with one hand. It was terrifying. He must be a prodigy. And moreover, prodigy who specializes in adding strength. Isn't the progress of dual cultivation usually very slow? How can his forging skill reach this level? Dichlong then realized. Turns out he is a dual cultivator. He continued, dual cultivation is rare, but almost no one can advance equally in both fields. So we have to see how it goes. He gently struck the fire-hard metal block with the hammer, continuously hammering it without pause. The fellow students were now alarmed. Their minds racing. How could someone wield a 50-pound iron hammer using the four forms creation technique? This guy is truly terrifying. But I can panic yet. He is only strong in physical power. And I have not even used my trump card. There is nothing to worry about. Some people around still kept questioning, and a few even looked resentful. He wiped his sweat lightly. 1,000 hammer strikes completed. Next was the final step. Someone shouted, "Wait!" Everyone looked over at young Master Dong. What is that? It is the ascending embryo form. The weapon has not even taken shape yet, but already shows signs of ascending. He is secretly proud. No matter how clever you are, in front of my forging skills you are just fooling yourself, even though Mac has his own thoughts. This is the ascending embryo technique invented by the old master. Truly astonishing. But this is not the best method yet. The light vessel that the father and son snatched from him is what I will help him reclaim. Dichlong panicked. Is he crazy? At 1100 degrees, adding the spirit stone now will cause the core to collapse. Trantham also lost his composure a bit. What exactly is he trying to do? Even though others were talking, he went ahead and added the spirit stones anyway. Everyone around felt a sudden shift in the aura. Why did the temperature drop? Quick, look inside the forge. There is a blue light glowing again. He took the weapon core out of the forge, and it had a uniquely blue color. The fellow student laughed loudly. I already knew you could not do it, but I did not expect you had not even finished forging the core yet. Truly useless. It is a pity. I thought we would witness a new forging method. Trantham pondered. What was he really hoping for just now? Did he truly think he could force the fusion of fire forge metal and win spirit stone? Seeing the blue light radiating from the core, he proudly exclaimed, "It is done." Everyone was still confused, wondering what exactly he was doing. The intense vibrations and terrifying aura. Could this be a rare phenomenon that only appears when forging a supreme grade item? The core in his hand shattered, gradually revealing the appearance of an advanced weapon. Just as he proudly showed it to everyone, those around him could not stop admiring his talent. People outside kept talking as they sensed this aura. The elder of the Blacksmith Association, Dong Ho Fi, spoke up, saying it is an epic grade masterpiece. Could it really have been forged by a fellow student? The head of the Blacksmith's Guild, Thatch Dong, also approached. This is a forging anomaly. Could it be that our Blacksmith's Guild is about to produce a genius? He was so astonished he could barely speak. This is an epic level, an epic masterpiece. To think it was forged right before our eyes. I declare it the first place. Dong Hok Than shouted. Impossible. I do not believe it. He must have seen my design during the competition and then suddenly copied and altered it. It is clearly plagiarism. I do not accept it. The people around immediately defended him, saying Trine Keem's craftsmanship was clearly superior to Dong Hok Than's. So how could it be called plagiarism? It is just jealousy and fear. Calm down and tell him, if you lose, you lose. Do not disgrace our Blacksmith's Guild. Dong Hok Than shouted at him, repeatedly defending that kid. I think you have some secret deal with him already. Chang the Ham calmly said, I am still the one in charge here. Dong Ho Fi slowly walked over and fell silent in front of Hok Than. Seeing him, Hok Than obediently called out, Father. When secretly evaluating, Han was the one behind framing Lao Chong. Chang He and Di Long immediately bowed respectfully to him. Hok Than immediately tattled, Dad, you came just in time. Counselor Tran, as a judge, has been bribing the contestants. Dong Ho Fi replied, You do not need to say anything. I already know everything. He walked straight up to me and asked, Are you the contestant who forged the masterpiece with the fire-forged golden needle? I replied solemnly, Yes, that is me. Elder Dongjuan, do you have any advice? Dong Ho Fi clasped his hands behind his back and looked at Trine Kamat, saying, You are still young but already have such skills. Who is your master? Ham Dung stepped closer behind him. The records show that person's name is Van Long. But he had checked all the records in the association, and there seemed to be no information about this person. Upon hearing the name Van Long, Dong Ho Fi felt strangely familiar. Trine Kiamat just smiled lightly with a calm expression, saying his master is not interested in fame or fortune and has no reputation. Dong Ho Fi raised his hand and placed it on Trine Kiamat's shoulder, saying that for now, he is confirmed as the top candidate in this advanced examination. However, the 10,000 reward will only be given after the association discusses and decides. As he finished speaking, the fellow student hurriedly called out Dad as if trying to stop him. Dong Ho-fi ignored the man and continued speaking to Trine Kiamat. The association needs to meet your master and hopes you can convey this to him. Trine Kiamat let out a slight yawn and said he would convey the association's message. But he was not sure if the master would agree. Then he turned and waved toward the door. But if the association has recognized your achievements, then in a few days I will return to receive the assessment certificate and the reward for the leader. Today, I must take my leave. Dong Hok-than pointed at Trine Kamat's back, wondering if he would just let him go like that. And what about Tran the Ham? He was clearly biased for personal gain. Dong Ho-fi furrowed his brows slightly. Still silent. Looking at Tran the Ham, his face softened. He had done very well in this exam. Fair and upright. Ho-fi would propose an award for Tran the Ham at the association. At that moment, he simply lowered his eyes modestly and replied, "It is my duty. I dare not let the elder have to propose the reward." Dong Ho-fi turned to leave, not forgetting to remind Dong Hok-than to follow him quickly. He followed behind, filled with confusion, wondering why his father awarded the top rank in the exam to Trine Kum-mak. With his status, just a word from him would silence Tran the Ham. The Blacksmith Guild originally belonged to Dong Ra. So why should they have to watch the face of a council member like him? Dong Suching did not notice the anger slowly rising in Dong Hupi's eyes. He angrily swung his hand and slapped Hanta so hard that Dong Suching's face turned sharply to the side. Dong Hupei's face went pitch black with rage at its peak, muttering curses, while Hanta looked at him in fear, stammering a few times calling him father. He did not care about the young man's cries for father. His face darkened deeply. The guild leader was old. The Blacksmiths Association was about to undergo a personnel change. What good would it do us to make a fuss and let the whole guild know about a young prodigy? Right now the most important thing is to win over fellow council members like Tran the Ham so they vote for me in the upcoming election. And yet you still dare to offend them. Just endure it for a while. Once Dong Ho-fi becomes the head of the Blacksmith Guild, one advanced examination won't mean much. Even when my son wants to take the Master Craftsman exam next year, he has a way to help. Dong Suching lowered his head and admitted his mistake honestly. Dong Suching nodded in agreement with Dong Hufi's request, and a few hours later, the scene shifted to the Moonlight Tavern. Tong Van Long looked at Trine Kiam-mak sitting opposite him. He was not surprised that he could pass the advanced blacksmith exam, but he did not expect Trine Kiam-mak to forge an epic-level item using materials from the arena. He waved it off, showing only that he accepted the idea and improved upon it. Tong Van Long immediately objected, saying the method was his idea, but he never expected someone could actually perform forging techniques beyond imagination like that. Du Tight, standing beside Tung Van Loan, silently admired him. Only just over 20 years old and already certified in advanced forging, even making the old master consider following his example. Truly a prodigy. Trine Kimak looked at Du Tiat and asked if he could contact the guild master of the Blacksmith Association. Du Tiat crossed his arms and looked at him. Master Thatch is quite old and has been in seclusion for the past few years. Contacting him is not difficult, but if it is not something important, it is unlikely to persuade the old man to show his face. Trine Kimak looked troubled. This exam must have caught the attention of the higher-ups in the Blacksmith Association, but Dong Ho-fi definitely won't easily acknowledge Trine Kimak's achievements, and he believes that he will investigate his identity. But if he wants to investigate, then they no longer need to hide. This is the chance to expose Dong Ho-fi's true colors in front of Chairman Thatch. Tung Van Long asked Trine Kimak in return. Chairman Thatch is a fair and upright man, but are you really sure you can clarify that matter for me? Trine Kimak firmly nodded and assured Tung Van Long to rest easy. Dutant clasped his hands and leaned slightly forward, saying that with your support, Brother Trine, no matter the dangers, I will definitely see this through. Trine Kimak calmly but firmly spoke up. Then let us get started. Time waits for no one. Just as scheduled, 2 days later, at the Blacksmith's Guild, Trine Kimak followed Tran the Ham down the long corridor, this time surely to collect the 10,000 gold coins from winning first place in the previous exam. He laughed loudly, saying that Brother Trine seemed to value money even more than the advanced craftsman certification. Trine Mak smiled faintly. He was a practical man who cared more about what could bring real benefits than vague titles. Tran the Ham thought to himself, believing he probably did not yet know how much money a high-level craftsman certification could earn. He clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his head slightly to look at Trine Kimak. This time the Ham brought him to meet the senior members of the guild. As long as he joined the guild, not only would the advanced craftsman certification be secured, but the promised 10,000 gold coins from before would also be no problem. Tran the Ham led Trine Kimak to a large room where the senior members of the Craftsman's Guild were all present. Introducing him to the big shots, murmurs of disbelief arose. So young, is he really the one who obtained the Thea quality item? Has this kid truly reached the level of a senior craftsman? Dong Ho-fi stood up and asked Trine Kimak if his master had reached an agreement and what the final result was. Trine Kimak calmly replied that yesterday he and his master had a thorough discussion, but his master still did not want to show himself. Dong Ho-fi's voice was full of provocation, asking whether his master did not want to come or did not dare to come. Before Trine Kimak could respond, Tran the Ham from behind asked back, Elder Dong, What do you mean? Dong Ho-fi could not help but feel angry at the old man's words and said, let the genius Trine Ki-mak say this. Right, only the elder of the Thunder Guild Association. His words immediately caused an uproar among everyone, raising questions about why a member of the Guild Association was here. Tran the Ham could hardly believe what he had just heard. Was he really an elder of the Thunder Guild Association? He took out the elder's badge and openly admitted it. Yes, I am truly an elder of the Guild Association. And the senior members of the Blacksmith Guild found his admission hard to believe. Dong Ho-fi restrained the anger on his face. Curious about why Trine Ki-mak had come here with such a humiliating or undercover expression, he remained calm, his voice steady, saying, you are overthinking it. I simply want to earn the status of a master blacksmith. Dong Ho-fi pressed on relentlessly, step by step, and asked why he deliberately hid his identity. Moreover, with his status, he could not have been unaware of the relationship between the two families, leading him to conclude that Trine Ki-mak must have come on a mission. Ho-fi questioned further about your master and what kind of person he is, advising you to be honest in your confession. Behind him stood two tall, burly men with fierce faces, ready to pounce at any moment. At the height of the tense atmosphere, a voice suddenly echoed from the room's door saying he heard I was looking for him, and upon hearing the familiar voice, he looked in surprise at the figure entering. Standing at the door was Du Tite, accompanied by an older man wearing a face-covering hat, leaving everyone shocked. Why was he here? Could Du Tite and Trine Ki-mak be on the same side? At that moment, Dong Ho-fi recognized the man wearing the face-covering hat and shouted excitedly, Van Loan turned out to be my loyal disciple. We were about to look for you, but you came on your own. Realizing he had been recognized, Tung Van Loan pulled down the face-covering hat and said, after all these years, he is still shameless as ever. Unable to believe it, the two standing at the door exclaimed in shock. Thinking it was the master, the senior members of the Blacksmith Association all stood up excitedly. It really is him. The shameless scoundrel dares to come back, even though he was expelled from the Blacksmith Association long ago. What is he doing here today? Tung Van Loan heard every accusation and retorted angrily, stop talking nonsense. It was clearly Dong Ho-fi who plagiarized my work and caused me harm. Out of respect for being his teacher once, I did not hold a grudge, but they still refused to let him go. It is hard to believe, but Tung Van Loan spoke seriously, pointing to the sky with solemnity. I can swear to heaven that all the rumors are completely true. Hearing his oath, Dong Ho-fi's eyes darkened. Then he laughed coldly, saying you were just a small student back then. So how could I have stolen your work? Out of respect for my teacher, I spared you. Yet you dared to use the name of the blacksmiths to deceive the entire continent of Chianki, tarnishing the reputation of the guild. How could I just stand by and watch? Trine Ki-mak stepped between them and said, I was thought easy to fool by the old man, yet I defeated the son of your fellow student. If you believe your talent surpasses his, then you must have understood my exceptional forging skills all this time. So why not have a match with me and see for yourself? Tung Van Loan said. Looking at the figure blocking his view, there was a hint of emotion in his eyes, and Trine Ki-mak, wanting to defend him, dared to claim he was Tung Van Loan's disciple. Feeling deeply grateful for this bond, Dong Ho-fi's face turned pale with anger. But no matter what he said, it could not change the fact that one was a worthless outcast expelled by the association, and the other was a spy sent by the Association of Occupational Activities. Today I will represent the Blacksmiths Association. Before Dong Ho-fi could finish, Thatch Dong's faint voice echoed from behind. Represent the Blacksmiths Association. You are speaking too soon. Everyone who looked at him stood up to salute, greeting Chairman Thatch. But Thatch Dong looked around the crowded room and said, please, everyone sit down. This old man has not cared about the guild's affairs for a long time. He just happened to have time today to come and watch, so there is no need for formalities. Just continue with the previous topic. Dong Ho-fi hurriedly stepped in front of Thatch Dong and said, Chairman Thatch, Tung Van Loan sent his disciple today, secretly an elder of the Occupational Association, to infiltrate our blacksmith guild and take the assessment. Such a sinister mind. Thatch Dong waved his hand, saying he already knew all of this because Du Tet had told him. Old Chat turned to look at Tung Van Loan. How have you been all these years? Tung Van Loan's eyes glanced to the side, not looking directly at him as he replied, still the same. Thatch Dong then turned back and pointed at Trine Ki-mak. So tell us about him. His disciple is already an elder of the Occupational Association. So why did you send him here? Do you really want revenge? Tung Van Loan raised his hand toward Trine Ki-mak and admitted that he was not his disciple. Otherwise he could not have reached the threshold of a grandmaster. Everyone listening was horrified. Had Tung Van Loan already reached the level of master, leaving the blacksmith's guild without any official reason? How could he have advanced? Dong Ho-fi was still a senior blacksmith, not yet a master, yet Tung Van Loan had surpassed him. Looking back now, the past was probably not as simple as it seemed. The more Dong Ho-fi heard, the angrier he became and shouted, Tung Van Loan, do not make baseless accusation. Aren't you just trying to gain sympathy with these words? Do you have any proof that I wronged you back then? Tung Van Loan remained calm as ever, saying he truly has no evidence, and if anyone is to blame, it is only himself for trusting you too much. But today, he is not here to argue. He simply wants to take the master-level exam and reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to him. Dong Ho-fi was furious, his hair standing on end. No evidence. Yet you dare bring outsiders to cause trouble, and you still talk nonsense here, deliberately slandering Elder Sung Van Loan. What do you take our blacksmith's guild for? Suddenly, Trine Kiamak's eyes sharpened as he glanced at him. Who said we have no evidence? Dong Ho-fi was so angry his hair stood on end. This is their internal matter. No place for Trine Kiamak to interfere. Someone get him out of here. Thatch Dong struck his staff hard on the ground with a clear echo, reminding that he was still the guild master and it was not Zhang Hongfei's place to speak here. Thatch Dong then turned to Trine Kiamak and said, if you have evidence, show it. And Kiamak took out a piece of paper. This is the improved design of the forging upgrade method, which is also how he created the epic grade masterpiece. It originates from the upgrade method that Tung Van Loong had improved. The senior members of the Blacksmiths Association cannot help but recall how over the years the Dong family relied on this forging upgrade method to continuously rise in status within the association. But the forging technique has not improved at all. The Dong family has truly made no progress over the years and only enjoyed the benefits. Most of this is true. Their blacksmith guild has been ruined by such freeloaders. Dong Ho-fi clenched his fist and loudly objected, saying that relying on just one design proved nothing. Even if Trine Kiamak's forging method was brilliant, how could it prove he copied Tung Van Loong back then? Dong Ho-fi saw that they were all members of the guild attending their duties, causing trouble, so he called for people to arrest them. Hofthan led a group of soldiers in full armor, their faces covered, and Du Tiet was startled by their sudden appearance. Chairman Dong Hokthan is still here, what does he want to do? Dong Hokthan sneered coldly, his arrogant tone revealing no mercy. Do what? Of course, harming the association. The corners of Thatch Dong's wrinkled eyes narrowed slightly. Does Dong Ho-fi want a rebel? He ignores the threats and does as he pleases. President Thatch waits to catch those troublemakers in the guild. Then Dong Ho-fi will personally apologize to him, arrest him. Trine Kiamak slightly bowed his head, darkening his expression, making it hard to read. Arrest him. Are you all happy now? With that, blinding beam of light erupted around Trine Kiamak, flinging all those trying to capture him far away. The armored man fell right at his feet, stunned and speechless. Ho-fi's expression gradually twisted as he thought to himself. The bodyguards he had paid a large sum to hire from Trung Bun were all level 35, yet none could hold out against Trine Kiamak for more than 2 rounds. Not only does he have incredible forging skills, but his strength is also formidable. Yet at this point, even if Chairman Thatch is forced to step down, the situation must still be controlled. Ho-fi does not believe Trine Kiamak can defeat everyone, so he recklessly steps up to control them all. Trine Kiamak remained calm as usual and glanced toward Thatch Dong, wondering if the elders of the Blacksmith Guild held such great authority that even the guild master could not control them. Thatch Dong slammed his staff on the ground, shaking everyone nearby and commanding them to calm down. The windows in the room shattered completely with a loud bang. Thatch Dong's figure stood right behind Ho-fi, his eyes filled with sharpness. He could only feel cold sweat trickling down. The guild leader's presence was truly powerful. The soldiers led by Dong Shiking were all knocked down, lying motionless on the ground. Trine Kiamak pondered silently, feeling a rising sense of caution toward the trusted aide who had just appeared. This person's strength was unfathomable, and he could not even detect any related information. Could it be that he was also a 4th-tier powerhouse? This blacksmith guild really does have some secrets. The elders of the guild criticized Lian Than. Well done, Dong Ho-fi. It turns out he is the real despicable scoundrel. He even wanted to steal the achievements of his own apprentice. Truly despicable. Tung Van Loong once trusted Dong Ho-fi so much, yet he destroyed a peerless genius of the Blacksmiths Guild for his own selfish gain. Phi Clock, now filled with fear, quickly knelt on the ground. Van Loong. He admitted his mistakes and begged his former teacher to plead with the chairman for mercy, but Van Loong turned away and let out a cold laugh. Master Dong gave the order to announce that from today, the Blacksmiths Guild of Chinfeng City permanently expels the Phi father and son and will never accept them back. Additionally, Tong Van Loong is appointed as the candidate for the next guild leader term. Take them away. Dong Ho-fi was dragged down while still screaming that they could not treat him that way, and that the next guild master had to be him. They Dong patted Tung Van Loong on the shoulder and said that after all these years of enduring hardship, as long as he passed the Grandmaster exam, the position of Guild Master of the Tianfeng City Blacksmith Guild would be his. The old man opened his eyes wide in astonishment. It felt like a dream that Trine Kiamak really wanted him to be the guild leader. The senior elders of the Blacksmith Guild all spoke up in agreement, each succeeding the other. Van Loong truly deserves to be the guild leader. Only a master smith as leader can bring prosperity to the Blacksmith Guild. They Dong looked at Trine Kiamak and asked, "This improvement plan was actually written by you?" Right. Trine Kiamak scratched his head. It was true that he wrote it, but he was really inspired by Tung Van Loong. They Dong turned and slowly walked toward the door. He was old and would have to retire within 6 months at the latest. Hoping that Trine Kiamak could help the Tianfeng City Blacksmiths Association more in the future, he watched the old man's retreating figure, reassured that with Trine Kiamak, the Blacksmith Guild of Tianfeng City would never decline. They Dong and his trusted aides left the room, unable to hide their curiosity. I do not understand why Phi Clock, as annoying as he is, would just hand over the Blacksmith Guild to Tung Van Loong. One teeth the guild end up under Trine Kiamak's control. They Dong did not stop but continued walking forward slowly. In the continent of Thien Koi, no matter how skilled a blacksmith is, it is still a marginal profession. To grow, they must rely on the major guilds. Phi Clock is just a useless person rather than entrusting him with his passion. It would be better to let the guild follow the strong. He walked to the window and looked at the buildings outside. Trying Kiamat is not an ordinary person, and with the guild in his hands, he is sure it will only grow stronger. A few days later, under the purifying light outside the guild, the senior elders of the Blacksmith Guild congratulated him, and Toon Van Luong congratulated him on becoming the second master blacksmith after the guild leader. The old guild leader is about to step down, and by then the guild will have to rely on Toon Van Luong. His expression was gentle, saying it was just luck. Nothing more. The senior elders turned their backs and left, and Toon Van Luong watched them go. The elder turned back with a slight smile at Trying Kiamat. Now officially a master blacksmith, he smiled and gave a thumbs up to Toon Van Luong, meaning it was time to start calling him Chief Toon. Toon Van Luong happily grabbed Trying Kiamat's hand, saying today he must have a drink with him. Trying Kiamat did not pull away but did not follow either. In fact, he came today to say goodbye to Toon Van Luong. He was startled and a bit regretful. Are you really leaving? Trying Kiamat replied. Yes. Now that the Blacksmith Guild's matters are settled, I should return to the Phi Lam arena to reunite with my teammates. Du Tit suddenly knelt on one knee and clasped his hands in front of him, knowing that Trying Kiamat had saved his father's life, a debt the Du family could never repay. From now on, if there was ever anything needed, just one word from Du Ra and he would give his all. Trying Kiamat smiled and helped Du Tit up, saying the guest had come a long way. But he truly had a matter that needed the help of him and his father. He firmly replied, please just say it. The two of them would not hesitate to face any hardship, even if it meant going through fire and boiling water. Trying Kiamat shared his next plan, saying that now that Lao Tong has taken the position of guild master, he must return. He plans to establish his own guild next month, at which point he will claim a territory and begin building his power, so he hopes they can join his guild. And Trying Kiamat will make sure they are treated fairly with double the current standard benefits. Du Tit smiled and said, if you need any help, just ask. And as for the benefits, there is no need to mention it. Toon Van Luong immediately doused Trying Kiamat with cold water, saying his father is a high-level craftsman and inviting the whole family would cost at least 200,000 gold coins. Can you afford that? He was startled by the number, but though a bit short, it would not take long to gather. Toon Van Luong laughed foolishly and said, why not invite this future guild leader and he will give you a 50% discount. Du Tit was also shocked by Toon Van Luong's words, saying that was not right since Trying Kiamat had invited the Du family first. Toon Van Luong patted his chest, saying the future leader would be the guild master and also a grandmaster craftsman. But Du Tit objected. His father was also a senior craftsman, and their family had more than one senior craftsman. Trying Kiamat watched the two arguing with silent joy, knowing the first allied guild had been settled. Then a system message from Hong Thien appeared in the sky. There is trouble. Come back quickly. Trying Kiamat knew it was time to return to the team. At a clearing, a group gathered to discuss the news that a member of the Eternal Peak team had wiped out 5 battle captains nearby with an 85-win streak. It was said these captains had selected their best members to form a new team specifically to counter them. Yet the renowned captains were now being pressured by this new team. Trying Kiamat followed the horse slowly, listening to the chatter and thinking to himself that 85 consecutive wins was definitely an exaggeration. No wonder they called him back. When he reached the door of his teammates' place, 2 soldiers blocked his way. Even their residence was being watched. One of the 2 soldiers was too big and said no one was allowed to come near here. With just a blink, he took down both soldiers. Next time do not block his way recklessly. In the room, Hong Thien boosted, pointing at himself. Manhwa, am I impressive or not? Weren't you the one who turned the tide in every battle recently? Ingai calmly crossed his arms behind his head and mocked, saying it sounded like you won all by yourself. Trying Kiamat entered the room and overheard their words. Everyone is pretty formidable, fighting to the point of being imprisoned. Lai Minho stood up in surprise. Captain. Lang Hadhai walked over to Trina and asked how things were going over there. He smiled and replied, do not worry. Everything is going smoothly. Trying Kiamat looked suspiciously at the 4 people locked in the room and asked if anyone could explain what was really going on outside. Hong Thien sneered, saying they were just too conspicuous, and Nungai then burst out laughing with satisfaction. There is no way to lose now. With 85 consecutive wins, even the dumbest captain knows they are here to cause trouble. Lai Minho summarized what had happened, saying that recently they followed the captain and even placed bets in the casino, winning a big sum. Trying Kiamat asked back, so now they are targeting us? He nodded slightly. Yes. The 5 captains have joined forces to form a new team specifically to deal with them, planning a decisive battle basically. It is a bit complicated. Trying Kiamat smiled again. Trouble. He saw this as an opportunity. At that moment, Nuk Vin Sun entered with 2 soldiers, surprised to see that Trying Kiamat was indeed the captain of Vinhang Dinfong. He stroked the cat in his arms with the corner of his mouth. He had been waiting for him a long time. Trying Kiamat spoke up. Yes. I am the captain of the Vinhang Denfeng team. Trying Kiamat. How can I assist you? Nahuk Vin Sin seemed to pay no attention to him and calmly introduced himself. I am Nuk Vin Sin, the owner of the Phi Lam Arena and also the person in charge here. You are their captain. So are you the one directing the disturbances in the arena? He asked with some doubt. Causing trouble? Why say that? Our team is properly registered at the Phi Lam Arena. We just participated in the competition and happened to win a bit more in bets. So how is that causing trouble? He believes that Trime Kiamat placed bets on a winning streak and then kept winning to manipulate public opinion and bring down the arena. That is causing trouble. You asked if there was any rule violation or sign of cheating. I doubt it. Otherwise the arena would have dealt with us long ago. Nuk Vin Sin shouted. I do not care that much, but since you caused losses to my arena, you have to compensate me. Despite his angry appearance, Trime Kiamat remained calm and said, Boss Nuk, if you have a plan, just say it straight without beating around the bush. After hearing him, his expression immediately changed indeed. The captain speaks with understanding. In the past few days, you have caused great losses to the arena but also gained considerable influence. I do not want to miss this opportunity and hope we can cooperate in a match when that time comes. Make sure to lose to my alliance team first. In that case, I 1T hold you accountable. And you can keep all the money you have won. What do you think? You say it sounds not bad, safe and profitable, so you will easily let us go. Boss Nhuk's offer is tempting. But there is one thing I can agree with. Trine Mak smiled confidently and said, before Vinhang Din Fong was established, I set a rule for myself that Vinhang Dun Fong would never lose. Nuk Vin Sin raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth, saying, never lose. Such bold words. He kept loudly advising you to be reasonable. If you stay quiet, neither side will suffer. But if you resist, even if you win, you won't be able to leave Thien Fong City. Trine Hai Mak clicked his tongue. Boss Nuk does not need to say more if he wants us to lose. Then there is no point in discussing it. Nuk Vin Sin stared at him and said, fine. Do not join the sect, but the gate to hell will open for you. No matter who stands behind you, I have already given you a chance. From now on it is a fight to the death. Trine Mak immediately interrupted, saying it is up to Boss Nuk. But I do not want to be watched like a criminal tomorrow. If that continues, things won't just be about beating them down. Nuk Vin's face darkened as he turned sharply and walked away, not wanting to argue with him anymore. Everyone on Trine Kimak's team praised him for being cool. But then they worried if trouble was coming, especially since they were in someone else's territory and might suddenly get kicked out. He smiled brightly with unmatched confidence and said, do not worry, they have no proof, so they won't dare to act. The news of 85 consecutive wins has spread, and if anything happens outside the broadcast area, Captain Phi Lam's reputation will collapse immediately. For the person in charge of the arena, instead of risking their reputation with a tough fight, it is better to use this hype to arrange a match for profit, which is exactly why Nuk Vin Sen came to talk to me privately. Relatives were curious why Trine Kai Mak did not listen to him about staging a fake match, avoiding risk while still gaining benefits. Ling quickly added, the captain already said it, our team is absolutely not allowed to lose any match. No matter what, Kimak is our captain, and if he says we 1T lose, then we definitely 1T lose. Just follow him and fight. Ngai sneered, go ahead and fight. I am not against it, but why stir up trouble out of nowhere? Hong Thien stepped forward and clapped him on the shoulder. Do not worry about that money. Last month the reward was not much less than fixing a match. Just follow Lo Mac's lead. Lai Mun Hang right behind was very excited and agreed with Hong Thien. When Mo lightly cleared his throat, we had already been entrusted by Ko Thien under the name of Vin Hang Din Fong. We must complete the deal with him first, so do not even think about cooperating with Nuk Vin Sin anymore. Prepare well for the fight. Everyone in the team was excited. Yes, now we should prepare to fight, but before the match, we should place our bets first. Meanwhile, Noon Sin left in frustration, repeatedly saying they were unreasonable, while the soldier beside him spoke up, boss, they have placed their bets again, all on themselves to win. What should we do? Nuk Vin Sin screamed with rage. What else can we do but fight? A bunch of country bumpkins winning a few battles think they are invincible. Negotiating with them was just to secure our odds. But if they are unreasonable, then we fight. Toimeng has returned. Inform them to show no mercy. Best to wipe them out. Soldiers follow closely. Yes. The door opened and someone announced, Captain Luck, the news is in. Hentan is Toimeng's deputy captain. Soul Slayer level 40. In the room, the group gathered included the Rule Enforcer, level 40 Judge Vu Bak Van, level 42 War Captain Luck Ka, level 40 Linguist Im Ben Ben, and level 40 Goddess Vong Duet. They curiously asked how the boss had negotiated with them and if the boss had offered such generous terms, yet the other side still refused. Hem was curious if they had fully understood this team's record yet, and Wang Yu explained the situation. All members were below level 35, but the 4-person team had 40 consecutive wins, with each member having a 100% individual win rate. After hearing the situation, they remained calm. Dime Bin Bin clicked her tongue, saying they would not even accept splitting the money from a fake match. Truly monsters. Luck cocked beside her side, saying that is what makes it interesting. If they called us all the way here just for a fake match, it would be too boring. Did the boss say anything else? Sun Ki-wen said arrogantly with a cold glare, telling us not to hold back and kill them all. On the day of the match, the loudspeaker announced, inviting the Eternal Peak team and the Dream Shatter team to Arena 520. The match will begin in 10 minutes. After the match starts, any member not present will be directly disqualified. Please take your positions quickly. Ngai then said, they are all high level. The lowest is already 40. Hong Thien added, the strongest is their captain. Old man, do you have any strategy? Hurry up and arrange it for us, please, said Trine Ki Mak with a faint smile. Strategy? My presence is the strategy. Ngai then sighed and scolded him. I know you are strong, But could you tone down the bragging a bit? Say something practical. Captain, you are still so confident. I am not bragging. Before stepping onto the field, they have probably watched our match video over 100 times already, so any new strategy now is useless. The loudspeaker rang out again. 10 seconds left before the match starts. Countdown begins. 9. 8. You keep talking. However, there is only one match video of mine, so if this match has a strategy, it is me. The audience murmured. This is the main force of the arena, with Toymung gathering 5 elites from competing captains. Vin Hang is at his peak. Give it your all. I have invested a lot, so do not lose. Toymung is unbeatable. The arena has never been this lively. Thanks to the influence we have created, the total prize money for this match has reached several million, and winning could earn a huge sum. Nuk Vin Sin is determined to win at all costs. Rest assured, since our team was formed, we have never lost, and I have already arranged backup plans. Everything is thoroughly prepared. Trine Kiem stood arrogantly in the middle of the arena, giving orders for the team to charge and start the battle. The expressionless Luk Kok laughed loudly and said, "The same old trick, Vu Bat. You go protect Vong Diet. They have a hidden profession approaching. Ton Mung Vin, keep up with my pace. Your troops support long range from the middle." Trine Kiem looked at the recent blockade and said, "Their strength is indeed greater. The previous teams were all weak. I should start using my muscles a bit more." He paused at those words, thinking to himself, so fast and already pulling out that strange weapon, not planning to save it for a critical moment. Tun Kak Van was fighting Lang Nuuk when he was suddenly restrained by a whip. He asked suspiciously, "What is this?" Trine Kiem Mat yanked the whip hard and pulled him closer, saying, "Come here to me." Vu Bak Van and Vong Diet were full of shock. The guy was ruthless. His target was the deputy captain. Supporting him. Before they could react, Nugongik stood still, both caught by a blade. They muttered, "What kind of weapon is this? Is it poisonous?" After dealing with the two of them, Trine Kiem Mat turned and kicked Tunkak Van, saying they had survived this long. Ingai then lightly shook the weapon in his hand and muttered a painful incantation as he attacked Luk Kof. He was surrounded by doubt as he silently thought. The target they wanted to focus their attack on was not the healer but me. Luk Kok saw the situation slipping out of control and thought, how could this be? It had just begun. Everything was supposed to be under my control. He looked at Trine Kiem and wondered why the three of them were stopped by just him alone. He stood frozen, calmly watching those attacking him, thinking further about how their teamwork was so well coordinated. Luk Kok was pierced by several knives, cold sweat pouring down as he wondered, could it be that Toy Mong is about to lose here? Neep Vin Sinka frowned and said, what is this Luk guy doing? He was already shown the previous match video, yet they are still being outpaced. The person behind said, telling him not to worry because they still have a final move. It is something I spent a lot of money on to buy, ensuring the match goes without a hitch. The audience upstairs immediately became restless. Just a moment ago, the Dream Team was overwhelmed by the peak victory, and the money they bet is about to be lost. Dime Bin Bing Kanjiang said, Captain, if they do not break free, relying on just the two of us, we will definitely lose. Luk Kok continued, damn it, I do not believe his control skill can last forever. Just as he contradicted him, my control is not a skill but a weapon's auxiliary attribute and technique. If you are waiting for your skill to cool down then just give up now, he blurted out in amazement. The weapon's auxiliary attribute even includes a weapon like that. Bun Bing explained that it was a demonic auxiliary weapon, and the attack had no preparatory movement, so it was probably a weapon's auxiliary attribute. Luk Kok had no choice but to pull out the glass residue, which would create mist when destroyed. If necessary, all stats will increase by 30%, but to be overwhelmed by a rookie team was unexpected. He really had to use this. With no other choice, he destroyed the glass residue on his hand. While Bin Bin anxiously asked if the captain needed to use it, he gritted his teeth, inhaled the lustful mist, and tried to boost his strength to counterattack. Hong Thien exclaimed in surprise, are they using drugs? Is this considered cheating? Ngain then quickly explained, it is the glass of lust, a type of tool, but when used, you cannot level up or improve for 5 years. Tun Kak Van broke free from the binding and was about to attack while wearing it. Both Vu Bak Van and Vong Diet so gained strength and broke free from the net, forcing him to retreat and reconsider. This suppression was no longer enough. They gathered, staring intensely as they radiated a fierce aura. Nguyen then Baden said, we have fought through half the battle and barely managed to control the situation. Yet now they have fully recovered. But he calmly said, they are just struggling in despair. Nothing to worry about. Luk Kok, annoyed, said, brag all you want. We already know everything about your weapon. Do not expect it to work on us anymore. Then he ordered his team to form up and not give them any more chances. When you speak, acting useless but still showing some skill. If you have already used all your tricks, then I will show some respect and let you witness my new skill. Luminous scattering second transmission. His umbrella was surrounded by a ring of atmospheric energy, causing it to transform instantly into a staff. Ingai then Kenigak said, this is a special level magic staff. You even know mage skills. He just cast a spell straight at the group from Luk Kok and said, I know a lot more. Just watch and learn. Vubak Van received the order to defend and raised the Lion Dong shield to block the attack. His powerful move forced the guy to struggle to block it. Luckhawk said suspiciously, "The host is steady now. It is our turn to launch the official counterattack." After that move, Trine Mak summoned a bunch of magic orbs. And Kinigak continued, "How is that possible? He is just a mere dozen people who just reached the second level. How could he possibly cast a chain reaction formation? It is a co-annihilation vortex that continuously pulls in enemies and deals dark attribute damage around it. It lasts for 5 seconds, and when the vortex explodes, all enemies within the area will be stunned." From there, the magic orbs rushed straight towards them. Kimak said, "The hardest part of chain reaction is controlling it during the spellcasting phase, along with mediation. That is the casting tool. Lu Kuang-Vun and Tan has spent countless resources to bring it to its best state." Looking at the pitiful appearance of the people in front of him mocking, it seems now they do not support his expectations. Nuk Vin Sheng shouted in anger. Struggling. "You bastard, wake up for me. My love, boss, do not get agitated." The attacker, the bastard beside him, then said, "And you too. Damn it. Did not you say it would be next month?" Then Trine Kiamak turned and said, "All right, next. I will leave the rest of the match to you." And everyone on the team shouted in unison, "Do not worry." In the stands, those people angrily cursed. "Damn it. All my hopes are gone. What dream? They are clearly useless." On the battlefield, the Toymung team had completely fallen, lying on the ground. Meanwhile, a few winners cheered nonstop, shouting, "We won. Vinhang Denfeng is amazing. This time we are going to get rich." Trine Mak listened to the crowd cheering for him and said with a smile, "So, our first battle at Vinhang Denfeng can be considered over." After a while, he and his team rode their horses out of the city. Behind them, pursuers shouted, "Catch them. Do not let them leave Thianfeng City." "Damn it. How are their horses so fast?" Hong Thian asked. "Should we punish these scoundrels?" He then replied, "No need anymore. We are about to leave the territory of Thianfeng City." Moreover, Trine Mak looked at the people in front of him and said, "Our reinforcements have also arrived." Toduk rode ahead with a group to reinforce him. The people from Thianfeng City saw this and quickly stopped, saying, "They are from the Kohyant Nabao. We have reached the border of Loi Den City." Someone asked, "What now, Captain? Should we just let them go like that?" Hen replied, "It is not just us Phi Lam who lost. That money belongs to all 6 families. So are we supposed to risk everything ourselves? Let us wait for the elder to speak. Since we know they are from the Blood House, we can just go straight to them to settle this." Trine Mak said, "Captain, you arrived just in time." Toduk replied, "You flatter me too much. After receiving your message, we have been waiting here early. Let us go back. The boss is still waiting for everyone." Later, when they returned to the city, some people who heard Mak recount the situation became very upset, saying, "I told you to make money, not to cause such a big fuss. Damn, 86 consecutive wins. You are really something. Why do not you just kill Nahat Vincent while you are at it?" The one speaking is Kokan, who continues, "Your top-ranked team is truly an adorable bunch. Brother Hyan, this 300,000 gold is a bit hot to handle. So why do not you take it back and say you have nothing to do with our blood house?" Kimak could not help but mock. Did not the boss himself say before that no matter how big the problem was, he could solve it, and now he is retreating so quickly? He said, "I told you to quietly gather information, not to stomp all over the 6 great arenas. And now you have left giant size 48 footprints on their faces. Then you even openly say you are wearing the Blood House shoes." Someone hurriedly ran over and said, "Boss, there is a big problem. Gawkin is really pissed off. Can you see I am busy? Just say it quickly." That person stammered in response. "According to reports from our informants, members of Phi Lam, Tuvan, and other arenas have appeared on the outskirts of the Thundercloud Gorge." Hearing this, Koken was terrified, and Mak immediately taunted him, asking if he was really scared. Koken sighed and said, "I said I would protect you from the rain and wind. But what you have is just too terrifying. I am powerless and unworthy. How can I help someone overcome the challenges of the 6 great arenas? But as I said, I will keep my word, and if I come in first, I can pay you back." Sonam strives to break into the top 10, and Trine Mak replies, "Unexpectedly the boss is such a man of honor. I have a big business deal here. Do you dare to accept?" He sighed and said, "What business deal? If you dare, then let them go quickly. They will be here in just a few hours at most." Brother Yin continued, "After this departure, I will establish a guild that controls more than just one base. I want to invite you to join." He said suspiciously, "Did I hear that wrong? Brother, are you crazy? You want me, an arena master in a 4th-tier powerhouse, to struggle alongside you? What are you relying on? Your useless lackeys. That is too much." Lai Menhang sat across and gave a piece of advice. "Trust our captain. He can definitely help you soar." Trine Mak quickly shook him and asked, "Boss, tell me, what is your dream?" He frowned, rubbing his hands, saying his dream was to sleep until he naturally woke up, and until his hand cramped. His dream was to become a 4th-stage powerhouse. "Can you help me achieve that?" Trine Mak replied, No problem. As long as you struggle with me, those wishes will be achieved soon enough. After hearing him speak, he laughed loudly and asked, Kid, what do I have to throw everything away and trust you? Trying Mac calmly said, Do you doubt my ability? The officer replied, Kid, you are good at fighting, but when it comes to struggling, it has to be real. With a background, knowing how to fight is useless. After all, it is just the lower class. He asked again, so as long as I can show power and background, you would follow me, right? Mac confidently made a deal with him, saying he would take care of the 6 major arenas, and once he controlled all 6, he would have to join my guild. She still did not believe he could do it and said, If you can do it, I will even eat chains. Ngai then teased, Boss, do not get ahead of yourself. I am afraid when the time comes, you won't be able to eat anything. Hong Thien laughed along with the others, saying maybe he was just eager to take it. So this was just an excuse. He clicked his tongue and turned to leave, saying, Then you just try it. Let me watch in disbelief. Todok saw Koken step out and asked, Big brother, what should we do? Do we really have to hand over Trine Mac? He replied, Do you really believe that kid can do it? I will negotiate. At worst we will lose some money. He continued, Is that really necessary? Why do not they just hand the kid over directly? The female leader frowned and said, This is my decision. If something goes wrong, are we supposed to let them take the blame? That is not my old man style. In the room, Guy said, Although that kid can always come up with something surprising, this time I still find it hard to believe he can handle all 6 arenas. He was doubtful because all he had to do was apologize to her, or just give him some money. Yet Mac wants to defeat the 6 great arenas, which might be making a mountain out of a molehill. Even Mac noticed those words and said, We should just wait and see. After a while, the officer went to the Thundercloud Gorge. Nahat Vin asked how she wanted to handle the situation, and she replied that this really was not my fault. Just like the battles in the arena, you poisoned my territory first, and the defense was not any better. She explained that at first she only wanted them to provide some evidence, but things got out of hand, and then they wanted to offer 300,000 as compensation for the losses. His face darkened as he said, 300,000 as compensation for us. Do you take us for beggars? She asked again. Then what do you want? Nat Vin's eyes were terrifying and his attitude resolute. Besides this money, I also want Chang Mac. He must die. Suddenly, they all startled and stepped back half a meter. A group appeared at the mountain ridge, led by someone who said the Dark Brotherhood was entrusted by Chang Mac to mediate the dispute. The representatives of the 6 arenas immediately stirred, wondering why someone would help Chang Mac reconcile, and if they might be targeted for elimination. Nat Vin quickly regained his composure. The Dark Brotherhood members looked at the masked figures as if they knew about the assassination organization. There was no need to threaten me this way. If I were afraid of death, I would not have become the boss of the Azure Arena. Koken thought to herself, Is this the kid's trump card? But if he brings him out this time, I fear the Dark Brotherhood will be outraged. Someone stepped forward and said, Tan Vin Som, the 3rd elder of the Survival Guild, representing the Survival Guild, came to mediate the dispute for Chang Mac. Everyone below the cliff was in an uproar at his appearance, and Nat Vin Sin gritted his teeth and asked about the Survival Guild's involvement. But the old man was sweating and did not seem to know what was going on. Then someone else stepped forward and said, The senior blacksmith elder of the Heavenly Peak Blacksmith Association, Duetiet, representing the Blacksmith Association to mediate for Chang Mac. Nat Vin Sin shouted, Duetiet from the Blacksmith Association. You are here because of that Chang Mac too. Does Chief Thatch know about this? From now on, all business dealings with the 6 great duel masters will be cut off, and from this moment, the 6 duel masters will be considered enemies no mercy. He gritted his teeth thinking, Where did that kid get such great power? And why are the guilds coming because of him? Wait a minute. Then another group stepped forward. The Temporary Alliance, the Office of the Celestial Continent, came to mediate for Chang Mac, and the headquarters of the guild came to mediate as well. Nep Vin was shocked and asked, Does Boss Nep still want to keep looking for Trine Mac to cause trouble? Nep Vin gritted her teeth and said firmly, Let us just drop this matter. But we have marked the enemies of the Blood Fortress. After they left, she sighed. And yet they managed to deal with the 6 great duel leaders. That kid really does not mess around. Suddenly he thought of something. But wait. Damn it, there is no kid, so I have to deal with this alone. The shadow of the old lady flickered on the cliff wall, and he sighed, saying, Then the matter is settled. That kid Trine sent me this fishing rod by messenger saying he needed my help, so I rushed here from class. In the end, it even boosted my strength, so is not that a favor owed to that kid? At the same time, Trine Mac was deep in thought, unsure if so many people were enough to handle everything, but if the old commander appeared, even the 6 captains would not dare to be disrespectful. Seeing him like that, his close companion said, Damn, with the captain looking like this, there is an 80% chance he is not confident himself. Let us get ready to run quickly. Hong Thien added, I do not believe he is not confident. He retorted, Everyone likes to brag but the captain is even more unreasonable. Seeing Koken step in, a relative immediately said, Damn it. Did you see that? He is here to settle the score. Trying Key Mac did not turn around but ask, what is going on? Bosco. He beamed with a proud smile and said, well done. That is just like you. That gave the captain another chance to shine. Trying Key Mac calmly told him, then your agreement to join us still stands. Koken added, my boss, a man of his word, said if you can do this, I will join, and of course I won't regret it. But before joining, there is something we need to discuss, he said with a curious look. What is it? He quickly explained. Joining is not a problem, but about that thing with the acid before, can you let it go? The scene shifts to the meeting between Toduk and Koken, with Toduk suspiciously asking Koken, boss, do you really want to go with them? He has firmly made his decision. The chief doctor's golden promise. I have said it before, Trying Key Mac can handle 6 major leaders. I will go with him, so I won't change my mind, he said. But if you go, what about the head of the guild? Koken decided to hand over the guild leader to Toduk, letting him run this business. If he does not go now, Nat Vincin will not give up his plan. He continued, saying I have a feeling that Little Two will help me climb to a higher level. The scene then shifted to the group of Trying Key Mac. Hong Thien looked into the distance and said, we have been waiting half a day. Is this old man really trustworthy? Lang Nua continued. He said he would follow us, so he probably won't deceive us. Ngoy then still sat calmly waiting. The boss lady eats and drinks well every day, earning a gold coin a day. How could she possibly follow us under the open sky? We are definitely being set up. Miskin suddenly appeared confidently and said, sorry I am late, but I had to hand over everything properly. No one can understand how busy a rich person like me is. Everyone got excited when they heard his voice. He is really here. Ngai then stood up a bit surprised, so he really let him join. Trying Key Mac spoke up. From now on the old boss will officially become the guild manager and a member of our team. Ken smiled brightly, looking forward to learning from everyone, and as teammates from now on. Here's a joining gift for everyone. Come and get it, he said as he handed out envelopes to the team. Brother Ho said softly, we should still discuss our next move. Miskin said confidently, do not worry, I have already arranged everything. The documents are at the Lingyu City Hall for guild registration. I had someone finish it yesterday. So now you can go there without waiting in line and directly complete the registration. He continued, this is Captain Trine talking about the guild registration plan. I have already started preparing. Even though I am not yet the future professional manager of the Vin Hang Din Fong Guild, this is still a bit of an advantage. Trying Key Mac recognized the line guy at City Hall. Hong Thien smiled and praised, if I did it myself, the fastest would be half a month, the longest half a year. Only people like Ease can, with special connections, can do it this quickly. Trying Key Mac did not say it out loud but thought to himself, no wonder he was specially chosen as manager. Truly not disappointing. At the same time, at Lingai at City Hall, the receptionist spoke up. Hello sir, you want to register a guild? Right, this requires verification first to prove your assets. She took the document from Trine Key Mac and thought to herself, so much money, registering a guild at just level 36. She then said, sir, I have completed the check, you meet the requirements to apply. Please tell me the official name of the guild. He replied, the name of my guild is Eternal Pavilion Wind. The receptionist then asked, may I ask where you would like to establish the initial headquarters? Trine Key Mac answered, I want to set the headquarters in the Gloomy Forest. She frowned in shock and said, sir, although the Gloomy Forest is unclaimed, many powerful beasts live there and transportation is quite inconvenient. Would you like to choose another location? He thought to himself, luckily this area has not been taken by another guild yet. Then Lian said, then let us choose that place. Please help me register. She quickly replied, I will deduct 200,000 for the establishment fee along with the monthly maintenance fee. The guild fee will increase monthly based on its size, and in her mind, she thought Trine Key Mac was a wealthy person who spent money recklessly. The guild has been successfully established. Congratulations to Trine Key Mac on founding the Eternal Pavilion Guild, located in the Gloomy Forest area. Please come to the headquarters within 3 days to complete the first mission. As he stepped outside, everyone on the team bombarded him with questions. Trine Key Mac held up the glowing red stone and said the registration was complete. This is the guild's core crystal. Now all we need to do is go to the headquarters and place the core stone down, and our guild will be officially established. He curiously asked where she had gone, only to be told that she had gone to a wedding banquet with someone from the town hall. Trine Key Mac thought to himself that establishing the guild would inevitably involve dealing with other powers, but those kinds of parties were not for him, so it was best to leave it to Kokan. Suddenly, he appeared and asked if the guild registration was complete. Trine Key Mac replied, the registration is complete. Then Kokan asked, so where will our guild headquarters be located? When he found out the location, he shouted, a dark and gloomy forest. Why choose a place like that? That place is still unexplored, and it is full of high-level monsters who would choose it. Trine Key Mac calmly said, I do not see any problem with it. She continued, I bet you will regret going there. If not, Hong Thien interrupted, last time you almost lost the fish. Hearing that, she quickly covered her mouth, her face flushing red. After a while, everyone arrived at the gloomy forest, and it did not look dangerous at all. That is right, I think the scenery here is quite beautiful. Just poetic? But that is because we have not stirred up any trouble yet. The notification board popped up, congratulating you on reaching the headquarters center and requesting you to place the core crystal down to claim ownership of the headquarters. You must defend against 10 waves of monster attacks and ensure the core crystal remains intact. She turned pale and quickly reported, Chief, I think we should check the number of monsters around before placing the core stone down. He did not listen to the advice and placed the stone directly. Then a stone pillar grew from there with the words Eternal Wind Shrine carved on it. From there, a surge of energy spread around. The information board popped up, announcing, Sorry, are we starting the mission now? She quickly said, pinpointing the location first is fine. But once this mission starts, we really have to think carefully. After agreeing to the mission, everyone stared in shock at the herd of ghost beasts returning and said, Shrine Mak, give us a brief comment. It is about to get lively, the Heavenly Emperor said sarcastically. I take back what I said. This place is really dangerous. Danger spoke up. Do not tell us we still have no plan and are just recklessly facing them head on. Shrine Mak said again, there is a plan, and logically the people should have arrived by now. Am I being stood up? Ningai then added, do not joke, even if we manage to defeat monsters of this scale, we will be worn out to death. The monsters surrounding them stared fiercely before preparing to charge and attack. Suddenly it was interrupted by an attack. Dutich appeared and said, Dutich from the Tinefang Blacksmith Guild greets the guild leader. Sorry we are late, we could not find the exact location, but luckily we saw the light coming from Ni and Tin. The officer was curious and asked, You are from the Blacksmith's Guild, yet you came here to help too? He replied, Hello Bosco, I did not expect to see you here. From now on, we are comrades in the same guild. He looked pleased, saying as a comrade that the Blacksmith's Guild wants to ally with us, and he sent word that not only an alliance but from now on, we are members of the Eternal Wind Guild. Tan Vin Song also appeared, along with us. Elder Trine, no, it is more appropriate to call you Guild Master Trine now. Long time no see. Trine Mak greeted him, saying the new elder has worked hard, and he did not expect the guild leader to personally come. The elder said the leader received your letter asking him to set out, and he brought all the members of Tin and you one to be disappointed. Luckily I did not pick a fight with him just now, or I would be the one getting bitten. Keep going. The pack of beasts is still staring at them, ready to pounce. Just as Lang spoke, reminiscing about the past, he was interrupted. Monsters are about to attack. Trine Mak cleared his throat to draw attention and said, Everyone, from today you are the first members of the Eternal Peak Guild. I want to say much more. Once my headquarters grows, I will make sure no one is left behind. So from now on, follow my orders and prepare to take on the first mission of the guild after its founding. His eyes turning cold as he commanded, ready to fight. Everyone in the guild charged forward to attack the surrounding monsters at his command. In the quiet night, a flock of birds suddenly took flight in chaos, creating a scene of disorder. The furious roar of a three-headed monster echoed as it charged at the humans with extreme aggression. Commander Vin Suong ordered everyone not to be afraid and to form a defensive formation. Just as he finished speaking, a flash of sword light tore through the air, cutting down the two three-headed monsters in an instant. When he appeared, carrying a sword on his shoulder, standing firm and full of spirit, he faced the group and said, Brothers of the Life Association, you handle the rear and defend against the small monsters. Leave the rest to the combat team. Engai then. Minhao, you two are in charge of the eastern defense. Hong Thian. Nat Hei, you two handle the southern defense. The west and north sides are assigned to you. Daiko Thian. Everyone quickly split up to act according to Mak's orders. Shortly after, the system announced congratulations on successfully defending the first wave of attacks. The next wave will arrive in 30 seconds. He asked everyone, How are you feeling? Tired yet? Mak's team members confidently replied, Defeating these monsters is as easy as catching a rabbit. Ingai then also turned to him with a smirk. Just warming up. 30 seconds passed quickly as the system's machinery sounded again, announcing the arrival of the second wave of monster attacks. Mak pointed his sword at the monsters, his voice full of determination. Then let us continue with wave 2. Keep fighting. What followed were fierce battles, and then a series of congratulatory messages appeared as each wave of attacks was defeated. Congratulations on completing the camp mission. You have successfully claimed ownership of the camp, and the Eternal Peak Guild is officially established. Please choose a name for the camp. Standing on the body of the defeated monster, Mak spoke with joy. Finally it is over, and the other team members immediately chimed in. Great guild leader. The place you chose was good. We almost had a disaster, but we have endured everything. And besides, my rank has also gone up several levels. He looked at the system notification, stroking his chin thoughtfully, wondering what to name the base camp. The atmosphere instantly became lively. Call it Drunken Snail. Name it Bloodthirsty Demon Crossing. So fierce, I even suggested Ultimate Bloodfang Treasure. But the more I heard, the more tired he seemed. After a moment of thought, Mak decided to move on and named it Vinhang City, which perfectly matched the guild's name. The system immediately confirmed that the base was named Vinhang City. Save the name, and it could not be changed. The guild's current level was 1, receiving 11 primitive buildings and 11 primitive resource bags. Congratulations on receiving the statue display. Herb Room. Leather Workshop. Guild Warehouse. dormitory, and collective bunk beds. Guild mission board. Congratulations on receiving 1,000 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, 300 units of metal, 500 units of cloth. All guild information is now displayed. Smiling as he looked at me, he said we succeeded. Now it is time to expand and upgrade the guild. Suddenly, someone spoke up, wondering why the leveling speed here felt faster, and my clone immediately teased. Hey, don't say things that go against the guild leader just because you have a special relationship with him. Hong Thien Chen and Bing Vuk Ko. No, I feel the same way. Looking at them quietly, I realize their feelings are right. There really is a secret here that can speed up cultivation. Pointing to a large tree, his calm voice rang out. The world tree is indeed still here. The world tree is a sapling that produces 5 units of life source every 3 days, protects the base territory, attacks all invading enemies, and its life source can upgrade the quality of basic materials by 1 level, with an upgrade time of 1 year. Tanvin Song asked curiously, is the world tree a special material? Du Tide also spoke up, saying he had never heard of it before. Then he took a knife and cut a line on the tree trunk, explaining that this liquid is called pure life essence, and using it in crafting can double the quality, stabilizing the manufacturing process. Using it as medicine can increase the stability of the drug. With this forest, our guild no longer needs to worry about development. Du Tiet could not help but feel delighted upon hearing this. Really, if that is the case, then it is a treasure for the blacksmiths. With my experience, this type of sap does have a radiant quality, though it still needs to be verified, he said as he looked at them. Now this place is our territory, so everyone can come and take it anytime, but be sure to take only a moderate amount. Observing the large tree in front of him, he pondered that the most important function of the world tree was its ability to emit light. The breath could create the environment, which was also why they felt their attribute upgrades happened faster. In the game in my previous life, this place was a mysterious existence that sparked fierce battles and great evil as soon as it was discovered. But now, this place belongs to me. Suddenly, the system sent a series of notifications congratulating the host on discovering the world tree, successfully establishing the guild system, and upgrading the transformation to level 6. Now you can choose between a machine gun, a burst, and a wave slash. Seeing this, Kimak could not hide his surprise and thought to himself, the system has leveled up too. Congratulations to the user for successfully transforming the new passive skill Rebirth Metal, allowing your base to automatically gain 500 units of metal daily. As soon as he saw this notification, his face immediately brightened up, feeling relieved because he had been worried about metal materials, and the system had just given him a big reward. Not long after, at the Eternal Guild's camp, everyone seemed extremely busy. The sound of metal clashing rang sharply. After a long period of hard work, Kimak finally finished forging a weapon. It was a success. He looked at his creation and named it the Divine Light Spear, of epic quality, a one-handed weapon with a base damage of 180 and an attack speed of 1.7. Holding the Divine Light Spear, he then looked toward Du Thiet and asked, how do you like this spear? He examined it carefully and nodded in approval. Judging by the quality and attributes, it has reached epic level and can be sold for at least 4,000 gold coins. If auctioned, the price would be even higher. I attached the spearhead to the shaft and held it out in front of her, saying, here, you take this and use it first. In 2 days, once I have gathered enough materials, I will make a higher grade one for you. She was surprised and said, let me have it. This is already very good. I really like it. Du Tide asked curiously, is this really just made from Hoek Tin Thiet at the level of a refined spirit wolf? Dime Ten replied, of course, and it even uses the most basic design. Do you know what this means? He is thinking big, which means we can produce a large quantity of epic grade weapons. Kimak nodded quickly. That is right. But you have stayed up all night with me. Everyone should rest and recover before continuing. Hearing this, they became even more enthusiastic. Rest. We do not need to rest. Using Hoek Tin Thiet to create epic grade weapons. With such good news we are willing to work overtime. Seeing them so enthusiastic, Kimak did not stop them and even smiled to himself. Well then, I am not forcing you to work. You are all doing this willingly. After speaking, he turned and walked away, but before he could go far, someone suddenly shouted, it is done. We succeeded. The shout startled Kimak. Hong Meng wondered what was going on. Another crazy person. Tan Vin Song held a bottle and came up to him. Guild leader Trine. This is the attribute potion made from life energy, and experiments have confirmed it doubles the effect. We have succeeded. Hearing this, Kimak felt even better. Well done. Well done. Sending you here, Guild leader Kao, has truly helped me a great deal. On the other side, Hong Thien was busy urging everyone, hurry over here and gather all these spoils. Lomak, this place is truly a great spot. After monsters of the same level are killed, both the experience and rewards are higher than outside. Kimak quickly explained that this might be related to the world tree, and the surrounding monsters would be affected to some extent. Hong Thien busily assigned tasks to everyone, and Kimak watched this scene, thinking to himself how much the guild would grow in scale after another 6 months like this. 1 month later, the guild was filled with weapons and various materials, and the guild leader reported. Guild Master, the guild has now produced all these supplies. Mac gathered them up and said, everyone has worked hard this past month. The rest of the work is up to everyone. I will sell it at a really good price. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a loud voice from behind interrupted him. Wait. Guild Master, we have a gift for you. Mac glared at them. Really? But when I opened the item in my hands, these past few days we have been using the base element to upgrade equipment. And only the heavenly receiving second transmission in the guild leader's hands surpasses it. I really could not create any weapon better than that, so after much thought, I made a new armor for you called the Pure Essence Robe, a top-quality masterpiece. He quickly took it and tried it on, but seeing how incredibly handsome he looked in it, he could not help but feel his heart flutter. This guy looked even more handsome wearing this outfit. Duthiet crossed his arms. Speaking seriously, after all, our Eternal Peak Guild leader represents our reputation. Thien could not help but feel jealous. So handsome. Dukong, make me a set too, Ingai then teased, but then looked embarrassed. She was so embarrassed she shivered and said, annoying, do you believe I will tear your mouth apart? Mac immediately advised. Alright, I should get going too. I will head off now and be back in about half a month. Sometimes when she looked at him, her eyes were full of longing. Then, unexpectedly, in front of everyone's gaze, she stood on tiptoe and kissed his cheek, making Mac's face flush with embarrassment. After the kiss, she shyly turned and ran off, wishing him a safe journey. Thien stood behind, unable to hide his envy, truly admiring him. Lomac, pretending to be serious, teased, what a pain. That guy, at the Lungayat City auction house. Mac looked at the long lines ahead in awe, truly a high-level auction house with an overwhelming crowd. If he had to wait in line, who knows how long it would take. He pushed his way to the front, drawing surprised looks from everyone, and someone angrily called out, hey, why are you cutting in line? Others also spoke up, saying that is right, have some manners. Does the auction house even manage this? Ignoring the complaints behind him, Max simply raised his VIP card to show the auction staff and said, hello, I want to sell something. The auction staff immediately stood up upon seeing the card, quickly stepping forward to greet him, saying, black card, please follow me to the VIP reception area for 10 days. Next time you can go straight to the VIP room to wait. Those waiting in line were left wide-eyed in shock. This guy is only level 36 but already has a black card. Must be some rich hair. Having some money is normal. Damn it. I am level 39 and so far I have only earned a silver card. I am so jealous I could die. At room 003, the VIP reception area, Max stood inside, turned his back, and looked out the window. The door suddenly opened, and a female staff member entered with a professional demeanor. Greeting. Hello sir, you are Thien, the person in charge here. May I ask, are you the distinguished guest holding our black card? He turned his head back and calmly replied, yes, I am Trine Mac, the guild master of the Eternal Peak Trading Guild. She maintained a polite attitude and asked, how can I assist you? But in her mind she was thinking, it is rare to meet a black card holder. I thought it would be a big fish, but it turned out to be just an unknown level 36 cultivator. Mac did not say much and quickly laid out all the items he wanted to sell on the table. I have a batch of goods to sell here, take a look, these are samples. Seeing the sparkling items in front of her, Thien was stunned. Are they all epic grade? Wait, you said these are just samples, so how many do you have? Are they all of that quality? He nodded calmly and replied, weapons, luxury items, and other supplies total about 100 pieces, all high quality with no low-grade items. The more she heard, the harder she struggled to contain her surprise. How many did you say? 100 epic grade items. You are not joking, right? Mac answered frankly, I am not joking. This is just the output from one branch of our guild. After confirming she had not misheard, Thien immediately changed her expression, becoming much more serious. Alright, I will arrange for all of these to be put into the auction process right away. May I ask if you have any other requests? He continued, I also have a few other requests. As if recalling something, she suddenly felt tense and shyly covered her chest with her hands. Saying this matter, before Thien could respond, Max spoke, all the epic grade items I sell must be priced below the limit. Those words startled her a bit. Oh, is that so? No. I mean, with the quality of your batch, if you set the ceiling price, you will definitely lose quite a bit. Do not you want to make more? He turned calmly and replied, you do not need to worry about that. Just help me gather the materials on the list. Looking at the list Mac handed over, Thien was very excited. Wait. Guild leader. Usually for a level 1 guild, we do not encourage charging an entry exam fee. He gave a faint smile and replied, I know the rules of the tome well. Just follow my instructions. Hearing that, she had nothing more to say. Alright then. Leaving the VIP room, Thien's mind was still unsettled. What was going on today? Why was she so clumsy? There really were quite a few mobile residents in Lungayat City. At this moment, in the Adventurers Hall, the atmosphere was bustling and crowded, and as Mac looked around, all those wanting to join a guild had already gathered here. And Tramshu read the lines on the notice board and thought to himself, Just like in the game from his previous life, low-level guilds often provide subsidies to new members to expand their scale. As for the high-level guilds that have already developed and possess resources and wealth, they charge an entrance exam fee when new recruits join, using that to further expand and develop the guild. Voices of discussion kept rising around as people saw the fee set by the top-tier Eternal Guild. A newly established rank 1 guild daring to set such an outrageous price, surely their guild leader must be crazy for money. This guy must have sold everything he had just to gather 200,000. And now he wants to make it back by joining the guild. Truly unbelievably foolish. The harsh jeers twisted Mac's normally calm face. No wonder he was being criticized so much. It seemed this time it would be hard to find a suitable person. But suddenly a voice came from behind him saying this recruitment thing is interesting. If it is not just to attract attention, then there must be something really worth noticing. Looking at the owner of the voice, he immediately recognized who it was when he saw his clothes. It was the Lang So. Did not expect to meet him here. That is great. As soon as the Lang spoke, he was immediately mocked by others, saying, "Really? Someone actually plans to play the fool? They must be an idiot for sure." And Kang grew increasingly annoyed and shouted, "If this guild truly has strength, then 300 gold means nothing to me. But for useless people like you, it is a waste. It is just that I am not sure I can pass the guild's test. But I, Thu Lang, am confident enough. If anyone doubts me, come and fight me. If you are not going to thank me, fine." As soon as I said that, everyone chimed in, "That is right, and shouted once, eyes full of contempt, "Who needs you worrying about me? There will be more to come next time. I will tear you all apart." While angry, Thu Lang suddenly felt someone approaching him, his face showing a cold, sharp expression. "You want to fight me?" he said with a smile. "No intention now, but I believe the chance will come sooner or later." In the previous life's game, Thu Lang was one of the 3 strongest on the Tankai continent, and also the pioneer of the tank attack class. The catch was, he was a member of a rival guild back then, so he could not be recruited as an ally. Now, there is finally a chance to make up for that grudge, and he turned away in frustration. "I was only a little interested at first, but since someone underestimated my gaze, I have to join the Peak Eternal Guild to see for myself." Looking at Thu Lang now, wearing a cunning expression, "I think this guy is already level 42. Just a bit under-equipped, but it is okay. As long as I recruit him into my guild, I can shape him into the form I want. So recruiting a new member should not be a problem anymore. Now I just have to wait for tomorrow's auction to end, and the purpose of this trip will be almost complete." From somewhere in the auction area, an angry voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, is our guild a sales section postponed? On what basis does a level 1 guild dare to push back the order of our Flame Dragon guild? How do you people at the auction even run things?" The person who just shouted is Truong Tong, level 40, a second-tier warrior and berserker. He is furious and threatening the auction staff to fix the schedule. "Sorry, we just checked and actually never confirmed the lineup for the Flame Dragon Guild." These words immediately ignited Truong Tong's fury. "The chief elder of the auction guild personally promised me that today's auction would be held for our guild's item. Now someone wants to let a level 1 guild take our place. Whose idea is this?" The auction staff were terrified and immediately revealed that it was the idea of steward Lu Thian. After a while, in the auction house corridor, Lu Thian approached Mac with documents to inform the guild leader, presenting the proposed plan for the auction of your lot this time. Before he could even reach out to take it, a frustrated voice suddenly rang out from behind. Lu the manager, Truong Tung, approached with a stern attitude. "Keeper Lu, what is going on? I heard you let a level 1 guild replace our Flame Dragon Guild's auction session. You owe me an explanation for this." Faced with the direct accusation, Lu Thian responded politely, saying that today's auction was indeed arranged by her, but from the start she had decided on Veng Hang Denfong, and no one told him it was from the VM Long Guild. His gaze flicked toward Mat with resentment. "Oh, so this is the guild leader of Eternal Pavilion, a level 1 guild, and the new leader is only level 36 but can still compete with our auction. Liu Xian, you have not been involved in some shady deal with this pale-faced guy, have you?" The stern-faced man suddenly emitted a strong aura that made him hesitate. Giving him a chance, apologized to her immediately. His face drenched in sweat, he panicked, thinking, "What is happening? He is clearly just a level 36 cultivator. Why do I feel so dangerous right now?" His anger is just like when I faced those deadly abyss monsters before. I am going to be killed. My body is warning me. If the next sentence is not an apology, I am definitely going to be killed by him. Intimidated by your overwhelming presence, Truong Tung immediately bowed low and said, "I'm sorry. I was impatient and disrespectful. But all of this happened because the auction guild elder personally assured me, and that old man even took money from me." No sooner had he spoken than the elder arrived and asked, "Liu Xian, what are you doing? You are supposed to represent the Flame Dragon Guild and are our honored guest. I heard you let a level 1 guild take his auction slot. Is that true?" Liu Qian's eyebrows slightly raised as he said, "Elder Mei, you have come at the right time, so explain clearly when you arranged the auction slot for the Flame Dragon Guild." As soon as he saw the old man, Zhang Chuan could not hold back his anger. "Elder Mei, What the hell is going on? You took my money but did not do your job. The elder coughs twice, clearly embarrassed, and pleads for your patience, promising a satisfactory explanation. Then, glancing at Luthien with suspicion, he asks what exactly happened, feeling very awkward as he begins to explain that according to procedure, all auction slots should have been assigned by him. The person in charge makes the decisions, but before esteemed guests like you arrived, the elders of the auction guild often took bribes to change the schedule. This old man named Match has done these rule-breaking tricks more than once, and until now, I have always turned a blind eye. But rest assured, this time I will absolutely not let it affect your affairs. Lomatch turned to her and shouted, Manager Lu, Veemlong is a level 3 guild. Judging by the guild level, the resources they provide must be better than that small tier 1 guild. So why are they ranked lower? Are you bribed to deliberately arrange for that tier 1 guild to go first? The more Liaxian heard, the angrier she became. Lomatch, you really are skilled and responsible. But interfering with the auction order on your own is wrong. I have not settled the score yet. And besides, what guarantees do you have that the materials from Vin Hang Dinfeng are not better than Veemlong's? Chung Tung has someone backing him, which is much bolder. Lu, I can't accept that statement from you. We are a level 3 guild. Could the quantity and quality of the items really be worse than that level 1 guild? As soon as he finished speaking, the old Vane immediately interrupted. That is right. Luthien, you are blinded by greed to say such nonsense. I will report this to the guild leader and request your dismissal. What they said made Luthien feel ridiculous. Reporting to the guild leader and elder Match. I advise you not to shoot yourself in the foot. Seeing her refuse, those old men grew furious. Even if I violated the rules, I do not believe there is no cheating in her arrangements for that first-tier guild. Their noisy commotion quickly reached the shopkeeper, who approached with 2 guards and asked sternly, What is going on? Hasn't the auction started yet? I can hear you all arguing from afar. How can there still be any trading? If Kai-Ho asked sternly, What is going on? Has not today's auction started yet? I heard people arguing from afar. Is this deal still going ahead? As soon as he saw him, Luthien immediately accused 4 men, just in time. But before she could finish, Lomac interrupted. Chief, Luthien is becoming more and more reckless over a small profit and the auction house's interests, yet he dares to force a first-class guild to upgrade. If Kai-Ho stepped past the old man, coldly dropping a shocking remark. Lomac, actually this was my intention. He could not help but be stunned, so Kai-Ho stepped forward to Kiem Mak and politely asked, You must be Kiem Mak, the head of Vin Han Dinfeng, truly talented for your age. I am the owner of this auction house, but Kai-Ho, you seem a bit impatient. So, head, I do not have time to care about corruption within your ranks. I just want to know when my auction will start. The sharp gaze of Kiem Mak suddenly shot towards the two, warning that if they did not handle things well, he would take his business elsewhere. This threat was very effective, making Kai-Ho feel deeply remorseful and apologize, promising to give him a satisfactory answer. Luthien, please help the gentleman start the presentation first, and do not worry about the other matters. She nodded and immediately followed the guild leader's instructions. Seeing them leave like that, Lomac still refused to admit defeat. Guild leader, this is just a small level 1 guild. Is it really necessary for you to act this way? Kai-Ho's expression immediately darkened. A small tier 1 guild. Yet this time they supplied over 100 epic grade weapons and potions equivalent to our entire annual output. Do you really dare offend a client of this caliber? The number left both of them wide-eyed in shock. More than 100 items. Impossible. Where could a level 1 guild even produce 100 epic items? Kai-Ho's face darkened. Lomac, you are getting old. From now on, you do not need to work at the auction house anymore. During this time, I will conduct a thorough investigation into your bribery activities, so you better prepare yourself. These words struck him like a sharp blow, leaving him utterly shocked. Chief, you can't do this to me. I have worked at the auction house for 50 years. 4 men, please do not. After the shouting died down, Kai-Ho spoke coldly, then moved on to the auction items of the Flame Dragon Guild. Just tell them to line up according to the rules. And if they can wait, they can go to another auction house. At the auction site, the event was about to begin, and the seats below were already full. Luthien quickly started the auction. The first item up was the Dragon Swap Sword. She introduced this one-handed epic sword called the Dragon Swap Sword. Its basic attack power reaches 180 points, with an attack range of 1.6, and it also comes with an invulnerability attribute. That is, this Hone-Long sword can actively summon a low-level dragon to fight, with a maximum duration of up to 1 minute. The audience below immediately became interested. With such an epic grade quality, and it is the first item up for auction, it seems there are quite a few treasures this time. This item really does not look bad at all, and it is only the first one but already something worth wanting, though its price will definitely be very high. Standing on the second floor watching the auction, he was thinking that he was not so sure about the auction master, very skilled at stirring emotions. I wonder how these people will react when they hear the price. Luthien quickly set the starting bid for the first item. The starting price for the Than Hone Long sword is 500 gold coins. with each bid increasing by no less than 100 gold coins. The maximum ceiling price is 3,500 gold coins. Please press the button on the left armrest of your seat before bidding starts. The price she set caused a stir. What? An epic item with the highest starting bid, only 3,500 gold coins. Are you kidding me? Did you quote the wrong price? Bid 3,500 gold coins. Luthien struck the gavel on the table. Bid number 879 offered 3,500 gold coins, and since it reached the ceiling price, it was immediately accepted. Everyone in the audience was very surprised to hear that, thinking they could just take it like that, and even if they sold it right away, they could still make a good amount of money. No, this auction is moving too fast. I need to pay more attention. Seeing the chaos, Luthien spoke up, urging everyone not to rush, as there are still many more weapons and epics to come. As long as you are quick enough, I guarantee everyone will have a chance. And upon hearing this, some people became excited. Is there really that many? Could it be that today won to stop at just one epic item? The second item was displayed on the screen, and she shouted loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the next auction item, number 57, is also an epic weapon, but this time it is a staff, and the upper limit remains 3,500 gold as before." The crowd immediately grew noisy. Everyone competing to bid. I bid 3,500. I pressed first. This weapon is mine. The items were brought up one after another. The next item, number 60, was a storage potion, and before Luthien could finish, someone shouted, "I bid 3,500 gold." Everyone's quick bidding made her dizzy. Item number 70 was a sword. Congratulations to number 603 for winning it. Ladies and gentlemen, I have not introduced item number 72 yet. Please do not rush. Voices of discussion kept rising below. Damn it. If we can't get it, then what is the point of setting a price ceiling? Exactly. I am not short on money here. If it were a free auction, I am sure I could buy a few items. It is the first time I have seen an epic weapon auction that feels like a vegetable market. Standing upstairs watching all the chaos below, he quietly sniffed, realizing the purpose of setting a price ceiling was to prevent market starvation. The guild is not short on money now, but it lacks influence. This batch of epic weapons will definitely have a good market effect if released. Oh, that is. While observing, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Thulang was also among those at the auction, lost in thought, originally planning to go all out to buy an epic gen from the list. Unexpectedly, it was set below the price limit, and seeing how crazy the bidding was, it seemed unlikely he could snatch it. Rubbing his chin, he stared intently at Thulang and thought to himself, he is here to buy equipment too, so why not show him some favor and sell it to him? On the screen, the next item up for auction was a ken. Item number 80, an epic ken called the Spirit Ken. Immediately someone placed a bid below. I bid 3,500. But this time the auction was different from the previous items. Luthien calmly explained, because this buyer is special, the sale of this ken is a bit different. The seller has designated the buyer. So everyone please look at the button in front. Only those with a green light can buy it. As soon as they heard that, everyone quickly looked at their seats, and Thulang did the same, seeing the green button on his seat. He could not help but wonder, how could this be? Could the seller know me? How does he know I want this keen? Forget it. I really need this ken, so this time I will just consider it someone's favor. Thulang did not hesitate and quickly pressed the button. Luthien immediately announced, congratulations to number 372 for winning the bid, a result that left everyone very dissatisfied. Isn't this a shady operation? It seems like this guy has some inside connections. Now that he has the ken, Thulang is in a great mood. He thinks to himself, if I ever get the chance to meet this mysterious seller, I will have to show him some appreciation. The auction has ended. Luthien bowed to everyone and thanked them for their support. Today's auction is officially over, but if you still have needs, you can visit the consignment office to find your favorite items in VIP reception room number 003. She is reporting to Kamak about today's auction results. After deducting the auction house's operating costs, your profit this time is 800,000 gold. Do you want me to transfer the money after completing the next two auctions or right now? He straightforwardly replied, no need to withdraw for now. She should exchange all the money for the supplies and space storage on this list. I want to take them with me, he said as he handed her a list, taking it and reading the contents. Luthien could not hide her surprise. So many. Coldly. She asked, what? Is it that difficult? She felt a bit awkward upon hearing that. No, I am just a little surprised. The demand for these supplies exceeds the supply capacity of a level 1 guild. Oh right. There are dozens of guild leaders in Langayat City who want to meet you through the guild master. Do you want to see them? He answered decisively. I do not want to meet them and I do not want my identity to be revealed. Luthien immediately understood and said, all right, then I won't bother you anymore. As the door closed, he fell into deep thought. The news must be almost ready to go out. Hopefully it will have the desired effect. Once I have collected enough items, I can return to the guild. And by then the guild might have been upgraded. Somewhere inside the city of Langayat, in a tavern, the customers drinking here are eagerly discussing today's auction. This auction house in Langayat City is quite famous. Yet they are auctioning dozens of undead handling items at top prices. Moreover, I heard the auction will last 2 days. So people from surrounding towns are flocking here. Where are they getting such a supply? I have not heard of any large-scale transactions, so it is not easy to trace their origin. These weapons usually come with detailed information, so you can tell just by looking. He was about to stand up and explain when the crowd started murmuring, I know this guild. Is not this a tier 1 guild that requires a fee for inspections? Someone quickly responded, yes, that is right. I remember their address. It is supposed to be in the gloomy forest. I might be exaggerating. I am going to join the Eternal Guild. And hearing that, someone mocked him. Someone quickly responded, yes, that is right. I remember their address. It is supposed to be in the dark forest. I might be exaggerating. I will join the Eternal Guild. And upon hearing that, someone sneered, want to join? You might not even pass the entrance test. The Lang thought as she stepped toward the door, then decided she had to go see what kind of guild it really was. At the headquarters of the Flame Dragon Guild, a sword slash cut through the iron shield. The Flame Lord looked at the sword in his hand with great satisfaction. A single strike was enough to pierce the epic shield we had forged, truly formidable. The person behind spoke up. I spent a lot of money buying it from a customer at an auction room. This is a product created by Eternal Peak. He could not help but be surprised. A level 1 guild can produce weapons like this. If they are allowed to grow, they might become even more terrifying. I heard their guild leader is only level 36. But today you were at the auction house, competing with him, and got so scared you had to apologize. Chong knelt on the ground, ashamed, and said, I do not know why. That guy is clearly only level 36, but I felt he was very dangerous. The leader of the Flame Dragon Guild's tone suddenly grew dark. Their guild master is so low level, yet possesses such high skill, showing they focus on brute strength. Our guild invested a lot of resources to train you to level 40, yet you were so scared you had to apologize like that. Having a worthless guy like you represent our Flame Dragon Guild outside is a complete disgrace. He panicked and quickly apologized. Guild leader, I know I was wrong. Please give me one more chance. He turned away, his voice cold and unfeeling, saying I have thoroughly investigated their guild's position. I will give you one more chance to wash away the shame you brought upon our Flame Dragon Guild. Truong Tung was so scared he was sweating profusely, but the guild leader, rest assured, this time I will definitely make you satisfied. He finally relaxed, as a new day was about to come to an end. Lu Thien approached to report on the material collection. Chairman Trine, all the materials you requested have been brought here, and the remaining money has been transferred to your card. When McVoy happily reached out. All right. It has been a pleasure working with your auction house. Please send my regards to the senior manager on my behalf, she replied politely. We also value cooperation with guild leader Trine very much. The senior guild leader has instructed that as long as it is your request, we can fulfill it. He smiled and said, do not worry. I have never let my friends suffer losses. There will definitely be many more opportunities to work together. Lu Thien bowed politely to say goodbye, with a very professional demeanor. The lining guy at Then Auction House will always serve you. Not long after, at the camp of the Vinhang Den Fong Guild, a figure riding a horse rushed straight to the city gate. The guard above saw it and shouted a warning. Someone. This is the territory of the Vinhang Den Fong Guild. Unauthorized persons are not allowed to enter. When riding the horse, he looked up and teased. Even I would not recognize him. The guard, seeing him, hurriedly ordered those behind. It is the guild leader. The guild leader is back. Open the gate quickly. Looking at the old canal gate and the incredible changes here in just 1 month, I could not help but feel happy. It seems that while I was away, they were not idle. The guild has been built quite well. He took out the pile of supplies brought back from the auction room. So many they were stacked like a mountain. Kimak turned to Elder Tan and Du Tide and said, everything I got from this trip is here. If anyone needs anything, you can come and get it directly from now on. The massive pile of supplies before them left the elder astonished. I had never seen a level 1 guild with so many materials. At our current stock rate, we are almost at level 3, Du Tide added. That is right. If we can build a perfect supply and demand channel, our growth will surely astonish the entire continent. I have thought of that too, so rest assured, I have established a partnership with the Spirit Moon City Auction House, and the population issue will be resolved quickly. Now the guild can be upgraded to level 2 to deal with the upcoming population crisis that will cause a surge. After he pressed the upgrade button, a pillar suddenly rose up. Ingai, then hiding in a corner on a date, was also startled. Damn. The guild has leveled up. Hong Thien fighting monsters in the forest was drawn by the commotion and is heading back now. A pillar rose up in the middle of the camp, surrounded by a solid enclosure, and the system's voice echoed, congratulating the guild leader. The Eternal City Outpost has successfully upgraded to level 2 and unlocked the outpost construction feature. With all guild information updated to level 2 on the system panel, he looked while putting it on and said, not bad. After the outpost was upgraded to level 2, the sphere of influence expanded significantly and many new buildings were added. It is time to improve everyone's daily living environment. First, let us consider the facilities related to life. After all, having too many people gathering in the dormitory is not a long-term solution. The system displayed some suggestions for you. Currently, the outpost can build housing facilities like star dwellings, residences, dormitories, and small eateries. The elder captain commented that upgrading the guild is good, but blindly expanding is not a wise idea. Duthay had also agreed. That is right. Whenever the area expands, costs will increase, and currently the workforce is not enough to maintain such a large area. So first let us consider recruiting more people before thinking about expansion. But when he put on a light smile, he reassured, manpower is not a problem. Soon a large number of people will come to join us. Alright, the guild shop is all set up. Everyone get ready to welcome the guests and organize the guild entrance exam for the new members. Duthay and Elder Tan could not help but feel uneasy guests. New members. After a while, outside the guild outpost gate, 2 guards were standing watch when one suddenly spotted a group of people approaching closer. Hey, why are there so many people? A large group is approaching the outpost of the Peak Eternity Guild, right here at Chi Then Eternity, the level 1 guild outpost. Wow, this is a big crowd. Could it be that the peak ranking guild has already upgraded to level 2? This is impressive. The upgrade speed is really fast. I wonder what kind of person their guild master is. The leader approached and asked the guards, "Is this the guild of Dingfeng Trading?" The guards immediately replied, "Yes, this is the guild's outpost. What do you need?" Truong Tung pushed past the person in front to get through, saying, "We are buyers from the Line Guy at City Auction House. Heard your guild has a lot of epic grade weapons, so we brought a group of friends to support you." Inside, after hearing those humble words, Duthay still did not understand what he meant, stopping in such a distant, gloomy place. No one has ever dared to come close. So how did they get the manpower? What is the guild leader thinking? While he was still confused, someone loudly called out, "Du Kong, come here quickly." City gate. Lin rushed over, out of breath, and Duthay asked in confusion, "What is going on?" City gate. The other person gasped out, "There are many people at City gate. Some came to buy weapons, others to join the guild," and hearing this, he was suddenly stunned, then quickly moved to the gate to welcome the guests from afar. "I know you came for my epic grade weapons, but do not rush, the stock is enough." Hearing this, everyone was very happy. "Great, this time we finally won. Come back empty-handed. This time I brought enough gold. Just need to wait a bit. Must buy some more. I am here to take the guild entrance exam for the Vinhang Din Feng Guild." Duthay looked at these people, silently admiring their humility. The guild leader truly has extraordinary ability. I do not know what was done to attract so many people, but let us not worry about that now. First, let us organize the tasks the guild master assigned me. He clapped twice to catch everyone's attention, saying, "Since everyone is here for our guild's products, according to the rules, please choose your items from the guild's mobile shop." The mobile shop opened, emitting a dazzling golden light inside. All the items were mid-level, each priced uniformly at 4,500 gold. As soon as they saw the price, the crowd immediately stirred. These items were indeed high quality with nothing to complain about, but the price was way too high. You used to sell at such low prices at the auction house, so why have the prices increased so much now? That is right, if we knew the price was like this, who would bother rushing over? Duthay explained. The auction house has limited supply, so you have to compete, but here the stock is sufficient, so the prices will be set by us. After hearing this, they found some sense in it and agreed that it was fair since they also like collecting an auction entry fee. That is right, it seems about the same, and it ensures everyone can buy something. Suddenly, Truong Tung interrupted, telling them not to listen to their nonsense. They are clearly raising the price maliciously while speaking as if they have good intentions. Your Peak Eternal Guild is really going too far. In his mind, he was secretly calculating, just waiting for a major conflict to break out and provoke these people to charge in. It will be total chaos then. Anyway, this guild is about to collapse. And when that happens, we will settle the score with that guy Trine Kiem Mak. Truong pointed straight at Duthay and scolded. "You guys are a level 2 guild and still so arrogant. Are not you afraid of making enemies? Bring out the guild leader Trine Kiem Mak," Duthay said coldly. "I have not seen anyone angry yet. So why are you getting so worked up like that? Besides, it seems like you are deliberately trying to find our guild leader." He grimaced and shouted, "You are just a blacksmith daring to talk to me like that. Do you believe I will deal with you right now? Do it and see." Duthay sneered through clenched lips. Seeing his fearless attitude, the crowd behind murmured among themselves, "The Eternal Peak Guild is too arrogant. A blacksmith daring to challenge a level 43 powerhouse. This blacksmith is done for. This is the Iron Start continent. Killing someone does not break the law." Thu Lang stood in the crowd, thinking that she also owed the Eternal Peak Guild a favor, wondering if she should step in to save him later. Suddenly, Truong Tung grabbed Dutay's collar, snarling, "Do you really think I do not dare kill you? This is your last chance to stay alive." He showed no fear. "I am giving you one last chance to live. I will count to 3. You better let go. Otherwise." The next scene is when you first fell to the ground. The man grimaced in annoyance. "Are you crazy?" Duthay said coldly. Just as he finished saying number 2, a flash of light streaked past him, heading straight for Truong Tung. Duthay looked toward the city gate, clearly annoyed. Hey, I said I would count to 3, so why did you explode after just 2? That just makes me lose credibility." She cupped her ear, pretending not to know, and asked, "What are you talking about, from that far away?" Who could hear you counting? Seeing Truong Tuong defeated by a single move, the crowd behind could not help but feel fear. A level 43 powerhouse taken down just like that. Is this the true strength of the newborn guild? The person on the city wall must be at least 3rd rank, maybe even their guild leader. Du Tiet scratched his head and spoke up. Sorry, can everyone please talk properly now? The crowd became noisy again. Ladies and gentlemen, the truth is, there is no such thing as a free meal in this world. The Eternal City really has no obligation to sell us such good items at a low price. Everyone, ask yourselves, were your doubts just now reasonable? Seeing the situation getting chaotic, he spoke up to reassure everyone. Do not worry, we are not demons. We won't just kill innocent people. Next, everyone can start buying and selling. Those who want to buy weapons go to the left, and those who want to join the guild go to the right to register for the test. The crowd below had quieted down, and she complained, these people only listen when someone dies. Standing beside her, he smiled slightly, knowing that being both gentle and firm is always the best approach. Just as he finished speaking, the man suddenly remembered something and asked, oh right, that person keeps targeting you like that. Do you know him? The shield bearer replied calmly. I am the guild master of the Dawn Guild, so busy every day. How could I possibly remember when I offended these minor characters? But honestly, it seems a bit familiar, meaning you have lost his face and do not recognize him anymore. Down below, Thu Lang was lining up with everyone when her eyes casually caught a familiar face on the city wall. Wait, is that person from Vinhang Dun Fong? At night, at Vinhang Din Fong, fires were lit. Outside the outpost, people were still lining up, waiting for their turn to register. On the city wall, she stepped forward to ask humbly, so far we have interviewed over 100 people, and there are still more than 200 left to interview. They have set up camp nearby. We have sent some food over there already. Bun replied calmly. Now can you understand why I have to charge membership fees? If we did not charge a membership fee, I am afraid even more people would have shown up today. Hearing this, he suddenly understood, giving a thumbs up in approval, saying, not bad. You really handle things like a true guild leader. Below, a voice full of dissatisfaction suddenly rang out. What do you mean I did not pass? Are you sure you are mistaken? She looked over curiously. Oh, someone is causing trouble. The other person pointed at himself sharply. I am a level 40 fighter. You do not know her well. Sitting calmly across from him, Du Teek said, if you are not qualified, then you are not. Do not waste any more time here. In your guild, you say you want to test everyone, even if it takes from morning till night, and we all accept that, but sending a group of people, some not even level 40, to judge us unqualified is not that a bit too much? Du Tai suddenly sighed. Hong Thien stood behind and bluntly asked, are you not convinced? Do you want to try a one-on-one fight with us? He glanced with contempt. Level 36 and still arrogantly challenging us. Fine. Then I will play with you for a while. Do not expect me to go easy, he replied calmly. You would better think that way, because I want to hold back when I strike. On the city wall, Mac and Koken were watching the situation below, and he asked, should I join in? He calmly replied, just a level 2 Wind Master. Leave it to Hong Thien to handle. The other two walked to a spacious area, surrounded by onlookers, and Hong Thien spoke first. Come here. Let me take the first move. Your arrogant attitude infuriates him deeply. Reckless, take this whirlwind strike. Starfall. He lunges forward, his arm creating a vortex aimed at Hong Thien, but you watch his move and smirk slyly, not even bothering to dodge. Just as he was about to reach Hong Thien, he suddenly stepped back, a beam of light shooting out. He blocked it with his hand, gritting his teeth against the pressure of the attack, while Hong Thien thought to himself that his whirlwind star strike was a sure skill, and not only did the opponent dodge it, but also counterattacked. While he was distracted, Hong Thien closed in, thinking no more Lai Decham is half invincible, so if you can predict and grasp his skills, you can dodge, and now it is my turn. He kicked out, sending the man flying into the air. Next, Hong Thien jumped high, and seeing this, the man thought, he is fast, I am on the defensive now, I have to counterattack. Hong Thien swung his sword once. The man hurriedly dodged and quickly took a defensive stance, his mind secretly shocked. What a coincidence. Why do my moves keep getting interrupted? In the blink of an eye, Hong Thien appeared behind him, the sword in his hand striking straight at his face. Interrupted once again. In the air, their fight created streaks of light one after another, making it hard for those below to keep up with their speed. Koken observed and said that although Hong Thien's level was lower than his opponent's, every time he made a move, he was able to interrupt his opponent's actions. Is this the result of training in the arena? With a slight smile, he said, that is right. The so-called 4-level gap is basically nothing. After a while, Hong Thien landed on the ground, proudly asking, so, is there anyone left who can meet our testing standards? Seeing that guy get beaten so badly, everyone around could not help but feel scared. His true strength was not bad, yet he was beaten without a chance to fight back. Damn it. Are all the members of this guild monsters? This is over. Maybe more than half of us won't pass the evaluation. The evaluation fee seems to be wasted. Suddenly, Thu Lang stepped out of the crowd and said, it is my turn. I came here to learn from the guild's top skills. Hong Thien looked at him suspiciously and said, "It seems like it is not your turn to be tested yet." Thulang replied calmly, "It is not that I disagree with this test. I just want to challenge myself and choose my opponent." He frowned deeply and asked, "Who do you want to fight?" He pointed seriously at the corner and said, "Tell him to come fight me." "How about that?" Hong Thien was taken aback. "He wants to fight him." Thulang asked, "What?" "No." He looked a bit awkward. "No, it is not that." Before you could finish, Kimak stepped forward. "Old Hong, leave this to me." Hong Thien felt confused. "Hey, did not I already say, leave it all to me?" When Mac stepped in front of the other person and began to explain, I realized I knew this guy. He had already wanted to test himself against me at the auction. Just go along with his wish. Hearing this, Thulang suddenly shouted in surprise, "So it is you after all. Turns out you are from the Eternal Peak Hall. Although you are only a level 36 mercenary, I feel like you are quite special. So fighting you probably does not count as me bullying you." He swept his hand, sending dirt and dust flying to form a circle. "Do not overthink being bullied. I do not want to make things difficult for you either. So how about we limit ourselves to this circle? If you can force me out, you win. If not, I lose." The crowd immediately buzzed with whispers. This circle is not big, so pushing someone out to win is much easier than actually defeating them. Just because he is only a level 36 mercenary, how could he compare to that sword saint? The people in this guild are all so arrogant. The more Thulang listened, the angrier he became, slamming his shield to the ground as a fierce aura radiated from him. "You are being way too reckless, then take responsibility for your words." The ground beneath suddenly surged up like a mountain. The modest figure vanished. Where did he go? Could it be he could not even block a single move? But before I knew it, he appeared behind him. I had not even finished speaking when he rushed like that. Thulang raised his shield, spun around, and struck with a sudden move. "Get out of here for me." When Kimak easily dodged and lightly landed on the rock across, he said, "If you want to fight, then let us raise the stakes a bit." He was extremely annoyed, losing his patience completely. "Stop beating around the bush. What stakes do you want to raise? Just say it. If not for me, I would have sent you out right now." Divine Light Shield Strike. Break. A terrifying beam of light was fired as if to wipe out everything blocking its path. The crowd quickly raised their hands to shield their faces, staring in shock at the terrifying power. Inside the circle Mac drew, the ground was completely destroyed, with a thick cloud of smoke rising in the center. As the smoke cleared, Kimak appeared, showing no sign of struggle from the attack, managing to force me to use this heavenly acceptance fan. His strength is truly extraordinary. Seeing this, Thulang furrowed his brows. Suspicious, wondering how he could remain unharmed after such a move, Kimak made an extreme condition, which is if he loses, he must become a member of our guild and will not receive any reward money for 3 years. He asked coldly, "What if you lose?" I calmly replied, "Lose? I have not really thought about that yet, so it is up to you to decide." Thulang immediately agreed. "All right," a firm promise, while inwardly calculating that although he could not force him out, if he wanted to win, he would have to push him out of the circle. But since he was the bait, if he did not want to, there was no way he could figure it out. Maf clenched the heavenly fan tightly, his tone becoming more serious as he said, "Then you better pay attention next, because my attack is very fierce." Suddenly, a flash of light passed through Thulang, and the area around him was suddenly surrounded by light, making Thulang think this was way too fast. When Max suddenly closed in from this side, he quickly used his shield to block the attack. He stopped it, but he quickly attacked from another direction, this time from this side. Here, this time from below, on the left. Speed up a bit. It seemed like he was playing with him. She crossed her arms and watched, wondering what the guild leader was doing, if this was how the guild fought. Then Lamak was just teasing D2. The onlookers were both amazed at trying Kamak's attack speed and debating who was gaining the upper hand. Thulang thought that using the shield to block attacks from all sides was really annoying and wondered what this guy was doing the whole time. While blocking the blows below, he suddenly realized that this continuous defense might actually be the perfect block. Thulang muttered to himself, convinced this was the perfect block, then swung his shield, forcing Trine Kimak to retreat. He breathed out and asked hesitantly, "Is something wrong? Aren't we fighting anymore? Seeing you suddenly say you are tired and want to rest." He immediately resisted and insisted on continuing the attack, fighting like before. Trine Kimak shook his head and muttered, "That is enough learning for now. I won't really let you master this perfect defense." Hearing that, Thulang immediately turned pale and stammered, "Were you really teaching me just now?" Hong Thien laughed sarcastically. Only now does he realize. He even thought he was about to figure something out. Kan also felt sorry for him, still not realizing how terrifying his opponent was. Then she shouted, urging Trine Kimak to finish it quickly, as others were still waiting for the second test. Thulang raised his shield to block the incoming strike while incredulously asking, "Are you really the guild master of the Eternal Peak Guild?" Without waiting for an answer, Trine Kimak swung his arm to lift him into the air, flying up with me. Then Thulang was slammed to the ground by Trine Kimak with a thunderous crash. The heavy fall kicked up a cloud of dust as Trine Kimak slowly approached, asking if he was still alive. From the smoke, An armored hand rose up along with the Lang's voice saying he was fine. Trine Mak smiled arrogantly. What now, are you giving up or still stubborn? Thu Lang knelt on the ground, admitting defeat, saying I willingly join your guild but I have one condition. Trine Mak immediately turned and left, saying the conditions would be discussed after you join. Now go complete the guild registration. Remember to tell them no salary for 3 years. He turned pale at that. At least there should be a meal allowance. At that moment, Hong Thien stepped forward and grabbed Thu Lang's arm to reassure him, saying that from now on everyone is on the same team and he let him go hungry. Now come with me to complete the guild registration. Early the next morning at the guild city gate, Thu Lang reported to Trine Mak that he had completed the guild registration, and he was pleased, reminding him that from now on they were a team. So there was no need to call him sir, just call me the guild master. After finishing, he immediately bowed respectfully, admitting his arrogance and offense for not knowing Mak was the guild master of Vin Hang Denfeng. He shrugged comfortably, saying losing to me does not mean you should feel inferior. You still have many opportunities to grow. At that moment, Thu Lang nervously rubbed his hands and said, did not I already mention there was one condition to joining the guild? Trine Mak smiled and turned to say that the 3 years without salary was just a joke, but Thu Lang quickly waved his hand to deny it, then hesitated and fell silent. He rubbed his chin in confusion, and Hong Thien could not hold back any longer, so he spoke up to explain. He wants you to teach him perfect dodging. As soon as he finished, he immediately nodded in agreement. If the guild leader is willing to teach, I would work for free for 10 years. Trine Mak stopped pretending and smiled. So this is what it is about. I have thought it over and will teach you when I have time. Hearing this, Thu Lang immediately brightened and thanked him, remembering that at the auction it was the guild leader who sold me this shield. Trine Mak confirmed, at the auction I saw that only you and this shield were a perfect match, so I sold it to you. No need for formalities. If you want to learn perfect blocking, just come find me whenever you have time. I guarantee you will get it right away. He heard that and immediately admired that you really are a sincere gentleman, truly not following the wrong person. Then he told Hong Thien he would work for the guild for free for 10 years. Hearing that, I could not help but silently curse Trine Mak as a real scoundrel. The person being scolded was now wearing a sly smile. The exam was over, the tank buff was ready. It was time to head there. At that moment, a shocked shout echoed through the Flame Dragon Guild. What? Zhang Tung is dead. The guild leader could not believe that a level 40 fake and a level 1 guild could be wiped out instantly, surrounded and attacked. Right. The subordinate explained that they had a level 3 destruction user, and before anyone could react, Zhang Tung was shot dead with a single shot. He grew serious and asked if it was a third-stage destroyer, could it be the guild leader who took action? The subordinate denied it, saying their guild leader was a powerful level 36 scout, and as soon as he finished speaking, everyone around started whispering about blood debts needing to be paid in blood. The leader frowned thoughtfully. The guild master is a rank 36, and the team members are third-tier destroyers, truly a strange guild configuration. Something is off, so we must first investigate their true strength. With that in mind, he ordered his subordinate to go to the Spirit Moon Guild Alliance and spread a rumor, saying it like this. At the same time, on the High Blade Plateau, countless people gathered in front of a large shop. Inside was a magical swirl of light. As the crowd approached the swirl, Hong Thien sighed. Time really flies. We are back here again. Then you worry. The intensity of the Blade World is vastly different from the return to the Blade World. Are just the 4 of us enough? Wei Shin confidently replied. He arrogantly said, with me here. Of course it is as easy as turning your hand. As he finished speaking, Hong Thien immediately bristled, eager to prove his strength, while Thu Lang grew excited and said, everyone rest assured, I will contribute too. Hearing this, Hong Thien quickly tried to calm things down, telling them not to be too tense and to just relax a bit, though inwardly he pitied them, thinking a good man was being manipulated into a pawn by the old man. At that moment, Trine Mak turned around to reassure them, saying that 4 people were not only enough but that this time he had to set the best record in the Dao Kao Dia. Hearing this, the other 2 stopped arguing. Not far away, a group of people standing by the cliff sneered, unaware of the vastness of the world, thinking that with an average level not even reaching 40, they dared to challenge the Dao Kao Dia. Hearing them insult me like a dog peeing on the floor, Hong Thien immediately wanted to fight back, but Trine Mak stopped him, saying not to waste words on them and to get moving. Then they all entered the vortex amid the sighs of those around and the teasing of teammates. Stepping inside, they faced 2 doors, and Hong Thien immediately asked Trine Mak which way to go. He sifted through memories from his previous life. Strategy left led to the prison area with lower difficulty, while right required a long detour to reach the final boss zone, both paths ultimately reaching the peak of the Dao Kao Dia. After thinking for a moment, Trine Mak pointed everyone to go in one direction. Suddenly, he turned his head and glanced at Thu Lang. This was the first time he fought with the team. Just do your best and do not be reckless. Anyway, you are not getting paid. Hen immediately felt offended. If we are a team, I will definitely give it my all. Then Thu Lang boldly stepped forward, surprising Mak, saying, you guys wait here, I will lead the monsters for you. Ingai then and Hong Thien immediately scolded Trine Mak for shamelessly taking advantage of and deceiving others, saying this time they really cared and warned him. As if waiting for this, Hong Thien immediately pointed at Ki Mak and laughed loudly, saying, "So you admit you manipulated him before?" Seeing Ki Mak unwilling to waste words, he quickly rushed off hurry and chase him down the path before he escapes. The clear sky was obscured by thorny branches, and the noise scattered the birds in flight. Heavy footsteps echoed as a pair of legs ran swiftly forward. Thu Lang held her shield and ran at full speed. "My brothers have already lured the monsters here, but these monsters are way too strong." Right behind him was something very fierce. At this moment, the Trine Ki Mak group had also arrived. They were shocked to see not only many monsters behind the Lang but also high-level elite monsters. Trine Ki Mak saw this and shouted a warning to everyone. "Everyone be careful, these are elite dry-skinned boar demons." Right now, before them are dry-skinned boar demons with a high-level rank fiercely charging to attack. Trine Ki Mak looked at the monsters charging aggressively and loudly warned everyone to be careful. They are all elite dry-nosed boar demons. Then he quickly drew his sword and charged into battle, holding on to his rage to control it. Following Trine Ki Mak's lead, he unleashed his deadly triple strike to slash at the monsters. Hong Thien and Ingai then rushed forward to attack alongside him. His true physical attack successfully caused them to lose a significant amount of AP. Hong Thien raised his sword and slashed at one, then shouted to the sky in a vow. Although these elite monsters looked like only level 40, their AP was incredibly thick. After a long while, the space in the thorny forest finally returned to its original silence. Trine Ki Mak stood slowly among the scattered dry boar demons and spoke. "Now everyone must understand that high-level realms are different from the previous secret realms, right?" Hong Thien immediately asked for important information, but he did not tell them beforehand. At this moment, Thu Lang timidly apologized for rushing in too hastily and promised to control herself in the future, determined not to hold everyone back. But they did not hold a grudge at all. Trine Ki Mak also encouraged him, saying he did very well. "In a short time, you can assess the enemy's damage to calculate your own limits and adapt flexibly. I was not mistaken. You play Xin as a tank." Hearing that, he immediately brightened up. Hong Thien turned away without looking back, still preferring his previous proud and unyielding demeanor. Now he is completely under the old man's control. Even his disguise is speechless. He not only works willingly but is grateful too. It truly is the disgrace of the horse-watching world. Beyond that, deep within this forest lies a dark cave full of mysteries. Seeing the group of ancient spirit beasts with 15,000 inside Hong Thien, he could not help but sigh. Another batch of little monsters with super thick. Although their attack power is not high, they really wear you down. Trine Ki Mak spoke broadly. "These little monsters here are very difficult to deal with, but once completed, you will be rewarded to your satisfaction, so get used to it." Suddenly, he noticed a bronze token on their backs and became curious. He rushed forward with a warning. "Do not pay attention to it, and do not be foolish enough to hit that talisman before clearing all these monsters." Without hesitation, Trine Ki Mak unleashed a move that knocked back several monsters at once. Then he used the crushing overlord strike in a circle, cutting down all the dried spirit beasts within a 5-meter radius. Thu Lang was amazed. "A dozen people pulling old grudges better than me. Is he challenging me? Is he really challenging me?" Ingai then laughed. "Get used to it. The clan always likes to cause a commotion." Trine Ki Mak turned his head and shouted, "Do not just stand there dazed. Hurry up and fight." Immediately after, Hong Thien and Thu Lang rushed in to join the fight. Nua then also used his staff to support them. The four of them combined their strength to defeat the relentless horde of dry ancient spirit beasts without stopping for a moment. After a while, the last monster was finally defeated. Trine Ki Mak handed each person a vial of medicine, and everyone took the chance to recover. "We are about to face the first boss." But Hong Thien still wondered what that bell was really for. While drinking the potion and explaining, Kimo said that after the first boss appears, if you hit the bronze gong, the monsters will focus their attacks on the person hitting the gong. Then you can concentrate on clearing the small monsters, and I will handle the fight with the boss, knowing the danger hidden behind the gong. Ingai then and Hong Thien could not help but shudder, while the Lang eagerly volunteered to hit the gong. Yet Trine Ki Mak brushed it off and handed the task to Ngai then, leaving him stunned and stammering. "But I am a fragile support, and such a dangerous task was given to me. Yet I have not even spoken ill of you today." He calmly explained that there is a special mechanism here, so if a tank goes to open the monsters, the small monsters will become enraged and harder to handle, while fragile characters are less affected. After hearing this, Ingai then did not refuse but still wondered why Trine Ki Mak understood the strange mechanism so well, while Hong Thien completely trusted him. Seeing the others still hesitating, Trine Ki Mak turned away and said, "Let me beat the gong. I will handle the small monsters while you guys go fight the boss. I am fine." But before he could reach the gong, Ingai then ran ahead to take the spot, and Ki Mak reminded him, "My brother's life is in your hands, so remember to react quickly." Then he struck the bronze gong with a loud bang. The sound of the gong echoed throughout the space, creating an eerie atmosphere in the action. Immediately after, countless dry-skinned beasts with 25,000 AP appeared, astonishing everyone, and there were still many elites and small monsters coming. Behind them is the Tome King's elite squad. Level 43 assassins with 150,000 AP. Hong Thien Kin Hong shouted. "Even combined all the small monsters do not compare." Trine Kim grim face charged forward with his umbrella. "You guys focus on holding off the small monsters first. Wait for me to kill the boss, and then I will come back to help you. Pale-faced guy shouted loudly, telling the captain to seriously deal with the boss and not to worry about us. Panicking only makes things worse. I am even starting to agree with the outsider's words. Are we taking on something beyond our limits? Thu Lang raised his shield against a roaring monster and said, do not overthink it. Just survive this wave of monsters for now. Trine Keem looked up at the giant spider. Having returned countless times in his past life to study the dungeon mechanics and defeat this monster, he lost count of how many times, but this time, he brought with him the experience gained from those returns. Trine Beast's eyes, full of murderous intent, curved into a grim smile, hoping you will still let me enjoy this. Immediately after, his face surged forward, sword aimed straight at the spider. As the scene shifted to the Vinhang Denfeng Guild Hall, Lang asked a subordinate urgently to gather the team and return, trying to find out what was going on. The other person looked flustered, and before Captain Lang could explain, it was clear someone was causing trouble. At the city gate, Koken was loudly asserting to the crowd below, I will say it again, Vinhang Denfeng does not join any factions, so leave immediately. The leader of the Bloodshed Guild sneered. Do not think just because you are third rank you can look down on everyone else. Our guild leader is also a powerful third rank. Vong Tankach spoke arrogantly. I come with sincere intentions to cooperate with you. But if you are unreasonable, do not blame me for being rude. But she still frowned seriously and said, stop babbling, and if you have the guts, then step up and fight. He whispered. The guild has been established for less than half a month and is already missing members on all sides. Last time I sent Zhang to negotiate, he was killed by them before anything happened. Wang Xinji clenched his teeth in anger. How could a level 2 guild be so arrogant? If we let them grow any further, what will happen? The leader provoked him. Their guild master and main team have already gone out. We just need to launch a joint attack and we will definitely win, even if their guild leader returns. It won't help. Tankach agreed immediately. While Lang Nua Ki just arrived and asked Koken what was happening, he replied bluntly, it is just a bloodthirsty alliance from Line Guyat City trying to take us over. We might have to fight, so everyone get ready. Just as she finished speaking, an arrow suddenly shot up from below and struck the stone pillar behind him. She angrily turned her head. These bastards really had the nerve to make a move. But while Minhao and the two others lead the battle team to prepare defenses, we must hold firm until the guild leader returns. Langwick rushed off anxiously, not even knowing if the scoundrel had finished the dungeon yet. Either way, we need to hurry back as soon as possible. On the other side, Trine Keem Mak successfully used his critical strike to pew straight into the spider monster's head, causing its heap to drop continuously. He slung his umbrella over his shoulder and smiled with satisfaction as he received the system notification congratulating him on killing boss number 1. Home Thien breathed a sigh of relief and disbelief. Have they really killed the first boss already? Ingai then also collapsed to the ground, breathing easy at last. Finally saved, Trine Keem Mak has just arrived at their location. The first boss is already dealt with. We just need a bit more strength to defeat the remaining 2 bosses. Then we can head back. Does everyone still have the strength? As he said this, the others immediately regained their spirits and competed to affirm their strength. Hearing that, Keemak felt much more at ease. So let us gather some more strength and push through in one go. As he turned to leave, Trine Keemak could not help but worry about the current state of the guild. After resting, Home Thien sighed and asked Trine Keemak, next is boss number 2. What strategy will you use this time? He straightforwardly said there is no need to worry about the strategy. When facing the boss I will charge straight in for a quick victory. Hearing that, Hong Thien felt it was a bit reckless. Then Trine Keem Mak turned away. Originally thinking this would be a bit difficult, but it turned out to be quite easy. So there is no need to waste time dragging it out, just speed up and finish it quickly. Right after that, another fierce ancient monster charged at them aggressively. Ingai's face turned pale, still speeding up. We are moving fast now, and Hong Thien is still full of energy. Stop complaining, it is not often Lao Mak leads us. And we are about to set a record like never before. Encouraged by everyone's words and feeling somewhat reinvigorated, they charge forward to fight the monsters together. The scene shifts to the guild hall owned by Trine Keem Mak, where in the forest, something has happened causing the birds to scatter in all directions. A subordinate of the Ving Han Fong Guild was shot down and fell below the city wall. The guild leader and Tankach watched coldly, clearly realizing that this guild's defenses were stronger than they had thought. But since the war has begun, we must defeat them. If we retreat now, the Blood Assassins will lose all influence in Langayat City. Hearing this, Tankach firmly ordered him to return to Lingayat and continue mobilizing other guilds in the alliance to assist. I will handle this personally, he said coldly as he took out his weapon, a giant blade. Upstairs, she was also watching. If we do not teach the Blood Slaughter sect a lesson, they will really think we are easy to bully. Sometimes alongside the situation reports, the walls of Dutide have already been fully reinforced, and the forest flank defenses behind are well guarded. They won't find it easy to attack, and after hearing this, Koken asked again about news from the guild hall. Lang Niet replied that there was still no response. Probably still in the dungeon, and Koken fell silent. For now, they could still cope, but he was worried because a level 4 guild usually had 3rd-tier powerhouses. Just as the words left his mouth, a powerful whirlwind strike carved a deep slash into the ground and charged straight at the fortress. Wang Xin, watching the formation, gasped in shock full force, and yet the fortress held. Could it really be this strong? But he stubbornly refused to give up and kept swinging his blade. If one strike does not work, I will add another. Let us see how many consecutive attacks you can withstand. Koken gritted her teeth in anger. If he keeps cutting like this, no matter how strong the gate is, it won't hold. He absolutely cannot get through. After saying that, he turned and left, telling Nuwokai to stay and guard this spot while he dealt with the third-level opponent. Without hesitation, Koken used her heavenly medicine technique and instantly teleported away. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Vong Tankach with a gun in hand. His opponent, also a third-level warrior. Right here, before he could react, the bullet from Koken's gun had already been fired, but Tankach was no pushover either. He quickly raised his blade to block the incoming bullet. Vong Tankach sneered, "True light third transfer, if you are a long-range fighter, you have no advantage going one-on-one with me." He immediately challenged, "Do not brag, try to catch me first and then talk." As soon as she finished speaking, she instantly vanished, startling Tankach. Not only him but all the henchmen present also stopped in their tracks. She moved so swiftly that no one knew how she slipped inside the group of henchmen, firing continuously. However, Tankach reacted quickly, unleashing a powerful triple strike toward him. Immediately after, all the henchmen were sent flying. They were all injured to varying degrees by the old man, scared and confused about why Vong Tankach was attacking his own men. Tankach smiled with bloodshot eyes, not seeing anyone, but no one can escape. The scene shifts to the forest where night has fallen. She stood hiding behind a tree with her arm bleeding heavily, silently swearing to herself, "That bastard even attacked his own men. He really is a master of guns. One-on-one against a martial artist. He has no advantage at all. He just wanted to make money and get stronger easily. But he was tricked by that kid into joining that strange guild, which led to this outcome. If I had known earlier, I would have just stayed in the arena and become a tycoon." Suddenly, at that moment, something with immense destructive force rushed through the forest, breaking countless trees. Tankach charged forward with his sword roaring, "Stop running. Being hit by my skill means you are marked, and you won't escape no matter how fast you run." He then glanced at a tree in the distance and smiled wickedly. She was still lost in her own thoughts. But if she survived this time, that kid would owe her a big favor. Just thinking about it made him smile, unaware that Tankach had already rushed over. Then, as fast as lightning, he swung his blade straight at the middle of the tree. But strangely, no one was standing there. Just as Vong Tankach was still stunned, Koken suddenly jumped out, dodged the attack, and threw several grenades at him. Immediately, a loud explosion echoed through the forest along with his shout, "Trine Keen, if I survive this time, you must help me achieve my dream of making money and advancing to the 4th stage." The scene shifts to another land that seems to have been stirred up, sending dust flying everywhere. The group led by Trine Keen Mac appears to have defeated another boss, with a notification announcing that the giant scorpion in the Theantrach swamp has been eliminated. Congratulations on defeating boss number 3 and successfully clearing the Jiaoka swamp. The scorpion's divine body gradually dissolves, revealing several glowing purple stones floating above the carcass. Hong Thean turned to Keem Mac in admiration, going straight from boss 2 to boss 3 without losing any breath. Thulang was also excited, truly surprised they passed the stage so quickly. The rewards must be quite generous. The system congratulates Trine Kiem Mac for completing the hidden mission to destroy the disaster base in the swamp, clearing the Jiaoka stage while setting the fastest record, with individual and team evaluations, and finally choosing one of 3 rewards. After the announcement disappeared, Trine Kiem Mac was immediately promoted to level 39 to Nan. Ingai Than's eyes widened in surprise. He leveled up 2 ranks at once, almost surpassing the old man. Trine Kiem Mac smiled to himself, thinking the others probably got some experience points as well. As expected, the others also leveled up, and everyone was very excited. Trine Kiem Mac looked at the control panel in front of him. This secret realm journey was tough but definitely worthwhile. Next is the passive skill reward of the Soul Blinder. Seeing the screen flicker like that, he felt it was truly random, so he decided to just pick one at will. Kiem Mac obtained the SSS level ice gun skill with a casting time of 6 seconds, unleashing an ice attack within a 50-meter radius that freezes all targets for 3 seconds. Kiem Mac was extremely excited. This was the signature skill of the Ice Scorpion, a top-tier skill that also includes crowd control. Another notification appeared, but this time it allowed him to review all his stats and personal information. Kiem Mac was very satisfied, especially since he also gained physical attribute points. This trip to the trade fair was truly a perfect haul. Hong Thean is provoking a fake body. This mid-level cleansing corn is really fierce. From now on, Lomac can just blindly slash and he will still die. He replied angrily, "I have leveled up quite a bit this time, so if you are not convinced, just come here." Trine Kiem Mac approached them and said, "After this trip, it has been a few days. We should head back home." He clenched his lips tightly, wondering if anyone in Lingayat City could still endure it. Outside, many people were still gathering, amazed that the record for the longest time in the high-level arena had been broken. But knowing that the record belonged to the low-level team from before, they were even more astonished. Before long, the group led by Trine Mac stepped out, stretching and yawning deeply, almost exhausted from the ritual inside. Hong Thien smirked, thinking that with their strength, staying 3 more hours would not guarantee finishing the task, yet they still complained despite benefiting. At that moment, he looked ahead and saw that there were still many people, all buzzing with admiration, even wanting to join their guild. Hong Thien curled his lips coldly, recalling clearly the contemptuous looks they had given before. Like a bunch of frogs sitting at the bottom of a well, we must definitely teach them a lesson and vent our anger, but Trine Mac told him not to hold grudges against them. Just then, a notification appeared right in front of him. It seems this is an urgent message sent by Nukai, warning that the guild is currently under attack by the Bloodshed Alliance. And if you receive this, return immediately. As soon as they read the message, everyone's face darkened. Those bastards dared to take advantage of their absence to launch a sneak attack. Immediately after, Trine Mac led the charge, leaping high, saying, "Let us go, we need to return to the base quickly." At the guild gate, a fierce battle had just left it in ruins. Often standing on the city wall asking Manhwa about the casualties, he reported that quite a few brothers were injured. But with the Elder and the World Tree there, it was not a big problem. Then Minho worried about her, saying she had not rested all day and should take this chance to rest. But Lang Niaki stubbornly refused. "Although we have already repelled 2 attacks, who knows when they will launch the 3rd, at least until the guild leader returns. We cannot afford any negligence," she said, staring into the distance. Lai Menho had no choice but to accept it, thinking that if the guild leader were here, they would not be caught off guard like this, and by now they would have surely completed the dungeon. Minho could not help but worry. The manager tried to take down that dark soldier 3rd shift but still has not returned. No one knows what happened. Suddenly, the guards on the tower shouted loudly, announcing that the captain and his group were preparing to attack again. Sure enough, many soldiers from the Bloodshed Alliance had gathered below the city wall, ready to launch another assault. Lai Menho angrily scolded, "The 3rd wave of attacks has already begun so quickly. Are not these people afraid of death? But it seems like someone is provoking the forces of Lion Gaiet City to target them, wanting to eradicate them completely. But whatever the reason, once they make a move, we have nothing to fear, so hurry and prepare the defenses," she ordered Lai Minho sharply. Just as Minho left, Nat received a report from Trine Mac. She was so happy she cried. Finally there was news. They had completed the high-level path. It was great. Down below, the soldiers were still fiercely charging in like a storm. In the forest, Uncle Vien was listening to his subordinates report that they had mobilized everyone capable from the Alliance's guilds. Unexpectedly, a small level 2 guild was so difficult to deal with, which suited him just fine. It was best if Vong Tan Kach and his group fought to a crushing defeat. By then, Uncle Viem's Viem Long Guild will have the chance to become the leader of the Bloodshed Alliance, then seize the Eternal Peak Forge to acquire their forging techniques, upgrading to become the largest guild in Lin Gaiet City. That way, the kid Truong will be as good as dead without mercy, and his subordinate immediately agreed, saying this tiger-wolf tactic was truly brilliant. The sky in the forest had turned the deep red of sunset. Tan Kach remained fiercely determined to chase and pursue to the very end. He followed a thin red trail left by his sword as it cut into the man to track him down. Tan Kach grew more excited. What good is running like that? Losing a strong 3rd-tier warrior. How long can your level 2 guild hold its ground? Better surrender now, and I might spare your life. Moreover, with my tracking skills, you absolutely cannot escape, he said before immediately launching an attack. As he passed a tree, Vong Tan Kach glanced and saw a bomb flying straight at his temple. Sure enough, right after that came another big explosion in the forest. She stood leaning against a nearby tree and said, "Let us be on the same side, let us see if you can kill me today." But it seems the bomb earlier did not affect Tan Kach at all. He immediately stood up, brushing away the smoke around him, not planning to run anymore. Instead of answering, he fired 2 shots in a row, saying, "Whoever loses has to eat shit. Do you dare to fight?" Tan Kach lightly swayed his body to dodge the bullet, intending to use this lame trick to buy some time. But then he suddenly changed his mind and charged straight at Ken. "I bet with you." Just as I said, his blade swung right in front of him. This sharp blade is only a hand's width away from his neck, but just as he was about to reach her, Tan Kach was suddenly thrown back for some unknown reason. He quickly used his sword to brace himself and avoid falling, but his eyes remained fixed ahead, confused about what was happening. Just as he stood in front of Ez, Kenan asked if he was okay. She was overjoyed that he had arrived. "I deliberately led him this way hoping to meet you, and I definitely won." Then he plopped down on the ground, panting heavily, saying this time someone's going to get screwed. Tan Kach raised his trembling hand and asked the person in front of him who they were. Mac also seriously introduced himself. "I am the guild master of the Eternal Peak Guild." Trine Mac. As soon as he heard this, Vong Tan Kach immediately changed his attitude. "So you are the level 2 guild master. Just so happens I am here to take you all down," he said bluntly. "So hurry up, I'm busy." Then Tan Kach rushed in, swinging his blade fiercely, scolding Mac for being reckless. Seeing this, Koken outside panicked and shouted a warning to Trine Mac. "Be careful. This is the triple strike of the shadow martial artist. normal defense 1T work, but just as his blade was about to strike down, Trine Mak raised the umbrella in his hand to block it. Tankach is now putting all his strength into the sword in his hand. This umbrella is spinning, he also used it earlier to block my attack. Meanwhile, Trine Mak remains calm, talking to him, saying this is not an ordinary defense, and I also understand the skills of the Shadow Warrior quite well. Tankach immediately jumped back away from there. It is not over yet. But right after that, Trine Mak was already behind him. It is time to end this. Then he used the soul-stealing stone technique with a kick to Tankach's back. Mak's kick pierced straight through his heart, causing him to go pale. Trine Mak arrogantly twirled his umbrella and walked away, saying if it were before, he could have played with him a bit longer, but today he was really busy. Miss Can, watching Trine Mak's fight, was stunned, amazed that he was truly too skilled after all. It was just a third-level dark martial artist, so how could he be defeated so quickly? Trine Mak explained to him that just now it was only a third-level dark martial artist, and there were still many flaws in his moves. She confirmed that he was the one who infiltrated the guild, but there were still others attacking the stronghold. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the people had followed Trine Mak earlier and anxiously asked. He replied calmly, I heard the guild was infiltrated, so I came here immediately. They were not as fast as me, so they got left behind. Since you are injured, stay here and wait for Hong Thian and the others to come with reinforcements. I am going ahead to return and support the guild, he said as he turned and walked away. After saying that, Trine Mak darted off without looking back. Welcome behind could only sigh. This guy is truly twisted. Meanwhile, at the Eternal Peak Guild, a subordinate of the Bloodshed Alliance was stabbed right in the chest. After that, Nathai fought fiercely, slashing at the group charging in like a storm. Despite their aggressive fighting, both were surrounded. Manhwa was worried they could not hold the gate much longer, but Nathai reassured him, saying the guild master would be back soon if they just held on a little longer. Just then, they both suddenly heard a deafening explosion, and Li and Hong quickly turned to look. Their city gate now has a big hole in it. It turns out the blood assassins used guns to shoot straight at the gate to break in. The guy carrying the gun laughed loudly. The gate is broken. Hurry and get inside. Seeing this, Nathai quickly turned and told Li Mine how to stay here in the school while she went down to stop them. But he stopped her, saying it was too dangerous. Lang Nathai gritted her teeth and firmly replied that no matter what, she could not just stand by and watch them storm in and take over the guild. But just then, the blood assassin group suddenly froze, mouths agape, looking in one direction as if someone was attacking from behind. Before they could react, they were all knocked away by someone. Trine Mak suddenly appeared and struck them down before they could react. The guild members were overjoyed to see him. Our leader has returned. We are saved. From above, Lai Minho and Nathai also saw Trine Mak. They were overjoyed and ready to jump down to help him. Mak appeared like a solemn god, warning anyone who did not want to die to leave immediately. But those guys were not afraid at all. Seeing him alone, they arrogantly charged at him together. Trine Mak sighed helplessly. The opportunity has been given to you. Immediately after, he drew his sword, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. Then he swung the blade in a sweeping arc, sending a wave of ice straight toward the charging enemies. The moment the ice touched them, the whole group was frozen solid. Before Trine Mak's now stood nothing but ice statues. Motionless, when Lam Minho and Nathai jumped down, they realized he probably did not need their help anymore. It was then that Trine Mak turned to her and asked about everyone's condition, but seeing that Nathai did not answer and kept her head down, he worriedly asked if she was hurt. Then she rushed over and hugged Mak tightly, sobbing, saying it was really good that he came back. Seeing this, Trine Mak gently rubbed Nathai's head to comfort her. It is okay now. It is okay now. Then he looked up and ordered Lung Cham to rest assured. Something like this will never happen again. At this moment, Lai Munhang spoke up, asking Trine Mak how he planned to deal with these people. He calmly replied, anyone who dares to act against us must pay the price. Keep a few for questioning and have the rest withdraw. Mak's expression was so cold it sent chills down the spine. Unexpectedly, Chu Wiem just stood by without helping. Is not this exactly as we planned? Vong Tan Kach's car must have been ambushed and killed by him and Koken working together. The other guilds suffered heavy losses, but the Flame Dragon Guild still retained their strength, and the bloodthirsty assassins have become his pawns. If they win this great battle, I will also have the chance to control the bloodthirsty alliance. Each side has achieved its goal. Chu Wiem turned and walked away. He gave a twisted smile. And besides, he only defeated one Vong Tan Kach and his son. My strength might not be any less than his, so what is there to be afraid of? Returning to the confrontation at the Eternal Peak Guild, the enemy blood killers who were so fierce just now are now begging for mercy, blaming everything on Chu Wiem Sui Duck. When Trine Mak asked about that name, the other quickly replied that he was the guild leader of the Flame Dragon Guild. You offended him and made him jealous of your guild's forging skills, which is why this division happened. Trine Mak then asked Hong Thian when he had offended Chu Wiem, guessing it was related to those causing trouble during the recent trials. These petty people will find an excuse to cause trouble even if you have not offended them. Something this serious happened and I was not there. This absolutely cannot be ignored. Hong Thien angrily said that even Trinky Mac and Kauchat May, once they take action against us, must face the consequences. He turned to ask Tan Vin Song for his opinion, who explained that the Bloodshed Alliance is the largest guild in Line Guyot City, directly connected to the city council. If we really take action, it could shake the entire council. And this time, even though we have the right, the leader Wang Xinji is already dead, Trinam Mac said solemnly. The Elder Tan's meaning is to advise me to let it go, but he is also very conflicted in denial. It is just that the relationships there are too complicated, and I have not figured out the best way to handle it. When Kimak frowned, he said that if his great-grandfather was not here this time, and once the glass crystal limit was removed, there would be no chance to save this situation. Moreover, his great-grandfather had already lost his life because of this. Just as he retracted his words, the old man spoke up. Master Chief, do not say I am that miserable. I am not dead. Home Thien asked unhappily. Is your great-grandfather recovering so quickly? Hearing your question, he proudly replied, with the world tree. Even if you enter the gate, you can still be pulled back, let alone just a minor injury like this. Then the leader turned to Trine Kiem Mak and told him to let it go, but he stubbornly refused to back down, saying if anyone lays a hand on me, I will repay them 100-fold. Home Thien agreed and still tried to intervene, warning that the Bloodshed Alliance was connected to major guilds and the council would not stand idly by. No matter how skilled you are in battle, in the real world power and relationships are what truly matter. Hearing her say that, Trine Kiem Mak immediately turned to look at the enemy soldiers and muttered, making them pale with fear, power and humanity. But in the end, he remained resolute. No matter what, I must eliminate the leader and eradicate the aftermath. That is my only limit. Hearing that, no one spoke out in opposition, so we decided to follow the guild leader's orders. A few days later, Trine Kiem Mak's guild launched a massacre against the other guild, not only looting but also destroying their signboard. Since then, a few martial artists have been sitting in a tavern discussing the incident. In the past few days, they have attacked the guilds under the Bloodshed Alliance everywhere, destroying and looting guild outposts. That story was being widely discussed, and in the tavern, some people were debating these arrogant actions. They were confident the city council would force that guild to behave when someone entered the tavern. Home Thien was annoyed and wanted to teach those loudmouths a lesson, but Koken stopped him, saying this time we are here to mediate, so do not cause trouble. Home Thien kept ranting about fights everywhere without finding Chu Wiem. Clearly the council is covering for him. He explained, his goal was to make a big deal out of it, and then use the council's mediation to his advantage. Now it seems he has achieved that. Home Thien then turned to ask Trine Kiem Mak what to do next, and he calmly replied, do not act rashly this time, we are here to mediate, so we must follow the council's rules. He was a bit surprised to hear Kiem Mak say that. It was so unlike him. Old Mak. But Koken was quite worried about Trine Kiem Mak's calm attitude. If he really listens to the council and holds back, that would be good, but with such unusual behavior, it seems he is preparing to cause a big incident. The guild hall's massive building stands tall against the clear sky, with a crowd gathering outside. Ready to enter, Chu Wiem stepped forward to greet the guest, saying, Chairman Trine, I have finally met you. This time we can clear up the misunderstanding. But Trine Kiem Mak basically did not know who was in front of him. He smiled and introduced himself. I am Chu Wiem, guild master of the Long Wiem Guild, currently the leader of the Bloodshed Alliance. The moment Trine Kiem Mak heard this name, his expression immediately darkened. So you are Chu Wiem. In the conference room of the Line Then Guyot Council, Chairman Dang Gian scalded Vong Tan Catch for provoking a monster like Trine Kiem Mak without even bothering to investigate. Another member of the council believed that when Mak dared to kill Wang Xinkai and wanted to wipe out the Bloodshed Alliance, he was showing no respect for the council. Luoxian immediately rebutted, saying it was clear that the Bloodshed Alliance was desperate because they wanted to seize their technology but failed, which led to the killings. That guy is ruthless. If your investors have dealings with Vin Hang Den Fong, of course they will cover for him. She did not back down either. Do not you also have connections with the Bloodshed Alliance? At that moment, Dane Gian told everyone to stop arguing and then asked where Chu Wiem was now. When he heard someone say that he had gone outside to meet people from Vin Hang Den Fong, he was startled and spoke out immediately. Outside, after learning it was Chu Wiem Hong Thien. When Mak asked if they should act immediately, she replied that doing so would bring shame to the council. He argued again that by the time they acted, it would already be too late to stop it. But strangely, he barely paid attention to Chu Wiem and just nodded slightly, saying if something happens once we are there, we will deal with it inside. At that moment, Dang Yin led a few council members outside, scolding them as they walked. Chu Wiem wanted to go outside but you did not stop him. If they fight here, our council will truly lose all face. After walking a bit further, Dang Yin saw Trine Kiem Mak approach and asked. The council leader Trine was well known, but he fiercely asked back, who are you? Immediately after, Tan Vin Song stepped forward to introduce him as Dang Guyan, head of the branch of the Professional Association of Line Guyot City, and also the acting chairman of the Line Guyot City Council. Hearing this, Trine Kiem Mak urged everyone inside to talk, while Dang Yin watched his back with a troubled expression and said, I did not come here to welcome you but because I am afraid you would fight. Chu Wiem was bitter because things did not go as he imagined. He thought they would not hold back and would strike. Doing that would only offend the council, but who knew this guy, who was so reckless before, would now be so calm. After entering, Trine Ki-mak sat down heavily in the chair and looked across, saying, "Please sit down instead of standing there." Dang In reluctantly spoke first, saying the Bloodshed Alliance was wrong, but Vong Tan Kach had been killed, and Chu Manchu also wanted reconciliation. Chu Wiem immediately covered his face in disbelief. The Blood Alliance leader was truly reckless, but he had already paid the price for his actions. He stood tall and boldly declared that all past grudges would be forgiven, and the Blood Alliance could even cooperate with the Eternal Peak sect for a joint victory. After all, the Bloodshed Alliance now belongs to Chu Wiem, which benefits both sides. Hearing this, Trine Ki-mak immediately praised, saying that today I have come here to do business with you on the council. Dang Nguyen was very surprised and asked, "Oh, business? What kind of matter is it?" Trine Ki-mak confidently continued, "I will no longer pursue the losses, but you need to send a group of people to me. Each official corresponds to a secondary profession and must hold at least an intermediate rank, with a minimum duration of 1 year." Hearing this, the old man panicked, meaning that these people would join your peak ranks later on. Trine Ki-mak waved it off, saying they do not need to join. Just help us with the work. Then someone stood up and said angrily, "So the guild leader Trine means to stop the war, but the council must also reward those who come after." Calmly, Ki-mak replied, "We will pay higher wages than the market and also teach my pill refining techniques to the guild's blacksmiths in return for your support." Those present were so surprised by Ki-mak's words they thought he was joking. Ki-mak continued, "Every month I will also allocate 20% of the premium products at cost price for the agents to sell. At the same time, the Vinhang Guild will absolutely no longer sell these products, allowing our business scope to expand to much larger areas." Everyone in the room was immediately delighted and excited to agree. Trine Ki-mak grinned, knowing that forging and alchemy still depended on the world's rules. Even if we teach them the techniques, to have a complete product they still have to rely on their guild. Sharing profits to grow is the path you have set for Vinhang Peak. Chu Wiem turned pale and gritted his teeth, saying if he lets that happen, then the entire Lin and Guyot city would become his subordinate, and would not the Bloodshed Alliance's efforts be wasted? Then Max stood up, raised his hand, and declared the Vinhang Alliance officially formed. "From now on, all of you must align your stance with mine. If in the future I go to war with other guilds, you must cut ties with them and not sell any products to them." At this point, he could no longer hold back his anger and said, "Your actions are clearly aimed at our Bloodshed Alliance. Are not they?" But before Ki-mak could respond, Dang Nguyen and a few others spoke up for him. Attacking Chu Wiem, he completely exploded, shouting, "Shut up. You all just go with the flow." Seeing this, the others were all afraid too. This is the third stage. When did he enter the third stage? On the opposite side, Kokan, along with Hong Thien and Nadhai, sneered. "Looks like there is a good show to watch." Chu Wiem pointed directly at Ki-mak and said, "I have been patient with you step by step. Do you think I am afraid of you? I just want to live in peace." "But you want to let me be," he immediately retorted. "I never wanted to dwell on the past, but you were the one who provoked me first." Taking his words, "I completely lost it and charged at Chain Kum Mak on this continent. The strong rule. Whoever has the strongest fist has the right to speak. And today I will show you that my power as Chu Wiem is definitely not inferior to Vong Tan Kach." Ki-mak slammed the table and stood up defiantly, saying, "I really like your attitude. Although I am only second generation, if you insist on fighting me, I can only give it my all." Moments later, everyone in the conference room moved outside. The party was worried and asked Hong Thien to persuade Chine Ki-mak, but he just smiled and reassured them that our chairman would be fine. Chu Wiem arrogantly mocked, saying that if you are foolish, you can still make the council turn their backs on you. You say you are smart but still agree to fight me one-on-one. Ki-mak laughed like hearing a joke. "Are you sure you will win?" He raised his hand and created a flame, a rank limit that can be surpassed. "Did not you see her teach that at school? The rank limits they teach at my school are not really like that. I only told them that the division of strength has only one standard, which is skill." And as Chin Ki-mak was bowing to answer, Chu Viem's fireball rushed in, and without hesitation, he swung his sword straight at the fireball. He immediately created countless more fireballs. "Just a cultivator. Huh. Let us see how good you really are." Countless fireballs flew toward him, but Chine Ki-mak quickly slashed them all with his sword. Chine Ki-mak gently landed on the ground without being touched by the fire. Down and outside immediately recognized it as the third stage of fire magic. Although the attack power is not strong, once the battle line is stretched, they can change the terrain, and if Chief Chin has no way to break it, this is dangerous. At this moment, Chu Wiem had already created a wall of fire right in front of him. He called this the Demon Flame skill, which causes real damage, and without a way to counter it, you would be buried in this sea of fire. But suddenly, a flash of light shot out from the wall of flames, and without knowing when, Chine Ki-mak had swiftly jumped through the fire and stabbed his sword straight into Chu Viem's chest. He was stabbed once but still not out. I smiled brightly and replied, "Sorry, this is my rare gear, water and fire immune, plus your speed is too slow." Chu Wiem grabbed the sword stuck in his chest, Do you think that can kill me? I still have elemental transformation skills. But then he quickly realized something. Why was my elemental skill having no effect? Ki-Mak pulled out his sword. My weapon is also a rare item with a passive skill that deals continuous damage 100%. Even if you turn into a turtle, it is useless. Chu Wiem fell to the ground. How do you have so many rare items? Wasn't it supposed to be just based on skills? He spat blood and questioned unwillingly. Then Ki-Mak, like a god wielding a scythe, gradually closed in on Chu Wiem, causing him to retreat in fear. You can't kill me. I am the leader of the Bloodshed Alliance. If you kill me, the whole group will definitely not allow it. Before Chu Wiem could finish speaking, he looked up and saw the cold, watchful eyes of everyone there. It was Ki-Mak who raised his sword high, using power to bind me. Then I will show you who truly offers greater benefits. Who uses power to suppress me. Let us see who is stronger, comparing 5 punches. Too bad your 5 punches are not as strong as mine. Try living a decent life. Your eyes are as red as a real demon. After killing Chu Wiem, Ki-Mak turned to those present and said, Look, clearly this time I came to reconcile and win together. He was the one who refused to stop, so I had no choice but to act, and they immediately joined in. Watching this scene, she smiled to herself. Our leader is not only strong but also flawless in his work. Following him, it seems my old man has chosen the right person. After that, everyone gathered around Ki-Mak again to discuss cooperation with Vin Hang Dinfeng. Inside the Vin Hang Dinfeng guild, people were busy transporting goods. Danging inside, surprised that the guild produced so many weapons and medicines. And he replied that this was only the beginning. Once all the manpower from the parliament is fully assembled, their production capacity could increase even more. He continued, saying that the production of high-end materials has reached saturation, and if we want to increase output, we need to find ways to export to the surrounding main cities. Ki-Mak naturally understood Dang Gaian's point, so we need to carefully consider the issues of transportation and logistics. The two of them walked while discussing cooperation and cargo transportation. He clasped his hands in farewell and said, with the chairman Trine's words, I feel reassured truly. I did not misjudge him. Cooperating with Principal Trine is definitely the best choice. After Dang Gian left, Koken frowned and said, he is really a sly fox, trying to take advantage of everything. Then he turned to ask anxiously, are you sure you have a solution for transportation? If so, from now on, the entire line Nguyen City will be under our control. But Trine Ki-Mak said something unrelated, as if sensing something, then told everyone to finish upgrading the guild first. Later, the three of them, Trine Ki-Mak, Kokan, and Home Thien, went to a large stone engraved with the words Vin Hang Diafong. At that moment, a notification appeared saying the upgrade requirements had been met and asked if they wanted to proceed. Trine Ki-Mak did not hesitate and immediately pressed upgrade, causing a green light to shine from the top of the large stone block. Seeing this light, everyone in the guild was overjoyed. The guild had been upgraded again, and in just 3 short months, our guild had reached level 3. Another notification appeared before Trine Ki-Mak, and he read aloud that after reaching level 3, the production buildings could finally be upgraded, with enough facilities to support the workforce. Not only that, they also received 2 more types of buildings, a stone-throwing turret and a rapid-fire crossbow. Trine Ki-Mak smiled brightly finally. There was a defensive structure, a crucial link that no more worries about incidents like the Bloodshed sect. No sooner had he finished speaking than the guild received a ballista. The guards were overjoyed now. Who would dare cause trouble for us without getting smashed to pieces? Then another announcement appeared reporting the current status of the guild. Trine Ki-Mak was very happy to see this. At this rate of development, reaching level 4 was not far off. Suddenly they all heard a loud noise and turned around to look. The guild guards looked up and saw dragons in the sky, hidden among the blue clouds. Dragons were exchanging words. Home Thien looked up in surprise and asked, is not Than Ling Ai at a mid-level map area? How could there be dragons? Koka shared her thoughts with him. They seemed to be the type that originally lived in the dark forest, and after the guild expanded, it may have encroached on their territory, causing this uprising. When Trinko looked up at the dragons, he smiled quietly. The second benefit of the dark forest had arrived. The people from Nuakai also received the report and rushed over to ask what had happened. Was there trouble again? Home Thien was helpless. This time it was not people but dragons, and it seemed the dragon tribe was about to attack our territory. Everyone was startled after hearing him, but the leader reassured them, saying if they were young dragons, he could handle it, but if they were large or even fully grown, we are in trouble today. Hearing that, everyone felt reassured, and Trine Ki-Mak stepped forward without hesitation, telling everyone to go check it out and decide what to do next. The dragons were still circling above the hill, unwilling to land. Koken looked closely at them for a moment and concluded that these were jade dragon hatchlings. This type of dragon is not overly aggressive but also not friendly toward humans. Home Thien had counted about 7 of them, so they would not be easy to deal with. Dragon ranks are usually divided into 4 levels: low, medium, high, and super, with low-level dragons being the weakest and super dragons the strongest. These jade dragonlings are super dragons among dragons. Although young, their strength is comparable to a level 40 awakened human. Then Trine Ki-Mak solemnly said, you all stay here and guard me while I check it out. But Home Thien quickly stopped him, saying do not rush. Those are dragons. Before he could stop him, Kimak had already jumped straight down. Trine Kimak rushed forward while thinking to himself that during the battles for the Dark Forest between guilds in the early Apocalypse era, these Jade Dragon hatchlings had appeared and caused heavy casualties immediately. Looking back now, they did not eliminate them completely, so the purpose was probably that the dragons charged fiercely as soon as they saw him, but Trine Kimak quickly raised his hand to block them, and immediately the dragons were forced to retreat after one strike from him. Then he took out a large jar of life-draining serum, looked at a dragon, and asked, "You want this?" "Right." The dragons immediately nodded when they saw what they needed. Trine Kimak told them to come here quickly and try it out. He thought to himself, I was right, they came because of the life source poison. Meanwhile in the forest, everyone was rushing frantically towards where Trine Kimak had gone. Hong Thien and Guy then, along with the fish girl, hurried forward, deeply worried, unaware that all 7 dragons were charging in. Old Mac must be dead by now. The chief moved too fast, could not even call him in time. Then you rushed up and told Old Mac to hang in there. The brothers are coming. Trine Kimak was telling the dragons to come and eat the life-death fluid, saying not to rush because there was plenty more, and that after one of them ate, their companions could take their place. When everyone arrived and saw this scene, they were utterly amazed. Trine Kimak explained that they mean no harm and have always used the death fluid here as their food source. Since it is exactly where we took over, it seems the death fluid we produce suits their taste better. These young dragons might just become our allies. Hong Thien was left speechless, unable to believe it. Allies? You mean our guild will have dragons? Everyone in the guild was amazed and thought the leader was truly daring. Trine Kimak pointed to the cup that was now completely empty of the deadly potion. All gone. Completely finished. Then he asked, "Do you guys still want to eat this in the future?" Just as he hesitated, the dragons all nodded in unison. The young dragon blinked, pondering deeply. Then it reached out and touched Trine Kimak's hand. That meant it had agreed. At this moment, a notification appeared saying congratulations on successfully reaching an agreement with the 7 Jade Dragonlings. They agreed to stay in the Eternal City. However, you need to provide at least 4 units of life-draining fluid to them every 3 days. If this requirement is not met, they will leave automatically. May I ask if you agree? After hearing that, Trine Kimak could only laugh bitterly. These young Jade Dragons really do eat a lot. In just 3 days, they have already consumed 4 units of my life source elixir, so I will only have 1 unit left for crafting. Then he thought to himself, whatever, just keep them coming and deal with the rest later. At that moment, a new notification appeared congratulating guild leader Than Van Hang for temporarily reaching an agreement with the Jade Dragons, outlining the benefits for the guild as well as the penalties for breaching the contract. Trine Kimak read it and could not help but laugh. 1 dragon egg per week. If development continues like this, won't everyone in the guild have their own dragon? That is a bold promise. The guild members were overjoyed to see that he had tamed 7 dragons. This means the trade routes with other major cities can now be connected, and in the future, they could even transform into dragon warriors. Trine Kimak reviewed the system information and realized that risks always come with benefits. Perhaps because he had summoned a young Jade Dragon, the protection mechanism was activated, causing their clan to send a juvenile Jade Dragon to test his strength. Let the soldiers come and the generals block. Let the water flood and the land hold it back. This is also a huge opportunity that I absolutely cannot miss. Trine Kimak smiled with satisfaction. The scene shifted to a cave nearby, where a worried person was inside, wondering what was going on and why his younger brother and sister still had not returned. Than anxiously wagged his tail. Everywhere could it be that they were cornered by villains in the sky? Above the guild, several young dragons were debating. Both Hong Thien and his guardian felt that something was wrong. Only now did Trine Kimak respond to them, saying that the main warrior fighting this time would be rewarded with a young emerald dragon. As soon as he said this, the others quickly changed their expressions and gratefully thanked him. Seeing them so lifeless, Trine Kimak could only send his blessings and say, "All right, then hurry up and get ready to fight." It was already late at night at the Eternal Peak Guild City. Trine Kimak went inside to ask Du Tiat about the progress of making the crossbow bolts, and he replied that they were currently making 100 bolts per person, almost reaching 5,000 bolts. After hearing this, he commented that the progress was quite good and that the battle must start by tomorrow at the latest, so they should see how many more they can produce. I plan to assign some guard roles to protect you all, so you do not have to worry about safety and can focus on shooting freely. Upon hearing this, Du Tiat happily assured him, and Trine Kimak reminded him to have someone bring out all the explosives from the guild's warehouse and stockpile them around the city. At that moment, do not spare any resources. The Azure Dragon in its pure state cannot afford any mistakes. This battle is the final test to determine whether the Eternal Peak can be surpassed, and even if I have to exhaust my entire fortune, I will defeat this Azure Dragon. Just then, the whole group heard a deafening roar. As he jumped up high, Trine Kimak spotted the silhouette of a Jade Dragon flying in from afar. It had finally arrived. This is the Jade Dragon in its pure state with 500,000 health, the very one who took my brother and sister. Those below quickly ran forward, preparing for battle, amazed both by the dragon's strength and the fact that it could speak. Yet Trine Kimak remained calm and spoke to Thandai, saying that Ruro was a bit harsh. They all willingly joined our guild. She roared angrily, "We are the proud dragon clan. How could we willingly join a weak territory like yours? Those poor children were surely deceived by your sweet words. Trying Kimak continued to persuade. If you do not believe me, you can come with me to their owner's place to see for yourself. But just as she finished speaking, a bullet suddenly shot straight into Thandai's face. Trying Kimak immediately crouched down and asked the guild member what was going on, and he nervously stammered that he was just too tense. She then flew into a rage, opening her mouth wide to create a large energy ball. Immediately after, Thandai spat straight into the guild's watchtower. Seeing this, Trying Kimak quickly grabbed the two soldiers and jumped down, shouting that it seemed there was no chance for peace, so all members should prepare to fight. She was now holding a gun, aiming at her, ready to shoot, wanting to test the strength of this young dragon clan member first. Then he fired many shots at Thandai. Seeing this, the soldiers below were amazed and praised her endlessly. But before they could celebrate for long, the spot where he stood was struck by her attack. Thandai was not harmed at all and roared, "You only know how to attack from behind." Trying Kimak saw Koken seriously injured and quickly ran over to ask, "Are you okay?" But he was still lying there coughing. Remember to leave me a dragon." Seeing this, Kimak looked down and shouted to Thalang, "Gather all the ranks to open the defense." Everyone open the defense. Then he urged again, "Everyone open the strongest defense to protect the teammates beside you." No sooner had she finished speaking than she took a breath and breathed fire at them. Then Thandai clenched her mouth tightly and stared straight ahead. Taking advantage of the moment, Trying Kimak immediately ordered everyone to seize the opportunity and attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the people below followed his command and fired continuously at her. Trying Kimak then used Thunder Spear straight on Thandai. The Thunder Spear hit her and she was shocked violently. Then Thandai fell straight to the ground, causing a significant shockwave. Seeing this, the commander was worried mage skills could deal such high damage too. This person is truly extraordinary. Maybe from now on I should treat him with more respect. And when he levels up even more, I might not even dare to raise my voice in front of him. Thandai is now lying motionless on the ground, her body still surrounded by crackling energy. Trine Kiem told everyone that this amount of damage is still not enough to hurt a 4th tier monster. All melee units launch an attack, all ranged units focus their full power. Everyone can use their abilities now. And as soon as it was said, everyone charged into battle together. Hong Thien quickly swung his sword and struck one side of her wing. The others were also fiercely attacking Thandai without pause, never relenting in their fight against her. After a while, unable to endure any longer, Thandai was knocked hard to the ground. The others were no better off, struggling for a long time before finally defeating her. But just a second later, she spat fire at him again, saying she did not need to talk to humans like him. Chine Kiem Mac's face darkened as he stared intently at Thandai. Looks like she really wants to die. Then he took out his weapon, raised it, and aimed to strike her head. At that moment, a group of baby dragons suddenly flew in from afar, catching Chine Kiem Mac's attention as he looked up. They landed beside Thandai, looking at him with pleading eyes. Kiem Mat was quite surprised and asked if they wanted him to spare them, but before he could say anything, she screamed again, saying there was no need to beg him. Suddenly Thandai's tone changed. Wait a minute, you guys called him the guild leader. Weren't you the ones captured by them? Chine Kiem Mac then stepped forward, gently holding a dragon and said, turns out she is your sister. Do not worry. I only threatened a little. I won't make things hard for your sister. After a while, everyone in the guild was cleaning up the battlefield from earlier. Thandai had transformed back into human form and was talking to Chine Kiem Mac, saying this was not my fault. It is because you did not explain things clearly. Humanity, you are always too submissive. I felt utterly helpless hearing that. Did not I explain clearly? I said from the start to negotiate first, but she was very stubborn and replied, I do not care. After all, you were the ones who struck first. Hong Thien standing outside was extremely surprised to see this scene. It was hard to believe that the giant dragon who fought fiercely with us was actually such a cute girl. She calmly replied to him that dragons are highly intelligent creatures who can transform at a certain level, but her true form is as she appears, though sometimes she seems a bit unhappy. So me then just teased her a little. At this moment, Trine Kiem Mac raised his eyebrows and said to Thandai, no matter what, we are kind people who took in your younger siblings. But instead of being grateful, you caused trouble and injuries. How do you plan to resolve this? As soon as this was mentioned, Thandai immediately fell into a weak position and stammered. So what do you want? As soon as Thandai said that, Trine Kiem Mac quickly interrupted. If you admit you caused the damage, then work for me. Thandai grimaced at the condition Trine Kiem Mac proposed, work for humans. No way. Upon hearing that, Trine Kiem Mac continued, you must care deeply for these younger siblings of yours. Otherwise they would not risk entering human territory to find food. If you join our guild, I guarantee we will provide unlimited supplies, whether it is food or life resources. Seeing that she was wavering, Trine Kiem Mac calmly continued, I am your prisoner now, so how could I dare to deceive you? Hearing him say that, even the people outside had to cry. This guild leader, what right does he have to eat comfortably while I have to work to pay off debts like this? Thulang sighed sympathetically and said, who is not like that after all? In the end, Thandai was persuaded by the food and agreed to Trine Kiem Mac's request. I reluctantly agreed because of the food. At this moment, a notification appeared saying congratulations. You have successfully tamed a Kinjin Wyvern Dragon, an S-grade beast with top-tier quality. When used as a mount, it can increase movement speed by 500%, and when used as a combat unit, it can assist the owner in battle. At that moment, Trine Kiamak suddenly remembered something she probably did not have a name yet. Right, since she was entirely blue, from now on we will call her Than Day. And she immediately agreed. With that settled, Than Day happily walked off, and he said, "All right, then take me to see the whole place quickly." At this moment, she approached Trine Kiamak and said, "Kid, you are really impressive, even daring to claim a female dragon. In my life, I have never admired anyone else but you." He anxiously asked about his health. She confidently slapped her hand on her chest and said it was nothing, just a minor injury that would heal after a few days of rest. As soon as she finished speaking, he coughed and reminded Trine Kiamak to keep his promise of giving him a dragon, making him break out in a cold sweat. "Please do not push yourself, just rest well. I will go back with Elder Tan to make some recovery medicine to help you heal." After seeing everyone leave, Trine Kiamak thought to himself that he must seize the time to refine some good medicine. Otherwise, once today's news spreads, some people might not be able to hold back anymore. Now it is time to learn about the high-grade herbs. He smiled and firmly shook 5 hands. The next morning at the gate of a house deep in the forest, Trine Kiamak asked Tan Vin Suong what he thought of the improved formulas he had presented, and the old man, holding a few sheets of paper, stammered as he asked him back, "These are truly the things you improved all last night. I really admire your talent." Hearing Tan Vin Suong say that, Trine Kiamak was very happy too. If Elder Tan thinks there is no problem, then prepare the ingredients. We are controlling the time for refining the medicine. And hearing that, he was very surprised, seeing Tan Vin Suong react like that. He also felt a bit awkward, and Vin Suong quickly explained that this is a high-level herbal formula, and a mid-level pharmacist like Kiamak could not possibly refine it. Yet, after hearing this, Trine Kiamak was deeply moved. It was just a high-level pharmacist's certificate, and at most, I could earn it in 2 days. Before Tan Vin Suong could say anything more, he looked up at the sky and shouted loudly. Right after that, the young man riding the jade dragon immediately swooped down, and Trine Kiamak told the old man the last thing. "Just prepare the work ahead and wait for me to return." With that, he rode the dragon and flew away, leaving Tan Vin Suong behind still stunned. 2 days to upgrade from intermediate to advanced herbs. Is he just too extraordinary? Or am I falling behind? The scene shifts to a vast and luxurious alchemy guild where everyone is amazed to see Trine Kiamak riding a dragon, wondering where such a wealthy man riding a dragon could come from. Some thought he was just a wealthy second generation, but soon someone recognized Kiamak as the president of Ving Hang Dinfeng. As he entered, a man hurried out to greet him, the arrival of the elder Trine lighting up the entire Henexe. "Is there anything I can assist you with?" Trine Kiamak simply brushed past him and said, "Prepare the best pharmacy room. I want to train my skills. Oh, and please include the advanced herbal medicine skill book as well." The other person quickly responded, "Do you need any other auxiliary materials?" The manager offered to pay 1,000 gold coins for the room, but Trine Kiamak did not even pay attention. He took a pouch of money out of his pocket and placed it on the table, saying, "This is 2,500 gold coins. Let us do this properly, and remember to prepare everything I want." Those around continued to speculate about what Kiamak was really trying to do. Not long after, in the council's luxurious ledger building, the man who had greeted Kiamak yesterday was now standing and reporting everything to Dang Guyan, explaining that Kiamak wanted to take the lead in advanced herbal politics. He was astonished. He was already a master blacksmith, and now he wants to become a senior herbalist too. I heard he even plans to join both the Blacksmith Guild and the Life Guild. It seems to be true. If he becomes a grandmaster of herbal medicine, unifying the two major guilds will only be a matter of time. With his friendship with Tung Van Long, our Life Guild might be completely overshadowed by then. Seeing the old master so troubled, the subordinate suggested, "So what should we do? Should I tamper with his auxiliary materials?" But Dang Gain immediately yelled at him, "How dare you touch him? Have not you seen what happened to Chu Viam?" The subordinate, seeing the old man so angry, nervously stammered and asked what to do now. Dang Yin smiled thoughtfully and said, "If today he can truly become a senior herbalist, then we will double the number of experts in various fields that we have already sent out. The salaries of these people will be paid by our Life Profession Association of Lingyu City, and we will also send an additional batch of materials as a gift." Upon hearing this, the subordinate was wide-eyed in shock and asked if this investment was too large and if we would suffer losses. But Dang Yin immediately objected. "This kind of prodigy will soon transform the face of our lower kingdom. So if we do not invest now, do you want to hand him over to the Guild of Artisans?" Hearing this, the man reluctantly agreed and said, "Very well. I will immediately instruct my subordinates to make arrangements." 2 days later, the subordinate rushed in to report to Dang Guyan, who asked in a raised voice, "Is there any news from below?" The subordinate replied excitedly that in less than 2 days, Trine Kiamak had already advanced to an advanced level in herbal studies. As soon as he heard this, Dang Guyan immediately ordered him, "Then what are we waiting for? If we are going to give him away, better to accept him early. Do not let the Guild of Artisans snatch him first." Meanwhile, Cheng Ki-mak was sitting cross-legged in the medicine room when a notification appeared right in front of him, congratulating him on advancing to advanced herbal studies. You have received the title of Grandmaster Herbalist. He exhaled deeply and said, although it took less than 2 days, I hardly slept at all, so I am still a bit tired. Suddenly, Trine Ki-mak heard voices from outside his room, saying this is the territory of my life profession guild. Why are you guild craftsmen making such a ruckus here? Another voice retorted, we heard that Guildmaster Trine inside just advanced to advanced herbalism. So we came specially to congratulate him. How could that not be allowed? A moment later, he stepped outside and saw 2 groups standing on either side, so he asked, everyone, who are you? Before he could react, the 2 immediately stepped forward to introduce themselves and offered gifts. They were representatives of Chief Dang and the Guild of Artisans. After hearing that, Trine Ki-mak quickly waved his hand and said, all right, thank you both guild leaders. Your people can stay, but please. No gifts. The 2 tried to persuade him to stay, but Trine Ki-mak quickly turned and went back inside, saying I just got promoted. Let me rest a bit. The scene shifts to the Vinghang Denfeng Guild Hall. In just 2 days, so many craftsmen have arrived. When others enter the city, they bring goods. But when the guild leader enters, it is all people. Now, with the support of many craftsmen, the productivity of our Vinhang Denfeng will surely reach a new level. Du Teak, who was talking to Trine Ki-mak, said, didn't you say you were going on a high-level master raid? Why are you back so soon? He even brought back so many people, saying he had successfully been promoted and was now back here. Then Ki-mak added that these were people sent by the Life Guild and the Craftsmen's Guild to assist, and asked him to make the arrangements. As for me, I will go discuss some matters with Old Tan. Just as Du Teak heard in Frozen Place already successful, but you have only been gone 2 days. Standing right at the gate of Tan Vin Song's house, Trine Ki-mak asked, Old Tan, I am back. How's the progress so far? He stepped outside to report back to you. Chairman, you really returned after 2 days. It seems like you failed. Right, it is okay. I have almost finished studying your formula these past few days. Before I could say anything more, Trine Ki-mak spoke up to Object, who said it was a failure. Take a closer look. Hearing that, Tan Vin Song immediately rushed over and looked him up and down, and sure enough, it was true, my chairman. You really managed to break through to a senior master of herbal medicine in just 2 days. Are you a monster? After seeing the product he had been working on for 2 days, Trine Ki-mak commented, not bad at all. These herbs you prepared really took a lot of effort. Now that I have been promoted to a senior master herbalist, our plan to refine the medicine can finally begin. Tan Vin Song was so happy he could cry. Being able to brew medicine alongside a genius like the guild leader is truly a blessing for Old Tan, and I will definitely support him well. Outside, the sky over the forest around Old Tan's house had reached late afternoon, and as night fell, the place was filled with a misty evening haze. Dawn once again cast its first rays of light into the house. Just then, Tan Vin Song's joyful voice rang out from inside. Success! Success! Those in the guild passing by early in the morning were very curious about Old Tan's voice. What is wrong with him? Is he crazy? Someone in the guild replied that they had heard recently that Old Tan and the guild leader were brewing medicine together, and judging by his voice, it seems the medicine is finished. At this moment, a notification appeared inside the house saying, congratulations on successfully refining the peak recovery potion. The current quality is epic grade. The epic grade peak recovery potion, which can increase the speed of physical injury recovery by 500% for 12 hours after consumption. Tan Vin Song happily said to Trine Ki-mak. The chairman, the effect of this thing is really extraordinary. We once supply it outside without limits. Right, he crossed his arms and replied firmly. Of course, it must be restricted. First, we will sell 10 bottles through the auction house, which will not only increase the appeal of our guild but also avoid causing too much trouble. Then Tan Vin Song clenched his fist and said, after refining this peak level potion, I feel like I have reached the threshold of becoming a master herbalist. It is definitely not easy. Trine Ki-mak then told Tan Vin Song that he would give him a few days off so he could obtain the rank of master, as there would still be many things to rely on him for in the future. When the guild reaches level 4, I will temporarily leave the Thean Khoi continent. Vin Song was startled and asked again after hearing Trine Ki-mak. President, what do you want to do? We have a great opportunity to grow quickly, and Vinhang Dinfong can't do it without you. Now you explain that the upcoming exam is the high examination of a Quok, and since Trine Ki-mak is a student of the Ndu Academy, he naturally has to participate. Tan Vin Song then suddenly realized. Right. If you had not said it, I would have completely forgotten you just graduated from university this year. Then Trine Ki-mak held up a small bottle of medicine, looked at it, and said, I should have reported to the school a long time ago. The first scene shows a system notification saying congratulations. You have met the conditions to level up. Do you want to upgrade the guild? Trine Ki-mak, along with Koken and Hong Thean, stood before the stone tablet, and he exclaimed that after everything they had been through, the guild had finally been upgraded to level 4. Koken beside him said, judging by your tone, it seems you are not very satisfied, but you have to understand that across the entire continent of Theat Khoi, Only our Vinhang Dingfeng has managed to reach level 4 in such a short time, with a scale larger than even a mid-level main city. Hearing that, Trine Kim Mak smiled and replied that he was quite satisfied with the guild's achievements. But the pace was indeed a bit slower than he had expected. The man behind him could only smile wryly upon hearing this. After clicking the upgrade button on the notification board, the usual blue light immediately enveloped the entire guild again. It has now expanded much more than before. Another notification appeared before Trine Kim Mak, reporting all the information about the guild. He read it for a moment and then spoke. After upgrading to level 4 scale, not only did the guild membership exceed 200, but the radius of influence also expanded by a full 500 meters. Upon hearing this, Can frowned slightly, saying that a larger scale means a bigger area to protect. Although the Dragon Clan is guarding here now, most guild members are craftsmen, so the armed forces are still insufficient. Hong Thien added, "That is right. Recently we have often seen spies from other guilds near the border. They envy us, and no one knows if they will attack us again." But Trine Kim Mak then turned back and replied to them, "Rest assured, I have already thought about the defense aspect." Another notification also appeared, but this time it was all the information after the World Tree upgrade. Seeing this, Hong Thien immediately said the World Tree was also upgraded along with the guild, and its shape seemed to have changed as well. Koken noticed this too, but was a bit puzzled about the purpose of these vines and whether they had any function. Just then, Trine Kim Mak, standing under the canopy of the World Tree without anyone noticing, told Koken, "Old leader, you are standing there, go ahead and shoot me with the machine gun." Hong Thien, standing far away, thought he misheard and quickly turned to ask him, "What are you saying?" Telling the old boss to shoot at you. Even Koken turned pale and asked, "Do you not want to live anymore?" But from afar, Trine Kim Mak firmly said, "I told him to shoot, so just shoot." Hearing that, Koken did not hold back either and grabbed his gun to respond. "Alright kid, you asked me to shoot. Well then, I won't hold back, but just so you know, if there are medical bills later, I won't pay a single cent." Hong Thien nearby panicked and pleaded, "Even if it is a new power experiment, there must be another way." But Trine Kim Mak stubbornly told Koken to just shoot with all his might. "Then I won't hold back anymore," he said before firing straight at Anne. As the bullets sped towards him, some vines from the World Tree moved closer to Trine Kim Mak. Then they quickly used their bodies to deflect all the bullets to protect Anne. Both Koken and Hong Thien watched in amazement, realizing this was the World Tree providing defensive support. Then he scowled and said, "Alright kid, so you do have this after all. In that case I will give it my all. You better be careful." Immediately after, Koken raised his gun and fired a stronger burst of bullets toward Trine Kim Mak. But this time, just like before, the vines of the World Tree swiftly blocked all the bullets, even making Trine Kim Mak marvel. This defensive power is far stronger than I imagined. At this point, it seemed Koken had given up, his machine gun dropping heavily to the ground. He then sighed, knelt on one knee, and said, "If I rely only on the machine gun and brute force, I really can't break through the defense. I have to use the superior power of the Barrett." Trine Kim Mak then explained to them that after leveling up, this World Tree looks like an ordinary tree but has actually developed intelligence. It knows how to protect our guild members, and its leaves are extremely tough. Even a third-tier expert would need a special technique to destroy them. With it, if we face a fire attack in the future, everyone can retreat and safely counterattack under the World Tree. After hearing this, Koken admitted that it was indeed a good thing. But why were you preparing these things? Could it be that you want to leave guild? Trine Kim Mak also happily replied that was right. He was getting ready to go back to school to take exams. Hong Thien beside him added that he also had to return to school, but Koken still looked a bit reluctant. Then he started sweating nervously and stammering, almost forgetting that you two are still students. Back at the gate of the Vinghang Denfeng Guild, the inside of the city was bustling with goods being transported. At the guild gate, a few people were standing there. Trine Kim Mak faced Du Tiet, Tan Vin Som, and Koken and said that in just a blink, the guild had grown so large, all thanks to everyone's support. Hearing this, Tan Vin Sung immediately refused, saying that was not quite right, it was all thanks to the guild leader. And Koken beside him agreed, "That is right, although we also contributed. My old man can't deny that it is mainly thanks to having such a capable guild leader like you." Enough about this, Trine Kim Mak said to them, "My deputy and Thu Lang also have to return to participate in the exam, so we will go back together. As for the guild matters, we will leave them to you all for now." Hearing this, the others confidently said to trust them with these tasks. After saying everything, Trine Kim Mak finally turned and left, adding one last thing. "Don't worry, after I finish the grand tournament, I will come back and then lead everyone to clean up the area around Len Guyat City." Ken was still in shock, muttering that he founded a level 4 guild yet was still a student who had to return for an exam. What kind of nonsense is this? The scene shifts to a room where someone reports that Trine Kim Mak has just left the Thean Koi continent through the teleportation gate. Moreover, all the core members of the Eternal Peak have already left, and the person speaking now is one of Yat Vin Sen's subordinates, holding a cat in his arms. He was quite pleased to hear this. thinking, has he really left? That is great. The person opposite Nat Vincent now wore a mask, and he spoke up, saying I told you he would definitely return to the Academy to take the major exam this time. The other replied in disbelief, who would have thought that in just a few short months, someone could build a guild powerful enough to dominate Langai at Ko City, and on top of that, he is still a student who has not even graduated. The man wearing the cloak and covering his face is Chudu Dai, the former head of the academic affairs office at Vanbo Academy. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, because of that brat, I lost my position at Vanba School and was forced to go to the Thean Kai continent to manage a guild. This grudge must be avenged. Then Tudai added to Nat Vincent, my best man is on his way here and will arrive at the latest the day after tomorrow. As long as you agree, we can cooperate this time to destroy his guild. After hearing that, he did not rush but frowned and said, the background of this kid is unusual. Some time ago he wiped out our Blood Alliance rivals, so I have to figure out how to deal with him. Chududai then said he spent a lot of money to hire 20 mercenaries, each averaging above level 45, and if we can defeat their guild, the spoils will be shared among us three. What do you think? Nepvin Sign then agreed, raising his glass with a smile and saying, if Headmaster Chu is sincere, then I will take this risk with you. The day after tomorrow, we will attack together. Chududai also smiled and said, this time we cooperate, and we will make sure it dies without a grave. But deep down he was secretly cursing Nat Vincent. That sly fox agreed immediately when he said he would take on the hardest part and get most of the money. But this time, we can finally make Trine Ki Mak pay. The scene shifts to the gate of Fu Than Du School under the warm sun and blue sky, where Trine Ki Mak and Nuak Hai walk side by side into the school, drawing a lot of excited chatter from the students. Trine Ki Mak looked around for a moment, then turned to Nuak Hai and asked, am I really that famous that so many people recognize me? She smiled as she replied, tell me. Principal Trine, you are a legendary figure who has broken several records, and even before graduating, you were already teaching at the school, so no wonder you are always surrounded wherever you go. Just then, a voice rang out, my good granddaughter. Those two little brats finally came back. If they were any later, it would have been too late. Standing before them was Lang Tiu. Smiling warmly, as soon as Nukai saw her grandfather, she immediately ran over crying, saying, Grandpa, I have not been good. I have not visited you for so long. After they finished their reunion, Trine Ki Mak finally asked about his health, and Lang Tiu, while stroking Nuakai's head, replied that he was doing well. My body is still as old as before, but recently fewer annoying people have been bothering me, so my life has become much quieter. Lang Tiu observed Nuakai for a moment and said, you are already level 39. Little Trine is also level 39, but I do not think he is quite like you. But that is good enough. This grand exam, Arthandu Academy seems destined to become famous. Hearing him say that, Trine Ki Mak also expressed his determination, saying that now that he has returned, he will definitely help Thandu Academy achieve the rank it deserves, and besides that, he has brought back a medicine that can cure his hidden illness. Lang Tiu took the bottle in his hand, astonished, and said, it can cure my hidden illness. Are you kidding me, kid? But before Trine Ki Mak could answer, the Nuakai spoke up, telling him, sir, just trust him. He is now a high-level master herbalist. Lang Tiu was even more amazed now, a high-level herb master, and the kid even passed this exam. Truly an unparalleled talent. Praised like that, Trine Ki Mak could not hide his joy and urged Lang Tiu to come inside quickly to test the effectiveness of the medicine. He did not hesitate and immediately turned away, saying we can't waste time. Let us quickly find a quiet place and try this medicine to see if it can really cure my latent illness. The first scene is in the principal's office of Shendu Academy. Lang Tiu was sitting calmly in his chair, speaking seriously, saying before we begin I have to tell you both that I have sought help from many master herbalists to cure this hidden illness, but in the end, there was no result. So whether today is a success or not, you two do not need to worry. But Trine Ki Mak told him to rest assured. He absolutely has confidence in himself. Sometimes I also cheer for him, telling him to trust in his own strength and to quickly drink the cup. Then Lang Tiu picked up the bottle and took a sip, but immediately after, the bottle in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. Lang Tiu was trembling all over, unable to speak, and Lang Nu Kim suddenly stood up in panic and shouted loudly. Outside the schoolyard, two black cars were pulling up. Lo-Fi stepped out of the car. Quite curious, Principal Lang had invited Lam Thian, Mo Lin, and our other schools to attend the second grand meeting, but why can't anyone else get through now? Chang Sunengayat replied to him that he had just received news that Trine Ki Mak had returned, and they were currently in the office. Suddenly, both of them sensed a very strong aura emanating from the principal's office. Thong Sun and Gaiet immediately turned to ask Lao Fi if he could sense it, and of course Lao Fi could feel it too. After thinking for a moment, he said this was the aura of a 4th-level expert. Why would the Shenyu Academy suddenly burst with such a powerful aura? Hearing that, Chang Shenju immediately darkened his face. Could it really be because of that little demon Trine Ki Mak? But Lao Fi seemed doubtful and reassured him, saying it definitely could not be him. I guess old Lang invited his old friends over, and then the two of them went there together to assess the situation. In the principal's room, He was now standing upright, full of vitality. Not only was his hidden illness cured, but his realm had also improved. Little Trinus medicine is truly amazing. It is so exciting just being near it. It is really great, sir. Trine Kiamak then slowly explained that this peak medicine not only cured the principal's hidden illness, but also boosted the power he had been cultivating for the past 10 years, which is why his level has risen. Lang Tiu was so happy hearing that he was moved to tears. It had been 10 years, and Lao Fai had finally returned to Dinfeng. Just then, Lao Fai and Thong Sen Gaiet also entered the room to congratulate him. I said, where could the power of a 4th stage expert come from? Turns out Principal Lang has recovered. Truly congratulations. Lang Tiu saw the two of them and happily approached, apologizing for his rudeness today. Then Thong Sen Gaiet asked him what level he was at now, and hearing that, Lang Tiu happily replied, thanks to fate and fortune, the hardships of the past few years have helped me reach level 75. Old Fei was so shocked he turned pale and asked again, level 75, how could your hidden illness be completely cured? In his heart he thought, this old man is something else. I have been training hard for years and only reached level 74. What kind of divine gift does Lang Tiu have? Then he continued to introduce, saying it was all thanks to Xiao Cheng, who is now a senior herbal master, and he also stood up to chat with the other two. Lo Pai laughed and replied, alright, I told you, that rotten kid Home Thean reaching level 40 was already impressive, but I did not expect your principal to be even more formidable, yet he even mastered herbal medicine. Trinky Mac then smiled wryly and said, Principal Phi, you flatter me too much. It is also thanks to everyone nurturing beast talents like Hong Thean. Although old Phi said no need to be polite, he was deeply envious inside. Damn it. Why can't this kind of genius be at our Lam Thean Academy? He silently reflected that a few years ago Lam Thean was a 4th-level martial artist who had contracted a hidden illness from fighting beasts, which caused the status of Thendu Academy to decline. Now not only has the illness been cured, but their strength has also recovered, and Senza from the Ndu Academy will truly take the lead. Senza needs to have a deeper exchange with the Shendu Academy. At this moment, Lam Thean suddenly remembered something. Tomorrow is the competition day, and perhaps the two of them still do not fully understand the competition rules. Let me explain a bit to you too. This time the main scores are divided into 2 types, Secret Realm Challenges and Elimination Matches. As for the Secret Realm Challenges, as the name suggests, each academy can form a team to participate, and the final results will be ranked based on performance. As for the knockout matches, they take place on the arena. In principle, each university can select 3 candidates, but to help some weaker schools ranked lower, the Kingdom organizers allowed the bottom 4 academies to add 1 more person, so the knockout stage can have up to 64 participants. Since the Thendu Academy ranked 20th last year and was the last team in the standings, they were allowed to form a team of 4. The overall ranking of the Hekwok Academy competition is calculated by the academy and accumulates points from the secret challenge and knockout matches. If you rank first in the challenge realm, you will receive 20 points, the runner-up gets 19 points, and so on down to the last place which gets 1 point. The knockout tournament has 5 rounds, and each contestant who advances to the next round will earn 3 points. In the end, the champion also receives an additional 5 points. The 3 champions are from Vama Academy. Having won the championship, their achievements correspond to reaching the top 8 and top 4 respectively, so the total points in the knockout rounds will be 41 points. In the recent exam, among our 3 schools, only Malign ranked 8th while our Thendu came in last, which is really embarrassing. At this moment, Lo Fai said politely to Lang Tiu, Lo Lang, rest assured, Hong Thean's strength has improved a lot this year. I believe our Lam Thean Academy will definitely make a breakthrough. He sighed with a smile in response. I ranked last, so I am not qualified to judge your Lam Thean Academy. Then Lang Tiu asked Trine Kiem Mak what he thought about this competition system. And Kiem Mak scratched his head awkwardly and said honestly the rules of this contest are too complicated for me to understand. However, in summary, whether it is a secret realm challenge or a one-on-one battle, as long as I win them all, there won't be any problem. Right? After saying that, everyone agreed. Yes, what you said is absolutely right. As long as you win everything, it is fine. Trine Mak continued confidently. Then there is no problem. Actually this time when I return I have a small request. I hope you all will agree, and Lang Tiu is of course more than willing to support. Then Trine Mak boldly told them that he hoped to select some graduates from the 3 schools this year and recruit those top talents into his guild. He knew this was abrupt, so he wanted to discuss it with everyone first. The old did also spoke up wisely, saying that if it is voluntary, then of course I have no reason to stop it. In his heart, he secretly thought, how could the animal-loving students that the universities have worked hard to train be so easily poached like this? This kid's proposal was indeed quite abrupt, but since his guild was newly established, he could offer some attractive conditions. Trine Mak then bowed deeply to the 2 of them and thanked them in advance. He is now quietly smiling to himself, thinking, this is what you guys said, so do not blame me later. The next day at the Aquok Arena, there was a vast and magnificent battleground. A reporter holding the program script said that today could be called the prime event in Han Nation. First is the Elite Academy group led by the Wenbai Academy. They have always been the top-ranked school in previous competitions and hope to achieve good results again this year. Next is the alliance of 3 schools led by the Shenyu Academy. Although their past performance was not good, this year they gained great fame thanks to the genius student Trine Mak. Then she said to the cameraman, "Trine Mak is over there. Let us go interview him a bit." Go Ha-kin was walking while asking his subordinate about Uncle Tudai's situation. The subordinate replied that Master Chu had reached a cooperation agreement with the people at Phi Lam Arena and was currently preparing to depart. Hearing that, he smiled wickedly and muttered to himself, "I have prepared a big gift for you in the Tiankai continent. Hope it does not scare you to death." At this moment, 2 people entered the arena. Kotu-chan is the commissioner of the General Assembly. The chief steward glanced at Trine Mak ahead and then asked the person behind him, "That little D must be the child that old Tan values greatly, right?" The person named Little Dai is actually Dian Hao, the association commissioner in charge. He replied that he was Trine Mak, this year's representative for Thendu Academy. Hearing this, the old man was very pleased and said, "Very good. I hope today he can surprise me a little, maybe even enough to include him in that plan." Ditching Yin Hao was startled and asked, "Are you talking about the National Destiny Plan? Does that kid really have that kind of talent?" Kotu-chan replied, "This academy competition is originally meant to select talents for the country, so if he is truly a genius as rumored, then he definitely qualifies." After saying that, he turned and left. It is about to start. Go prepare. The scene shifts to the Hakuok Arena. The host speaks up, "Now I officially declare the Hakuok United Academy competition open. Next, please welcome the director of the Ha Kingdom Education Bureau, a member of the Managers Association, and the chief referee of this competition, Commissioner Kotu-chan, who will draw the first Secret Realm challenge for everyone." As soon as Kotu-chan's name was announced, the entire audience erupted in excitement, surprised that this year's referee was such a high-ranking figure like the director of the Education Bureau. Some even added that they had heard he was a member of the Management Association and just one step away from the top, and that even the mayor was sitting right beside him. Only then did he step onto the stage and speak, saying, "I think everyone already knows me, so I won't say much, let us see how my luck holds up today." Then right in front of Kotu-chan appeared a control panel. The dungeon he drew was Islama. Seeing this dungeon, his face turned pale as he thought to himself, "Is my luck too good or just too bad to get this map?" The people in the stands all sighed after seeing the secret realm that Kotu-chan drew. No one expected the commissioner to pull out the hardest one, Islama. And some even predicted that half the team would not make it through today. Even the principals of the schools were surprised by this secret realm. Thuong Gyatsin felt extremely unlucky, but Lang Tiu seemed calmer than Tranan, trusting Trine Mak and Hong Thien to handle it. Inside the arena, Trine Mak and Mad Hay were talking, and she told him that her grandfather had arranged teammates for them, so why had not they arrived yet? Just then, Nahai suddenly spotted a familiar figure. Then she shouted, "Ingain then? Thulang, are you guys here too?" Trine Mak quickly stopped Nahai, saying, "All right, no need to shout like that." She could not help but wonder, what, are not they Ningian then and Thulang? He explained that they were not wrong, but she just did not see it. They were students from different schools. Unexpectedly, Thulang was actually the second-ranked student of Van Lam Academy, and Noonien then was from Malin Academy. These two really kept a low profile. Noonien then standing next to Thulang, sweating profusely, said to him, "All right, this old monster turns out to be someone from Thendu. How could Thendu create such a monster?" Thulang sighed and said, "The guild leader really is the guild leader. Truly ruthless." Just then, Hong Thien's sarcastic voice rang out behind them. Noonien then looked over and said, "Your old man is right here." He immediately turned around and shouted at him, "Who are you? I do not know you, so do not call me that nonsense." Hong Thien refused to back down and retorted, "Oh yeah, you still dare to act like you do not know me. Just wait until the elimination round. I will make you call me Dad." Thulang saw this and asked him, "That blonde brother, you do not know him?" Nguyen then replied angrily, "I know that guy. Damn kid, and yet he is part of Lam Thien." Also the head chef, Trine Mak, thought to himself, that is the team from Vanbay Academy. All members are above level 45. Only the top-ranked school every year can form such a strong team. Thinking that, he said to Nua Ki beside him, "Indeed without Min Hang, he is not valued by Vanba. This is also considered a loss for them." After hearing this, she replied, "Then we won't have to face Min Hang." Then Trine Mak shook his head with a wry smile and said, "Forget it. They will regret it soon enough." Just then, two new people approached them to greet them, Dan N2 Hai and Trilu He Vu. Nua Ki saw the two and greeted them, Dan N2 and Dan Trilu. "You two came here too?" Then she introduced them to Trine Mak. They are the Grandmaster's direct disciples. Mak greeted them politely and silently admired their third-generation skills, thinking the headmaster had really exhausted all his resources. Then Nimki continued to introduce Trine Mak to the two seniors, saying, "Let me introduce everyone to Trine Mak, our team captain. He is also very formidable." Lu He Vu smiled when he saw him and recognized him, realizing that he was Trine Mak, someone he had heard of before, Tuan Hei. Standing behind, whispered to himself upon hearing Trine Key Mac's name, thinking that despite being so young, he was already level 39. Truly impressive. Even so, the principal appointed him as team leader, which is somewhat ridiculous. Everyone then gathered, and Tuanhai felt that this time the secret realm was truly unlucky, but upon hearing that, he asked him, "After all, this map is really difficult." Xianhai said anxiously to Cheng Kamo, "It is indeed a bit tough. Your junior Cheng is the team captain. Do you have any opinions?" He thought for a moment and then replied, "The level of our team ranks among the bottom 20 teams. Definitely among the last few. So if we want to claim first place today, we definitely need to race against time and can't follow the usual procedures. We have to come up with some unexpected strategies." Hearing this, Tuanhai and Li Hu turned pale. Just then, an announcement echoed throughout the arena. The trial was starting, requiring all candidates to enter the secret realm dungeon. Trine Key Mac added one more thing to the others. "The specific plan will be discussed after we enter the dungeon." At this moment, Tuanhai whispered to Liu He-vu, "If they dare to claim the top spot, then strong schools like Van Bai and Van Lam must be no match. Making it into the top 10 would already be impressive." She smiled and replied, "After all, they are juniors and still young, so be a little forgiving." In front of them was a gate leading into the secret realm. The four of them stepped inside together, and only then did Trine Key Mac begin to explain to them. The Islama temple is dedicated to the earth element goddess, so the map is divided into 3 areas based on the earth's power. The area we are passing through now is the first one. The first area has 3 types of monsters. The first species wields rods. Their attack power is low, so they are classified as small monsters. The second type is the polluted area, where there are large numbers of mud-covered bulls that not only have high attack power but also emit radiation light. In the final area, there are diaper amobas with low attack and weak health, but they make up for it with their large numbers, so we can exploit their weaknesses and attack accordingly. Liu He-vu turned to quietly ask Tuanhai how he knew the map so well. Could it be that he had fought here before? Gokame replied that it might be a lucky guess, but fighting here would not be that easy. Just then, Trine Key Mac turned back and said to Hanhai, "The senior in the first area faces 8 groups of spear wielders. Each group has 4 of them. Are you sure you can pull them all at once?" Hearing this, Tuanhai turned pale and immediately said, "Are you kidding me? When the spear wielder's health drops to 20%, they split into 2. So what looks like 32 is actually 64. How am I supposed to handle that?" As soon as Ga finished speaking, Trine Key Mac immediately turned away and said, "All right then, I will go pull them. Once I have control of the little monsters, everyone else can just fight them." Seeing this, Tuanhai immediately said, "All right then, you go ahead and pull them, as long as you can say it and do it. Even if it means risking my life later, I will block the little monsters for you." Liu He-vu beside him hurriedly said, "Little brother, wait a moment so I can add another layer of armor for you." But Trine Key Mac jumped forward, reminding them to stay safe and keep their positions, then quickly wiped off and told the 2 others, "Our seniors will finish soon. Just trust him." Everyone in the stands watching this scene was not only surprised but also quietly mocked their school. Nugohaken smiled to himself, knowing that all of Trine Key Mac's efforts to win quickly would likely just make him a laughingstock. At that moment he charged straight into the thicket of thorny vines. Then Trine Key Mac used his ice barrier technique to attack. As the thorny vines reached to strike him, Trine Key Mac quickly raised his shield to block, giving the other 3 a chance to rush through. Tuanhai was stunned. It really could pull this off. After entering, Liu Xiaowu told him to hurry up and prepare to weave the monster, but Tuanhai anxiously said, "How the hell am I supposed to get in?" At that moment, Trine Key Mac quickly turned around and snapped at him, asking why he was still hesitating and to open his defensive skill immediately. Then he continued to use another technique called extreme ice blooming with shape-shifting. Liu He-vu was shocked and asked, "Are you really a magic user?" Tuanhai stood frozen, staring at the thorny vines rushing toward him and shouted in panic, "How could you do something like this? Are you trying to kill me?" Before he could even prepare, the thorny vines lunged forward but stopped short before touching Tuanhai. Held back by some unknown force, Trine Key Mac was holding a sword and shouting, "What are you standing there for? Defend yourselves quickly." Sure enough, right behind the vines, the thorns immediately charged back fiercely. This time, Tuanhai quickly raised his shield to defend. Then all 4 of them charged forward to attack simultaneously. Each person fought the vines in perfect harmony, and soon the secret realm was calm again as if no battle had ever taken place. They finally defeated all the vines. Even Tuanhai had to admit it was incredibly fast, and none of them were seriously injured. He now has to admit that he finally understands why the principal chose him as the team captain. Everyone in the stands is surprised by Thendu Academy's recent battle. They could not believe that Thendu was actually the first team to defeat the Thorn Wielder. Thung Yinsen and the old rogue sat above, laughing and congratulating Lang Tiu. Even the referee sitting in the chair felt that Key Mac's skills were quite interesting. The host, now very excited, spoke loudly, truly surprising since Thendu Academy had always ranked last in previous years, yet it has become the first school to break through the Thorn Rider. Right behind are Vanbei Academy and another surprising team, Lamthine Academy. Lang Tiu sat in the chair, extremely angry. Where did this host come from? And yet they say our academy is the last ranked. The old scoundrel sitting next to me waved his hand at Tranan. That man. Old Lang, do not be angry. Later we will show them our true strength. Wuxujing nearby saw this and his face darkened as he frowned deeply. It is just a temporary lead. So let you guys enjoy your moment of pride a little longer. Seeing Trine Ki-mak is very interesting. Kotutran asked Ditching An how beside him again. Little Ditcha, did old Tan ever tell you anything about Trine Ki-mak? He replied that he only knew old Tan liked him very much, but he did not know much about him. As soon as he finished speaking, Ditch Hao chuckled to himself, thinking that since Kotutran wanted to play kidnapping with old Tan, it was best not to get involved in the struggle between such powerful figures. At this moment, Trine Ki-mak's group entered the second secret area, facing a level 45 mud crawler with a wet mud monster named Tin An and 15,000 health points. Ki-mak stepped forward to explain to everyone that although the mud crawlers may not look obvious, they have high attack power. Moreover, it has a debuff, so rushing in will reduce its stats by 30%. This is quite a troublesome little monster. Tuanhai stepped forward and said, "Let me handle this one," but the captain refused, saying this monster is the tank's nemesis. Being tough is not enough, so it is better if I go. Hearing him say that, Tuanhai was very curious. If just being tough was not enough, then how exactly should they pull the monsters? Right after, Trine Ki-mak jumped up high and told everyone to watch him. He jumped up to attack while thinking to himself that the mud crawler really drains the tanker's defense. But their speed is very slow. As long as he moves fast enough and predicts the attack timing accurately, he can dodge the effects and at the same time draw their aggro. After taking down a few monsters, Ki-mak shouted to everyone that now was the time to strike. Tuanhai watched in disbelief, wondering if it was really possible to get through without getting hurt. Sometimes I would rush up and laugh, telling him, "Now you both must understand why I said he is really strong." Right, both Liu Xiaowu and Tuanhai rushed forward together. They had also started to believe they could take first place. Then the four of them joined forces and fought in perfect harmony. Trine Ki-mak charged forward, fearlessly battling each monstrous bull alone. The spectators in the stands were amazed by Trine Ki-mak's skill. The host continued. Hak Fu then Dua surpassed Vanba by a narrow margin of 0.6 seconds, maintaining the lead. At this point, the deputy headmaster could no longer hold back, banging the table and standing up to shout loudly. How did they come up with 0.6 seconds? Is there a mistake? His subordinate tried to stop him. Please do not be angry, Headmaster. After all, they can't keep jumping for long. Trine Ki-mak's group is now facing the third secret realm, and Hai and Liu Xiaowu charge forward together, both defending and passing through the monsters. On the other side, Ki-mak and Liu He were also busy fighting fiercely against the swarm. The announcer's voice rang out. Trine Ki-mak's team from the Ndu Academy once again took the lead in eliminating the larvae. Next, they will have to face the Gnosis boss stage. In front of them is Gnosis, a level 46 elite water elemental with 150,000 health points. It stood aggressively in front of them. Trine Ki-mak then shared the essential information about this boss with everyone. After the spores parasitize the awakened, the first skill is called the Poisonous Mushroom Cloud. This skill is somewhat similar to the Radiant Orb from earlier. It can cause spore parasitism to all targets within a 3-meter radius around Gnosis. At this point, the monster is emitting some kind of poisonous gas around it. As he finished speaking, the health bars of the three others simultaneously dropped a notch from coming into contact with that toxic gas. The second skill is called Acid Arrow Rain. The acid debuff deals 600 continuous damage every 3 seconds to the current target. Gnosis has 3 skills. The existence of this skill puts significant pressure on the team's healing, having to monitor the muscle booster's health while ensuring teammates do not die. True to its name, Gnosis will shoot 5 poison arrows simultaneously. Moreover, this skill fires immediately, so be careful. It absorbs 18% of the target's health every second and transfers it to Gnosis, maintaining healing for the boss for 10 seconds. However, these 2 skills can be avoided in the same way as dealing with the slimy crawler, so they are useless against me. Gnosis, now furious, shoots poison from both hands and roars, "Destroy the invader and face my terrifying natural power." But Ki-mak was not only unharmed by this attack but also countered with another fire-breathing move. The final passive skill is Inheritance Spin, which is the most troublesome ability. After saying that, he once again swung his sword down decisively. The Gnosis gradually began to dissolve after the strike, and he loudly told everyone that once its blood was drained, it would split into 6 smaller bodies. If the clones escape, it will be reborn, so everyone's mission is to shoot down its clones. Sometimes, after hearing this, they immediately rush forward to unleash their spear attacks. On the side of Henhai Tu and Liu Shuwu, they did not hesitate and charged forward, combining their swords to defeat Gnosis clones. Suddenly, the remaining clones gathered into a swirling vortex. Gnosis let out an angry roar as he saw Trine Ki-mak preparing to strike, while he smiled and said to the others, "Good, now it has no way out." Immediately after, powerful vortex of fire pierced through the monster's body. The space has now returned to silence. the dust gradually settling with no sign of anyone left. At this moment, a notification appeared before them. The number 1 boss of the Islama-Lugnosis secret realm has been defeated. The host was extremely excited, shouting out 1 hour and 15 minutes. The team of 3 from the Ndu Academy has killed the number 1 boss and broken the record, currently leading by a wide margin, on the side of Nyithan and his teammates. They were extremely shocked upon hearing the news. One of his teammates exclaimed, "Damn, the evil young masters still have not finished fighting. Who could possibly defeat the number 1 boss that fast?" Ndu then quietly replied, "That guy is a complete freak." Hong Thean, fighting on the side, heard the announcement and could only give a bitter smile. This old guy is just too fast. Meanwhile, the entire audience watching the match erupted in excitement. Some exclaimed it was unbelievable how strong the Ndu was this year, while others felt genuinely happy. I am not sure if my 3 little prodigies have finally been discovered, but some are already raising doubts, saying there must be cheating. The Ndu is definitely cheating. Kotu-chan, sitting in the referee's chair, pondered silently, wondering if Lotan really valued him that much. He truly had some skill. The other teams also successively defeated the first boss. The second path was taken by Hokfu Vamba, followed by Hokfu Halak. Taking 4th place was Hokfu Lam Thean, and 5th place was Hokfu Malign with a time of 1 hour 47 minutes. The old bandit sitting above saw the leaderboard and laughed, saying the kid Home Thean did well. Making it into the top 4 is already great. Thuong Gyatson sitting beside him also smiled and replied, "It is quite embarrassing. Malign came in 5th this time, but making it into the top 5 is still something to celebrate." Ngo Hakin was now nearing his limit. He began to doubt whether this was just luck or if he had accidentally triggered some hidden mechanism. The subordinate sitting next to him hurriedly poured him a drink, saying the secret realm was still long and they could not rely on luck every time. Ngo Hakin then remembered something and turned to ask, "How is Chudu Dai over there? Go urge him to hurry up. Let me see how much longer they can keep smiling." The scene shifts to the wall of the Eternal Peak Guild. Nihip Vincent and Chutu Dai were standing under a tree in the nearby forest, and he told him that the wall ahead must be the Eternal Peak Guild of Trinkiam Mak. Nip Vincent was very surprised and said that although he had received information about them, seeing it with his own eyes, he really could not believe that kid could build such a large-scale guild. "They have prepared a lot of soldiers and weapons for the attack." And Nep Vincent then said, "Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" Chutu Dai reassured him, "Don't worry. The reason we spent so much time is just to prepare these siege weapons. With these, breaking through will be as easy as flipping your hand. Today we have no shortage of manpower and full equipment. I want to see how they plan to defend this eternal city." Kokan, standing on the city wall using binoculars, said that half of the more than 80 people in the team are around level 45, with 10 siege machines prepared, each costing over 10,000 Nip Vin's son is really throwing money around. After observing, he laughed and said, "I can't believe that kid guessed right again. What is going on in his head that he can always predict the enemy?" Du Thiet beside him agreed. Luckily the guild leader arranged everything before leaving. Truly a man with foresight. Kan then turned around and joked with him. A level 4 guild, facing exam season. The entire main fighting force of the guild disappears. Strange things like this can only happen in our Eternal Peak Guild. Immediately after, he ordered everyone in the city to return to their defensive positions and enter combat mode at Eternal Peak. The host's voice rang out excitedly once again. Another first-class divine bait. Today's opening performance is quite interesting. I am not sure if the alliance of the 3 schools is planning to seize the opening to expand their influence, or if the other schools are holding back. He continued, "Earlier when boss number 1 was killed, the secret realm stage was already cleared. Now let us invite the principal of the Wemba Academy, Nugo Hak, to talk about the information related to boss number 2. He stands on the stage and begins to speak. "Hello everyone, I am the principal of Wembo Academy. Nugo Hak, Waisatlamai is an epic-level secret realm with high difficulty. The first boss stage Knossos is the simplest, with a relatively high margin for error, and some teams can rely on luck to get through. But the next boss is not that simple in theory. You need to be fully prepared and cannot rely on a little cleverness and luck to pass the stage." After hearing him speak, Lo-Fi and Lang Tiu raised their eyebrows and said, "Nugo Hak-kin is clearly saying we got through boss number 1 by luck. The more his Yunyan aura fluctuates, the more it proves he is unstable. Let us just watch and see." Nugo Hak-kun then continued to introduce boss number 2, which has a total of 3 smaller types. The first type is a haunted ghost that likes to hide in the dark and ambush people. As long as you keep the light, you can quickly kill them. The second type is a trampling beast, a monster with strong physical power that can attack from a distance, so use ranged attacks to lure and kill them. The third type is the full fire demon, a monster like boss number 1 with the ability to split attacks, requiring careful control of attack levels. You mainly focus on defense and healing while I handle the offense to maintain formation, Tumak said as he quickly moved forward. At that moment, Tuanhai was suddenly attacked from behind by the rotting fire demon, and he cried out in pain. When Mac quickly ran over to help, he asked, "Are you okay?" Tuanhai quickly stood up and apologized for delaying the exam, but Ki Mac did not blame him and just said it was okay. "We are a team and just need to do our best." The host was no longer as excited as before and spoke slowly. Boss number 2 is indeed more difficult. This time, although the Divine Enchantment Academy had some success, their ranking dropped from first due to the members' weaker equipment. The Logistics and Literature team from Vanba Academy temporarily leads with a narrow advantage. Next up is Van Lam Academy, led by the Lang, who was once the subject of much gossip this year. Following them are the Lam Thean and Malign teams, full of spirit, with Captains Home Thean and Ningai then both showing outstanding performances. The people in the stands laughed and spoke with a rather mocking tone about the Divine Academy, saying they were not too surprised by the results. See, Yumbo Academy and Yunlin Academy are back in first and second place. After all, the Divine Academy is a small school, their supplies could not keep up, so what good is skill alone? Wu Shujing secretly smiled to himself, thinking this was just the beginning of your weakness. The monster levels behind are getting higher and higher, and no matter how skilled you are, without economic support, it is useless. The host continued to narrate. By now almost all groups had encountered the second boss, so let us look forward to their outstanding performance. This is Velatak, level 47. The elite leader of the Salak tribe with 180 health points. The group currently faces Velatak, the leader of the Salak tribe, who is not only skilled in assassin techniques but also proficient in ranged attacks like a hunter. He has 3 skills. The first is multi-arrow shooting, which makes Velatak fire 5 rapid poison arrows with a range of 30 meters in front of him, dealing considerable damage. If you think that with good skill and pulling Velatak's hate well from behind the group, only he can take the multi-arrow shot, then that is a big mistake, because the second skill is linked to the first, called Shadow Rush. Velatak will instantly teleport next to the target and deliver a critical strike. As for the final skill, Velatak increases his evasion rate by 50% for 5 seconds, meaning his attacks cannot be dodged or interrupted during that time. Tuanhai is now under attack and seriously injured. Lu Hivu quickly tends to him and asks Kiem Mak how they should deal with Velatak. Kiem Mak replies that his attacks cannot be fully defended against, so neither enduring nor dodging is effective, and they can kill them immediately either. To handle him, they have to fight while taking medicine. Dying little by little, Tuanhai sat up trembling and replied that dealing with this boss not only required skill but also a large supply of high-grade medicine. Lu Hivu anxiously added, a large supply of high-grade medicine. I only have 3 pills, and those were given to us before the principal arrived. I did not expect we would have to spend money too. Choosing resources like this is unfair to us, he said grimly, mainly because we did not expect to have to drain them dry. Otherwise we would have prepared more. Just then, Kiem Mak took out a bunch of medicine from his pocket and said, I have 8 super-grade pills. Each of you take 2 first. Tuanhai was amazed to see the amount of medicine. Super-grade blood medicine, which is in short supply all year round and very expensive. These 2 doses could give us an extra life, but Lia Shuwu worriedly asked him if this was not too extravagant and if they would not charge them for it. Sometimes standing aside, he smiled and replied to them, rest assured and use them. He is very rich, so rich that you can't even imagine. Kiem Mak also smiled and said, as long as we can successfully kill the boss, 2 pills are nothing. After saying that, they set off to prepare for the fight with the second boss, immediately rushing in for a fierce battle. Velatak, furious, slashed at Tuanhai with its claws, saying, taste the sharpness of my claws. Ga was hit right where he was injured earlier, gritting his teeth in pain. Dying really means you can dodge. Kiem Mak quickly rushed to support Tuanhai and urged Gay to take the medicine quickly. After drinking the potion he gave her, and Hai's health recovered slightly, Liu Hivu stood by to support Ga, and Kiem Mak reminded her to heal Hanhai more. Hanhai stood up and looked at Kiem Mak fiercely fighting Velatak. Thankful for this medicine. If it had not been for it, I would have been out earlier without time to heal. Kiem Mak fought while reassuring Ga. It is okay, just keep this pace. Do not think about dodging Han's attacks. If we have blood then let us trade blood with Han and see who dies first. He fought while holding the vial and drinking it, and on the other side, they attacked while quickly taking the blood recovery medicine. Lu Hivu was no exception. She quickly blocked the attack and drank the medicine. All 4 of them teamed up to borrow Velatak's strength and worked together to defeat Ga. Everyone in the stands was amazed at the 8 medicine pills Kiem Mak just took out. He was really generous in his moves. Thuong and Gayat, amazed in the stands, said to the old thief that based on the amount of blood the commander just recovered, the super-grade blood medicine Kiem Mak provided is at least of refined quality, maybe even higher, given the rapid blood recovery. He could not believe it when he heard it. Probably close to 4,000 points already. This is super-grade epic quality blood medicine. Seeing the other 2 so surprised, Lang Tu just laughed and said, I have long told you that these kids are not just high-level master herbalists, but also capable of producing large quantities of ek-grade blood medicine. Do you think they are some kind of fire talisman? Wu Xujing is laughing uncontrollably up there. Lang Tu is still ruthless, but no one knows exactly how many bottles of epic-grade super blood medicine they have prepared in total. Even the old master was secretly amazed. So rich, yet able to drink epic-grade blood medicine like water. The question is whether this money belongs to him or to the Divine Academy. After a moment, when Max swung his sword down powerfully, he had killed the number 2 boss Velatak. The host saw this and excitedly spoke into the mic. Then Do Academy once again created a miracle by taking the lead. Vanby Academy has defeated the second boss, reaching a new peak. The Vanby Academies and the Yunlin Maling closely followed behind to complete the kill, all resting at the main rest area preparing to face the next challenge. But the Shen Do Academy did not stop. They kept moving forward. Could it be that they do not need to rest? Moreover, the path they took did not seem like the usual route through the mysterious places. The subordinate sitting next to Ningo Hakin happily told the old man, the principal, that this kid has gone crazy just to win. Not following the official secret route and choosing this strange path is just asking for failure. Nugo Hakin is now frowning, wondering what this kid is trying to do. Tuan-hai stepped forward and asked, Captain, do we really have to take the risk? And Diamtine replied that they had just encountered a level 2 boss and already wasted some time. If we follow the normal route, the results might not be too impressive, so to create a bigger advantage, we need to shorten the path. Hearing this, Tuan-hai turned pale and replied that we are currently leading in points, and as long as we follow the fixed route to the boss position, we will definitely be in the top 3. But now if we choose a path no one has taken before, we could be eliminated immediately if we run into trouble. Even Liu Xiaowu agreed with him, saying that is right. Junior brother, our school has achieved such good results for the first time, but Ki-mak remained determined not to turn back and simply said, if I told you I had already taken this path, no one would believe me, so I do not want to convince anyone to follow me. Just like when I turned back and told the other two, students overthink too much, just follow him and it will be fine. At this moment, Ki-mak, walking ahead, was silently thinking that in his previous life he had explored all the hidden paths on the map. If there was a perfect route in this game, it was definitely already in his mind. After saying that, they just kept walking forward. Ahead of them was a poisonous swamp with monsters wielding maces waiting, and Hai and Liu Xiaowu were so scared they stammered. This time it is really over, we have truly taken the wrong path. Everyone watching from the stands laughed at the scene, saying Ki-mak has definitely messed up this time. Based on my experience, this lake cannot be crossed without a 4th level expert. Their pit has 4 people, and some even mocked that the divine will had hopes for the humble this year. But now having to turn back halfway, even staying in the top 10 seems unlikely. Even Cheng Yusheng and the old bandit sitting above were very surprised and not pleased with this decision of Ki-mak. This kid really made a terrible move. Clearly leading, why suddenly switch to a new path? It is a pity. But Lang Tiu did not care much and just told them to keep watching what happens next. Inside the secret realm, someone was throwing something into the lake, causing bubbles to rise and steam to hiss. Hai saw this and said worriedly, the poison is too strong, judging by this energy. Even if I jumped in, I could only hold out for 3 seconds. Lu Hivu also agreed, adding that with my healing, we could only hold out for about 5 seconds at most. And there were still a few small monsters guarding over there. Seeing this, both of them tried to persuade Ki-mak to turn back. If they retreated now, there was still time. If we try a little harder, we can definitely keep a top 10 spot. But no matter what, Ki-mak still insists we do not need to. Both were startled to hear this, and this time he seriously said, we do not need to turn back, I have a way. Then Ki-mak began explaining to them that by using that rock, we could get everyone across. Tuan-hai found it very hard to understand, saying that rock basically no one could swim to it in 5 seconds. Moreover, there are little monsters guarding the other side, so even if we barely make it to the shore, we will be killed by them once our strength runs out. But Ki-mak basically ignored his words and just told Lu Hivu to use the protective spell on himself. I will go first, you just need to follow my lead. After speaking, he immediately jumped into the lake without hesitation. Using the passive purification energy, Ki-mak quickly swam to the rock, thinking to himself as he swam, with the passive purified energy and the protective shield, I can definitely endure for more than just 5 seconds. Lu Hivu stood on the shore anxiously and asked Not-hai beside him. It has been over 10 seconds and he still has not appeared. Could something have happened? But she still smiled confidently and said he would be fine. The spectators watching the match had been talking, wondering why Ki-mak still had not surfaced after so long. He probably won't make it. Even if he appears now it would be useless. The distance to that rock is still at least 10 seconds away. Some people even laughed mockingly, saying this Ki-mak guy always likes to show off with extreme risky stunts and will end up bringing disaster upon himself. But just then, something suddenly shot up from beneath the lake and clung tightly to the rock. At this moment, Ki-mak was covered in blazing flames as he leapt out of the water and successfully landed on the rock. Hai and Lu Hivu were overjoyed and amazed, saying this disciple is truly formidable. And he managed to hold on so long with even tougher endurance than someone like me. The crowd in the stands was both excited and amazed. No one could have imagined Ki-mak would succeed. Yet he really did. Some even said the move looked simple but required 4 things. Distant step support, extremely high agility, passive chi purification, and a hooked half catch. Missing even one element and it would not work. They all deeply respect him now. Even top-tier masters can't replicate this move. The referee Gu Zhen, sitting in his chair, also marveled, calling him a once-in-a-century talent. And Di Yuanhao was speechless. He is really impressive. He has already made it through. But do not forget he still has Ki-mak. his teammate. Besides, there are monsters guarding the other side, so how does he plan to get all three of them across? Mac stood on the rock and told Nukhai on the shore that when he called, she should jump onto it. Then he swung a rope that stuck to a monster rushing towards them. With a swift move, Mac used the luminous spear and hook form to launch them into the air, shouting for Nukhai to jump quickly. Just as she leaped, the two monsters Mac had pulled up fell straight into the water, startling Hanhai, who realized this plan was serious. Nukhai quickly understood and jumped onto the monsters that had not fallen into the water yet. Rushing close to the rock, after stepping on the last monster, she rushed forward and hugged Mac tightly, saying, "We made it. We are through. You are really good," he said as he caught Nukhai. "This is just basic moves." After lifting Nukhai, Mac turned to the other two and said, "Senior brother and senior sister, get ready to go. Each of you jump up one by one." The two others, seeing this, also responded with great determination. The people in the stands were now filled with a myriad of emotions. Some felt that Mac's weapon was incredibly powerful, while others even shared information about this weapon, because they chose a completely new path. They have now avoided the minions of boss number 3 and gone straight to face boss number 3. In front of them now is Ponson, the corrupted elite center leader, level 245 with 140,000 health points. What is noteworthy is that while the other teams are still dealing with the low-level minions of boss number 3, Mac's team has already started fighting boss number 3 directly. If all goes well, they will be the first to face Queenlet, the final boss of Izarama, and Mac briefly explains this boss to everyone. Ponson is not very strong and hardly has any skills that cause negative effects to the team. From here, we can be more at ease. I will quickly explain the skills. Then everyone get ready. He has a total of 3 skills. After explaining everything, everyone charged forward at Mac's command. Ponson let out a roar to challenge, protecting Queenlet and eliminating all intruders. Nguhokin was now so furious he wanted to swear. Damn it. He passed through the rain path as easily as if he had conquered it before. Just then, his subordinate approached and whispered in his ear, reassuring him that Chutudai and the others had already begun their operation. The scene then shifted to the peak of the Vinhang Guild. Chutudai and his comrades ordered the soldiers to quickly start the siege. Once Vinhang is captured, everyone will be richly rewarded. He stood next to a cannon and laughed, saying, "This thing works great but is really expensive. I heard that the Eternal Peak City is incredibly wealthy. Do not disappoint me." Then he immediately ordered to fire the cannon. The cannonballs shot straight into Eternal Peak City, but the commander and his men calmly watched them fly over their heads. They have enough siege cannons and the preparations are thorough. Chutudai waited below for a long time but still heard no sound and asked, "Why is there no noise after the shells hit the ground? Could it be that all the fuses were neutralized?" Hearing this, Nukvinson immediately retorted, "How could all the fuses be neutralized, standing atop the city wall?" Koken looked down and laughed. "Nukvinson, this old man is still stubborn. Once someone strikes first, do not blame me for being ruthless." Immediately he ordered the world trees holding the cannonballs to counterattack. Instantly, all the cannonballs fired by Chutudai's forces were shot back out. He and Nukvinson were stunned, unable to understand why this was happening. Immediately after, all their equipment and soldiers were blown to pieces. Nahuk Vincent was lucky that Chutudai used a magical device to create a protective circle, keeping him safe, and now he was expressing regret to Nuk Vincent. It was unclear what scheme they were plotting, but even without siege weapons, the two of us, both 3rd level, plus these expensive mercenaries, defeating them would not be a problem. She looked down from above and saw that the two were still alive, smiling with confidence. Then he waved his hand and a group of young dragons took flight together. Warriors of the Peak Eternal, show these intruders what respect means. The two men were stunned to see the dragons take flight. It was just a small level 4 guild, yet they even had dragon engineers. At the command of the leader, the young dragons immediately breathed fire straight at the two men, instantly burning them and their belongings to nothing. Nepvinson, standing inside the protective circle, began to regret and said to Uncle Tudai, "I should not have listened to you. Without siege weapons, how are we supposed to manage now?" But Uncle Tudai reassured him, saying, "These are just young dragons. They can harm us 3rd level warriors yet, and I have an idea." Currently, in the city of Vinhang Denfeng, there is only one 3rd-tier powerhouse, Kokan. If the two of us work together to break through the city gate and kill him, this guild will definitely fail. Nepvinson immediately agreed upon hearing this. Now what they must do is find a way to break through the city gate. But just then, through the thick smoke and fire, a figure appeared with an angry voice saying, "You foolish humans dare say that me flying in the city will damage the construction, insisting I must appear in human form. Truly a bunch of idiots." With that, Thandai stepped outside. Before she even stepped out, they looked down on her and said, "Is this the person they sent to deal with us? Just a little girl." But Nep Vincent immediately realized something was wrong and hurriedly said, "This one does not seem to be human." No sooner had she finished speaking than Thandai transformed back into a dragon and roared, "You are the ones who ruined my meal and my rest, you two ugly humans. Now watch me turn you into snacks." Immediately after, She opened her mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs as she roared, while the two others stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes. They could not understand why there was a Dragon Clan youth in a place like this. The first scene shows a weak monster impaled through the chest by someone's sword. This is the Lang's group fighting the monsters. One of them joked, "The boss fight is coming up. Our results this year are definitely in the bottom 3. Another replied, "The top 3 to me is probably just the bottom 3. Only Vanba might still be able to compete with us a little." Then he turned to Thulang and said, "With you here, I feel like even first place could be within reach." Hen smiled wryly and replied, "Maybe we can't fight for first place, but if we all try, who knows, there might still be hope for a top spot." After he finished speaking, the others asked curiously, "Do you mean there will be a very strong contender this year? Someone who could threaten the top 3? Could it be Lamthean Academy?" But the Lang calmly replied that Hen was referring to someone from Thendu Academy. The two of them, unable to believe it, asked again, "You said it was Thendu Academy, the one that always ranks last, right?" Hen shrugged as if to say, "That is right, it is them, and bearing any surprises, they could be the top team today. So if we try hard, we might be able to surpass Vanba Academy." Although the Lang said that, Hen's teammates clearly did not believe it much. Teacher Hen did not bother to explain, just vaguely said that maybe in 1 or 2 hours everyone would understand. The scene shifts to Kim Mac's group, who have just defeated the third boss in the Izarama secret realm. After the battle, Henhai breathes a sigh of relief and smiles, saying, "We have passed boss number 3, and we are just 1 step away from completing Izarama." Kim Mac smiled but still warned him not to let his guard down. The final boss was still ahead. He turned back to encourage everyone to keep pushing, confident that as long as nothing went wrong with this boss, they are the champions of today's secret realm challenge. And just then, the third boss that was lying on the ground disappeared. Everyone saw this and worried about what might have happened. Kimak reassured them not to worry. The final boss, the elemental queen Lysis, was about to appear. Immediately, a mass of earth floated in the air before them and began to gather. The clump of earth quickly formed into a monster known as Lysis, the queen of the earth elemental elites with a life force of 250,000 points. Henhai looked up and said, "Is this the Queen Lysis? She is uglier than I imagined." As someone beside him also added, "Her appearance is indeed a bit ugly, but there is no doubt her stats are the strongest in all of Izarama." Kimak then spoke up, saying, "She is very powerful, but I already have a way to deal with her. Everyone just needs to remember the 3-word strategy: run, lure, explode." As soon as he finished speaking, the others all looked confused, wondering what this strategy was about. Seeing this, Kimak immediately stepped forward and said, "Let me go first and show you all how it is done. You will understand right after watching. The first skill of the great Earth Queen Lysis is called Stone Throw, which simply hurls a massive rock. When the final skill, Dust Storm, is activated, I will proactively attack and taunt, pulling Lysis out of position while retreating to give everyone enough space to unleash their full attack. This type of area attack can be dodged or blocked, but the trouble comes right after with the second skill. The second skill, Hate Gaze, causes Queen Lysis to inflict a wide area fear effect on all targets within a 10-meter radius, lasting a total of 6 seconds, right when stunned by the fear effect. The third skill, Dust Storm, activates with Lysis at the center, unleashing a massive sandstorm within a 30-meter radius that causes damage and pushes back anyone caught in it. As soon as she finished speaking, the storm of sand flew towards the 3 of them, forcing them to retreat, and Nathai cursed her as a real demon. Then she quickly ran over to Kimak and asked if he was okay. Kimak replied that he only lost a little health, but that was enough to scare Nathai out of her wits. Then Kimak turned back and asked the other 2 if they clearly saw her skill. Then he gave a few more instructions, saying that whenever she uses her skills, he will use the fastest speed to block the first hit for everyone. Just time it right and dodge, and when the final Dust Storm skill is activated, he will take the initiative to attack and provoke. Pull licks it away from the position, then fall back to leave enough space for everyone to launch a full force attack. After hearing this, Nathai anxiously asked him, "Is not that too dangerous?" Even Enhai agreed, saying, "This time all of us will go into battle. That is triple the strength." But Kimak responded very seriously, "Am I in danger or not? It all depends on whether everyone can deal enough damage in time." But even at this point, Nathai still could not stop worrying. Before she could say anything more, Kimak dismissed it, saying, "There is no ifs or buts, just follow my plan and we will take down the final boss as fast as possible. By then, not only will we win first place, but we will also break the record. That is my true goal." The captain has made up his mind, so the members have no choice but to follow. He grabbed his spear, looked ahead, and said, "I will go lure the monsters. Everyone get ready to run." Lysis wildly grabbed a large rock, ready to throw it down, roaring fiercely, "You outsider, stay here and be my friend. Try the power of the earth." Then Lysis hurled the rock straight at Kimak, who quickly opened his shield and braced himself to block it. Seeing this, Tuanhai gasped in amazement. This is a perfect block. Truly monstrous. The speed of weapon switching and quick reactions are terrifying. No wonder he dared to focus solely on the rock-throwing skill throughout the entire match. But at this moment she rushed forward and even warned him not to just stand there, to carry out the strategy. Then she also started attacking him. Tuanhai was also very busy, quickly using his shield to block Lissa's relentless attacks, while Lu Hiu-vu stood behind to support both of them. Ata was now furious, roaring with rage. These pests will be crushed by the power of the Great Earth. Just as Lissa's was about to strike down, Kimak swung his staff at him, leaving everyone watching in the stands baffled by his actions. What is he trying to do? Lissa's is about to unleash her move. Yet he not only does not retreat but even dares to provoke her. The referee Kotu-chan, watching this scene, frowned and said, "There are clearly many other options. Is it really necessary to take such a risk?" Kimak had now jumped high, nearly reaching Lisa's, thinking to himself, 5 meters. 8 meters. 10 meters. The distance is enough. Now I have shifted to a new awakening. Roaring and exploding with the great power of the earth, Klimak is not afraid at all and still charges straight into the moment, thinking to himself that for others, the dust field with an AO damage of up to 6,000 points is truly very dangerous, but for me, who has the blessing of the Fa-Fap muscle, its effect is reduced by half. At the same time, when using the War Spear form, I can also utilize the blood pressure weapon skill to drain health. In other words, I barely lose any blood at all. The entire audience is now buzzing because of Klimak's fighting style. Soaking in the final moments now, I really suspect this guy is challenging us. Ingo Hak-kin sat on the high chair, extremely angry. This guy definitely has something wrong. I have been watching closely the whole way, whether it is damage or attribute stats. Something's off. Fine. Just keep showing off your strength. Let me see where the real problem lies. On this side, Kimak rushed forward as everyone shouted, all taking their positions to launch a full force attack. Tuanhai was in position, using his divine light shield, ready to follow orders. Lu Hivu was also in position, still keeping quiet for everyone. Sometimes he would rush forward aggressively, using his golden dragon slash to attack. Immediately after, all four of them coordinated and simultaneously unleashed their strongest moves to defeat Lissus. Ada was in so much pain he lost all composure, cursing them as despicable, after Ada said that he was shattered into pieces. At that moment, a notification appeared before their eyes, congratulating everyone on successfully clearing Izarama with a completion time of 3 hours 28 minutes 48 seconds, setting a new record. Congratulations to the Divine Prophecy Academy for winning the Regional Secret Realm Challenge Tournament, earning 5 million experience points and a random level skill right. This run was rated SES individually, SES for the team, with a total rating of S, receiving a total of 6 million experience points and a reward of a shining star. Immediately after, countless bright treasures and other rewards appeared to congratulate these brave warriors. Everyone stood up, joyfully looking at each other. They did it. They are now the champions. As soon as the victory announcement rang out, the entire audience erupted like an explosion. No one could have imagined that the Divine Prophecy Academy, usually an underdog, would win the championship in the Secret Realm Challenge. And the most noticed person today was Kiamak. The host excitedly announced that before the competition began, no one expected a dark horse to emerge this year. Then Do Academy not only won the championship but also finished more than 30 minutes ahead of the runner-up, Vambi Academy. Thuan Gyatsen, watching from above, smiled and praised Lang Tiu, saying this time they might not only win the championship but also break the Secret Realm record. He laughed uncontrollably when he heard it, but humbly said this was just a shortcut and luck, and this year Lam Thien Maligned's performance was nothing to boast about. He laughed in response, saying that this time Lam Thien Academy took 4th place, while our Malin only ranked 6th, so perhaps we need the education committee to help our school train more. The host continued, saying it was even more unbelievable that the average level of the Thendu Academy team was still among the bottom in the 20 teams. But not only did they win the championship, they also broke Izarama's attack record. And just as this was said, someone loudly objected. The person speaking was a subordinate of Ngo Hak-kin, who loudly argued that since they did not follow the exam route, this should be considered cheating and the result should be annulled. As soon as the words were spoken, a group of martial artists immediately agreed and followed suit, saying that yes, when Mac and his group took a completely different route from the other contestants. If that is not cheating, then what is? Besides, they avoided the third boss, which is why they could advance so quickly. It is definitely a bit unfair. After seeing this, Thuongite was very upset and said that Ngo Hak-kin, unable to win, resorts to these petty tricks. The old rogue beside him added, he is the one who does not dare to show his face. Afraid people will say he is narrow-minded. Only Lang Tiu remained calm and said, let those clowns jump around a bit. Fairness will naturally be in everyone's hearts. Kotuchan then turned to ask Dich Guyan Hang how he felt about this result, and Dich and Guyan Hang immediately explained that Kimak not only finished 30 minutes ahead of the runner-up but also discovered a new route in the Izarama Secret Realm. Putting the exam aside, this was a great achievement and could not be called cheating. Upon receiving the answer, Kotuchan immediately turned to ask Ngo Hak-kin if he had any comments on the explanation, to which Ngo Hak-kin then stood up and replied, the chief referee asked me something, but our scholars all support the chief referee's decision. Kotuchan finally smiled and said, Principal Ngo really knows how to see the big picture. Then he stood up, spread his arms wide, and announced loudly, "So I declare that in this year's Grand Tournament's Secret Realm Challenge, the team from Kamak of Thendu Academy has won first place, and based on his outstanding achievement in breaking the Izarama Secret Realm record in this tournament, on behalf of the Management Association, will present an additional special honorary reward." Although Ngo-Hakin accepted the result outwardly, he was still bitter inside. Indeed, the Management Association had sided with Kamak. If he keeps growing like this, the status of our Vambi Academy will definitely plummet uncontrollably. The scene shifts inside the secret realm, where a treasure box and a piece of paper have appeared on the ground. Kamak has now leveled up 3 times and is currently at level 42. The others also said they leveled up thanks to Kamak's efforts. And even Hanhai could not believe they actually won the Secret Realm Championship. Kamak then stepped closer to the Yang and said happily, "Next comes the most exciting part. Opening the Yang. Let me see what treasure is inside." As soon as he opened it, a notification appeared before him. "Congratulations on obtaining this rank skill. Rapid Rejection. This is a skill that, when used, can instantly reset the cooldown time of all skills. The cooldown time for this skill is 72 hours. After reading the notification, Kamak was extremely excited. According to theoretical calculations, this rapid cooldown skill will bring me at least several dozen times the benefit, but I simply do not have enough mana to use that many skills. But overall, the benefits gained are at least 10 times greater." Seeing this, Hanai smiled happily and said, "Unexpectedly, it was a randomous grade skill book, truly worthy of a legendary dungeon reward. I have acquired Iron Will, which can double my armor for 30 seconds and grant immunity to all control skills." After hearing that, he looked toward the remaining Yang in the distance and said, "The last Yang King is still unopened. Let us see what treasure is inside." As soon as it was opened, a notification immediately appeared, congratulating you on receiving the Eternal Red Ring. Then another notification popped up to report all the information about this ring. Everyone wanted it as soon as they saw it. Just like the Blood Mage said, this is definitely gear made specifically for damage-dealing mages like us. Liu Xiu at the back said it would be better to leave it for the captain, and Hai naturally agreed immediately, saying it was only right since the captain's efforts made this breakthrough possible. Besides, even if the ring was given to us, we would not be able to unlock its full power, so after hearing everyone say that, I did not hold back anymore. Immediately after, he put the ring on his finger and smiled to himself. Now my critical hit rate has reached 33.6%. Adding the 4% critical hit from this Eternal Red Ring, the gear I am wearing now can be considered almost perfect. At that moment, Lu Hivu spoke up and said the secret realm had been completed. Could he agree to one more condition for us? Hearing this, Kamak immediately asked her what the condition was. Just as he was about to withdraw, both Hai and Liu Xiaowu excitedly said, "I heard you established a guild on the Tianqi continent. Right? Are you still short of members? Can I join?" Hearing this, Z was quite curious, could it be that they still did not have a guild? Liu Xiaowu then replied that they were members of the school guild. But she thinks there must still be a way to make it work. Right? If not, they can ask Principal Lang later. And if it does not work out, they will leave the school guild. Of course, I won't refuse, but I still hesitate to say that if everyone can do it, I naturally want the object. However, deep down he felt a bit worried, hoping that Principal Lang would not blame him when he found out. The scene shifts to the office of the Wemba Academy. The subordinate was reporting the situation to Ngo-Hak-kin, saying that they had lost contact with Uncle Tudai and had sent someone into the continent to investigate. Any news would be reported immediately, and upon hearing this, he immediately asked if there would be any unexpected problems. The other side confidently said, "Principal, rest assured, we have spent a large sum to buy all the siege weapons below. For a rookie guild like them, how could they withstand such a powerful attack?" After speaking, Ngo-Hak-kin waved his hand and told him, "That is good then, report any news to me immediately. You can go ahead." As soon as the man stepped outside, someone was already waiting at the door, and seeing that, he called them in. Long Tuvan stepped inside, bowed slightly, and asked. Ngo-Hak-kin said, "Principal, this time I was careless. I did not expect Kamak to be so reckless, yet he did not blame me at all. He even told me not to be too hard on myself. Who would have thought Kamak was so fierce? If he had followed the normal path, he definitely would not be faster than you." Then Ngo-Hak-kin continued, "What is done is done. Do not bring it up again. Just tell me how the team recruitment for the qualifiers is going." At that moment, Long Tuvan took out a file and handed it to him, saying, "I came here because of this. After careful screening, we discovered a new student who is an assassin. If he joins, our performance in the qualifiers will definitely improve a lot." Ngo-Hak-kin looked at the file containing information about Lei Manhwa. After looking for a moment, he said that reaching level 40 at 21 years old was a decent talent, but the level was still a bit low and might only show its full potential next year. Hearing this, Tuvan immediately tried to persuade Ngo-Hak-kun that rank was not the only standard for evaluation. Please reconsider the person named Lei Manhwa. But he angrily snapped at him, "That is your mistake, for Thien Koi. Rank and reincarnation are the standards by which everything is judged. Otherwise, do you really think a team with an average level below 40 could defeat us? They are just relying on tricks and luck." But in the next qualifiers, we will crush them with our true strength. The scene shifts to a bulletin board displaying all of Kimak's current stats. After reading, he quietly thinks to himself. This time Azurama's combat power has directly exploded to 165,684 points, increasing by nearly 35,000 points from before. The current strength can now match the top third-tier masters. Then Kimak immediately spoke up to encourage everyone, saying in the next qualifying round, "Let us keep pushing even harder." The ancient competition continues, this time with the second round, the individual qualifiers. The host begins to explain that a total of 64 participants are competing in this round. According to the competition rules, the players will be divided into two teams, red and blue, with 32 participants in each group. After the knockout matches between the red and blue groups, only one player from each side will remain. In the end, these two will face each other in the final match to compete for the championship of this qualifying round. Now the system will randomly assign numbers to everyone. The system board started running quickly, randomly assigning numbers to each person. When he stood in front of Nat Hai and spoke to her, he said the blue zone meant that before the final round, all my opponents belonged to the blue zone. Seeing this, Nat Hai happily said, "Great, I am in the red zone, which means we won't have to face each other in the first round." Tu Van, sitting next to Nugo Hok Kin, frowned at the draw results. It seems we won't meet Kimat anytime soon. What a pity. He is sitting next to Tran and just let him wait a few more rounds. Maybe he won't even make it to the finals. At this moment, Ingai was pale and terrified. Oh God, I am really unlucky. And it is an odd number, which means I might have to face that pervert. Upon hearing this, Thuongai had immediately asked if he knew Kimak, and Ingai then, pale and sweating, replied, "I am not just acquainted, I have even given myself to him." After the zones were assigned, the host announced, "Now that everyone has been divided, the system will pair the opponents, and I declare the second qualifying round officially begins." As soon as the words ended, the entire audience buzzed with excitement, their main focus now on who would be paired with Kimak. Shortly after, the result was clear. Kimak would face Truong Goksen from Phong Gaiet Academy. The spectators in the stands were very excited to see Truong and Goksen. She was from Phong Gaiet Academy, ranked 11th in the Secret Realm Challenge, with considerable strength but 4 levels higher than Kimak. And she was a street wrestler. She stepped onto the stage shyly and said to Kimak, "Pleased to meet you. Fellow student, let us agree beforehand, civilized competition and friendship come first. Winning comes second." He smiled and replied, "Do not worry, Truong, I am not a rude person." Suddenly, a bang erupted from Goksen's spot before any strike landed, startling Kimak, and now a thick cloud of dust filled the air before him. At this moment, Truong Goksen transformed into a tall, strong girl, frowning as she smiled and said to Kimak, "Classmate, let us give it our all in this match." As soon as Truong Goksen finished transforming, everyone here was shocked. Who would have thought that such a delicate girl could actually look like this? Someone even shouted out loud that this was the special fighting mode of a street fighter, and Truong Goksen was serious now. Kimak was left dumbfounded and helpless, wondering what the hell was going on. Just then, Truong Goksen quickly wiped her face and shouted at him, "What are you spacing out for? Being careless in a fight will cost you." Then she threw a series of punches at Kimak, but he quickly dodged them all. It seems Goksen was about to throw a final decisive punch to take down Kimak, mocking him for being the leader of Baikan yet only knowing how to run away. But before her fist could reach him, he blocked it with one hand, challenging her to witness the true strength of Baikan's leader. Immediately after, he slammed Goksen's body hard to the ground. Not stopping there, Kimak continued to prepare another strike, even warning Goksen to be careful because he was going to punch. No sooner had she finished speaking than countless fists rained down on her without mercy. Kimak swung his arm once again, and it seemed this would be the final, most powerful strike. A punch like a thunderbolt struck down, causing the arena floor to cave in at one spot. Goksen's face was now swollen like a pig's head, but she still tried to speak. "Didn't I say I would not be rough with a girl?" Kimak twisted his most painful wrist in response. "Sorry, but I am not going to hold back like you." The referee quickly announced the result to everyone. Thendu Academy vs Fongoy Thok Academy. Kimak from Thendu Academy wins. The match was so fast that a few people who went to the bathroom just came back and it was already over. They did not even have time to pack up their drinks yet. So let us take a look at Malinus' match, which is also quite interesting. Over here, a female warrior is being held tightly by the sorcerer's magical hands. Unable to move at all, she grits her teeth in anger and says, "Annoying, if you have the skill then fight me head on. Always playing dirty, what kind of skill is that?" Ingai then laughed mockingly and said, "Little sister, it is not that you are not good enough, it is just that I am too strong, so just admit defeat and come down already." The girl, furious to the peak, screamed at him calling him shameless and said she had to kill him, then struggled to break free from Ingai's magical bindings. As soon as she broke free, she immediately charged with her sword, but he arrogantly said, "You should just admit defeat instead of being so stubborn." However, when she attacked, her sword could only strike the armor. Ingai's voice rang out right behind her, saying, "Alright then, let me send you down," and he unleashed his magic again. Immediately, powerful spirals shot out, knocking the girl forward, and she cried out in pain. Ingai then looked proudly at the girl lying motionless on the ground, saying, "I told you, you are no match for me." The referee announced the result to everyone. Malin Academy versus Hyenvu Academy. Malin Academy Singai then wins. Ingai then was now greeting everyone around the arena and enjoying the cheers from the crowd, who were quite surprised by his strength. This guy is really strong, a mage who completely dominated a swordsman. I like his fighting style, it is really cool and skillful. Lang Tiu just finished watching Gaithen's match and turned to Changyu Gaiatsin saying, "This Gaithen is a student from Malign. Right, he looks pretty strong." The guy humbly replied, "Do not mention it, he is not serious at all, to be honest. I just found out he has joined Keem Mac's guild now." The old man beside him laughed and said, "So you are also familiar with Hong Thien? That is great then." Thuongaiatsen then smiled and said to Lang Tiu, "That is true. But this kid is in trouble, he is competing with Keem Mac, you might have to face him someday." But he smiled reassuringly and said there is no need to be so pessimistic, the outcome is still uncertain. Thuong Sen Men then told him, "Principal Lang, please stop comforting me, I just hope he does not lose too badly." At this moment, the voice of a referee echoed from another arena, announcing Lam Thien Academy facing off against Kujiep Academy, with Home Thien from Lam Thien Academy claiming victory. Meanwhile, Thulang also just won against an opponent from Van Lam Academy. Next up, Nahai from Thendu Academy claims victory and advances to the next round. After a thrilling qualifying round, the arena finally reaches the most anticipated moment. The announcer says excitedly, "Ladies and gentlemen, after several days of intense competition, the top 8 of the tournament have officially been revealed. They are Long Tiu Van and Chim Du from Van Bai Academy, Keem Mac and Lang Nat Hai from Thendu Academy, Thu Lang and Thiat Thang from Van Lam Academy, Hong Thien from Lam Thien Academy, and Nungai Then from Malin Academy." After a short break, the match for a spot in the top 4 will officially begin, followed by the championship match. The audience is already buzzing with excitement over the recent results. They said that Van Bay and Lam have always been in the top 3 in past seasons, so having 2 people advance is not surprising, but for Thendu to have 2 people advance is truly unexpected. It seems Thendu Academy is really rising this year, and with this performance, they are definitely in the top 3. The scene shifts to the resting room for those who advanced, where Keem Mac's whole group has gathered, all joyful because, as expected, they all made it into the top 8, which is definitely worth celebrating. Just then, Nu then kneels and grabs Keem Mac's leg, pleading, "Chief, let us negotiate a bit, please let me yield later if I have to lose. At least let me lose with some dignity." After hearing that, he calmly replied, "This kid better hold on until he faces me before saying anything." Before he could take back his words, Ingli then immediately stood up and said, "If you say that, I am not happy. I know I can beat you, but I still have some confidence against the others." When Keem Mac saw this, he explained to him that once in the top 8, internal battles were inevitable. So how is the situation now? Hong Thien then spoke up to report back, saying that currently, I along with The Lang, Nat Kia, and Long Tiu Van are in the same match area. Old Mac, Ingai then, along with Thiat Thang from Van Lam and Chemdu from Van Ba, are in the same battle zone. Among the 3 of us, 2 will have to fight each other, while the other faces Long Tiu Van. Thu Lang heard this and asked again, "So does that mean one of us has to stop at the top 8? Just quickly reassure them, this is only a competition, so everyone just needs to do their best." A moment later Thu Lang turned to Keem Mac and said, "And besides Ingathan, the chairman's side also has Thiat Dying Thang from Van Lam and Chemdu from Van Ba. Whether Lao Thiat faces the chairman or an Ethan, he won to stand a chance, and the same goes for Chemdu from Van Ba. In short, no matter what, Ethan will end up clashing with the chairman." After hearing him speak, Keem Mac stood up seriously and replied, "Whether it is an internal battle or facing others, I hope everyone can do their best. Fight to the end so there is nothing to regret." Hearing this, Ningli then stammered, "The chairman seems to be reminding me." Thu Lang ignored him and continued speaking with a worried tone. Among them, everyone should pay special attention to Luong Van Tiu, who is an assassin from Van Ba, so his target is probably the Hoi Trong. I have watched a few of his matches, he fights ruthlessly, and those who face him usually either die or get seriously injured. So many opponents give up even before the fight begins. With such a fighting style, his score in the qualifiers is even higher than the guild leaders. Hong Thien confidently said, "Then please let me face him in the next match, so I can crush his arrogant spirit. I am really looking forward to competing with La Mac for the championship." When Mac warned him not to underestimate the opponent. Afterwards, as everyone stood up together, she gently said, "Then that is good. From now on everyone should do their best and fight with all their might." Moments later on the main stage, the 8 fighters stood in a neat line as the announcer's voice rang out again. "Ladies and gentlemen, the most anticipated top 8 match has officially begun. Next, the system will randomly pair the fighters. The results are in, Keem Mac will fight Ninggai Then, Hong Thien will face Lang Van Tiu, Nu Aki will battle Thu Lang, and Chim Du will go against Thiat Dying Thang." As soon as he saw the results, Ninggai then collapsed, shouting, "Oh no, I did not make the top 4. Meanwhile, Hong Thien laughed and said, "Long Tiu Van, let me see just how strong Van Ba really is." Thu Lang then told Nu Aki, "Even though we are in the same guild, I won't go easy on you, and she smiled back, reassuring her that she would give it her all. Long Van Tiu was glancing at the others, thinking to himself that he was about to face Kai Mak in the championship match. Now he looked in Gaithan's pale, fearful face and laughed, saying, "You are really unlucky. The first match is between Gamak and Gaithan, and he stands on the court to speak to Kai Mak first. Before we start fighting, we have to agree on 3 conditions, and he does not refuse but lets him speak." Then Gaithan began to speak slowly. "First, hit the body, not the face. You are not allowed to hit my handsome face. Otherwise, you will have to support me for life. Second, if I lose, you must stop immediately and absolutely no personal revenge. The third rule." Ingai then hesitated and did not want to continue, while Kimak was losing patience and urging him to speak up quickly. Then Ningai then immediately launched an attack and said, "The third is that you can go easy on me a bit, so I can enjoy winning the championship." So it turns out he is using a delay spell that can reduce the target's movement speed by 40% and lasts for 12 seconds. Seeing this, Mac gritted his teeth in anger. This kid. And he is still playing dirty. The announcer's voice echoed throughout the stands, saying that this guy Ingai then is really dirty, even resorting to sneaky tricks, so they already know each other. But when Mac got too scared and got caught by the slowing spell, it looks like he is about to face a big deception. Ingai then now uses his magic again, grinning wickedly at Kimak, saying the battlefield is no place to fear tricks. "Chief, you said we must fight with all our might, with no regrets, so do not blame me for being ruthless." "Be careful, Chief," he said, then immediately fired those spells straight at Kimak, causing the ground beneath him to explode. But he quickly blocked the attack with his familiar umbrella and laughed. "Your tactics are ruthless, the scheme is not bad, but unfortunately the strength is lacking and the mind is not enough, forgetting my passive skill. Purification energy." No sooner said than done. Nungai then struggled to block it. "Damn it. How could I forget about this?" Hearing him say that, Mac laughed and said, "Not yet. Let me broaden my horizons a bit more." Hearing this, Ingai then regained his spirit, raised his staff, and said, "I still have a lot left, so, Chief, let me show you a good show." Uxujing saw this technique of Wei Shen and folded his arms, thinking to himself, "This skill looks a lot like the purification of qi, but I did not see him raise his hand to transmit anything. This kid really has a lot of secrets. I need to watch more carefully." At another arena, Long Tuvan stood facing Hong Thien and said, "I have watched all the matches. Among the 8 quarterfinalists, only you and Ki Mat caught my interest a bit. I am really lucky to face you in the first match." Hong Thien sneered and replied, "You are really lucky. Fighting me still gives you a chance. But if you were matched with Old Face, you would not stand a chance." Hearing that, Tuvan asked, "So you know Old Face?" "Huh. Well, it makes sense. You guys are all from the 3 schools alliance after all. That is good then. If I beat you badly, it will definitely piss him off." Hong Thien got a bit angry and snapped, "What are you talking about? Thinking you can definitely beat me?" Long Tuvan did not bother to reply and simply said, "In short, I just hope you let me fight properly." Then he used his blood wings to charge and attack Hong Thien. Tuvan slammed down and struck, sending him flying back a distance. Hong Thien quickly stood up, laughing and taunting, "Is that all? Looks like this one do. Next, watch my move," he roared fiercely. Long Tuvan was startled and stepped back a few paces, exclaiming in surprise, "Is this a sudden burst of rage? He is clearly a sword saint. So how does he have the skills of a sword maniac? Could it be that he has activated the ancient altar?" Not only Han was puzzled, but everyone in the stands was also very curious. Isn't Hong Thien a sword saint? How could he possibly use the skills of a sword frenzy? Yet they were not mistaken. Hong Thien even had the skills of a sword saint. Dichingyan Hao was amazed to see this and said it made sense that Kiem Mak, being a cultivator, would learn all kinds of ultimate techniques. But how did Hong Thien manage to pass the promotion limit? Ko Tuchen said with a smile sitting beside him, "This Hong Thien must have a very close relationship with Kiem Mak." Hearing him say that, he added, "They not only belong to the 3 schools alliance but were also very close before. He is also the right hand and the number 2 strategist of Kiem Mak in the Eternal Peak Guild." Ko Tu-chan chuckled and muttered, "It is really interesting. Everyone connected to Kiem Mak is truly remarkable." Hong Thien was now using the raging sword, calmly telling Tiu Lang, "Sorry old man, this brother really can't hold back anymore. When it is time to strike, do not try to hold back. I am choking myself with internal injuries here." Then he immediately ordered his sword to sweep forward, charging straight at Luong Tuvan. He quickly jumped to the side but was still cut by the blade. Not stopping there, Hong Thien continued to use the crescent moon's technique to control the blade and stab Long Tuvan once again. He has no way out now, so he can only take off his shirt and use his weak defense to protect himself. As soon as he put it on, countless blades from Hong Thien swept toward him from all directions, and Luong Tuvan inside the cocoon braced himself, thinking, "Damn, I underestimated Hong Thien, but he on the other side is not much better." Now Hong Thien's whole body is trembling violently. The battle here has attracted the attention of many spectators, all cheering for the 2 of them. Thuong Gyatsen, sitting in his chair, watched the scene with some joy and said, judging by the situation, Hong Thien might be about to defeat Long Tiuvan, but the old thief beside him disagreed, saying not so fast. He did not think the situation looked good. That kid Hong Thien was already giving it his all, but Long Tiuvan is truly formidable. He understands his role as a blood mage and is now willing to set aside pride and play defensively like a turtle, holding on tightly. If Hong Thien's energy runs out without breaking through his defense, it will be very dangerous for him. At this moment Hong Thien stood up straight with all his strength, lifting his giant sword. Take my final strike, he said before charging straight at Long Tiuvan. Right after that, the spot where he stood exploded. Hong Thien fell down gasping and asked, is it over yet? But Long Tiuvan still managed to stand up from the smoke and flames. Laughing, finally it is over. Your energy must be completely drained by now. So next, it is my turn, Long Tiuvan said with a wicked smile. He immediately rushed forward, while Hong Thien could only retreat step by step. The scene then shifted to the arena of Ki Mak and Nu Gaithen, where Gaithen was now being pressed closely by him. Lian screamed in fear, do not come any closer, at least let me switch to this skill first. Hearing that, Ki Mak immediately stopped and replied, fine, I will give you one chance. Let us see what other moves you have. Gaithen now stood facing Ki Mak and said, no matter what, even if I lose, I must at least hold my ground. Then he raised his staff high, creating a whirlwind in the air, prompting Ki Mak to ask curiously, what kind of move is this? How can it cause such a drastic change in the celestial phenomena? Could this affect us? Just as he said that, several giant meteors shot out from the vortex, leaving everyone stunned. This guy is actually absorbing the meteorites. Then he throws them all at Ki Mak and says, taste the power of hellfire. Ki Mak quickly dodged the falling meteors and remarked, this move is pretty good, but not enough. Then he rushed in front of Gaithen, who was terrified at the sight. I wonder if he is even human. This move could not kill him. Not just one profession but 7,500 health points. Just as Ki Mak was about to strike him, Gaithen turned pale with fear and begged for mercy. He immediately withdrew his heavy words and loudly announced, the Demon Spirit Academy versus the Divine Charm Academy. Ki Mak of Divine Charm wins the battle, officially entering the top 4. Ngoha Kin saw the result of this match and smiled secretly, thinking, the attribute values of this kid really are suspicious. Not only is his attack power high, but he also has a lot of health. Where did he get so many free points to allocate? Let us see how I handle him in the next round, Chang Ngayatsin said with a smile to Lang Tiu. Clearly Gaithen is no match for Ki Mak, but making it to the top 8 is already respectable. What about Hong Thien? He is frowning as he responds, and the situation is not looking good. That last move could not defeat Long Tiuvan, and now there is no chance for a counterattack. The Hem was now using magic to choke Hong Thien, lifting him up and mocking him, saying you were so powerful just now. Let me see if you are still the same. Hong Thien, tightly gripped by Long Tiuvan, could only grit his teeth and swear revenge. The whole audience is now in an uproar, many saying they thought Hong Thien could defeat Luong Tiuvan. Ngoha Kin looks over and smiles quietly. Well done, those rebels dared to oppose me. This will be their punishment. At that moment, the old bandit suddenly stood up and shouted, our Lam Thien Academy has lost, quickly tell Luong Tiuvan to stop. Immediately, the referee called out, Thien Academy versus Vanbei Academy. Luong Tiuvan of Vanba wins and advances to the top 4. Then he ordered him to quickly end the match in the arena. Luong Tiuvan immediately let go, causing Hong Thien to collapse to the ground. While he arrogantly walked away, Luong Tiuvan is now like he has gone mad, laughing wildly with excitement, reaching a point that must have driven him crazy. Right, Hong Thien has been taken for treatment, and someone's voice by his bedside says that Hong Thien was already defeated at that moment. Earlier, Luong Tiuvan was seriously injured by him, and out of personal revenge, he struck him to this extent. But now there is nothing to worry about, just rest is needed. Hearing this beside the bed, the man's tone deepened as he said, so that guy Luong Tiuvan tried hard to fight Hong Thien and ended up injuring him this badly. Thulang agreed, saying that he even spoke arrogantly, claiming he wanted to show off, and Nugai then sighed. Hong is really reckless. If you can't win, just admit defeat. Look, I landed safely, did not I? After finishing, Mac immediately turned to ask the other two how the fight went. Thulang sighed and said, I did my best, but I did not expect Nukhai's sister to have a way to break Honmai, and I told her, those were all things Mac had used to solve you before, so it is kind of cheating. Ngai then smiled upon hearing this and said, so Nukhai's sister's next opponent is Luong Tiu Van. Right, that guy's goal is to provoke the guild leader. Do not say he's going to make a move. But she snapped back, I am not afraid of him. At this point Thulang added, the old man has already lost his prize member from Vanbai Academy, so the opponent in the guild leader's next match will be someone from Vanbei Academy. Ngai then laughed and said, then this will be interesting. The top 4 showdown turns out to be Thendu versus Vanba. Wanted to be a clash of old grudges and new rivals all at once. Now Kimak frowned, staring at Hong Thien lying on the bed and said, a crime begets a crime. Retaliation begets retaliation. The next day at the Ha Kingdom Arena, the host began by saying that after the intercollegiate tournament, we finally await the battle for supremacy among the top 4 strongest fighters. Although it is not the final yet, given the current situation, Only 2 academies remain in the top ranks Vanbai and then Do, which is a miracle never seen in previous seasons. Next, Kim Do from Vanbi Academy will fight Ki Mat from Then Do Academy, and the students from Then Do Academy will face Long Tiu Van from Vanbei Academy. The battle for supremacy among the top 4 strongest officially begins. Kim Do stared at Ki Mat for a moment before speaking. You seem a bit distracted. I heard the one fighting Long Tiu Van is your girlfriend. Are you worried? Then he started rambling. That guy is really strong. At school, I fought him more than 20 times and lost every time. Before stepping into the arena, he told me to surrender immediately, saying he would end the fight quickly and not delay the final match between you two. But I won't let that bastard have his way. I want to defeat you first, then beat him in the final, and became the champion. Then Chengdu fired a rapid series of bullets at Ki Mat. He quickly dodged them all and rushed toward him. Then Ki Mat pulled out a spear and held it up in front of Chengdu, saying, "Sorry, I am not interested in hearing your victory thoughts. I just want to fight fast and win fast." And with that, he slashed the spear across Chengdu's body. He furrowed his brow and gritted his teeth, thinking to himself that this guy's speed was just too fast. Immediately after, countless attacks from Ki Mat struck at Chengdu's body. He blocked the attack while looking at Ki Mat and smiling, saying, "You really are just like Luong Tiu Van, with that annoying, arrogant, and complacent aura. I was originally prepared for him, but now you will be the first to taste it. Do you look down on me? I will make you bastards pay." Immediately, the entire audience was in an uproar. If this skill is unleashed, it could break through the arena's defenses. Some even felt like they were about to be roasted alive. With this range, it is almost impossible to avoid it on the lightning stage. This kind of recklessness means he is about to fill the ghost house. The host, seeing this, was extremely shocked and said, "Is this the skill of the second disciple and the tyrant? I did not expect such a flashy move. It does not seem like a direct confrontation. So how will P. Mat respond?" But he casually said, "Planning to use your ultimate move? Fine. Come at me quickly." Right after saying that, the whole audience thought Ki Mat had gone mad. There were many ways to handle it, but he chose to face it head on. Kim Ju had just finished casting this move and launched it straight at Ki Mat. "Now it is time to pay for your recklessness." The attack charged straight ahead and hit the protective shield on the battlefield. Seeing the shield stretch to its limit, everyone hurried to find a way to escape. Ditching and Hao, sitting in the referee's chair, also jumped up from the table and exclaimed, "This contestant is really skilled." At that moment, the protective shield could no longer hold and shattered, but Ditching and Hao arrived just in time to block the blow from flying out and injuring everyone. Now on the battlefield, only Chimsu's ghostly voice and a thick cloud of dust remain, making it impossible to see anything. "So you dare to underestimate me?" But it seems he has reached his limit, and before he could finish his sentence, he coughed and collapsed. At that moment, Ki Mat stepped out of the smoke and calmly said, "Your final move is all you have." Chimsu was utterly shocked. He gasped out with difficulty, "How could this be? How could it be just because of that torn umbrella?" But before he could finish, he saw Ki Mat turn and walk away. So he called him back because the fight was not over yet. Ki Mat just frowned and turned his head, saying that trying to use attack techniques not suited for the current stage would likely break his body. So there was no need to waste any more time on him. Kimsu tried to shout again that he could still fight, but just as Ki Mat said, before he could finish, Chimsu coughed up a mouthful of blood. Then he collapsed to the ground, motionless. At that moment, the match referee announced that Chimsu was no longer able to fight, and Ki Mat smoothly advanced to the semifinals. After seeing the result, everyone was filled with fear. This match was truly deadly. Ki Mat fought Chimsu until he could no longer resist, and everyone was very curious about his true strength. As Ki Mat was walking inside, an urgent notification suddenly appeared before him. It was an emergency alert from the Vanmi Academy. Go Hak Kin wanted to fight him to the end. Kim immediately approached the principal sitting there. He ignored Thuongyi since congratulations and asked Lang Tiu how things were going on Nuok Hai's side. He is now smugly answering that in this situation Nuok Hai can beat Luong Tiu Van. He is hovering in the air, looking down at Nuok Hai kneeling on one knee, laughing mockingly. She is really stubborn, but with her skill level making it into the top 4, it seems her boyfriend has put in a lot of effort for her. However, I advise you to surrender early and not ruin the final match between me and him. As he spoke, Kim's face darkened even more, his gaze now icy cold. Nuka had also risen slightly, raising her fist and saying, "A careless move will cost you dearly." Luong Tiu Van was a bit surprised to see she had not given up yet and decided to settle this once and for all. "Let me see what you are really capable of." Then Nuok Hai immediately clenched her fist and charged straight at him. Luong Tiu Van blocked the attack while laughing wildly and said, "Not bad at all. I did not expect the damage to be this high." But she did not stop there and kept attacking relentlessly, and Luong Tiu Van could feel the damage growing stronger and stronger. Everyone watching the scene was amazed. Nuok Hai is still stacking marks. Soon the marks will overwhelm, causing even greater damage, rivaling the recent artillery strike. It is unclear what Luong Tiu Van plans to do next. She charged forward again, raising her spear and shouting loudly, "If you are so confident, then do not retreat with this move." Luong Tiu-van looked at the technique Nuuk Hai was preparing, confused and full of questions. What kind of move is this? After the ultimate move was unleashed, everything on the battlefield exploded. Nuuk Hai gasped for breath, struggling to stay standing as he looked at the person ahead and said, "You still just dodge." Luong Tiu-van's face darkened, the jeers of the crowd ringing in his ears. This guy finally backed down, proving he is no match. He could dive into the final move while this useless guy just kept retreating, like a turtle hiding its head, afraid to show itself during the fight with Hong Thean. Sitting high above, Nugo Hakin gritted his teeth in anger at the scene. Furious at this damn useless piece of trash, why was he so scared of dying, even chasing after Lang Tiu's granddaughter? Since when did he become so terrifying? At that moment Nuuk Hai spoke to Luong Tiu-van, saying, "You are really formidable. I am no match for you, but I can also be sure that you are no match for Kiem Mak, because with the same move he does not need to retreat. I could not beat you, so I wanted to surrender," but just then, he launched an attack at her, catching Nuuk Hai completely off guard and hitting her. This is the blood seed flower. It can plant a seed on the enemy. After 10 seconds the flower will bloom, causing 100 damage per second and tripling the target's pain sensation. Luong Tiu-van is like a madman now, laughing as he tortures her. She refused to surrender earlier, but now does he think he can have his way? I won T, let that happen. Seeing this, Lang Tiu could not bear it anymore, slammed the table and stood up shouting, "This is exactly a skill meant to torture people. Lang Tiu-van, stop immediately for me." Suddenly he was kicked away by someone rushing in. Kiem Mak caught Nuuk Hai, who was unconscious, in his arms, while Lang Tiu-van quickly stood up arrogantly and said, "Can't handle it already? I have not even had my fun yet." He ignored him and focused on pouring a dose of medicine into Nuuk Hai's mouth. When finished, Kiem Mak glared fiercely at Luong Tiu-van and said, "Luong Tiu-van, are you trying to provoke me? Then congratulations. You have done it. Within the next 3 days I will definitely kill you." As soon as he said that, the entire audience erupted. Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. Did I hear that right? Kiem Mak just said he would kill Luong Tiu-van within 3 days. But this is not the Heavenly Awakening continent. Killing someone means facing legal consequences. Just then, Ngo Hakin slammed the table and stood up angrily, saying, "I object. The finals have not even started and Kiem Mak is already acting reckless. Moreover, what does he mean by saying he will kill? Right here. I demand that his qualification to compete be revoked." Hearing this, Lang Tiuchi learned and replied, "We have already lost this match." But clearly, Luong Tiu-van from Vanba Hak Fu wanted to take my granddaughter's life, and Kiem Mak was just too worried and trying to save her. At this moment, Kotu-chen finally spoke up, saying the semifinal match already had its outcome, and although Kiem Mak rushed onto the stage, it was understandable and reasonable. As for whether he killed or not, youthful passion can be impulsive and hard to avoid, so Principal Go need not worry. Then Kotu-chen continued, saying that since they are all on the floor, he declares the final match. The fierce battle between Kiem Mak and Luong Tiu-van officially begins now. The man on the floor was still provoking him. I had heard he was arrogant, but I did not expect him to be this reckless, killing someone right on the arena floor. I have quite a bit of experience with this. Usually, people strike first and then claim they could not control their strength, but saying it beforehand like you did clearly means it was intentional. In response to him, Kiem Mak wore a grim expression and said calmly, "Are all the people of Vanba so full of useless words?" Then countless ghostly monsters appeared behind Kiem Mak. He was using the Heavenly Soul technique. Luong Tiu-van was stunned and could not believe it. "Are not you a Tan too? So how do you know the great trick of the Tulin Fap do?" But before he could react, the swarm of mist lunged forward and grabbed him tightly without letting go. The spectators in the stands were also terrified by the scene. After witnessing this power, Ngo Hakin exclaimed in shock, "Could this be the soul control technique, a skill of the death spirit cultivation?" No, Luong Tiu-van is no match for him. Then he quickly shouted, "We admit defeat and lower our hands." But Kotu-chen was not so hasty. He furrowed his brows and stared ahead, saying this must be a skill triggered from the ancient altar. "So it turns out your biggest trump card is this thing. Wait, let me take a closer look." The enemy sitting next to me agrees. "Yes, the guy home theme before was definitely like this too. The soul ritual is a great trick of the death spirit method, using an extremely tough soul force to lock the target so they cannot move. Then the Grim Reaper's scythe will keep striking, lasting for 4 seconds. Even now, Luong Tiu-van still can't believe it. He shouted in despair, "This absolutely can't be happening." The humble voice carried a chilling aura that reached Luong Tiu-van clearly, saying, "You like torturing others, so I will give it a try too." Humble one. "Today I, Luong Tiu-van, am determined to fight you to the death." But he did not care about his words at all. "On Tuesday afternoon, I used your own profession to finish you off with Bloodthorn, which can consume 80% of your current blood to form a Bloodthorn spear. Each time the target is hit, they not only get parasitized but also take massive damage, while the blood magic recovers by the same amount." Ngo Hakin was now nearly losing his mind, urgently pleading with the chief to quickly order the match to stop. But Kotu-chan paid no attention and focused intently on observing them. The match could not be stopped. This guy still had surprises, holding not just one ancient cell altar. So the fight had to continue. Kiem Mak jumped high and told Luong Tiu-van to feel the endless pain. At this moment, he was no longer trapped by the mist but by countless chains wrapped around his body. Luong Tiu Van could no longer bear it and screamed in pain. I was wrong, please do not. But Kimak still decided to snap his fingers. Immediately after, many small iron chain fragments and bright red flower petals fell on his head. Luong Tiu Van had completely vanished without a trace. It seemed he had died at Kimak's hands. Nugo Kin from afar immediately shouted, Kimak, you really dare to kill someone. You are finished now. But he was not afraid and even provoked him. Kill me then. What can you do? Gohak Kin's veins bulged as he shouted loudly at the referee. Commissioner, this guy openly violated our country span and must be dealt with severely. Nugohak, representing Vanby Academy, proposed executing him as an example. No sooner had he finished speaking than Luong Tiu stood up defiantly, his entire presence radiating oppressive force, declaring that if anyone dared to harm a single hair on Kimak's head, he would surely kill them. Nugohak Kin laughed and replied, well said Lang Tiu. Are you protecting a murderer right in front of everyone? Inside, he was startled, wondering why Lang Tiu was radiating such an imposing aura when he was already injured. He scoffed upon hearing that, saying you mean the person just now had no strength to resist and is the genius of Van Ba. But that is all there is to it. Death is death. But if you want to settle the score, I will settle it with you. Your academy's people deliberately broke the rules and tortured my granddaughter. So how do you plan to deal with this? At that moment, Commissioner Ko stood up from the referee's chair and demanded to cut the live broadcast immediately. Declaring the match over, the principals of the schools in Kiamak would stay, while everyone else could leave. Nugo Hakin's eyes darkened as he looked at Ko Tu-chan and asked, Commissioner Ko, are you covering for Kiamak? Unexpectedly, he spoke boldly and defiantly to him. Principal Ningo, if you disagree with my decision, you can appeal to the administrative office of Akwok, or try dealing with this old man yourself. Nugo Hak, clearly at a disadvantage now, stammered in response. All right, we can discuss Luong Tiu Van's matter later. I have other information to report. Then he began to explain, from my observation, Kimak not only killed someone right in front of everyone causing a very bad impact, but he also harbors an astonishing secret. I propose the Management Association conduct a thorough investigation on him to restore fairness for us. Kotu-chan pretended to be surprised and asked, is there really something else? Principal Ningo, please explain clearly. Goha Kin glanced at Kimak standing there and slowly said, first of all, Kimak's attribute points definitely have an issue. According to my observation, he has at least 30% more attribute points than others of the same level, and he has discovered at least 2 to 3 completely new ancient distant altars. The other principals were extremely shocked to hear this. The ancient distant altara is a crucial weapon that can change the fate of a profession user. Just having one more altar, the entire combat strength of a nation will also surge accordingly, but some still doubted, saying how could he have discovered as many as 3 ancient altars. Yungo Hawkinton continued to argue that Hong Thean from Lam Thean Academy has a close relationship with him, and previously used a skill not belonging to the second transmission. Moreover, Kimak had twice performed the grand summoning of the spirit beast mage and blood mage. These things are absolutely not something a mere cultivator could accomplish. And after he finished speaking, Kotu-chan added that Principal Engo made a very valid point, but in truth, Kotu-chan was silently cursing him in his heart. This Engo Hak Kin. I tried my best to downplay the impact of this matter, yet he exposed everything. Just then, when Mo spoke to Engo Hak Kin, he said, sorry, you are being too biased. Actually, I hold 5 ancient altars. Everyone there, especially Kotu-chan and Gohak Kim, was shocked and could not believe it was this really true. The ancient altar is a sacred treasure that allows the awakened to break through professional boundaries and acquire various skills. A high-level ancient altar can produce hundreds of awakened individuals who surpass professional limits, making it nearly an invincible fighting force for a nation. It should be known that across a nation, only 19 ancient altar sites have been discovered, making a nation a major power in awakened individuals. Still shocked, Kotu-chan asked again, where exactly do you have the position of the male altar? Without hesitation, he replied, yes, that is correct. Of course Engo Hak Kin could not believe the alliance yet. He might eat recklessly, but he could not just say nonsense. Do you even know what the words you just said mean? Yet he immediately laughed and retorted, the fact that I hold the position of the altar was told by Principal Ningo himself, so why do not you believe me now? As expected, Nungo Hak Kin was left speechless. He thought to himself, how could he possibly have as many as 5 ancient distant altars? If it were 3, he could still accuse him of hiding and not reporting. But if it is 5, the situation is different. It is likely the Hoashia government will have to recruit him directly. Then Nungo Hak Kin raised his head and shouted, even if there are 5 ancient altars, how could you, a level 42 awakened, have so many free attribute points? If you had such tricks, why not make it public and cooperate with our Hanation scientists to see if you can find a way to benefit the people? As soon as he finished speaking, many people agreed, saying that if he truly had the ability, he should proactively report to the Management Association. Lang Tiu could no longer stand by and shouted at Ngo Ha Kin, calling him shameless and saying that our Hanation is already weak, yet he still wants to destroy a peerless genius. What exactly are you plotting? Yet this guy still boldly replied, Lang Tu, is your academy really that short-sighted? If the experiment succeeds, Hanation won't just have one genius like Mak now, but countless more, truly. Those from Hanation deserve to be recognized accordingly if a student from Vanby Academy had such a secret. Nugohak would be the first to take him to the laboratory. While speaking, Mak stepped forward to interrupt him, saying, I'm sorry, but you might be overthinking it. My main attributes are indeed a bit higher than normal. But this comes from my talent, not anything else, which made Nugohakin immediately ask him, if I remember correctly, your talent was rated as level E. So can you explain to me what kind of level E talent can increase attribute points like that? It was Mak who calmly answered him. Although I do not know why the system classified my talent as level E, its actual effect can indeed help me convert experience points into additional attribute points every time I level up. And if you do not believe me, you can check it yourselves. Meanwhile, he also thought to himself that as long as they insisted on the talent attribute, the dazzling secret would not be a problem even if they had a father. Only now did Kotu-chan speak up, remembering something. Speaking of which, our top scientist from Hanation, Lunam-tin, also came here with me this time. Why did not we go find him and talk? Ingohak-kin said happily upon hearing that. Is academician Lunam-tin from the National Academy of Sciences here too? That is great, but Lang Tu was a bit worried and told Kotu-chan. I personally think this has nothing to do with the match, but he just smiled and replied, Principal Lang, do not rush to stop him. Why not ask Mak's opinion? He has nothing to refuse, so let us hear what the leader has to say. After finishing up, they all went inside. And as they walked, Kotu-chan smiled and said to Chin Kai-mak, Alright, to be honest, I am curious about your attributes and combat power, so let us go check it out. The scene shifts to a laboratory in Hanation where the top scientist, Lunam-tin, is looking at the data from the machine testing Mak and exclaims in amazement, It is incredible, I have never seen data like this before. Nearby, there is a board with all the information and stats about him. Kotu-chan looked at it in amazement and exclaimed that the strategy was rated at 160,000 stars, far surpassing the power of a typical second level, completely equivalent to level 60. Meanwhile, Yungo Hakin beside him feared and thought that if he had known this guy was so strong, he would not have let Luong Vantiu die. This loss was truly too great. Then he suddenly remembered something and asked, Wait, did not you say the highest rank was only SSS? What the hell is rank X? Hearing this, Lunam-tin turned back and replied, Do you know any foreign languages? X is short for extra, which means incomparable. At this moment, when Mak went down to ask him, So what level am I exactly now? Lunam-tin stroked his beard slowly and said, There has never been a case like this before. Currently, this data is too strong to compare, or there is no data to compare with, but judging by your characteristics, you clearly came first. At this moment, Nugoha Kintu smiled and added, Then that is great. Such a good experimental specimen must be kept in the laboratory for research. Who knows, after 2 years of study, Writer Lu might come up with results that make all the people of Aquak as strong as dragons. Hearing that, the lava beast immediately turned back and asked, Are you saying to keep him in my laboratory? Yet this guy kept glancing at Lang Tiu and said, Yes, I am doing this for the future of Hanation, and I believe the divine scholar will also agree with this plan. As soon as he withdrew his words, Lunam Tin shouted angrily, Hold your tongue. I risked everything researching the awakened one to create a perfect specimen. Now that we have the specimen, you want to keep him in the lab? Are you crazy? From today onward, this trainee Mak will be under my protection. Lunam Tim. I want all of Aquab to cooperate with him whenever he trains in the Theanhoin continent and report his progress to me at any time. Gohakin stammered in disbelief, wondering why things were not going the way the old man wanted, while Kotu-chan happily agreed with the scholar. Scholar Lu, please rest assured, our management association will fully cooperate with Mak. Just then, he bowed his head and asked him, Scholar Lu, if that is the case, I would like to ask you, if someone secretly organized activities and plotted to harm me, what should I do? Luam Tun thought for a moment and then answered, According to the laws of a nation, this is obviously considered intentional homicide. If it happened in the Tiankai continent, just leave it to the managers association to handle. As he finished speaking, Mak turned around and said, Fine then, take the person in. At that moment, Koken appeared with a hooded figure and smiled, saying, I have already brought the guild leader here. Kotu-chan was a bit surprised to see him, wondering how Koken could be such a young kid. When he heard that, Mak turned around and asked, Chief referee, you also know Kokam. Then Kotu-chan replied to him, This is the youngest nephew of my senior Koratoi. He has always been involved in dishonest dealings on the Thean Kai continent, so you know him too. Before he could answer, Koken spoke up, My eldest brother is no longer involved in the guild leadership. Now I am the deputy leader, acting as the guild leader of the Vin Hang Dun Feng Guild, mainly handling job assignments. He found it hard to believe, the sun rising from the west, that such a kid could be honest. Then who was the one in the kid's hands? As he asked, he thought to himself, this kid is only level 65, so how could he help a level 42 official? Immediately after, he let go, causing the other person to fall to the ground. and said, "This is Chu Tu-gi, former head of academic affairs at Vanbai Academy, acting under the orders of Ngo Hak-kin, principal of Vanbai Academy. While our guild leader was participating in the tournament, the Van Lam Union leader secretly planned an ambush on our guild." Before he could say anything more, Ngo Hak-kin shouted angrily, spitting blood, saying that Chu Tu-gi had long been expelled from our Vanbai Academy, and that Vanbai had nothing to do with him. At that moment he stepped forward, grabbed the old man's leg tightly, and shouted, "Principal, you can't betray me now. I have lost. You have to save me." Immediately, Ngo Hak-kin spat in his face and cursed, "Do not you dare slander me." After saying that, he immediately punched Tu-gi in the neck. Tu-gi was then knocked unconscious on the ground, and Ngo Hak-kin stood up, wiped his hands, and said Tu-gi was a man of corrupt morals. He was long ago expelled by Vanba, and today he even dares to slander me. Now, Ngo Hak, killing him is justified by the law. After saying this, he immediately knelt before Ko Tu-chan and said, "Our school has such a corrupt person, and as principal, I have failed my duty. I hereby resign and await the association's decision." After hearing that, Ko Tu-chan frowned and replied, "Ngo Hak-kin here is not Dae Luk Thean Kai. Yet you dared to use torture, drag him into prison, and interrogate him thoroughly for me." When Max saw this from behind, he whispered to himself, "That is definitely the old Fox Van Nam." He knew no matter what happened today, he would not escape, so he killed the witness first. Even if the investigation later lets him avoid most of the blame, being able to bring him down today is still a relief. After Ngo Hak-kin left, Ko Tu-chan looked at Luan Am-ten and joked, "Am I doing this to your satisfaction?" He smiled and replied, "You are asking me what? I am just an old science researcher. If you want to ask that kid over there." When Ki-mak saw the answer was passed to him, he scratched his head, smiled, and said, "Sir Minister, handling official matters so fairly, I have no complaints at all." Finally, everything was settled, and Ko Tu-chan now congratulated him as today's competition came to an end. Let us all congratulate the Ndu Academy for winning the championship, and also congratulate Kai-mak for securing the double number 1 position. At this moment, Ko-kan, standing next to Kai-mak, whispered to him, "That kid of yours is truly remarkable. I have never seen the Grandmaster praise anyone like this before. He is the Minister of Education of a nation, so the kid can take this chance to win his favor." But it seems Kai-mak does not care much, asking Ko Tu-chan, "Sir Minister, the Secret Realm Challenge reward you mentioned earlier, have you forgotten about it?" He just remembered and replied, "That is right, that is right. I still have a reward for you. The minister gave me a gift with conditions." Ko Tu-chan pulled him outside to reassure him, saying, "This kid, do not worry, you won't lose out." Miskin behind them saw this and frowned, wondering if this kid was really just a student. After a while, sitting in the car driving down the road, he could not help but ask Ko Tu-chan, "What exactly are the conditions from the chief?" The old man did not say anything but just told him, "Do not worry, I won't make you go do research." But when Mac grew too curious to hold back, he said, "Then just tell me first so I can be at ease. What is the reward?" Seeing his eyes, Ko Tu-chan thought to himself, although he looks serious, he is still just a kid after all. Then he finally agreed to speak. "I have 2 types of rewards. The first is a high-level experience book. The second is a high-level 3rd-tier equipment. You can choose one." Only after thinking for a moment did I answer, "Then I want the advanced experience book. The high-level equipment does not mean anything to me." Seeing him like that, Ko Tu-chan smiled. Now he was calm, no longer childish. This kid was truly hard to understand. Then he continued talking about the conditions. "But before that, I have to tell you a few things, so you must listen carefully. Although the war with the Awakened has lasted for hundreds of years, the conflict between Han Nation and the Foreign Awakened is far from over, with constant open and covered battles. The organization responsible for this struggle is called Soul Flame Dragon, and to join, participants must have absolute talent and be under 45 years old. The purpose of Soul Flame Dragon is to fight directly against awakened enemies from foreign countries." Student Trine Ki-mak, "I wonder if you are interested in joining." After hearing Ko Tu-chan speak, Ki-mak hesitated and thought it over. Then he looked up and asked a question that left Ko Tu-chan speechless. "Is there a salary?" "Kid, this is a major matter for a quok. How could it be without those trivial things?" Hearing that, Ki-mak finally smiled with relief and said, "All right then, we can learn a bit more." Later the car stopped at a tall, isolated property, and Ko Tu-chan spoke to Trine Ki-mak. "All right, we have arrived at the Managers Association. Let us go inside and talk. There is someone you know waiting for you there. Not sure if this is the decision-making center of Hanation, but it is definitely the real deal," he said as he walked ahead, telling him that if you join the Soul Flame Dragon, you will get to come here later. Ki-mak walked while observing his surroundings and thought, anyone here has cultivation at least at the 3rd level. This must be the top power of Hanation. Suddenly, when they reached a room, Ko Tu-chan stopped, patted Ki-mak on the shoulder, and said, "Go inside. Your old friend is in there. I have something to do and can go with you." Hearing this, he was puzzled and thought to himself, my old acquaintance, could it be? As soon as he stepped into the room, Trine Ki-mak saw Lo Tan already waiting there, who greeted him first. Trine little friend, long time no see, and upon seeing him, he felt a surge of joy. Lo Tan was indeed him. It had been a long time, but just then, a beam of light suddenly shot from Lao Tan toward Kai Mak. He refused to back down and emitted a powerful pressure, asking, Lao Tan, are you testing me? After hearing that, he did not bother to reply but praised him instead. Not bad at all. Already level 42 with such high attribute points. I really was not wrong, you are truly a promising talent. Kai Mak remained very humble, saying he was still far behind compared to him. And it was then that Lao Tan brought up the main topic of the day, the matter of the Soul Flame Dragon, which Miss Tutran must have already told him about. He then asked him what he thought now, and hearing that, Kai Mak spoke frankly to him. Actually, I have not thought it through yet. As you know, I just founded a guild and still do not fully understand what the Soul Flame Dragon is. Master Lao Tan then explained that when the Tiankai continent appeared, its distribution would actually be based on territorial relics and the military strength of the countries. Our nation was a strong country at that time, so it was allocated the largest relic. Now the neighboring countries are jealous, so to redistribute, they have formed a federation to pressure us, and they do not want to fight on Lam Star. So they decided to start on the continent of Heaven's Awakening to prevent civil war from draining humanity's overall strength. The country set rules that candidates for the plundering war must not reach the 5th generation and must be under 45 years old. Upon hearing this, Mu immediately replied, this is why Hanation established the Soul Flame Dragon organization. Right, Old Tan nodded in agreement and said, moreover, since the looting wars were allowed, Hanation has gone through 4 consecutive battles. Now, with less than a year until the 5th looting war, we have already lost to O Nation twice in a row, so this time we cannot afford to lose again. Your talent is unique in my life, so I hope you can join Han VM Long and contribute to our kingdom. After hearing such a long speech, Mak immediately felt overwhelmed. He thought that if the Luck Diathian Kai lost the battle, the territory under control would shrink and some altar cells would be redistributed. Moreover, since the opponent is O'Quoke, there is even less reason to refuse. After thinking this, Mak looked up and replied to him, Grandpa Tan, I can join, but I have one condition. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking this kid was trying to blackmail the old man again. But when Mak spoke very seriously, Old Tan said enough. Fighting the O Nation is a good thing, and I absolutely won't set any conditions. My only request is to join the Soul Flame Dragon after the 3rd shift. Old Tan agreed immediately, saying that was of course possible since there was still a year left. You need to work harder to improve your strength. And if you have any requests, you can contact me. I heard you still have the position of the 5 sacrificial altars. You are not trying to cheat the Elder Zin on this, are you? When Mak heard that, he smiled and replied, I have already prepared the altar position, but the Managers Guild should give me some special reward for this. Old Tan chuckled, stroking his beard, and said, that kid of yours really never forgets to check his benefits. Then he took out an ancient book and said, this is an advanced experience book. With your current level, this can help you level up once more. This kind of book can provide 6 million experience points at once. Taking the book from his hand, he muttered to himself, so it really has 6 million experience points. This is no different from a mid-level dungeon. The higher the rank, the harder it is to level up, so these 6 million experience points only helped me gain 1 level. Then he bowed to say goodbye, telling Old Tan that he also had to quickly manage other tasks here. Then he returned to the Tiankai continent to level up again, and since he did not want to waste time, he did not keep him. So off you go. The scene shifts to a large archway with a banner reading, Welcome Trine Kai Mak, the champion of the Academy tournament. Has returned. Kai Mak and Not Hai stood before the school gate. Stunned by the scene, almost all the students had come out to congratulate him, and a few girls were even screaming that they wanted to have his children. Kai Mak turned pale and looked ahead, asking Nat Hai why the principal would come up with such a scheme. She smiled and replied, who else but you, now the great hero of our Divine Dagger Academy. Then Nat Hai began to explain that ever since he won the martial arts championship, the academies have come to us seeking cooperation. Now it is no longer an alliance of 3 schools but 9. Now the leaders of the 9 schools are waiting for the scholar Anne to give a presentation. Kai Mak heard this and backed off nervously, begging to be spared, so I still have not had a break from the competition. But just then Nat Hai added something else. So you are not planning to recruit anyone into guild, since that is something your grandfather arranged specifically for you. As he withdrew his words, Kai Mak's face brightened considerably, saying if that is the case, I can go over and meet for a bit. The scene then shifted to the conference room of the Thendu Academy. Inside, Kai Mak bowed respectfully to the principals of the lower schools and thanked all of them for coming. Today is the first class of our 9-school alliance, and I appreciate everyone's trust in me. A principal sitting behind the curtain could not help but exclaim that everyone must have seen the true strength of the students. Thulang from my school also praised you highly. As long as you can help us train outstanding students, feel free to propose any conditions. We will also comply. And the other principals agreed with him, saying that Tu Trine should boldly present his teaching plan and requirements. At that moment, Kai Mak began to explain and introduce his guild to them. Currently, I own a guild in the Lengayan continent of Thiat Kai. Surely everyone already knows this, so I want to ask you to recruit 600 graduates to join my guild for practical training. This is my teaching plan. After hearing this, principal from Lian Bancone said, that many. Most of them are beast-loving students graduating from various academies. Are you seriously planning to have them work for you for free? Lang Tiu also added to him, it is not that we do not want to help, but at least you need to come up with a plan. Everyone is very confused right now. The other principals agreed with his opinion, saying we can provide students for you, but in return you have to share your plans with us. Perhaps anticipating this, he calmly replied, then I won't keep it from you any longer. My guild has reached level 4, and this time when I return, I will clean up the Xionglinjuan area and the guild will reach level 5 or higher. By then, those graduates will be the core force for me to manage Xionglinjuan. The other principal was very surprised and asked, the Xiongling one you mentioned is the main intermediate city. Right, you said you want to unify Xiongling 1. Even if the guild is the Divine Academy, it would still be difficult to achieve, but when spoken frankly without hesitation. Yes, that is the intermediate main city of Thanlangayan. And you might have heard about our Vin Hang Dun Feng Guild. Currently, there are 3 major alliances and 11 guilds in the Spirit Wish City area, and our Eternal Peak has merged 4 guilds and leads 3 major alliances. In my estimation, the goal can be achieved in no more than 3 months. After hearing him speak, a few schools decided to join and support this effort. Trine Kimak knew they were still a bit skeptical, so he added, everyone, do not worry. These students can be seen as an initial investment, but after 6 months everyone will witness their growth. Once they move out, it seems people are already buzzing about recruiting students from these 9 allied universities. Everyone has heard that Trine Kiamak's guild is very strong, and just by joining, you can buy items for less than half the market price. When the enrollment plan was fully revealed, it immediately caused a stir among the major universities. In less than half a month, the number of participants reached the maximum limit. The announcement that the 9 universities would only admit 600 graduates made everyone eager to secure their spot. After Hong Thien's wound fully healed, Trine Thien Mak and the others were able to return to Len Guyat City. Ingai then was outside talking with Tho Lang and Hong Thien, saying this test was really boring. I made it into the top 8 without even trying. I am amazing. Hong Thien nearby scoffed and replied, if you are going to brag like that, your skin should be fighting that bastard Luong Van Tiu. Du Teep also stepped out to greet them, cheerfully saying, finally everyone is back. There have been a lot of students here lately. I have been really busy just arranging things for them. And Tan Vin Sung also stepped forward to say, let me tell everyone that I am now a master herbalist. Upon hearing that, the others immediately approached him and said, it is all thanks to the president. This time he won the double championship and recruited many talented people to help everyone. Why do not you clear the table so we can celebrate a successful meal? At that moment, she turned to ask if anyone had noticed that we were missing someone. The relatives stroked their chins and thought. Realizing that someone had not returned yet, then it suddenly came to mind that it was Lai Min Hang. He returned to Lam Ting with me and Kai Mat. Then each of us went back to Vanba Academy. So why has not he come back yet? Du Teek also added that Lai Min Hang returned alone a few days after the competition. He said that Truong Vanba did not choose him and he was not ready to compete with everyone. So he went back on his own to find a place to train. Hong Thien clenched his teeth in anger upon hearing this. Vanba Academy really does look down on others. If Lai Min Hang had been chosen, they could have secured a spot in the quarterfinals and knockout rounds and still become this year's champion. Mac explained to him, Lai Min Hang already had an inferiority complex. Although he said he did not want to compete with us in the arena, he definitely wanted to stand on the battlefield with us. So this could be a huge shock. When Mo fell silent and raised his eyebrows to ask, he did not say which secret realm he would go to. Du Tai thought for a moment and then answered, it is the Black Abyss, special secret realm near Line Guyat City, currently controlled by the Galaxy Alliance. Thu Lang was shocked and asked, a secret realm monopolized like that? Who could be so arrogant? Du Tide explained to him that it was not really monopolized. There was also the manager's guild, and they would not dare do that. It is just their guild. So most of the people leveling up and farming monsters there are theirs, which is why people often say it is their territory. In the end, Kimak spoke up to everyone, saying it is okay. Min Hao has grown up. We do not have to worry about him too much. Moreover, my next target is beyond the Black Grave, so I should be able to meet him very soon. And Hong Thien agrees with me. That guy is also very strong. By the time we find him, he might have already reached the 3rd transformation. Then, without hesitation, he stepped forward into the guild, smiling and speaking. So first, let us check it out after being gone so long. How much has the city developed? As he entered the city, everyone's eyes turned to him, whispering finally, their guild leader has returned. Many people also paid attention to those who came along, including the goddess Ling who competed this time and reportedly made it into the top 4. Some sighed when they saw Ngai then, as he had a fighting style they really liked. Ngai then got angry and turned to scold, saying that the old wizard is one of the top 8, so why call her a goddess and call me an old wizard for the ritual? Hong Thien saw this and stepped forward to put a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, do not you think about your own way of fighting the ritual. If others call you that, What is wrong with it? At that moment, Kamak was praising Dutite, saying not bad, you managed the guild very well during my absence. Suddenly, while walking, he noticed a large hole in the wall ahead and wondered, what is going on with this wall? Homethien was also curious. The duel of the Not Vincent group ended a long time ago, so why has not it been repaired yet? After hearing this, Dutite lowered his head in silence and said, this is a long story, and I was just about to report the situation to you. After a while, the whole group stood below observing the hole. After hearing everything, Kamak asked Dutite, do you mean there have always been people attacking our guild? He immediately replied that it had actually been fixed a long time ago, but every time repairs were made, someone would cause trouble. At first, they thought it was not Vincent, but later discovered interference from other forces. Then Dutite added that if they were really fighting openly, we would not be afraid of them. It just means those people only dare to act secretly. Homethien also asked him if he knew which specific force was behind it. When Kama thought it over and spoke, there are only 3 major guilds in the Moon Alliance city, so if the other 2 major alliances, Feng Ho and Yinhe, both have conflicting interests with us, then it must be one of these 2 alliances. Homethien could not hold back and wanted to go fix them immediately. But Kamak calmly explained that the 3 major alliances keep each other in check. No matter who attacks first, the other side will still gain benefits, and so far it has not caused us any significant damage. So let us put this aside for now. Everyone has had to endure a lot already. And now I want to share some good news with you all. After hearing this, Homethien was very excited and urged him to speak quickly, but Neithem was quite surprised, not expecting such good news to come from his mouth. Then when Mac began to speak, I have prepared a young emerald dragon for each person, and everyone was amazed. Everyone. But immediately the announcement speaker rang out again, informing everyone that to reward members with outstanding contributions, every 2 weeks the guild will plan to give away a young sapphire dragon, and as long as the contribution points rank first at that time, any member can receive a flying mount regardless of level. Everyone, after hearing the new announcement, was determined to contribute their best to earn the reward. 2 soldiers were talking when suddenly a girl approached and asked, excuse me, what is going on? One soldier, unable to hide his excitement, replied, our guild leader just announced that all guild members who reach the contribution point target will have a chance to receive a baby emerald dragon as a mount. Seeing this, Vongfu quite chuckled to herself. Well done, there really is a dragon after all. Looks like it came to the right place today. Then she ran swiftly towards the crowd cheering for Kamak, ignoring the 2 soldiers who were stunned and unable to stop her. Vongfu Kuai ran to the crowd shouting long live the guild leader Kamak. Right after that, she stepped forward and shouted, if I join the guild, can I get a dragon? Can you give me a dragon? Guild master. As soon as Ngai then saw Vongfu Kuai, he sneered. What master? Who do you think you are? I do not think you are even part of our guild. Don't even mention contribution points. I am calling the guild master. Not you. Then Vongfu Kuai turned to Kamak and asked, so joining your guild now is not enough? Guild master. Give me a dragon. I have never seen one before, he said with an embarrassed laugh. Our guild has its own rules, but someone nearby quickly added, we have standards and evaluations for joining. We do not just accept anyone. But as soon as she finished speaking, she took something out of her pocket and introduced herself as Vongfu Kuai, a level 48 preacher, saying she was recommended by someone this time. Homethien and Ngai then laughed and joked upon hearing the name. While on the other side, Kamak remained very curious and asked, our team is indeed still missing one person, she said, who recommended him. Then she took out a badge, said his name is Lai Minhao. He said he is from the guild. Oh right, he is currently in danger. When I showed this badge to the others, they were all shocked. This badge really belongs to Minhao. Isn't he leveling up in the Black Star Cave? How could he be in danger? At that moment, Vongfu Kuai also added, he really is at the Black Star Cave. She also met him there with her group, and then he introduced me here. On the way here, I happened to overhear a group of people talking, mentioning his name and saying they wanted to plot against him. When I hurried back, he had already gone with the team into the secret realm, so I could not catch up. It just means I could not enter the secret realm alone. But remembering that Minghao had introduced me here before, I came early to see if I could find any reinforcements. When Mac heard this, she quietly pieced everything together, mentioning the name and plotting against him. Homethien was furious and said, I do not think this is aimed at Minhao alone, but possibly at our entire guild. Then suddenly, when Mac shouted loudly, a jade dragon immediately flew up behind the city wall. Then she landed with a thud right in front of everyone. Then Kamak turned back coldly and said, Homethien the new key. Wait a moment. Each of you take a dragon and follow me to the Black Star constellation coordinates. The others were quite excited because they were about to try riding dragons. Then he brushed past Vongfu Kuai and told her, you come with me. Then he asked me to tell him where Lai Minho disappeared for the last time. Fu Kuai, hearing this, eagerly asked where she would get to sit. Immediately, when Mag jumped onto the sword platform, she told it to take her up and said, let us set off too. Without hesitation, she leapt straight into the sky, kicking up a cloud of dust. After a while, The whole group flew together through the Dragon Gate, swiftly heading toward the Black Star Cave. But the noble prince was not allowed to ride on the dragon's back and was instead lifted up and flown away by Thandea's claws. The scene then shifted to the Black Star Cave at dawn. At the entrance, 2 Galaxy Alliance guards who looked very tough were extorting players, demanding a full 1,000 gold coins to enter. One martial artist saw this and was furious. How could they charge money just to enter a secret realm? It seemed a bit outrageous. Charging 1,000 gold coins might as well be robbery, but some did not argue and decided to pay up and move in quickly. Suddenly, a group of emerald dragons swooped down on them, causing panic. Who could be so spectacular? Riding a dragon too. Home Thien stepped down first, followed by his decoy who vomited as soon as he touched the ground. When Mo stepped off the platform, he asked Vong Fuquai if this was the right place, and she quickly confirmed it, telling him to pay the entrance fee for her later. Home Thien was supporting Guy then, who looked pale, and asked, "What entrance fee are you talking about?" A toll collector, seeing their group, hesitated and asked another, "This group seems pretty formidable. Should we still collect the fee?" But the other guy arrogantly replied, "No matter where they come from, once they enter the territory of the Galactic Alliance, everyone has to pay." Then he stood right in front of Vong Fuquai with a stern face and asked, "Stop right there. Where are you going? The entrance fee is 1,000 gold per person. This is the rule here. Do you understand?" She ran fearfully behind Trine Kiamak to hide, while he stepped forward and said, "I am Trine Kiamak, the president of Vinhang Denfeng. Do we really have to pay?" Unexpectedly, the other guy was not afraid at all and even threatened him, saying being the president of the management association means nothing. Got it. Right after, a painful scream echoed through the forest, scattering the birds in flight. The 2 toll collectors were beaten to the ground while the Kiamak group calmly stepped inside the secret realm. At this moment, Home Thien finally voiced his thoughts. The Galaxy Alliance actually dares to extort protection fees in the secret realm. It is clear their leader is not a good person and even has a grudge against us. I believe Minho's situation must be connected to them. Looking up at the door leading to the secret realm, he muttered, "Minho has not replied to the message. Either he is still inside the secret realm or unconscious. I just hope he is still alive." The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Galaxy Alliance. On the throne sat a man listening to his subordinate's report. "The leader of their group has clearly disrespected us. We must take control immediately." Luk Kim, the leader of the Galactic Alliance, heard this and asked in a deep voice, "Take control? Huh." Then she started scolding the guy. "Are you brainless or what? That crazy guy from the top peak, and you still dare to provoke her? She has already insulted me enough, and you still dare to collect money?" The guy's face puffed up like a bloody pig's head as he replied, "I do not know their identities, boss. What should we do now?" His eyes flashed with a glint as he replied, "We can just let things slide like this. This is an opportunity. Trine Kiem. And I just happened to want to meet him this time." Trine Kiamak's group was now standing at the entrance to the Black Star Cave's secret realm near the Galactic Alliance. Ngai then, seeing this, sighed. "This secret realm looks really terrifying. So what exactly is so special about it that the Galactic Alliance is guarding it here?" Wong Fu Gai then said this is a random secret realm. And after hearing it, Home Thien was confused about what a random secret realm meant. She explained to everyone that behind the Black Star Cave there are several secret realms intertwined, and once you enter, it depends on the path you choose. Of course, profit and risk go hand in hand, but even so, an entry fee of 1,000 gold coins is still enormous. But hearing that makes me a bit worried. So we do not have to complete the entire journey. Then can we still find the bright mark? She answered hesitantly, "It is hard to say, but we can fight some of the bosses. After all, one boss meeting the condition is enough to leave. As for the others we can defeat. We can just leave." Kiamat also turned back to explain to everyone that we can fight through the entire process and find Min Hang in the new forest. Vong Fuquai was shocked, thinking he was joking, but Kiamat did not respond and instead spoke to Mai then. "You stay behind to guard the exit so Min Hang can leave safely." But he was startled and asked, "What makes you think I should stay here?" Then Max suddenly slapped Nai then on the shoulder and said firmly, "There are 5 of us here, and besides me, you are the strongest. So if you stay, I will feel much more at ease no matter what happens." At first he was a bit uncertain, but soon he was convinced. The chief can rest assured. Leave this place to me with Ngai then here. As long as Minhang passes through, no one will be able to take him away. Then the 4 of them entered the secret realm together, leaving everything outside to Mai then to handle, while he stood outside alone, confused and abandoned. And after that Ni then screamed in frustration, wondering if he had just been played by that guy. Entering the Black Star Cave, Naki was amazed. The scenery was neither dark nor dangerous at all. Home Thien agreed with her and asked, "Where should we go next?" Vong Fuquai quickly stepped forward and said to them, "Do not worry. Let me lead the way. I am very familiar with the paths here." Then she pointed in a direction and said, "Go this way. This path is relatively easy to travel." Then they quickly followed the direction Vong Fuquai pointed out. After a while, they encountered their first challenge monsters shooting arrows from the cliff above. These were the Skull Tribe, shield breakers at level 45. As Matt and the others quickly engaged in battle, Home Thien asked while fighting, These monsters have 40,000 health. They are epic level brokenkens. Are you sure this path is the easiest? Vong Fu, also fighting, paled and replied, they seem much stronger than last time. Maybe my judgment was a bit off when Kim was swinging his sword at 2 monsters at once. He told everyone that the fake N is an aggressive monster. It has a fake N mechanism, so do not focus on defense but attack its legs instead. Wanted attack targets that are far away. Then he turned back to Vong Fu Kuai and said, step back and cover us with your firepower. Hong Thien immediately followed Kim Mat's advice and saw that it really worked. He was attacking alongside the others and told everyone to seize the moment to break through this stage. After a while, everyone had completely defeated all the monsters, and Vong Fu Kuai, catching her breath, asked Kim Mat if he had fought this dungeon before. He smiled and replied that he had only studied it briefly but happened to come across it, so he remembered. Later, he also introduced her to the impressive achievements of Kim Mat and then continued to ask Vong Fu Kuai, where do we go next then? Hong Thien asked in surprise. Haven't you heard her say, she is the missile of the island? But Kim Mat did not care much and still let Vong Fu Kuai choose the path. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Then Vong Fu pointed to a nearby path and said, based on my experience, the monsters in that secret area are easier to deal with. Sure enough, they soon encountered a very fierce dragon. It breathed fire towards the 4 of them, and Kim quickly stepped forward, raising an umbrella to shield them. After defeating the dragon, Vong Fu Kuai pointed in another direction and said confidently, this time I can guarantee there won't be any dangerous boss like that. Sure enough. Shortly after, she was bitten by the water monster and was in trouble. When Wang Fu Guy was rescued, Huang Qinzhao said, if we go the right way, each monster will have a tool to deal with it, so it won't be too dangerous. Then he angrily pointed at her and said, now I can be sure, this guy is 100% a traitor. Sometimes Binkin asked, we have already passed 2 or 3 bosses, but still have not seen Min Hao. Could something have happened to him? Meanwhile, Kim Mat kept asking Fu Kuai where they would go this time. Hearing this, Hong Thien sighed. Do we still have to trust her? But Fu Kuai was now scared and quickly shook her head. I do not dare to guide anymore, but when asked, he trusted her and said, it is okay. Just choose, I believe you. The scene then shifted to a towering cliff surrounded by white clouds. Hong Thien walked precariously along the cliff muttering to himself, why did I get the feeling this bastard was messing with me again? But Vong Fu Kuai, who was ahead, was very confident. Trust me, the path I am leading you on this time will definitely be fine. Even now, I can't help but wonder what kind of monster we will be fighting this time. Suddenly, Vong Fu Kuai stopped and pointed at a large bird's nest blocking the path, saying this is the place. Inside the nest were several large eggs, and everyone wondered what these bird eggs were for. She picked up one and said, this is a very important prop. Each of us will keep one, and when we face the boss of this stage, it will have a great effect. Sometimes Hong Thien also hugged an egg, happily thinking they were very cute. She wondered if it could hatch a spirit beast, but Hong Thien was quite hesitant, wondering how she could fight while holding the egg. Just then, a loud noise suddenly echoed as a pair of giant wings appeared before the 4 of them. A huge, furious bird charged forward, claws outstretched toward them. Kim Mat was adjusting because he was shielding Vong Fu Kuai and did not notice when he was thrown backward. The giant bird suddenly lunged forward, causing all 4 of them to be pushed down the high cliff. Vong Fu Kuai grabbed Kim Mat's arm tightly and shouted in fear. He quickly raised the umbrella using the Thien Nat Tan technique to stop it. Immediately after, the 2 of them landed together on a rock below. Vong Fu Kuai released his grip and sighed in relief, while Kim Mat raised his eyebrows and said, so we got separated after all. Hong Thien and Not Hai then fell straight down onto something very leafy. They quickly sat up, but Not Hai also sensed that something was very strange. But why is the ground so soft? And why is the grass black? As they stood up, both were shaken. How could the ground move like this? Suddenly both of them fell down, realizing the ground was actually a giant bear. The scene shifts to the entrance of the secret realm where Ngai then is sitting against a tree. Sleeping, he was still muttering to himself. I have been tricked, definitely tricked by that kid. They went in to fight monsters and gain experience while I am stuck here waiting. Just then, a punk from the Galaxy Alliance stepped forward, pointed at Ngai then, and said, the others seem to have entered the secret realm already. He was quite startled to see him and thought, it seems you guys have not suffered enough yet. Unexpectedly, when he looked up, Ngai then saw Kim Hem drooling. I am tall. He looked down at him and asked, are you the humble guild leader of Vin Hang Dun Fong?